The guests knew well that old knaves are more expert in grimaces than any others, because of their physiognomies becoming tolerably curious, like those of cats lapping up milk, or girls titillated with marriage. "There," said the king, "all that shall be his who shall say 3 times to the 2 others, Bazes Minkle," thrusting his hand into the gold, "but if he be not as serious as a fly who had violated his lady-love, if he smile while repeating the jest, he will pay 10 crowns to madam. Nevertheless, he can essay 3 times." "That will soon be earned," said Cornelius, who, being a Dutchman, had his lips as often compressed and serious as madam's mouth was often open and laughing. Then he bravely put his hands on the crowns to see if they were good, and clutched them bravely, but as he looked at the others to say civilly to them, Bazes Minkle, the 2 misers, distrustful of his Dutch gravity, replied, "Certainly, sir," as if he had sneezed. The which caused all the company to laugh, and even Cornelius himself. When the vine-grower went to take the crowns, he felt such a commotion in his cheeks that his old scummer face let little laughs exude from its pores like smoke pouring out of a chimney, and he could say nothing. Then it was the turn of the jeweller, who was a little bit of a bantering fellow, and whose lips were as tightly squeezed as the neck of a hanged man. He seized a handful of the crowns, looked at the others, even the king, and said, with a jeering air, "Bazes Minkle." "Is it dirty?" asked the vine-dresser. "Look and see," replied the jeweller, gravely. Thereupon the king began to tremble for these crowns, since the said Beckard began again, without laughing, and for the 3rd time was about to utter the sacramental word, when La Boupetais made a sign of consent to his modest request, which caused him to lose his countenance, and his mouth broke up into dimples. "How did you do it?" asked Denoise, "to keep a grave face before 6,000 crowns?" "Oh, my lord, I thought first of one of my cases which is tried tomorrow, and secondly, of my wife who is a sorry plague." The desire to gain this good round sum made them try again, and the king amused himself for about an hour at the expression of these faces, the preparations, jokes, grimaces, and other monkeys' paternosters that they performed, but they were bailing their boats with a sieve, and for men who preferred closing their fists to opening them it was a bitter sorrow to have to count out, each one, 100 crown to madam. When they were gone, and Nicole said boldly to the king, "Sire, will you let me dry?" "Holy Virgin," replied Louis, "no. I can kiss you for less money." That was said like a thrifty man, which indeed he always was. One evening the fat Cardinal Lame-Ballieu carried on gallantly with words and actions, a little farther than the canons of the church permitted him, with this Boupetais, who luckily for herself, was a clever hussy, not to be asked with impunity how many holes there were in her mother's chemise. "Look you here, Sir Cardinal," said she, "the thing which the king likes is not to receive the holy oils." Then came Oliver le Dame, whom she would not listen to either, and to whose nonsense she replied, that she would ask the king if he wished her to be shaved. Now as the said shaver did not supplicate her to keep his proposals secret, she suspected that these little plots were ruses practiced by the king, whose suspicions had perhaps been aroused by her friends. Now, for being able to revenge herself upon Louis, she at least determined to pay out the said lords, to make fools of them, and amuse the king with the tricks she would play upon them. One evening that they had come to supper, she had a lady of the city with her, who wished to speak with the king. This lady was a lady of position, who wished asked the king pardon for her husband, the which, in consequence of this adventure, she obtained. Nicole Boupetais, having led the king aside for a moment into an antechamber, told him to make their guests drink hard and eat to repletion, that he was to make merry and joke with them, but when the cloth was removed, he was to pick quarrels with them about trifles, dispute their words, and be sharp with them, and that she would then divert him by turning them inside out before him. But above all things, he was to be friendly to the said lady, and it was to appear as genuine, as if she enjoyed the perfume of his favour, because she had gallantly lent herself to this good joke. "Well, gentlemen," said the king, re-entering the room, "let us fall to. We have had a good day's sport." And the surgeon, the cardinal, a fat bishop, the captain of the Scotch Guard, a parliamentary envoy, and a judge loved of the king, followed the two ladies into the room where one rubs the rust off one's jawbones. And there they lined the mould of their doublets. What is that? It is to pave the stomach, to practice the chemistry of nature, to register the various dishes, to regale your tribes, to dig your grave with your teeth, play with the sword of Cain, to inter sauces, to support a cuckold. But more philosophically it is to make order with one's teeth. Now, do you understand? How many words does it require to burst open the lid of your understanding? The king did not fail to distill into his guests this splendid and first-class supper. He stuffed them with green peas, returning to the hotchpotch, praising the plums, commending the fish, saying to one, "Why do you not eat?" To another, "Drink to madam," to all of them, "Gentlemen, taste these lobsters, put this bottle to death. You do not know the flavour of this force meat. And these lampreys, what do you say to them? And by the Lord, the finest barbel ever drawn from the Loire. Just stick your teeth into this pastry. This game is my own hunting. He who takes it not offends me. And again, drink. The king's eyes are the other way. Just give your opinion of these preserves. They are madam's own. Have some of these grapes. They are my own growing. Have some medlars. And while inducing them to swell out their abdominal protuberances, the good monarch laughed with them, and they joked and disputed, and spat, and blew their noses, and kicked up just as though the king had not been with them. Then so much victuals had been taken on board, so many flagons drained and stews spoiled, that the faces of the guests were the colour of cardinals' gowns, and their doublets appeared ready to burst, since they were crammed with meat like Tro's sausages from the top to the bottom of their paunches. Going into the saloon again, they broke into a profuse sweat, began to blow, and to curse their gluttony. The king sat quietly apart. Each of them was the more willing to be silent because all their forces were required for the intestinal digestion of the huge platefuls confined in their stomachs, which began to wobble and rumble violently. One said to himself, "I was stupid to eat of that sauce." Another scolded himself for having indulged in a plate of eels cooked with capers. Another thought to himself, oh, the force meat is serving me out." The cardinal, who was the biggest-bellied man of the lot, snorted through his nostrils like a frightened horse. It was he who was first compelled to give vent to a loud-sounding belch, and then he soon wished himself in Germany, where this is a form of salutation, for the king, hearing this gastric language, looked at the cardinal with knitted brows. "What does this mean?" said he. "Am I a simple clerk?" This was heard with terror, because usually the king made much of a good belch well off the stomach. The other guests determined to get rid in another way of the vapours which were dodging about in their pancreatic retorts, and at first they endeavoured to hold them for a little while in the pleats of their mesenteries. It was then that some of them puffed and swelled like tax-gatherers. Beaupetais took the good king aside and said to him, "Know now that I have had made by the church jeweller Beccard 2 large dolls, exactly resembling this lady and myself. Now when hard pressed by the drugs which I have put in their goblets, they desire to mount the throne to which we are now about to pretend to go, they will always find the place taken. By this means you will enjoy their writhings." Thus having said, La Beaupetais disappeared with the laddie to go and turn the wheel, after the custom of women, and of which I will tell you the origin in another place. And after an honest lapse of water, Bupatize came back alone, leaving it to be believed that she had left the lady at the little laboratory of natural alchemy. Thereupon the king, singling out the cardinal, made him get up, and talked with him seriously of his affairs, holding him by the tassel of his amice. To all that the king said, Rabelais replied, "Yes, sir," to be delivered from this favour, and slip out of the room, since the water was in his cellars, and he was about to lose the key of his back door. All the guests were in a state of not knowing how to arrest the progress of the fickle matter to which nature has given, even more than to water, the property of finding a certain level. Their substances modified themselves and glided working downward, like those insects who demand to be let out of their cocoons, raging, tormenting, and ungrateful to the higher powers, for nothing is so ignorant, so insolent as those cursed objects, and they are importunate like all things detained to whom one knows liberty. So they slipped at every turn like eels out of a net, and each one had need of great efforts and science not to disgrace himself before the king. Louis took great pleasure in interrogating his guests, and was much amused with the vicissitudes of their physiognomies, on which were reflected the dirty grimaces of their writhings. The councillor of justice said to Oliver, "I would give my office to be behind a hedge for half a dozen seconds." "Oh, there is no enjoyment to equal a good stool, and now I am no longer astonished at sempiternal droppings of a fly," replied the surgeon. The cardinal, believing that the lady had obtained her receipt from the Bank of Deposit, left the tassels of his girdle in the king's hand, making a start as if he had forgotten to say his prayers, and made his way towards the door. "What is the matter with you, Monsieur le Cardinal?" said the king. "By my halidame, what is the matter with me? It appears that all your affairs are very extensive, sire." The cardinal had slipped out, leaving the others astonished at his cunning. He proceeded gloriously towards the lower room, loosening a little the strings of his purse, but when he opened the blessed little door he found the lady at her functions upon the throne, like a pope about to be consecrated. Then, restraining his impatience, he descended the stairs to go into the garden. However, on the last steps the barking of the dogs put him in great fear of being bitten in one of his precious hemispheres, and not knowing where to deliver himself of his chemical produce he came back into the room, shivering like a man who has been in the open air. The others, seeing the cardinal return, imagined that he had emptied his natural reservoirs, unburdened his ecclesiastical bowels, and believed him happy. Then the surgeon rose quickly, as if to take note of the tapestries and count the rafters, but gained the door before anyone else, and relaxing his sphincter in advance, he hummed a tune on his way to the retreat. Arrived there he was compelled, like Rabelais, to murmur words of excuse to this student of perpetual motion, shutting the door with as promptitude as he opened it, and he came back burdened with an accumulation which seriously impeded his private channels. And in the same way went the guests one after the other, without being able to unburden themselves of their sources, as soon again found themselves all in the presence of Louis XI, as much distressed as before, looking at each other slyly, understanding each other better with their tails than they ever understood with their mouths, for there is never any equivoque in the transactions of the parts of nature, and everything therein is rational and of easy comprehension, seeing that it is a science which we learn at our birth. "I believe," said the cardinal to the surgeon, "that lady will go on until tomorrow." What was La Bupatize about to ask such a case of diarrhea here? "She's been an hour working at what I could get done in a minute." "May the fever seize her," cried Oliver le Dame. All the courtiers seized with colic were walking up and down to make their importunate matters patient, when the said lady reappeared in the room. You can believe they found her beautiful and graceful, and would willingly have kissed her, there were they so long to go, and never did they salute the day with more favour than this lady, the liberator of the poor unfortunate bodies. La Bally rose. The others, from honour, esteem, and reverence of the church, gave way to the clergy, and, biding their time, they continued to make grimaces, at which the king laughed to himself with Nicole, who aided him to stop the respiration of these loose-boweled gentlemen. The good Scotch captain, who more than all the others had eaten of a dish in which the cook had put an aperient powder, became the victim of misplaced confidence. He went ashamed into a corner, hoping that before the king, his mishap might escape detection. At this moment the cardinal returned horribly upset, because he had found La Boupetais on the episcopal seat. Now, in his torments, not knowing if she were in the room, he came back and gave vent to a diabolic low, on beholding her near his master. "What do you mean?" exclaimed the king, looking at the priest in a way to give him the fever. "Sire," said La Balue, insolently, "the affairs of purgatory are in my ministry, and I am bound to inform you that there is sorcery going on in this house." "Ah, little priest, you wish to make game of me," said the king. At these words the company were in a terrible state. "So you treat me with disrespect?" said the king, which made them turn pale. "Ho, there, Tristan, my friend," cried Louis XI, from the window, which he threw up suddenly, "come up here." The grand provost of the hotel was not long before he appeared, and as these gentlemen were all nobodies, raised to their present position by the favour of the king, Louis, in a moment of anger, could crush them at will, so that with the exception of the cardinal who relied upon his cassock, Tristan found them all rigid and aghast. "Conduct these gentlemen to the praetorium, on the mall, my friend. They have disgraced themselves through overeating." "Am I not good at jokes?" said Nicole to him. "The farce is good, but it is fetid," replied he, laughing. This royal answer showed the courtiers that this time the king did not intend to play with their heads, for which they thanked heaven. The monarch was partial to these dirty tricks. He was not at all a bad fellow, as the guests remarked while relieving themselves against the side of the mall with Tristan, who, like a good Frenchman, kept them company, and escorted them to their homes. This is why since the time the citizens of Tours had never failed to defile the mall of Chadoret, because the gentlemen of the court had been there. I will not leave this great king without committing to writing this good joke which he played upon Lago de Grande, who was an old maid, much disgusted that she had not, during the 40 years she had lived, been able to find a lid to her saucepan, enraged, in her yellow skin, that she still was as virgin as a mule. This old maid had her apartments on the other side of the house which belonged to La Boupetais, at the corner of the Rue de Jerusalem, in such a position that, standing on the balcony joining the wall, it was easy to see what she was doing, and hear what she was saying in the lower room where she lived, and often the king derived much amusement from the antics of the old girl, who did not know that she was so much within the range of His Majesty's culverin. Now on market day it happened that the king had caused to be hanged a young citizen of Tours, who had violated a noble lady of a certain age, believing that she was a young maiden. There would have been no harm in this, and it would have been a thing greatly to the credit of the said laddie to have been taken for a virgin, but on finding out his mistake, he had abominably insulted her, and suspecting her of trickery, had taken it into his head to rob her of a splendid silver goblet, in payment of the present he had just made her. This young man had long hair, and was so handsome that the whole town wished to see him hanged, both from regret and out of curiosity. You may be sure that at this hanging there were more caps than hats. Indeed, the said young man swung very well, and after the fashion and custom of persons hanged, he died gallantly with his lance couched, which fact made a great noise in the town. Many ladies said on this subject that it was a murder not to have preserved so fine a fellow from the scaffold. Suppose we were to put this handsome corpse in the bed of Lago de Grande, said La Boupetais to the king. We should terrify her, replied Louis. Not at all, sire. Be sure that she will welcome even a dead man, so madly does she long for a living one. Yesterday I saw her making love to a young man's cap placed on the top of a chair, and you would have laughed heartily at her words and gestures. Now while this 40-year-old virgin was at vespers, the king sent to have this young townsman, who had just finished the last scene of his tragic farce, taken down, and having dressed him in a white shirt, 2 officers got over the walls of Lago de Grande's garden, and put the corpse into her bed, on the side nearest the street. Having done this they went away, and the king remained in the room with a balcony to it, playing with Boupetais, and awaiting an hour at which the old maid should go to bed. Lago de Grande soon came back with a hop, skip, and jump, as the Touranians say, from the church of Saint Martin, from which she was not far, since the Rue de Jerusalem touches the walls of the cloister. She entered her house, laid down her prayer book, chaplet, and rosary, and other ammunition which these old girls carry, then poked the fire, and blew it, warmed herself at it, settled herself in her chair, and played with her cat for want of something better. Then she went to the larder, supping and sighing, and sighing and supping, eating alone, with her eyes cast down upon the carpet, and after having drunk, behaved in a manner forbidden in court society. Ah! The corpse said to her, God bless you. At this joke of luck of La Boupetais, both laughed heartily in their sleeves. And with great attention this very Christian king watched the undressing of the old maid, who admired herself while removing her things, pulling out a hair, or scratching a pimple which had maliciously come upon her nose, picking her teeth, and doing 1,000 little things which, alas, all ladies, virgins or not, are obliged to do, much to their annoyance, but without these little faults of nature, they would be too proud, and one would not be able to enjoy their society. Having achieved her aquatic and musical discourse, the old maid got in between the sheets, and yelled forth a fine, great, ample, and curious cry, when she smelt the fresh vigour of this hanged man and the sweet perfume of his manly youth, then sprang away from him out of coquetry. But as she did not know he was really dead, she came back again, believing he was mocking her, and counterfeiting death. Go away, you bad young man, said she. But you can imagine that she proffered this request in a most humble and gracious tone of voice. Then seeing that he did not move, she examined him more closely, and was much astonished at this so fine human nature when she recognized the young fellow, upon whom the fancy took her to perform some purely scientific experiments in the interests of hanged persons. What is she doing? Said La Boupetais to the king. She is trying to reanimate him. It is a work of Christian humanity. And the old girl rubbed and warmed this fine young man, supplicating Holy Mary the Egyptian to aid her to renew the life of this husband who had fallen so amorously from heaven, when, suddenly looking at the dead body she was so charitably rubbing, she thought she saw a slight movement in the eyes. Then she put her hand upon the man's heart, and felt it beat feebly. At length, from the warmth of the bed and of affection, and by the temperature of old maids, which is by far more burning than the warm blasts of African deserts, she had the delight of bringing to life that fine handsome young fellow who by lucky chance had been very badly hanged. See how my executioners serve me, said Louis, laughing. Ah, said La Boupetais, you will not have him hanged again? He is too handsome. The decree does not say that he shall be hanged twice, but he shall marry the old woman. Indeed, the good lady went in a great hurry to seek her master leech, the good leader, who lived in the abbey, and brought him back directly. He immediately took his lancet, and bled the young man. And as no blood came out, "Ah," said he, "it is too late, the transshipment of blood in the lungs has taken place." But suddenly this good young blood oozed out a little, and then came out in abundance, and the hempen apoplexy, which had only just begun, was arrested in its course. The young man moved and came more to life. Then he fell, from natural causes, into a state of great weakness and profound sadness, prostration of flesh and general flabbiness. Now the old maid, who was all eyes, and followed the great and notable changes which were taking place in the person of this badly hanged man, pulled the surgeon by the sleeve, and pointing out to him, by a curious glance of the eye, the piteous cause, said to him, "Will he for the future be always like that?" "Often," replied the voracious surgeon. "Oh, he was much nicer hanged." At this speech the king burst out laughing. Seeing him at the window, the woman and the surgeon were much frightened, for this laugh seemed to them a second sentence of death for their poor victim. But the king kept his word, and married them. And in order to do justice, he gave the husband the name of the Sieur de Mortsauf in the place of the one he had lost upon the scaffold. As Lago de Grant had a very big basket of crowns, they founded a good family in Turin, which still exists and is much respected, since M. de Mortsauf faithfully served Louis XI on different occasions. Only he never liked to come across gibbets or old women, and never again made amorous assignations in the night. This teaches us to thoroughly verify and recognize women, and not to deceive ourselves in the local difference which exists between the old and the young, for if we are not hanged for our errors of love, there are always great risks to run. 137. Full page image, medium size. The High Constable's wife. The High Constable of Almagnac espoused from the desire of a great fortune, the Countess Bon, who was already considerably enamoured of little Savoisy, son of the Chamberlain to His Majesty King Charles VI. The constable was a rough warrior, miserable in appearance, tough in skin, thickly bearded, always uttering angry words, always busy hanging people, always in the sweat of battles, or thinking of other stratagems than those of love. Thus the good soldier, caring little to flavour the marriage stew, used his charming wife after the fashion of a man with more lofty ideas, of the which the ladies have a great horror, since they like not the joists of the bed to be the sole judges of their fondling and vigorous conduct. Now the lovely countess, as soon as she was grafted on the constable, only nibbled more eagerly at the love with which her heart was laden for the aforesaid Savoisy, which that gentleman clearly perceived. Wishing both to study the same music, they would soon harmonize their fancies, and decipher the hieroglyphic, and this was a thing clearly demonstrated to the Queen Isabella, that Savoisy's horses were oftener stabled at the house of her cousin of Almagnac than in the Hotel Street Paul, where the Chamberlain lived, since the destruction of his residence, ordered by the University, as everyone knows. This discreet and wise princess, fearing in advance some unfortunate adventure for Bon, the more so as the constable was as ready to brandish his broadsword as a priest to bestow benedictions, the said queen, as sharp as a duck, said one day, while coming out from vespers, to her cousin, who was taking the holy water with Savoisy, "My dear, don't you see some blood in that water?" "Bah," said Savoisy to the queen. "Love likes blood, madam." This the queen considered a good reply, and put it into writing, and later on, into action, when her lord the king wounded one of her lovers, whose business you see settled in this narrative. You know by constant experience that in the early time of love each of two lovers is always in great fear of exposing the mystery of the heart, and as much from the flower of prudence as from the amusement yielded by the sweet tricks of gallantry they play at who can best conceal their thoughts, that one day of forgetfulness suffices to inter the whole virtuous past. The poor woman is taken in her joy as in a lasso, her sweetheart proclaims his presence, or sometimes his departure, by some article of clothing, a scarf, a spur, left by some fatal chance, and there comes a stroke of the dagger that severs the web so gallantly woven by the golden delights. But when one is full of days, he should not make a wry face at death, and the sword of a husband is a pleasant death for a gallant, if there be pleasant deaths. So may be this will finish the merry amours of the constable's wife. 143's. Full page image, medium size. One morning Monsieur d'Armagnac, having lots of leisure time in consequence of the flight of the Duke of Burgundy, who was quitting Lagny, thought he would go and wish his lady good day, and attempted to wake her up in a pleasant enough fashion, so that she should not be angry, but she sunk in the heavy slumbers of the morning, replied the action. Leave me alone, Charles. Oh, said the constable, hearing the name of a saint who was not one of his patrons, I have a Charles on my head. Then, without touching his wife, he jumped out of the bed, and ran upstairs with his face flaming and his sword drawn, to the place where slept the countess's maid-servant, convinced that the said servant had a finger in the pie. Wench of hell, cried he, to commence the discharge of his passion, say thy prayers, for I intend to kill thee instantly, because of the secret practices of Charles who comes here. Monseigneur, replied the woman, who told you that? Stand steady, that I may rip thee at one blow if you do not confess to me every assignation given, and in what manner they have been arranged. If thy tongue gets entangled, if thou falterest, I will pierce thee with my dagger. Pierce me through, replied the girl, you will learn nothing. The constable, having taken this excellent reply amiss, ran her through on the spot, so mad was he with rage, and came back into his wife's chamber and said to his groom, whom, awakened by the shrieks of the girl, he met upon the stairs, go upstairs. I've corrected Billet rather severely. Before he reappeared in the presence of Bond, he went to fetch his son, who was sleeping like a child, and led him roughly into her room. The mother opened her eyes pretty widely, you may imagine, at the cries of her little one, and was greatly terrified at seeing him in the hands of her husband, who had his right hand all bloody, and cast a fierce glance on the mother and son. What is the matter? Said she. Madam, asked the man of quick execution, this child, is he the fruit of my loins, or those of Savoisy, your lover? At this question Bond turned pale, and sprang upon her son like a frightened frog leaping into the water. He is really ours, said she. If you do not wish to see his head roll at your feet, confess yourself to me, and no prevarication. You have given me a lieutenant. Indeed. Who is he? It is not be Savoisy, and I will never say the name of man that I don't know. Thereupon the constable rose, took his wife by the arm to cut her speech with a blow of the sword, but she, casting upon him an imperial glance, cried, Kill me if you will, but touch me not. You shall live, replied the husband, because I reserve you for a chastisement more ample than death. And doubting the inventions, snares, arguments, and artifices familiar to women in these desperate situations, of which they study night and day the variations, by themselves, or between themselves, he departed with this rude and bitter speech. He went instantly to interrogate his servants, presenting to them a face divinely terrible. So all of them replied to him as they would to God the Father on the judgment day, when each of us will be called to his account. None of them knew the serious mischief which was at the bottom of these summary interrogations and crafty interlocutions, but from all that they said, the constable came to the conclusion that no male in his house was in the business, except one of his dogs, whom he found dumb, and to whom he had given the post of watching the gardens. So taking him in his hands, he strangled him with rage. This fact incited him by induction to suppose that the other constable came into his house by the garden, of which the only entrance was a postern opening on to the water side. It is necessary to explain to those who are ignorant of it, the locality of the Hotel d'Armagnac, which had a notable situation near to the royal houses of Street Paul. On this site has since been built the Hotel of Longueville. Then, as at the present time, the residence of d'Armagnac had a porch of fine stone in Rue Street Antoine, was fortified at all points, and the high walls by the river side, in face of the Ile du Vaques, in the part where now stands the port of La Grève, were finished with little towers. The design of these has for a long time been shown at the house of Cardinal Duprat, the King's Chancellor. The constable ransacked his brains, and at the bottom, from his finest stratagems, drew the best, and fitted it so well to the present case, that the gallant would be certain to be taken like a hare in the trap. "Stith," said he, "my planter of horns is taken, and I have the time now to think how I shall finish him off. Now this is the order of battle which this grand hairy captain who waged such glorious war against Duke Jean Sans commanded for the assault of his secret enemy. He took a goodly number of his most loyal and adroit archers, and placed them on the quay tower, ordering them under the heaviest penalties to draw without distinction of persons, except his wife, on those of his household who should attempt to leave the gardens, and to admit therein, either by night or by day, the favoured gentleman. The same was done on the porch side, in the Rue d'Antoine. The retainers, even the chaplain, were ordered not to leave the house under pain of death. Then the guard of the two sides of the hotel having been committed to the soldiers of a company of ordnance, who were ordered to keep a sharp lookout in the side streets, it was certain that the unknown lover to whom the constable was indebted for his pair of horns would be taken warm, when, knowing nothing, he should come at the accustomed hour of love to insolently plant his standard in the heart of the legitimate appurtenances of the said Lord Count. It was a trap into which the most expert man would fall unless he was seriously protected by the fates, as was the good Saint Peter by the Saviour when he prevented him going to the bottom of the sea the day when they had a fancy to try if the sea were as solid as terra firma. The constable had business with the inhabitants of Poissy, and was obliged to be in the saddle after dinner, so that, knowing his intention, the poor Countess Bond determined at night to invite her young gallant to that charming duel in which she was always the stronger. While the constable was making round his hotel a girdle of spies and of death, and hiding his people near the postern to seize the gallant as he came out, not knowing where he would spring from, his wife was not amusing herself by threading peas nor seeking black cows in the embers. First, the maid-servant who had been stuck, unstuck herself and dragged herself to her mistress. She told her that her outraged lord knew nothing, and that before giving up the ghost she would comfort her dear mistress by assuring her that she could have perfect confidence in her sister, who was laundress in the hotel, and was willing to let herself be chopped up as small as sausage meat to please madam. That she was the most adroit and roguish woman in the neighbourhood, and renowned from the council chamber to the Trahoy cross among the common people, and fertile in invention for the desperate cases of love. Then, while weeping for the decease of her good chamberwoman, the countess sent for the laundress, made her leave her tubs and join her in rummaging the bag of good tricks, wishing to save Savoisy, even at the price of her future salvation. First of all the two women determined to let him know their lord and master's suspicion, and beg him to be careful. Now behold the good washerwoman who, carrying her tub like a mule, attempts to leave the hotel. But at the porch she found a man-at-arms who turned a deaf ear to all the blandishments of the wash-tub. Then she resolved, from her great devotion, to take the soldier on his weak side, and she tickled him so with her fondling that he romped very well with her, although he was armor-plated ready for battle. But when the game was over, he still refused to let her go into the street, and although she tried to get herself a passport sealed by some of the handsomest, believing them more gallant, neither the archers, men-at-arms, nor others, dared open for her the smallest entrance of the house. "You are wicked and ungrateful wretches," said she, "not to render me a like service." Luckily at this employment she learned everything, and came back in great haste to her mistress, to whom she recounted the strange machinations of the Count. The two women held a fresh council and had not considered the time it takes to sing Alleluia twice, these warlike appearances, watches, defences, unequivocal, specious, and diabolical orders and dispositions before they recognized by the sixth sense with which all females are furnished the special danger which threatened the poor lover. Madame, having learned that she alone had leave to quit the house, ventured quickly to profit by her right, but she did not go the length of a bout-shot, since the constable had ordered 4 of his pages to be always on duty ready to accompany the Countess, and 2 of the ensigns of his company not to leave her. Then the poor lady returned to her chamber, weeping as much as all the Magdalens when seizing the church pictures could weep together. "Alas," said she, "my lover must then be killed, and I shall never see him again. He whose words were so sweet, whose manners were so graceful, that lovely head that had so often rested on my knees, will now be bruised. What? Can I not throw to my husband an empty and valueless head in place of the one full of charms and worth? A rank head for a sweet-smelling one, a hated head for a head of love." "Madam," cried the washerwoman, "suppose we dress up in the garments of a nobleman, the steward's son, who is mad for me, and wearies me much, and having thus accoutred him, we push him out through the postern." Thereupon the two women looked at each other with assassinating eyes. "This marplot," said she, "once slain, all those soldiers will fly away like geese." "Yes, but will not the Count recognize the wretch?" And the Countess, striking her breast, exclaimed, shaking her head, "No, no, my dear, here it is noble blood that must be spilt without stint." Then she thought a little, and jumping with joy, suddenly kissed the laundress, saying, "Because I have saved my lover's life by your counsel, I will pay you for his life until death." Thereupon the Countess dried her tears, put on the face of the bride, shook her little bag and a prayer book, and went towards the church of St. Paul, whose bells she heard ringing, seeing that the last mass was about to be said. In this sweet devotion the Countess never failed, being a showy woman, like all the ladies of the court. Now this was called the full-dress mass, because none but fops, fashionables, young gentlemen and ladies puffed out and highly scented, were to be met there. In fact, no dresses were seen there without armorial bearings, and no spurs that were not gilt. So the Countess of Bonn departed, leaving at the hotel the laundress much astonished, and charged to keep her eyes about her, and came with great pomp to the church, accompanied by her pages, the 2 ensigns and men-at-arms. It is here necessary to say that among the band of the gallant knights who frisked round the ladies in church, the Countess had more than one whose joy she was, and who had given his heart to her, after the fashion of youths who put down enough and to spare upon their tablets, only in order to make a conquest of at least one out of a great number. Among these birds of fine prey, who with open beaks looked oftener between the benches and the paternosters than towards the altar and the priests, There was one upon whom the Countess sometimes bestowed the charity of a glance, because he was less trifling and more deeply smitten than all the others. This one remained bashful, always stuck against the same pillar, never moving from it, but readily ravished with the sight alone of this lady whom he had chosen as his. His pale face was softly melancholy. His physiognomy gave proof of fine heart, one of those which nourish ardent passions and plunge delightedly into the despairs of love without hope. Of these people there are few, because ordinarily one likes more a certain thing than the unknown felicities lying and flourishing at the bottommost depths of the soul. This said gentleman, although his garments were well made, and clean and neat, having even a certain amount of taste shown in the arrangement, seemed to the constable's wife to be a poor knight seeking fortune, and come from afar, with his nobility for his portion. Now partly from a suspicion of his secret poverty, partly because she was well beloved by him, and a little because he had a good countenance, fine black hair, and a good figure, and remained humble and submissive in all, the constable's wife desired for him the favour of women and of fortune, not to let his gallantries stand idle, and from a good housewifely idea, she fired his imagination according to her fantasies, by certain small favours and little looks which serpented towards him like biting adders, trifling with the happiness of this young life, like a princess accustomed to play with objects more precious than a simple knight. In fact, her husband risked the whole kingdom as you would a penny at piquet. Finally, it was only 3 days since, at the conclusion of vespers, that the constable's wife pointed out to the Queen this follower of love, said laughingly, "There's a man of quality." This sentence remained in the fashionable language. Later it became accustomed so to designate the people of the court. It was to the wife of the constable d'Armagnac, and to no other source, that the French language has indebted for this charming expression. By a lucky chance the Countess had surmised correctly concerning this gentleman. He was a bannerless knight, named Julian de Boisbredon, who, not having inherited on his estate enough to make a toothpick, and knowing no other wealth than the rich nature with which his dead mother had opportunely furnished him, conceived the idea of deriving therefrom both rent and profit at court, knowing how fond ladies are of those good revenues, and value them high and dear, when they can stand being looked at between two suns. There are many like him who have thus taken the narrow road of women to make their way, but he, far from arranging his love in measured qualities, spent funds and all, as soon as he came to the full dress mass, he saw the triumphant beauty of the Countess Bonne. Then he fell really in love, which was a grand thing for his crowns, because he lost both thirst and appetite. This love is of the worst kind, because it incites you to the love of diet. During the diet of love, a double malady, of which one is sufficient to extinguish a man. 151s. Full page image, medium size. Such was the young gentleman of whom the good lady had thought, and towards whom she came quickly to invite him to his death. On entering she saw the poor chevalier, who, faithful to his pleasure, awaited her, his back against a pillar, as a sick man longs for the sun, the springtime, and the dawn. Then she turned away her eyes, and wished to go to the Queen and request her assistance in this desperate case, for she took pity on her lover. But one of the captains said to her, with great appearance of respect, "Madam, we have orders not to allow you to speak with man or woman, even though it should be the Queen or your confessor. And remember that the lives of all of us are at stake." "Is it not your business to die?" said she. "And also to obey," replied the soldier. Then the Countess knelt down in her accustomed place, and again regarding her faithful slave, found his face thinner and more deeply lined than ever it had been. "Bah," said she, "I shall have less remorse for his death, he is half dead as it is." With this paraphrase of her idea, she cast upon the said gentleman one of those warm ogles that are only allowable to princesses and harlots, and the false love which her lovely eyes bore witness to, gave a pleasant pang to the glance of the pillar. Who does not love the warm attack of life when it flows thus around the heart and engulfs everything? Madame recognized with a pleasure, always fresh in the minds of women, the omnipotence of her magnificent regard by the answer which, without saying a word, the Chevalier made to it. And in fact, the blushes which empurpled his cheeks spoke better than the best speeches of the Greek and Latin orators, and were well understood. At this sweet sight, the Countess, to make sure that it was not a freak of nature, took pleasure in experimentalizing how far the virtue of her eyes would go, and after having heated her slave more than 30 times, she was confirmed in her belief that he would bravely die for her. This idea so touched her, that from 3 repetitions between her orisons she was tickled with the desire to put into a lump all the joys of man, and to dissolve them for him in one single glance of love, in order that she should not one day be reproached with having not only dissipated the life, but also the happiness of this gentleman. When the officiating priest turned round to sing the "Off you go" to this fine gilded flock, the constable's wife went out by the side of the pillar where her courtier was, passed in front of him and endeavoured to insinuate into his understanding by a speaking glance that he was to follow her, and to make positive the intelligence and significant interpretation of this gentle appeal. The artful jade turned round again a little after passing him to again request his company. She saw that he had moved a little from his place, and dared not advance, so modest was he, that upon this last sign, the gentleman, sure of not being over-credulous, mixed with the crowd with little and noiseless steps, like an innocent who is afraid of venturing into one of those good places people call bad ones. And whether he walked behind or in front, to the right or to the left, my lady bestowed upon him a glistening glance to allure him the more and the better to draw him to her, like a fisher who gently jerks the lines in order to hook the gudgeon. To be brief, the Countess practised so well the profession of the daughters of pleasure when they work to bring grist into their mills, that one would have said nothing resembled a harlot so much as a woman of high birth. And indeed, on arriving at the porch of her hotel, the Countess hesitated to enter therein, and again turned her face towards the poor Chevalier to invite him to accompany her, discharging at him so diabolical a glance, that he ran to the queen of his heart, believing himself to be called by her. Thereupon, she offered him her hand, and both boiling and trembling from the contrary causes found themselves inside the house. At this wretched hour, Madame d'Armagnac was ashamed of having done all these harlotries to the prophet of death, and of betraying Savoisy the better to save him, but this slight remorse was lame as the greater, and came tardily. Seeing everything ready, the Countess leaned heavily upon her vassal's arm, and said to him, "Come quickly to my room. It is necessary that I should speak with you." And he, not knowing that his life was in peril, found no voice wherewith to reply, so much did the hope of approaching happiness choke him. When the laundress saw this handsome gentleman so quickly hooked, "Ah," said she, "these ladies of the court are best at such work." Then she honoured this courtier with a profound salutation, in which was depicted the ironical respect due to those who have the great courage to die for so little. "Pecad," said the constable's lady, drawing the laundress to her by the skirt, "I have not the courage to confess to him the reward with which I am about to pay his silent love and his charming belief in the loyalty of women." "Bah, madam, why tell him? Send him away well contented by the postern. So many men die in war for nothing, cannot this one die for something? I'll produce another like him if that will console you." "Come along," cried the Countess, "I will confess all to him. That will be the punishment for my sins." thinking that this lady was arranging with her servants certain trifling provisions and secret things in order not to be disturbed in the interview she had promised him. The unknown lover kept at a discreet distance, looking at the flies. Nevertheless, he thought that the Countess was very bold, but also, as even the hunchback would have done, he found 1,000 reasons to justify her, and thought himself quite worthy to inspire such recklessness. He was lost in those good thoughts when the constable's wife opened the door of her chamber, and invited the Chevalier to follow her in. There his noble lady cast aside all the apparel of her lofty fortune, and falling at the feet of this gentleman, became a simple woman. "Alas, sweet sir," said she, "I have acted vilely towards you. Listen. On your departure from this house, you will meet your death. The love which I feel for another has bewildered me, and without being able to hold his place here, you will have to take it before his murderers. This is the joy to which I have bidden you." "Ah," replied Balzac, interring in the depths of his heart a dark despair, "I am grateful to you for having made use of me as of something which belonged to you. Yes, I love you so much that every day I have dreamed of offering you in imitation of the ladies, a thing that can be given but once. Take, then, my life." And the poor Chevalier, in saying this, gave her one glance to suffice for all the time he would have been able to look at her through the long days. Hearing these brave and loving words, Bond rose suddenly. "Ah, were it not for Savoy, how I would love thee," said she. "Alas, my fate is then accomplished," replied Balzac. "My horoscope predicted that I should die by the love of a great lady. Ah, God," said he, clutching his good sword, "I will sell my life dearly, but I shall die content in thinking that my decease ensures the happiness of her I love. I should live better in her memory than in reality." At the sight of the gesture and the beaming face of this courageous man, the constable's wife was pierced to the heart. But soon she was wounded to the quick because he seemed to wish to leave her without even asking of her the smallest favour. "Come, that I may arm you," said she to him, making an attempt to kiss him. "Ah, my lady love," replied he, moistening with a gentle tear the fire of his eyes. "Would you render my death impossible by attaching too great a value to my life?" "Come," cried she, overcome by this intense love, "I do not know what the end of all this will be, but come, afterwards we will go and perish together at the postern." The same flame leapt in their hearts, the same harmony had struck for both. They embraced each other with a rapture in the delicious success of that mad fever which you know well, I hope. They fell into a profound forgetfulness of the dangers of Savoy, of themselves, of the constable, of death, of life, of everything. Meanwhile the watchman at the porch had gone to inform the constable of the arrival of the gallant, and to tell him how the infatuated gentleman had taken no notice of the winks which, during mass and on the road, the Countess had given him in order to prevent his destruction. They met their master arriving in great haste at the postern, because on their side the archers of the quay had whistled to him afar off, saying to him, "The Sire de Savoy has passed in." And indeed Savoy had come at the appointed hour, and like all the lovers, thinking only of his lady, he had not seen the Count's spies and had slipped in at the postern. This collision of lovers was the cause of the constable's cutting short the words of those who came from the Rue Street Antoine, saying to them with a gesture of authority, that they did not think wise to disregard. "I know that the animal is taken." Thereupon all rushed with a great noise through this said postern, crying, "Death to him! Death to him!" And men-at-arms, archers, the constable, and the captains, all rushed full tilt upon Charles Savoy, the king's nephew, who they attacked under the Countess's window, where by a strange chance, the groans of the poor young man were dolorously exhaled, mingled with the yells of the soldiers, at the same time as passionate sighs and cries were given forth by the two lovers, who hastened up in great fear. "Ah," said the Countess, turning pale from terror, "Savoy is dying for me." "But I will live for you," replied Boisbriden, "and shall esteem it a joy to pay the same price for my happiness as he has done." "Hide yourself in the clothes chest," cried the Countess. "I hear the constable's footsteps." And indeed D'Armagnac appeared very soon with the head in his hand, and putting it all bloody on the mantel-shelf. "Behold, madam," said he, "a picture which will enlighten you concerning the duties of a wife towards her husband." "You have killed an innocent man," replied the Countess, without changing colour. "Savoy was not my lover." And with this speech she looked proudly at the constable with a face marked by so much dissimulation and feminine audacity, that the husband stood looking as foolish as a girl who has allowed a note to escape her below, before a numerous company, and he was afraid of having made a mistake. "Of whom were you thinking this morning?" asked he. "I was dreaming of the king," said she. "Then, my dear, why not have told me so? Would you have believed me in the bestial passion you were in?" The constable scratched his ear and replied, "But how came Savoy with the key of the postern?" "I don't know," she said, curtly, "if you will have the goodness to believe what I have said to you." And his wife turned lightly on her heel like a weathercock turned by the wind, pretending to go and look after the household affairs. You can imagine that D'Armagnac was greatly embarrassed with the head of poor Savoy, and that for his part Boisbriden had no desire to cough while listening to the Count, who was growling to himself all sorts of words. At length the constable struck 2 heavy blows over the table and said, "I'll go and attack the inhabitants of Poissy." Then he departed, and when the night was come Boisbriden escaped from the house in some disguise or other. Poor Savoy was sorely lamented by his lady, who had done all that a woman could do to save her lover, and later he was more than wept. He was regretted, for the Countess having related this adventure to Queen Isabella, Her Majesty seduced Boisbriden from the service of her cousin and put him to her own. So much was she touched with the qualities and firm courage of this gentleman. Boisbriden was a man whom danger had well recommended to the ladies. In fact, he comported himself so proudly in everything in the lofty fortune which the Queen had made for him, that having badly treated King Charles one day when the poor man was in his proper senses, the courtiers, jealous of favour, informed the king of his cuckoldom. Boisbriden was in a moment sewn in a sack and thrown into the Seine, near the ferry at Charenton, as everyone knows. I have no need add that since the day when the constable took it into his head to play thoughtlessly with knives, his good wife utilized so well the 2 deaths he had caused and threw them so often in his face, that she made him as soft as a cat's paw and put him in the straight road of marriage, and he proclaimed her a modest and virtuous constable's lady, as indeed she was. As this book should, according to the maxims of great ancient authors, join certain useful things to the good laughs which you will find therein and contain precepts of high taste, I beg to inform you that the quintessence of the story is this, that women need never lose their heads in serious cases, because the God of love never abandons them, especially when they are beautiful, young, and of the good family, and that gallants when going to keep an amorous assignation should never go the like giddy young men, but carefully, and keep a sharp lookout near the burrow, to avoid falling into certain traps and to preserve themselves, for after a good woman the most precious thing is, certes, a pretty gentleman. The Maid of Phyllis. The Lord of Valenne, a pleasant place, of which the castle is not far from the town of Phyllis, had taken a mean wife, who by reason of taste or antipathy, pleasure or displeasure, health or sickness, allowed her good husband to abstain from those pleasures stipulated for in all contracts of marriage. In order to be just, it should be stated that the above-mentioned lord was a dirty and ill-favoured person, always hunting wild animals and not the more entertaining than is a room full of smoke. And what is more, the said sportsman was all 60 years of age, on which subject, however, he was as silent as a hempen widow on the subject of rope. But nature, which the crooked, the bandy-legged, the blind, and the ugly abuse so unmercifully here below, and have no more esteem for her than the well-favoured, since, like workers of tapestry, they know not what they do, gives the same appetite to all, and to all the same mouth for pudding. So every beast finds a mate, and from the same fact comes the proverb, there is no pot, however ugly, that does not one day find a cover. Now the Lord of Valence searched everywhere for nice little pots to cover, and often, in addition to wild, he hunted tame animals, but this kind of game was scarce in the land, and it was an expensive affair to discover a maid. At length, however, by reason of much ferreting about and much inquiry, it happened that the Lord of Valence was informed that Earthiness was the widow of a weaver who had real treasure in the person of a little damsel of 16 years, whom she had never allowed to leave her apron strings, and whom, with great maternal forethought, she always accompanied when the calls of nature demanded her obedience. She had her to sleep with her in her own bed, watched over her, got her up in the morning, and put her to such a work that between the twain they gained about 8 pennies a day. On fete days she took her to the church, scarcely giving her a spare moment to exchange a merry word with the young people. Above all was she strict in keeping hands off the maiden. 161s. Full-page image, medium size. But the times were just then so hard that the widow and her daughter had only bread enough to save them from dying of hunger, and as they lodged with one of their poor relations, they often wanted wood in winter and clothes in summer, owing an affront to frightened sergeants of justice, men who are not easily frightened at the deaths of others. In short, while the daughter was increasing in beauty, the mother was increasing in poverty, and ran into debt on account of her daughter's virginity, as an alchemist will for the crucible in which his all is cast. As soon as his plans were arranged and perfect, one rainy day the said Lord of Valence by a mere chance came into the hovel of the 2 spinners, and in order to dry himself sent for some faggots to places close by. While waiting for them, he sat on a stool between the 2 poor women. By means of the grey shadows and half-light of the cabin, he saw the sweet countenance of the maid of Phyllis. Her arms were red and firm, her breasts hard as bastions, which kept the cold from her heart, her waist round as a young oak and all fresh and clean and pretty, like the first frost, green and tender as an April bud. In fact, she resembled all that is prettiest in the world. She had eyes of a modest and virtuous blue, with a look more coy than that of the Virgin, for she was less forward, never having had a child. Had any one said to her, "Come, let us make love," she would have said, "Love? What is that?" She was so innocent and so little open to the comprehensions of the thing. The good old lord twisted about upon his stool, eyeing the maid and stretching his neck like a monkey trying to catch nuts, which the mother noticed, but said not a word, being in fear of the lord to whom the whole of the country belonged. When the faggot was put into the grate and flared up, the good hunter said to the old woman, "Ah, that warms one almost as much as your daughter's eyes." "But alas, my lord," said she, "we have nothing to cook on that fire." "Oh, yes," replied he. "What?" "Ah, my good woman, lend your daughter to my wife, who has need of a good handmaiden. We will give you 2 faggots every day." "Oh, my lord, what could I cook at such a good fire?" "Why," replied the old rascal, "good broth, for I will give you a measure of corn in season." Then, replied the old hag, where shall I put it? In your dish, answered the purchaser of innocence. But I have neither dish nor flour bin, nor anything. Well, I will give you dishes and flour bins, saucepans, flagons, a good bed with curtains, and everything. Yes, replied the good widow, but the rain would spoil them. I have no house. You can see from here, replied the lord, the house of Latinisms, where lived my poor huntsman Pilgrim, who was ripped up by a boar. Yes, said the old woman. Well, you can make yourself at home for the rest of your days. By my faith, cried the mother, letting fall her distaff, do you mean what you say? Yes. Well, then, what will you give my daughter? All that she is willing to gain in my service. Oh, my lord, you are a-joking. No, said he. Yes, said she. By street Gatium, street Elither, and by the 1,000,000,000 saints who are in heaven, I swear that. Ah, well, if you were not jesting, I should like those faggots to pass through the hands of the notary. By the blood of Christ and the charms of your daughter, am I not a gentleman? Is not my word good enough? Ah, well, I don't say that it is not, but as true as I am a poor spinner, I love my child too much to leave her. She is too young and weak at present. She will break down in service. Yesterday, in his sermon, the vicar said that we should have to answer to God for our children. There, said the Lord, go and find the notary. An old woodcutter ran to the scrivener, who came and drew up a contract, to which the Lord of Valence then put his cross, not knowing how to write, and when all was signed and sealed. Well, old lady, said he, now you are no longer answerable to God for the virtue of your child. Ah, my lord, the vicar said, until the age of reason, and my child is quite reasonable. Then turning towards her, she added, Marifique, that which is dearest to you is your honour, and there where you are going everyone, without counting my lord, will try to rob you of it, but you see well what it is worth. For that reason do not lose it save willingly and in proper manner. Now, in order not to contaminate your virtue before God and before man, except for a legitimate motive, take heed that your chance of marriage be not damaged beforehand, otherwise you will go to the bad. Yes, dear mother, replied the maid. And thereupon she left the poor abode of her relation, and came to the chateau of Valence, there to serve my lady, who found her both pretty and to her taste. When the people of Valence, Sash, Villains, and other places, learned the high price given for the maid of Phyllis, the good housewives, recognizing the fact that nothing is more profitable than virtue, endeavored to nourish and bring up their daughters virtuous, but the business was as risky as that of rearing silkworms, which are liable to perish, since innocence is like a medlar, and ripens quickly on the straw. There were, however, some girls noted for it in Turin, who passed for virgins in the convents of the religious, but I cannot vouch for those, not having proceeded to verify them in the manner laid down by Virgil, in order to make sure of the perfect virtue of women. However, Marifique followed the wise counsel of her mother, and would take no notice of the soft requests, honeyed words, or apish tricks of her master, unless they were flavoured with a promise of marriage. When the old lord tried to kiss her, she would put her back up like a cat at the approach of a dog, crying out, I will tell madam. In short, at the end of 6 months he had not even recovered the price of a single fagot. From her labour Marifique became harder and firmer. Sometimes she would reply to the gentle request of her master, when you have taken it from me, will you give it me back again? Another time she would say, if I were as full of holes as a sieve, not one should be for you, so ugly do I think you. The good old man took these village sayings for flowers of innocence, and ceased not make little signs to her, long harangues and 100 vows and sermons, for by reason of seeing the fine breasts of the maid, her plump hips, which at certain movements came into prominent relief, and by reason of admiring other things capable of inflaming the mind of a saint, this dear man became enamoured of her with an old man's passion, which augments in geometrical proportions as opposed to the passions of young men, because the old men love with their weakness which grows greater, and the young with their strength which grows less. In order to leave this headstrong girl no loophole for refusal, the old lord took into his confidence the steward, whose age was 70-odd years, and made him understand that he ought to marry in order to keep his body warm, and that Marie Fouquet was the very girl to suit him. The old steward, who had gained £300 by different services about the house, desired to live quietly without opening the front door again, but his good master begged him to marry to please him, assuring him that he need not trouble about his wife. So the good steward wandered out of sheer good nature into this marriage. The day of the wedding, bereft of all her reasons, and not able to find objections to her pursuer, she made him give her a fat settlement and dowry as the price of her conquest, and then gave the old knave leave to wink at her as often as he could, promising him as many embraces as he had given grains of wheat to her mother. But at his age a bushel was sufficient. The festivities over, the lord did not fail, as soon as his wife had retired, to wend his way towards the well-glazed, well-carpeted, and pretty room where he had lodged his lass, his money, his fagots, his house, his wheat, and his steward. To be brief, know that he found the maid of Phyllis the sweetest girl in the world, as pretty as anything, by the soft light of the fire which was gleaming in the chimney, snug between the sheets, and with a sweet odour about her, as a young maiden should have, and in fact he had no regret for the great price of this jewel. Not being able to restrain himself from hurrying over the first mouthfuls of this royal morsel, the lord treated her more as a past master than a young beginner. So the happy man by too much gluttony managed badly, and in fact knew nothing of the sweet business of love. Finding which, the good wench said, after a minute or two, to her old cavalier, "My lord, if you are there, as I think you are, give a little more swing to your bells." From this saying, which became spread about, I know not how, Marie Fouquet became famous, and it is still said in our country, she is a maid of Phyllis, in mockery of a bride, and to signify a frickinelle. Frickinelle is said of a girl I do not wish you to find in your arms on your wedding night, unless you have been brought up in the philosophy of Zeno, which puts up with anything, and there are many people obliged to be stoics in this funny situation, which is often met with, for nature turns, but changes not, and there are always good maids of Phyllis to be found in Turin, and elsewhere. Now if you asked me in what consists, or where comes in, the moral of this tale, I am at liberty to reply to the ladies, that the Saint Constitutes are made more to teach the moral of pleasure than to procure pleasure of pointing a moral. But if it were a used-up old rascal who asked me, I should say to him with all the respect due to his yellow or grey locks, that God wishes to punish the Lord of Valence for trying to purchase a jewel made to be given. The brothers in RMS. At the commencement of the reign of King Henry II of the name, who loved so well the fair Diana, there existed still a ceremony of which the usage has since become much weakened, and which has altogether disappeared, like an infinity of the good things of the olden times. This fine and noble custom was the choice which all knights made of a brother-in-arms. After having recognized each other as two loyal and brave men, each one of this pretty couple was married for life to the other. Both became brothers. The one had to defend the other in battling against the enemies who threatened him, and at court against the friends who slandered him. In the absence of his companion, the other was expected to say to one who should have accused his good brother of any disloyalty, wickedness or dark felony, "You have lied by your throat, and so go into the field instantly, so sure was the one of the honour of the other. There is no need to add that the one was always the second of the other in all affairs, good or evil, and that they shared all good or evil fortune. They were better than the brothers who are only united by the hazard of nature, since they were fraternized by the bonds of an especial sentiment, involuntary and mutual, and thus the fraternity of arms has produced splendid characters, as brave as those of the ancient Greeks, Romans, or others. But this is not my subject. The history of these things has been written by the historians of our country, and everyone knows them. Now at this time 2 young gentlemen of Turin, of whom one was the cadet of Mail, and the other Sire de Lavalier, became brothers in arms on the day they gained their spurs. They were leaving the house of Monsieur de Montmorency, where they had been nourished with the good doctrines of this great captain, and had shown how contagious is valour in such good company, for at the battle of Ravenna they merited the praises of the oldest knights. It was in the thick of this fierce fight that Mail, saved by the said Lavalier, with whom he had had a quarrel or two, perceived that this gentleman had a noble heart. As they had each received slashes in the doublets, they baptized their fraternity with their blood, and were ministered to together in one and the same bed under the tent of Monsieur de Montmorency, their master. It is necessary to inform you that, contrary to the custom of his family, which was always to have a pretty face, the cadet of Mail was not of a pleasing physiognomy, and had scarcely any beauty but that of the devil. For the rest he was lithe as a greyhound, broad-shouldered and strongly built as King Pupin, who was a terrible antagonist. On the other hand, the Sire de Lavalier was a dainty fellow, for whom seemed to have been invented rich laces, silken hose, and cancellated shoes. His long dark locks were pretty as a lady's ringlets, and he was, to be brief, her child with whom all the women would be glad to play. One day the Dauphine, niece of the Pope, said laughingly to the Queen of Navarre, who did not dislike these little jokes, that this page was a plaster to cure every ache, which caused the pretty little Turanian to blush, because, being only 16, he took this gallantry as a reproach. Now on his return from Italy the cadet of Mail found the slipper of marriage ready for his foot, which his mother had obtained for him in the person of Mademoiselle Dannebaut, who was a graceful maiden of good appearance, and well furnished with everything, having a splendid hotel in the Rue Barbet, with handsome furniture and Italian paintings and many considerable lands to inherit. Some days after the death of King Francis, a circumstance which planted terror in the heart of everyone, because his said Majesty had died in consequence of an attack of the Neapolitan sickness, and that for the future there would be no security even with princesses of the highest birth, the above-named Mail was compelled to quit the court in order to go and arrange certain affairs of great importance in Piedmont. You may be sure that he was very loath to leave his good wife, so young, so delicate, so sprightly, in the midst of the dangers, temptations, snares and pitfalls of this gallant assemblage, which comprised so many handsome fellows, bold as eagles, proud of mine, and as fond of women as the people are partial to paschal hams. In this state of intense jealousy everything made him ill at ease, but by dint of much thinking, it occurred to him to make sure of his wife in the manner about to be related. He invited his good brother-in-arms to come at daybreak on the morning of his departure. Now directly he heard Lavalier's horse in the courtyard, he leapt out of bed, leaving his sweet and fair better half sleeping that gentle, dreamy, dozing sleep so beloved by dainty ladies and lazy people. Lavalier came to him, and the 2 companions, hidden in the embrasure of the window, greeted each other with a loyal clasp of the hand, and immediately Lavalier said to Mail, "I should have been here last night in answer to thy summons, but I had a love suit on with my lady, who had given me an assignation. I could in no way fail to keep it, but I quitted her at dawn. Shall I accompany thee? I have told her of thy departure. She has promised me to remain without any amo. We have made a compact. If she deceives me, well, a friend is worth more than a mistress. Oh, my good brother, replied the male, quite overcome with these words, I wish to demand of thee a still higher proof of thy brave heart. Wilt thou take charge of my wife, defend her against all, be her guide, keep her in check, and answer to me for the integrity of my head? Thou canst stay here during my absence, in the green room, and be my wife's cavalier. Lovelier knitted his brow and said, It is neither thee nor thy wife that I fear, but evil-minded people, who will take advantage of this to entangle us like skeins of silk. Do not be afraid of me, replied male, clasping Lovelier to his breast. If it be the divine will of the Almighty that I should have the misfortune to be a cuckold, I should be less grieved if it were to your advantage. But by my faith I should die of grief, for my life is bound up in my good, young, virtuous wife. Saying which, he turned away his head, in order that Lovelier should not perceive the tears in his eyes. But the fine courtier saw this flow of water, and taking the hand of male, Brother, said he to him, I swear to thee on my honour as a man, that before anyone lays a finger on thy wife, he shall have felt my dagger in the depth of his veins. And unless I should die, thou shalt find her on thy return, intact in body if not in heart, because thought is beyond the control of gentlemen. It is then decreed above, exclaimed male, that I shall always be thy servant and thy debtor. Thereupon the comrade departed, in order not to be inundated with the tears, exclamations, and other expressions of grief which ladies make use of when saying farewell. Lovelier, having conducted him to the gate of the town, came back to the hotel, waited until Marie Danebout was out of bed, informed her of the departure of her good husband, and offered to place himself at her orders, in such a graceful manner, that the most virtuous woman would have been tickled with a desire to keep such a knight to herself. But there was no need of this fine paternoster to indoctrinate the lady, seeing that she had listened to the discourse of the two friends, and was greatly offended at her husband's doubt. Alas! God alone is perfect. In all the ideas of men there is always a bad side, and it is therefore a great science in life, but an impossible science, to take hold of everything, even a stick by the right end. The cause of the great difficulty there is in pleasing the ladies is, that there is it in them a thing which is more woman than they are, and but for the respect which is due to them, I would use another word. Now we should never awaken the fantasy of this malevolent thing. The perfect government of woman is a task to rend a man's heart, and we are compelled to remain in perfect submission to them. That is, I imagine, the best manner in which to solve the most agonizing enigma of marriage. Now Marie Danebout was delighted with the bearing and offers of this gallant, but there was something in his smile which indicated a malicious idea, and, to speak plainly, the intention of putting her young guardian between honour and pleasure, to regale him so with love, to surround him with so many little attentions, to pursue him with such warm glances, that he would be faithless to friendship, to the advantage of gallantry. Everything was in perfect trim for the carrying out of her design, because of the companionship which the Saint Livelier would be obliged to have with her during his stay in the hotel, and as there is nothing in the world can turn a woman from her whim, at every turn the artful jade was ready to catch him in a trap. At times she would make him remain seated near her by the fire, until 12 o'clock at night, singing soft refrains, and at every opportunity showed her fair shoulders, and the white temptations of which her corset was full, and casting upon him 1,000 piercing glances, all without showing in her face the thoughts that surged in her brain. At times she would walk with him in the morning, in the gardens of the hotel, leaning heavily upon his arm, pressing it, sighing, and making him tie the laces of her little shoes, which were always coming undone in that particular place. then it would be those soft words and things which the ladies understand so well, little attentions paid to a guest, such as coming in to see if he were comfortable, if his bed were well made, the room clean, if the ventilation were good, if he felt any draughts in the night, if the sun came in during the day, and asking him to forego none of his usual fancies and habits, saying, "Are you accustomed to take anything in the morning in bed, such as honey, milk, or spice? Do the meal times suit you? I will conform mine to yours, tell me. You are afraid to ask me. Come." She accompanied these coddling little attentions with 100 affected speeches. For instance, on coming into the room she would say, "I am intruding, send me away. You want to be left alone, I will go." And always was she graciously invited to remain. And the cunning madam always came lightly attired, showing samples of her beauty, which would have made a patriarch neigh, even were he as much battered by time as must have been Mr. Methuselah with his 960 years. That good knight being as sharp as a needle, let the lady go on with her tricks, much pleased to see her occupy herself with him, since it was so much gained, that like a loyal brother, he always called her absent husband to the lady's mind. Now one evening, the day had been very warm, Lovelier, suspecting the lady's games, told her that Mail loved her dearly, that she had in him a man of honour, a gentleman who doted on her, and was ticklish on the score of his crown. "Why then, if he is so ticklish in this manner, has he placed you here?" "Was it not a most prudent thing?" replied he. "Was it not necessary to confide you to some defender of your virtue? Not that it needs one save to protect you from wicked men." "Then you are my guardian?" said she. "I am proud of it," exclaimed Lovelier. "Ah," said she, "he has made a very bad choice." This remark was accompanied by a little look, so lewdly lascivious that the good brother-in-arms put on, by way of reproach, a severe countenance, and left the fair lady alone, much piqued at this refusal to commence love's conflict. She remained in deep meditation, and began to search for the real obstacle that she had encountered, for it was impossible that it should enter the mind of any lady, that a gentleman could despise that bagatelle which is of such great price and so high value. Now these thoughts knitted and joined together so well, one fitting into the other, that out of little pieces she constructed a perfect whole, and found herself desperately in love, which should teach the ladies never to play with a man's weapons, seeing that like glue, they always stick to the fingers. By this means Marie d'Annebaut came to a conclusion which she should have known at the commencement, viz., that to keep clear of her snares, the good knight must be smitten with some other lady, and looking round her, to see where her young guest could have found a needle case to his taste, she thought of the fair Lie-Mill, one of Queen Catherine's maids, of Mesdames de Nevers, d'Estrées, and de Giac, all of whom were declared friends of Lovelier, and of the lot he must love one to distraction. From this belief, she added the motive of jealousy to the others which tempted her to seduce her Argus, whom she did not wish to wound, but to perfume, kiss his head, and treat kindly. She was certainly more beautiful, young, and more appetizing and gentle than her rivals, at least, that was the melodious decree of her imaginations. So, urged on by the cords and springs of conscience, and physical causes which affect women, she returned to the charge, to commence a fresh assault upon the heart of the chevalier, for the ladies like that which is well fortified. Then she played the pussycat, and nestled up close to him, became so sweetly sociable, and wheedled so gently, that one evening when she was in a desponding state, although merry enough in her inmost soul, the guardian brother asked her, "What is the matter with you?" To which she replied to him dreamily, being listened to by him as the sweetest music, that she had married Mail against her heart's will, and that she was very unhappy, that she knew not the sweets of love, that her husband did not understand her, and that her life was full of tears. In fact, that she was a maiden in heart and all, since she confessed in marriage she had experienced nothing but the reverse of pleasure. And she added, that surely this holy state should be full of sweetmeats and dainties of love, because all the ladies hurried into it, and hated and were jealous of those who outbid them, for it cost certain people pretty dear, that she was so curious about it that for one good day or night of love, she would give her life, and always be obedient to her lover without a murmur, but that he with whom she would sooner than all others try the experiment would not listen to her, that, nevertheless, the secret of their love might be kept eternally, so great was her husband's confidence in him, and that finally if he still refused it would kill her. And all these paraphrases of the common canticle known to the ladies at their birth were ejaculated between 1,000 pauses, interrupted with sighs torn from the heart, ornamented with quiverings, appeals to heaven, upturned eyes, sudden blushings and clutchings at her hair. In fact, no ingredient of temptation was lacking in the dish, and at the bottom of all these words there was a nipping desire which embellished even its blemishes. The good knight fell at the ladies' feet, and weeping took them and kissed them, and you may be sure the good woman was quite delighted to let him kiss them, and even without looking too carefully to see what she was going to do, she abandoned her dress to him, knowing well that to keep it from sweeping the ground it must be taken at the bottom to raise it, but it was written that for that evening she should be good, for the handsome Lavalier said to her with despair, Madam, I am an unfortunate man and a wretch. Not at all, said she. Alas, the joy of loving you is denied to me. How? Said she. I dare not confess my situation to you. Is it then very bad? You will be ashamed of me. Speak. I will hide my face in my hands. And the cunning madam hid her face in such a way that she could look at her well-beloved between her fingers. Alas, said he, the other evening when you addressed me in such gracious words, I was so treacherously inflamed, that not knowing my happiness to be so near, and not daring to confess my flame to you, I ran to a bordel where all the gentlemen go, and the for love of you, and to save the honour of my brother whose head I should blush to dishonour, I was so badly infected that I am in great danger of dying of the Italian sickness. The lady, seized with terror, gave vent to the cry of a woman in labour, and with great emotion, repulsed him with a gentle little gesture. Poor Lavalier, finding himself in so pitiable state, went out of the room, but he had not even reached the tapestries of the door, when Marie Daneb out again contemplated him, saying to herself, what a pity. Then she fell into a state of great melancholy, pitying in herself the gentleman, and became the more in love with him because he was fruit 3 times forbidden. But for male, said she to him, one evening that she thought him handsomer than unusual, I would willingly take your disease. Together we should then have the same terrors. I love you too well, said the brother, not to be good. And he left her to go to his beautiful lye-mill. You can imagine that being unable to refuse to receive the burning glances of the lady, during mealtimes, and the evenings, there was a fire nourished that warmed them both, but she was compelled to live without touching her cavalier, otherwise than with her eyes. Thus occupied, Marie Daneb was fortified at every point against the gallants of the court, for there are no bounds so impassable as those of love, and no better guardian. It is like the devil, he whom it has in its clutches it surrounds with flames. One evening, Lavalier, having escorted his friend's wife to a dance given by Queen Catherine, he danced with the fair lye-mill, with whom he was madly in love. At that time the knights carried on their amours bravely 2 by 2, and even in troops. Now all the ladies were jealous of La Lye-mill, who at that time was thinking of yielding to the handsome Lavalier. before taking their places in the quadrille, she had given him the sweetest of assignations for the morrow, during the hunt. Our great Queen Catherine, who from political motives fomented these loves and stirred them up, like pastry cooks make the oven fires burn by poking, glanced at all the pretty couples interwoven in the quadrille, and said to her husband, "When they combat here, can they conspire against you, eh? Ah, but the Protestants, bah, have them here as well," said she, laughing. "Why, look at Lovelier, who is suspected to be a Huguenot. He is converted by my dear little Lionel, who does not play her cards badly for a young lady of 16. He will soon have her name down in his list." "Madam, do not believe it," said Marie d'Annebaut. "He is ruined through the same sickness of Naples which made you queen." At this artless confession, Catherine, the fair Diana, and the king, who were sitting together, burst out laughing, and the thing ran round the room. This brought endless shame and mockery upon Lovelier. The poor gentleman, pointed at by everyone, soon wished somebody else in his shoes, for Lionel, who his rivals had not been slow laughingly to warn of her danger, appeared to shrink from her lover, so rapid was the spread, and so violent the apprehensions of this nasty disease. Thus Lovelier found himself abandoned by everyone like a leper. The king made an offensive remark, and the good knight quitted the ballroom, followed by poor Marie in despair at the speech. She had in every way ruined the man she loved. She had destroyed his honor, and marred his life, since the physicians and master surgeons advanced as a fact, incapable of contradiction, that persons Italianized by this love-sickness, lost through it their greatest attractions, as well as their generative powers, and their bones went black. Thus no woman would bind herself in legitimate marriage with the finest gentleman in the kingdom if he were only suspected of being one of those whom Master Francis Rabelais named his very precious scabby ones. As the handsome knight was very silent and melancholy, his companion said to him on the road home from Hercules' house, where the fete had been held, "My dear lord, I have done you a great mischief." "Madam," replied Lovelier, "my hurt is curable, but into what a predicament have you fallen? You should not have been aware of the danger of my love." Said she, "I am sure now always to have you to myself. In exchange for this great obloquy and dishonor, I will be forever your friend, your hostess, and your lady love, more than that, your servant. My determination is to devote myself to you and efface the traces of this shame, to cure you by a watch and ward, and if the learned in these matters declare that the disease has such a hold of you that it will kill you like our defunct sovereign, I must still have your company in order to die gloriously in dying of your complaint. Even then," said she, weeping, "that will not be penance enough to atone for the wrong I have done you." These words were accompanied with big tears. Her virtuous heart waxed faint. She fell to the ground exhausted. Lovelier, terrified, caught her and placed his hand upon her heart, below a breast of matchless beauty. The lady revived at the warmth of this beloved hand, experiencing such exquisite delights as nearly to make her again unconscious. "Alas," said she, "this sly and superficial caress will be for the future the only pleasure of our love. It will still be 100 times better than the joys which poor male fancies he is bestowing on me. Leave your hand there," said she, "verily it is upon my soul, and touches it." At these words the knight was in a pitiful plight, and innocently confessed to the lady that he experienced so much pleasure at this touch that the pains of his malady increased, and that death was preferable to this martyrdom. "Let us die then," said she. But the litter was in the courtyard of the hotel, and as the means of death was not handy, each one slept far from the other, heavenly weighed down with love. Lovelier having lost his fair Lionel, and Marie d'Annebaut having gained pleasures without parallel. From this affair, which was quite unforeseen, Lovelier found himself under the ban of love and marriage and dared no longer appear in public, and he found how much it costs to guard the virtue of a woman. But the more honor and virtue he displayed, the more pleasure did he experience in these great sacrifices offered at the shrine of brotherhood. Nevertheless, his duty was very bitter, very ticklish, and intolerable to perform, towards the last days of his guard. And in this way, the confession of her love, which she believed was returned, the wrong done by her to her cavalier, and the experience of an unknown pleasure, emboldened the fair Marie, who fell into a platonic love, gently tempered with those little indulgences in which there is no danger. From this cause sprang the diabolical pleasures of the game invented by the ladies, who since the death of Francis I feared the contagion, but wished to gratify their lovers. To these cruel delights, in order to properly play his part, Lovelier could not refuse his sanction. Thus every evening the mournful Marie would attach her guest to her petticoats, holding his hand, kissing him with burning glances, her cheek placed gently against his, and during this virtuous embrace, in which the knight was held like the devil by a holy water brush, she told him of her great love, which was boundless since it stretched through the infinite spaces of unsatisfied desire. All the fire with which the ladies endow their substantial amours, when the night has no other lights than their eyes, she transferred into the mystic motions of her head, the exaltations of her soul, and the ecstasies of her heart. Then, naturally, and with the delicious joy of two angels united by thought alone, they intoned together those sweet litanies repeated by the lovers of the period in honor of love, anthems which the abbot of Theleme has paragraphically saved from oblivion by engraving them on the walls of his abbey, situated, according to Master Alcofribas, in Ireland of Chinon, where I have seen them in Latin, and have translated them for the benefit of Christians. Alas, said Marie d'Annebaut, thou art my strength and my life, my joy and my treasure. And you, replied he, you are a pearl, an angel. Thou art my seraphim. You my soul. Thou my God. You my evening star and morning star, my honor, my beauty, my universe. Thou my great, my divine master. You my glory, my faith, my religion. Thou my gentle one, my handsome one, my courageous one, my dear one, my cavalier, my defender, my king, my love. You my fairy, the flower of my days, the dream of my nights. Thou my thought at every moment. You the delights of my eyes. Thou the voice of my soul. You my light by day. Thou my glimmer in the night. You the best beloved among women. Thou the most adored of men. You my blood, a myself better than myself. Thou art my heart, my lustre. You my saint, my only joy. I yield thee the palm of love, and how great soever mine be, I believe thou lovest me still more, for thou art the Lord. No, the palm is yours, my goddess, my Virgin Marie. No, I am thy servant, thine handmaiden, and nothing thou canst crush to atoms. No, no, it is I who am your slave, your faithful page, whom you see as a breath of air, upon whom you can walk as on a carpet. My heart is your throne. No, dearest, for thy voice transfigures me. Your regard burns me. I see but thee. I love but you. Oh, put thine hand upon my heart, only thine hand, and thou wilt see me pale, when my blood shall have taken the heat of thine. Then during these struggles their eyes, already ardent, flamed still more brightly, and the good knight was a little the accomplice of the pleasure which Marie d'Annebaut took in feeling his hand upon her heart. Now, as in this light embrace all their strength was put forth, all their desires strained, all their ideas of the thing concentrated, it happened that the knight's transport reached a climax. Their eyes wept warm tears, They seized each other hard and fast as fire seizes houses, but that was all. Lovelier had promised to return safe and sound to his friend the body only, not the heart. When Mail announced his return, it was quite time, since no virtue could avoid melting upon this gridiron, and the less license the lovers had, the more pleasure they had in their fantasies. Leaving Marie Daneb out, the good companion in arms went as far as Bondy to meet his friend, to help him to pass through the forest without accident, and the two brothers slept together, according to the ancient custom, in the village of Bondy. There, in their bed, they recounted to each other, one of the adventures of his journey, the other the gossip of the camp, stories of gallantry, and the rest. But Mail's first question was touching Marie Daneb out, whom Lovelier swore to be intact in that precious place where the honour of husbands is lodged, at which the amorous Mail was highly delighted. On the morrow, they were all three reunited, to the great disgust of Marie, who, with the high jurisprudence of women, made a great fuss with her good husband, but with her finger she indicated her heart in an artless manner to Lovelier, as one who said, "This is thine." At supper Lovelier announced his departure for the wars. Mail was much grieved at this resolution, and wished to accompany his brother, but Lovelier refused him point blank. "Madam," said he to Marie Daneb out, "I love you more than life, but not more than honour." He turned pale saying this, and Madame de Mail blanched hearing him, because never in their amorous dalliance had there been so much true love as in this speech. Mail insisted on keeping his friend company as far as Mx. When he came back he was talking over with his wife the unknown reasons and secret causes of this departure, when Marie, who suspected the grief of poor Lovelier, said, "I know, he is ashamed to stop here because he has the Neapolitan sickness." "He," said Mail, quite astonished. "I saw him when we were in bed together at Bondy the other evening, and yesterday at Mx. There's nothing the matter with him, he is as sound as a bell." The lady burst into tears, admiring this great loyalty, the sublime resignation to his oath, and the extreme sufferings of this internal passion. But as she still kept her love in the recesses of her heart, she died when Lovelier fell before Metz, as has been elsewhere related by Messiah Abdes de Brantôme in his Titeldato. The vicar of Azela. In those days the priests no longer took any woman in legitimate marriage, but kept good mistresses as pretty as they could get, which custom has since been interdicted by the council, as everyone knows, because, indeed, it was not pleasant that the private confessions of people should be retold to a wench who would laugh at them, besides the other secret doctrines, ecclesiastical arrangements, and speculations which are part and parcel of the politics of the Church of Rome. The last priest in our country who theologically kept a woman in his parsonage, regaling her with his scholastic love, was a certain vicar of Azela, a place later on most aptly named as Azela Droll, and now Azela, whose castle is one of the marvels of Turin. Now this said period, when the women were not averse to the odour of the priesthood, is not so far distant as some may think. Monsieur d'Augimont, son of the preceding bishop, still held the see of Paris, and the great quarrels of the Armagnacs had not finished. To tell the truth, this vicar did well to have his vicarage in that age, since he was well shapen, of a high colour, stout, big, strong, eating and drinking like a convalescent, and indeed, was always raising from a little malady that attacked him at certain times, and, later on, he would have been his own executioner, had he determined to observe his canonical continence. Add to this that he was a Turanian, irdist, dark, and had in his eyes flame to light, and water to quench all the domestic furnaces that required lighting or quenching, and never since at Azé has been such vicar seen. A handsome vicar was he, square-shouldered, fresh-coloured, always blessing and chuckling, preferred weddings and christenings to funerals, a good joker, bias in church, and a man in everything. There have been many vicars who have drunk well and eaten well, others who have blessed abundantly and chuckled consumedly, but all of them together would hardly make up the sterling worth of this aforesaid vicar, and he alone has worthily filled his post with benedictions, has held it with joy, and in it has consoled the afflicted, all so well, that no one saw him come out of his house without wishing to be in his heart, so much was he beloved. It was he who first said in a sermon that the devil was not so black as he was painted, and who for Madame de Cun transformed partridges into fish, saying that the perch of the Indra were partridges of the river, and, on the other hand, partridges perch in the air. He never played artful tricks under the cloak of morality, and often said, jokingly, he would rather be in a good bed than in anybody's will, that he had plenty of everything, and wanted nothing. As for the poor and suffering, never did those who came to ask for wool at the vicarage go away shorn, for his hand was always in his pocket, and he melted, he who in all else was so firm, at the sight of all this misery and infirmity, and he endeavoured to heal all their wounds. There have been many good stories told concerning this king of vicars. It was he who caused such hearty laughter at the wedding of the Lord of Valence, near Sac. The mother of the said lord had a good deal to do with the victuals, roast meats and other delicacies, of which there was sufficient quantity to feed a small town at least, and it is true, at the same time, that people came to the wedding from Montbazon, from Tours, from Chinon, from Langiais, and from everywhere, and stopped 8 days. Now the good vicar, as he was going into the room where their company were enjoying themselves, met the little kitchen boy, who wished to inform Madame that all the elementary substances and fat rudiments, syrups, and sauces, were in readiness for a pudding of great delicacy, the secret compilation, mixing, and manipulation of which she wished herself to superintend, intending it as a special treat for her daughter-in-law's relations. Our vicar gave the boy a tap on the cheek, telling him that he was too greasy and dirty to show himself to people of high rank, and that he himself would deliver the said message. The merry fellow pushes open the door, shapes the fingers of his left hand into the form of a sheath, and moves gently therein the middle finger of his right, at the same time looking at the Lady of Valence, and saying to her, "Come, all is ready." Those who did not understand the affair burst out laughing to see Madame get up and go to the vicar, because she knew he referred to the pudding, and not to that which the others imagined. But a true story is that concerning the manner in which this worthy pastor lost his mistress, to whom the ecclesiastical authorities allowed no successor, but, as for that, the vicar did not want for domestic utensils. In the parish everyone thought it an honour to lend him theirs, the more readily because he was not the man to spoil anything, and was careful to clean them out thoroughly, the dear man. But here are the facts. One evening the good man came home to supper with a melancholy face, because he had just put into the ground a good farmer, whose death came about in a strange manner, and is still frequently talked about in as a, seeing that he only ate with the end of his teeth, and turned up his nose at a dish of tripe, which had been cooked in his own special manner. His good woman said to him, "Have you passed before the Lombard, see Master Cornelius, pass him, met 2 black crows, or seen the dead man turn in his grave, that you are so upset? Oh, oh! Has anyone deceived you? Ha, ha! Come, tell me. My dear, I am still quite overcome at the death of poor Cocknigrew, and there is not at the present moment a good housewife's tongue or a virtuous cuckold's lips that are not talking about it. And what was it? Listen. This poor Cocknigrew was returning from market, having sold his corn and 2 fat pigs. He was riding his pretty mare, who, near as a, commenced to caper about without the slightest cause, and poor Cockney trotted and ambled along counting his profits. At the corner of the old road of the Lands de Charlemagne, they came upon a stallion kept by the Sieur de la Carte, in a field, in order to have a good breed of horses, because the said animal was fleet of foot, as handsome as an abbot, and so high and mighty that the admiral who came to see it, said it was a beast of the first quality. This cursed horse scented the pretty mare, like a cunning beast, neither neighed nor gave vent to any equine ejaculation, but when she was close to the road, leapt over 40 rows of vines and galloped after her, pawing the ground with his iron shoes, discharging the artillery of a lover who longs for an embrace, giving forth sounds to set the strongest teeth on edge, and so loudly that the people of Champy heard it and were much terrified thereat. Cockney, suspecting the affair, makes for the moors, spurs his amorous mare, relying upon her rapid pace, and indeed, the good mare understands, obeys, and flies like a bird, but a bowshot off follows the blessed horse, thundering along the road like a blacksmith beating iron, and at full speed, his mane flying in the wind, replying to the sound of the mare's swift gallop with his terrible patter-pan. Patter-pan. Then the good farmer, feeling death following him in the love of the beast, spurs anew his mare, and harder still she gallops, until at last, pale and half dead with fear, he reaches the outer yard of his farmhouse, but finding the door of the stable shut he cries, "Help here, wife." Then he turned round on his mare, thinking to avoid the cursed beast whose love was burning, who was wild with passion, and growing more amorous every moment, to the great danger of the mare. His family, horrified at the danger, did not go to open the stable door, fearing the strange embrace and the kicks of the iron-shod lover. At last, Cockney's wife went, but just as the good mare was halfway through the door, the cursed stallion seized her, squeezed her, gave her a wild greeting, with his 2 legs gripped her, pinched her and held her tight, and at the same time so kneaded and knocked about Cockney that there was only found of him a shapeless mass, crushed like a nut after the oil has been distilled from it. It was shocking to see him squashed alive and mingling his cries with the loud love sighs of the horse. "Oh, the mare!" exclaimed the vicar's good wench. "What?" said the priest astonished. "Certainly, you men wouldn't have cracked a plumstone for us." "There," answered the vicar, "you wrong me." The good man threw her so angrily upon the bed, attacked and treated her so violently that she split into pieces, and died immediately without either surgeons or physicians being able to determine the manner in which the solution of the continuity was arrived at, so violently disjointed were the hinges and muzzle partitions. You can imagine that he was a proud man, and a splendid vicar as has been previously stated. The good people of the country, even the women, agreed that he was not to blame, but that his conduct was warranted by the circumstances. From this, perhaps, came the proverb so much in use at that time, "Que laisse le sail," the which proverb is really so much coarser in its actual wording, that out of respect for the ladies I will not mention it. But this was not the only clever thing that this great and noble vicar achieved, for before this misfortune he did such a stroke of business that no robbers dare ask him how many angels he had in his pocket, even had they been 20 strong and over to attack him. One evening when his good woman was still with him, after supper, during which he had enjoyed his goose, his wench, his wine, and everything, and was reclining in his chair thinking where he could build a new barn for the tithe, a message came for him from the Lord of Sac, who was giving up the ghost and wished to reconcile himself with God, receive the sacrament, and go through the usual ceremonies. "He is a good man and loyal lord. I will go," said he. Thereupon he passed into the church, shook the silver box where the blessed bread is, rang the little bell himself in order not to wake the clerk, and went lightly and willingly along the roads. Near the Gdois, which is a valley leading to the Underow across the moors, our good vicar perceived a high toby. And what is a high toby? It is a clerk of St. Nicholas. Well, what is that? That means a person who sees clearly on the dark night, instructs himself by examining and turning over purses, and takes his degrees on the high road. Do you understand now? Well then, the high toby waited for the silver box, which he knew to be of great value. Oh, said the priest, putting down the sacred vase on a stone at the corner of the bridge. Stop thou there without moving. Then he walked up to the robber, tipped him up, seized his loaded stick, and when the rascal got up to struggle with him, he gutted him with a blow well planted in the middle of his stomach. Then he picked up the viaticum again, saying bravely to it, "Ah, if I had relied upon thy providence, we should have been lost." Now to utter these impious words on the road to sack was mere waste of breath, seeing that he addressed them not to God, but to the Archbishop of Tours, who have once severely rebuked him, threatened him with suspension, and admonished him before the chapter for having publicly told certain lazy people that a good harvest was not due to the grace of God, but to skilled labour and hard work, a doctrine which smelt of the fagot. And indeed he was wrong, because the fruits of the earth have need both of one and the other, but he died in this heresy, for he could never understand how crops could come without digging, if God so willed it, a doctrine that learned men have since proved to be true, by showing that formerly wheat grew very well without the aid of man. I cannot leave this splendid model of a pastor without giving here one of the acts of his life, which proves with what fervour he imitated the saints in the division of their goods and mantles, which they gave formerly to the poor and the passers-by. One day, returning from Tours, where he had been paying his respects to the official, mounted on his mule, there was nearing as a. On the way, just outside Ballan, he met a pretty girl on foot, and was grieved to see a woman travelling like a dog, the more so as she was visibly fatigued, and could scarcely raise one foot before the other. He whistled to her softly, and the pretty wench turned round and stopped. The good priest, who was too good a sportsman to frighten the birds, especially the hooded ones, begged her so gently to ride behind him on his mule, and in so polite a fashion, that the lass got up, not without making those little excuses and grimaces that they all make when one invites them to eat, or to take what they like. The sheep paired off with the shepherd, the mule jogged along after the fashion of mules, while the girl slipped now this way now that, riding so uncomfortably that the priest pointed out to her, after leaving Ballan, that she had better hold on to him, and immediately my lady put her plump arms around the waist of her cavalier, in a modest and timorous manner. "There, you don't slip about now. Are you comfortable?" said the vicar. "Yes, I am comfortable. Are you?" "I?" said the priest. "I am better than that." And, in fact, he was quite at his ease, and was soon gently warmed in the back by two projections which rubbed against it, and at last seemed as though they wished to imprint themselves between his shoulder blades, which would have been a pity, as that was not the place for this white merchandise. By degrees the movement of mule brought into conjunction the internal warmth of these two good riders, and their blood coursed more quickly through their veins, seeing that it felt the motion of the mule as well as their own, and thus the good wench and the vicar finished by knowing each other's thoughts, but not those of the mule. When they were both acclimatized, he with her and she with him, they felt an internal disturbance which resolved itself into secret desires. "Ah," said the vicar, turning round to his companion, "here is a fine cluster of trees which has grown very thick." "It is too near the road," replied the girl. "Bad boys have cut the branches, and the cows have eaten the young leaves." "Are you not married?" asked the vicar, trotting his animal again. "No," said she. "Not at all." "I'faith, No. What a shame, at your age. You are right, sir, but you see, a poor girl who has had a child is a bad bargain. Then the good vicar, taking pity on such ignorance, and knowing that the canons say among other things that pastors should indoctrinate their flock and show them the duties and responsibilities of this life, he thought he would only be discharging the functions of his office by showing her the burden she would have one day to bear. Then he begged her gently not be afraid, for if she would have faith in his loyalty, no one should ever know of the marital experiment which he proposed then and there to perform with her, and as, since passing Balin, the girl had thought of nothing else, as her desire had been carefully sustained, and augmented by the warm movements of the animal, she replied harshly to the vicar, "If you talk thus, I will get down." Then the good vicar continued his gentle requests so well that on reaching the wood of As-a the girl wished to get down, and the priest got down the two, for it was not across a horse that this discussion could be finished. Then the virtuous maiden ran into the thickest part of the wood to get away from the vicar, calling out, "Oh, you wicked man, you shan't know where I am." The mule arrived in a glade where the grass was good. The girl tumbled down over a root and blushed. The good vicar came to her, and there, as he had rung the bell for mass, he went through the service for her, and both freely discounted the joys of paradise. The good priest had it in his heart to thoroughly instruct her, and found his pupil very docile, as gentle in mind as soft in the flesh, a perfect jewel. Therefore was he much aggrieved at having so much abridged the lessons by giving it at As-a, seeing that he would have been quite willing to recommence it, like all of precentors who say the same thing over and over again to their pupils. "Ah, little one," cried the good man, "why did you make so much fuss that we only came to an understanding close to As-a?" "Ah," said she, "I belong to Belen. To be brief, I must tell you that when this good man died in his vicarage there was a great number of people, children and others, who came, sorrowful, afflicted, weeping, and grieved, and all exclaimed, 'Ah, we have you lost our father.' And the girls, the widows, the wives and little girls looked at each other, regretting him more than a friend, and said, 'He was more than a priest, he was a man.' Of these vicars the seed is cast to the winds, and they will never be reproduced in spite of the seminaries. Why, even the poor, to whom his savings were left, found themselves still the losers, and an old cripple whom he had succoured hobbled into the churchyard, crying, 'I don't die, I don't,' meaning to say, 'Why did not death take me in his place?' This made some of the people laugh, at which the shade of the good vicar would certainly not have been displeased. The reproach. The fair laundress of Portillon-les-Tours, of whom a droll saying has already been given in this book, was a girl blessed with as much cunning as if she had stolen that of 6 priests and 3 women at least. She did not want for sweethearts, and had so many that one would have compared them, seeing them around her, to bees swarming of an evening towards their hive. An old silk dyer, who lived in the Rue Street Montfermeil, and there possessed a house of scandalous magnificence, coming from his place at La Grenadier, situated on the fair borders of Street Cyr, passed on horseback through Portillon in order to gain the bridge of Tours. By reason of the warmth of the evening, he was seized with a wild desire on seeing the pretty washerwoman sitting upon her doorstep. Now, as for a very long time he had dreamed of this pretty maid, his resolution was taken to make her his wife, and in a short time she was transformed from a washerwoman into a dyer's wife, a good townswoman, with laces, fine linen, and furniture to spare, and was happy in spite of the dyer, seeing that she knew very well how to manage him. The good dyer had for a crony a silk machinery manufacturer who was small in stature, deformed for life, and full of wickedness. So on the wedding day he said to the dyer, "You have done well to marry, my friend. We shall have a pretty wife, and 1,000 sly jokes. such as it is usual to address to a bridegroom. In fact, this hunchback courted the dyer's wife, who from her nature, caring little for badly built people, laughed to scorn the request of the mechanician, and joked him about the springs, engines, and spools of which his shop was full. However, this great love of the hunchback was rebuffed by nothing, and became so irksome to the dyer's wife that she resolved to cure it by 1,000 practical jokes. One evening, after the sempiternal pursuit, she told her lover to come to the back door, and towards midnight she would open everything to him. Now note, this was on a winter's night. The Rue Street Montfumier is close to the Loire, and in this corner that continually blow in winter, winds sharp as 100 needle points. The good hunchback, well muffled up in his mantle, failed not to come, and trotted up and down to keep himself warm while waiting for the appointed hour. Towards midnight he was half frozen, as fidgety as 32 devils caught in a stole, and was about to give up his happiness, when a feeble light passed by the cracks of the window and came down towards the little door. "Ah, it is she," said he. And this hope warned him once more. Then he got close to the door, and heard a little voice. "Are you there?" said the dyer's wife to him. "Yes." "Cough, that I may see." The hunchback began to cough. "It is not you." Then the hunchback said aloud, "How do you mean, it is not I? Do you not recognize my voice? Open the door." "Who's there?" said the dyer, opening the window. "There, you have awakened my husband, who returned from Amboise unexpectedly this evening." Thereupon the dyer, seeing by the light of the moon a man at the door, threw a big pot of cold water over him, and cried out, "Thieves! Thieves!" in such a manner that the hunchback was forced to run away, but in his fear he failed to clear the chain stretched across the bottom of the road, and fell into the common sewer, which the sheriff had not then replaced by a sluice to discharge the mud into the Loire. In this bath the mechanician expected every moment to breathe his last, and cursed the fair Tachgrette, for her husband's name being Tachgre, she was so called by way of a little joke by the people of Tours. Carandas, for so was named the manufacturer of machines to weave, to spin, to spool, and to wind the silk, was not sufficiently smitten to believe in the innocence of the dyer's wife, and swore a devilish hate against her. But some days afterwards, when he had recovered from his wetting in the dyer's drain, he came up to sup with his old comrade. Then the dyer's wife reasoned with him so well, flavoured her words with so much honey, and wheedled him with so many fair promises, that he dismissed his suspicions. He asked for a fresh assignation, and the fair Tachgrette, with the face of a woman whose mind is dwelling on a subject, said to him, "Come tomorrow evening. My husband will be staying some days at Chininsk's. The Queen wishes to have some of her old dresses dyed, and would settle the colours with him. It will take some time." Carandas put on his best clothes, failed not to keep the appointment, appeared at the time fixed, and found a good supper prepared, lampreys, wine of Vouvre, fine white napkins, for it was not necessary to remonstrate with the dyer's wife on the colour of her linen, and everything so well prepared that it was quite pleasant to him to see the dishes of fresh eels, to smell the good odour of the meats, and to admire 1,000 little nameless things about the room, and La Tachgrette fresh and appetizing as an apple on a hot day. Now, the mechanician, excited to excess by these warm preparations, was on the point of attacking the charms of the dyer's wife, when Master Tachgre gave a loud knock at the street door. "Ha," said Madam, "what has happened? Put yourself in the clothes chest, for I have been much abused respecting you, and if my husband finds you, he may undo you, he is so violent in his temper." And immediately she thrust the hunchback into the chest, and went quickly to her good husband, whom she knew well would be back from Chininsk's to supper. Then the dyer was kissed warmly on both his eyes and on both his ears, and he caught his good wife to him and bestowed upon her 2 hearty smacks with his lips that sounded all over the room. Then the pair sat down to supper, talked together, and finished by going to bed, and the mechanician heard all, though obliged to remain crumpled up, and not to cough or to make a single movement. He was in with the linen, crushed up as close as a sardine in a box, and had about as much air as he would have had at the bottom of a river, but he had, to divert him, the music of love, the sighs of the dyer, and the little jokes of Latinisms. At last, when he fancied his old comrade was asleep, he made an attempt to get out of the chest. "Who is there?" said the dyer. "What is the matter, my little one?" said his wife, lifting her nose above the counterpane. "I heard a scratching," said the good man. "We shall have rain tomorrow, it's the cat," replied his wife. The good husband put his head back upon the pillow after having been gently embraced by his spouse. "There, my dear, you are a light sleeper. It's no good trying to make a proper husband of you. There, be good. Oh, oh, my little papa, your nightcap is on one side. There, put it on the other way, for you must look pretty even when you are asleep. There. Are you all right?" "Yes." "Are you asleep?" said she, giving him a kiss. "Yes." In the morning the dyer's wife came softly and let out the mechanician, who was whiter than a ghost. "Give me air, said he. And away he ran cawed of his love, but with as much hate in his heart as a pocket could hold of black wheat. The said hunchback left Tours and went to live in the town of Bruges, where certain merchants had sent for him to arrange the machinery for making hauberks. During his long absence, Caranders, who had Moorish blood in his veins, since he was descended from an ancient Saracen, left half dead after the great battle which took place between the Moors and the French in the commune of Belen, which is mentioned in the preceding tale, in which place are the lands of Charlemagne, where nothing grows because of the cursed wretches and infidels there interred, and where the grass disagrees even with the cows. This Caranders never rose up or lay down in a foreign land without thinking of how he could give strength to his desires of vengeance, and he was dreaming always of it, and wishing nothing less than the death of the fair washerwoman of Portillon, and often would cry out, "I will eat her flesh. I will cook one of her breasts, and swallow it without sauce." It was a tremendous hate of good constitution, a cardinal hate, a hate of a wasp or an old maid. It was all known hate smoulded into one single hate, which boiled itself, concocted itself, and resolved itself into an elixir of wicked and diabolical sentiments, warmed at the fire of the most flaming furnaces of hell. It was, in fact, a master hate. Now one fine day, the said Caranders came back into Touraine with much wealth that he brought from the country of Flanders, where he had sold his mechanical secrets. He bought a splendid house in Rue Street, Montfermeil, which is still to be seen, and is the astonishment of the passers-by, because it is certain very queer round humps fastened upon the stones of the wall. Caranders, the hater, found many notable changes at the house of his friend, the dyer, for the good man had 2 sweet children, who, by a curious chance, presented no resemblance either to the mother or to the father. But as it is necessary that children bear a resemblance to someone, there are certain people who look for the features of their ancestors when they are good-looking, the flatters. So it was found by the good husband that his 2 boys were like one of his uncles, formerly a priest at Notre Dame de la Grignoles, but according to certain jokers, these 2 children were the living portraits of a good-looking shaven crown officiating in the church of Notre Dame la Riche, a celebrated parish situated between Tours and Plessis. Now, believe one thing, and inculcate it upon your minds, and when in this book you shall only have gleaned, gathered, extracted, and learned this one principle of truth, Look upon yourself as a lucky man, namely, that a man can never dispense with his nose, idist, that a man will always be snotty, that is to say, he will remain a man, and thus will continue throughout all future centuries to laugh and drink, to find himself in his shirt without feeling either better or worse there, and will have the same occupations. But these preparatory ideas are better to fix in the understanding that this two-footed soul will always accept as true those things which flatter his passions, caress his hates, or serve his amours. From this comes logic. So it was that, the first day the above-mentioned Corandus saw his old comrades' children, saw the handsome priest, saw the beautiful wife of the dyer, saw Latashkr, all seated at the table, and sought to his detriment the best piece of lamprey given with a certain air by Latashkret to her friend the priest. The mechanician said to himself, "My old friend is a cuckold, his wife intrigues with the little confessor, and the children have been begotten with his holy water. I'll show them that the hunchbacks have something more than other men." And this was true as it is that Tawse has always had its feet in the Loire, like a pretty girl who bathes herself and plays with the water, making a flick-flack, by beating the waves with her fair white hands, for the town is more smiling, merry, loving, fresh, flowery, and fragrant than all the other towns of the world, which are not worthy to comb her locks or to buckle her waistband. And be sure if you go you will find, in the centre of it, a sweet place, in which is a delicious street where everyone promenades, where there is always a breeze, shade, sun, rain, and love. Ha! Ha! Laugh away, but go there. It is a street always new, always royal, always imperial, a patriotic street, a street with two paths, a street open at both ends, a wide street, a street so large that no one has ever cried, "Out of the way!" there. A street which does not wear out, a street which leads to the Abbey of Grandmont, and to a trench, which works very well with a bridge, and at the end of which is a fine fair ground. A street well paved, well built, well washed, as clean as a glass, populous, silent at certain times, a coquette with a sweet nightcap on its pretty blue tiles. To be short, it is the street where I was born, it is the queen of the streets, always between the earth and sky, a street with a fountain, a street which lacks nothing to be celebrated among streets, and, in fact, it is the real street, the only street of Tawse. If there are others, they are dark, muddy, narrow, and damp, and all come respectfully to salute this noble street, which commands them. Where am I? For once in this street no one cares to come out of it, so pleasant it is. But I owed this filial homage, this descriptive hymn sung from the heart to my natal street, at the corners of which there are wanting only the brave figures of my good master Rabelais, and of Monsieur Descartes, both unknown to the people of the country. To resume, the said Corandus was, on his return from Flanders, entertained by his comrade, and by all those by whom he was liked for his jokes, his drollery, and quaint remarks. The good hunchback appeared cured of his old love, embraced the children, and when he was alone with the dyer's wife, recalled the night in the clothes chest, and the night in the sewer, to her memory, saying to her, "Ha, ha! What games you used to have with me!" "It was your own fault," said she, laughing. "If you had allowed yourself by reason of your great love to be ridiculed, made a fool of, and bantered a few more times, you might have made an impression on me, like the others." Thereupon Corandus commenced to laugh, though inwardly raging all the time. Seeing the chest where he had nearly been suffocated, his anger increased the more violently because the sweet creature had become still more beautiful, like all those who are permanently youthful from bathing in the water of youth, which waters are naught less than the sources of love. The mechanician studied the proceedings in the way of cuckoldom at his neighbour's house, in order to revenge himself, for as many houses as there are so many varieties of manner rather in this business, and although all amours resemble each other in the same manner that all men resemble each other, it is proved to the abstractors of truth things, that for the happiness of women, each love has its especial physiognomy, and if there is nothing that resembles a man so much as a man, there is also nothing differs from a man so much as a man. That it is, which confuses all things, or explains the 1,000 fancies of women, who seek the best men with 1,000 pains and 1,000 pleasures, perhaps more the one than the other. But how can I blame them for their essays, changes, and contradictory aims? Why, nature frisks and wriggles, twists and turns about, and you expect a woman to remain still. Do you know if ice is really cold? No. Well then, neither do you know that cuckoldom is not a lucky chance, the produce of brains well furnished and better made than all the others. Seek something better than ventosity beneath the sky. This will help to spread the philosophic reputation of this eccentric book. Oh, yes, go on. He who cries vermin powder is more advanced than those who occupy themselves with nature, seeing that she is a proud jade and a capricious one, and only allows herself to be seen at certain times. Do you understand? So in all languages does she belong to the feminine gender, being a thing essentially changeable and fruitful and fertile in tricks. Now Caranders soon recognized the fact that among cuckoldoms the best understood and the most discreet is ecclesiastical cuckoldom. This is how the good dyer's wife had laid her plans. She went always towards her cottage at Grenadille Street on the eve of the Sabbath, leaving her good husband to finish his work, to count up and check his books, and to pay his workman. Then Tashk would join her there on the morrow, and always found a good breakfast ready and his good wife gay, and always brought the priest with him. The fact is, this damnable priest crossed the Loire the night before in a small boat, in order to keep the dyer's wife warm, and to calm her fancies, in order that she might sleep well during the night, a duty which young men understand very well. Then this fine Kerber of fantasies got back to his house in the morning by the time Tashk came to invite him to spend the day at La Grenadier, and the cuckold always found the priest asleep in his bed. The boatman being well paid, no one knew anything of these goings-on, for the lover journeyed the night before after nightfall, and on the Sunday in the early morning. As soon as Caranders had verified the arrangement and constant practice of these gallant diversions, he determined to wait for a day when the lovers would meet, hungry one for the other, after some accidental abstinence. This meeting took place very soon, and the curious hunchback saw the boatman waiting below the square, at the Canal Street Antoine, for the young priest, who was handsome, blonde, slender, and well-shaped, like the gallant and cowardly hero of love, so celebrated by Monsieur Aristo. Then the mechanician went to find the old dyer, who always loved his wife and always believed himself the only man who had a finger in her pie. "Ah, good evening, old friend," said Caranders to Tashkr, and Tashkr made him a bow. Then the mechanician relates to him all the secret festivals of love, vomits words of peculiar import, and pricks the dyer on all sides. At length, seeing he was ready to kill both his wife and the priest, Caranders said to him, "My good neighbour, I had brought back from Flanders a poisoned sword, which will instantly kill anyone, if it only make a scratch upon him. Now, directly you shall have merely touched your wench and her paramour, they will die." "Let us go and fetch it," said the dyer. Then the two merchants went in great haste to the house of the hunchback, to get the sword and rush off to the country. "But shall we find them in flagranti delicto?" asked Tashkr. "You will see," said the hunchback, cheering his friend. In fact, the cuckold had not long to wait to behold the joy of the two lovers. The sweet wench and her well-beloved were busy trying to catch, in a certain lake that you probably know, that little bird that sometimes makes his nest there, and they were laughing and trying, and still laughing. "Ah, my darling," said she, clasping him, as though she wished to make an outline of him on her chest. "I love thee so much I should like to eat thee. Nay, more than that, to have you in my skin, so that you might never quit me." "I should like it too," replied the priest, "but as you can't have me altogether, you must try a little bit at a time." It was at this moment that the husband entered, his sword unsheathed and flourished above him. The beautiful Tashgret, who knew her lord's face well, saw what would be the fate of her well-beloved the priest. But suddenly she sprang towards the good man, half naked, her hair streaming over her, beautiful with shame, but more beautiful with love, and cried to him, "Stay, unhappy man! Wouldst thou kill the father of thy children?" Thereupon the good dyer staggered by the paternal majesty of cuckoldom, and perhaps also by the fire of his wife's eyes, let the sword fall upon the foot of the hunchback, who had followed him, and thus killed him. This teaches us not to be spiteful. Epilogue. Here endeth the first series of these tales, a roguish sample of the works of that merry muse, born ages ago, in a fair land of Turin, the which muse is a good wench, and knows by heart that fine saying of her friend Virgil, written in Le Monde Parvenu, "It is only necessary to be bold to obtain favours." Alas! Mad little one, get thee to bed again, sleep, thou art panting from thy journey, perhaps thou hast been further than the present time. Now dry thy fair naked feet, stop thine ears, and return to love. If thou dreamest other poesy interwoven with laughter to conclude these merry inventions, heed not the foolish clamour and insults of those who, hearing the carol of a joyous lark of other days, exclaim, "Ah, the horrid bird!" 207s. Full page image, medium size. Volume 2. The second 10 tales. Prologue. Certain persons have reproached the author for knowing no more about the language of the olden times than hares do of telling stories. Formerly these people would have been vilified, called cannibals, churls, and sycophants, and Gomorrah would have been hinted at as their natal place. But the author consents to spare them the flowery epithets of ancient criticism. He contents himself with wishing not to be in their skin, for he would be disgusted with himself, and esteem himself the vilest of scribblers, thus to calumniate a poor little book which is not in the style of any spoiled paper of these times. Ah, ill-natured wretches! You should save your breath to cool your own porridge. The author consoles himself for his want of success in not pleasing everyone by remembering that an old Turanian, of eternal memory, had put up with such contumely, that losing all patience, he declared in one of his prologues, that he would never more put pen to paper. Another age, but the same manners. Nothing changes, neither God above nor men below. Thereupon the author continues his task with a light heart, relying upon the future to reward his heavy labours. And certes, it is a hard task to invent 100 droll tales, since not only have ruffians and envious men opened fire upon him, but his friends have imitated their example, and come to him saying, "Are you mad? Do you think it is possible?" No man never had in the depths of his imagination 100 such tales. Change the hyperbolic title of your budget. You will never finish it. These people are neither misanthropes nor cannibals. Whether they are ruffians I know not, but for certain they are kind, good-natured friends, friends who have the courage to tell you disagreeable things all your life long, who are rough and sharp as currycombs, under the pretence that they are yours to command, in all the mishaps of life, and in the hour of extreme unction, all their worth will be known. If such people would only keep these sad kindnesses, but they will not. When their terrors are proved to have been idle, they exclaimed triumphantly. Ha! Ha! I knew it. I always said so. In order not to discourage fine sentiments, intolerable though they be, the author leaves to his friends his old shoes, and in order to make their minds easy, assures them that he has, legally protected and exempt from seizure, 70 droll stories, in that reservoir of nature, his brain. By the gods! They are precious yarns, well rigged out with phrases, carefully furnished with catastrophes, amply clothed with original humour, rich in diurnal and nocturnal effects, nor lacking that plot which the human race has woven each minute, each hour, each week, month, and year of the great ecclesiastical computation, commenced at a time when the sun could scarcely see, and the moon waited to be shown her way. These 70 subjects, which he gives you leave to call bad subjects, full of tricks and impudence, lust, lies, jokes, jests, and ribaldry, joined to the 2 potions here given, are, by the prophet, a small instalment on the aforesaid 100. Were it not a bad time for bibliopolists, bibliomaniacs, bibliographers, and bibliotheques which hinder bibliolatry, he would have given them in a bumper, and not drop by drop, as if he were afflicted with dysentery of the brain. He cannot possibly be suspected of this infirmity, since he often gives good weight, putting several stories into one, as is clearly demonstrated by several in this volume. You may rely on it, that he has chosen for the finish, the best and most ribald of the lot, in order that he may not be accused of a senile discourse. But then more likes with your dislikes, and dislikes with your likes, forgetting the niggardly behaviour of nature to storytellers, of whom there are not more than 7 perfect in the great ocean of human writers. Others, although friendly, have been of opinion that, at a time when everyone went about dressed in black, as if in mourning for something, it was necessary to concoct works either wearisomely serious or seriously wearisome, that a writer could only live henceforward by enshrining his ideas in some vast edifice, and that those who were unable to construct cathedrals and castles of which neither stone nor cement could be moved, would die unknown, like the Pope's slippers. The friends were requested to declare which they liked best, a pint of good wine, or a tan of cheap rubbish, a diamond of 22 carats, or a flint stone weighing 100 pounds. The ring of Hans Carvel, as told by Rabelaisian, or a modern narrative pitifully expectorated by a schoolboy. Seeing them dumbfounded and abashed, it was calmly said to them, "Do you thoroughly understand, good people? Then go your ways and mind your own businesses." The following, however, must be added, for the benefit of all of whom it may concern: the good man to whom we owe fables and stories of sempiternal authority only used his tool on them, having taken his material from others, but the workmanship expended on these little figures has given them a high value, and although he was, like Louis Ariosto, vituperated for thinking of idle pranks and trifles, there is a certain insect engraved by him which has since become a monument of perenity more assured than that of the most solidly built works. In the especial jurisprudence of wit and wisdom, the custom is to steal more dearly a leaf wrested from the book of nature and truth, than all the indifferent volumes from which, however fine they be, it is impossible to extract either a laugh or a tear. The author has license to say this without any impropriety, since it is not his intention to stand upon tiptoe in order to obtain an unnatural height, but because it is a question of the majesty of his art, and not of himself, a poor clerk of the court, whose business it is to have ink in his pen, to listen to the gentleman on the bench, and take down the sayings of each witness in this case. He is responsible for workmanship, nature for the rest, since from the Venus of Phidias the Athenian, down to the little old fellow, Godinot, commonly called the Burlesque, a character carefully elaborated by one of the most celebrated authors of the present day, everything is studied from the eternal model of human imitations which belongs to all. At this honest business, happy are the robbers that they are not hanged, but esteemed and beloved. But he is a triple fool, a fool with 10 horns on his head, who struts, boasts, and is puffed up at an advantage due to the hazard of dispositions, because glory lies only in the cultivation of the faculties, in patience and courage. As for the soft-voiced and pretty-mouthed ones, who have whispered delicately in the author's ear, complaining to him that they have disarranged their dresses and spoiled their petticoats in certain places, he would say to them, "Why did you go there?" To these remarks he is compelled, through the notable slanders of certain people, to add a notice to the well-disposed, in order that they may use it, and end the calumnies of the aforesaid scribblers concerning him. 213. Full-page image, medium size. These droll tales are written, according to all authorities, at that period when Queen Catherine, of the House of Medici, was hard at work, for, during a great portion of the reign, she was always interfering with public affairs to the advantage of our holy religion, the which time has seized many people by the throat, from our defunct Master Francis, first of that name, to the assembly at Blois, where fell a guise. Now, even schoolboys who play at chuck-farthing know that at this period of insurrection, pacifications and disturbances, the language of France was a little disturbed also, on account of the inventions of the poets, who at that time, as at this, used each to make a language for himself, besides the strange Greek, Latin, Italian, German, and Swiss words, foreign phrases, and Spanish jargon, introduced by foreigners, so that a poor writer has plenty of elbow room in this Babelish language, which has since been taken in hand by Messieurs de Balzac, Blaise Pascal, Furetière, Ménage, Street Evermond, de Malaby, and others, who first cleaned out the French language, sent foreign words to the right about, and gave the right of citizenship to legitimate words used and known by everyone, but of which the side was ashamed. Having finished, the author returns to his lady-love, wishing every happiness to those by whom he is beloved, to the others misfortune according to their deserts. When the swallows fly homeward, he will come again, not without the 3rd and 4th volume, which he here promises to the pantagruelists, merry knaves, and honest wags of all degrees, who have a wholesome horror of the sadness, sombre meditation and melancholy of literary croakers. The 3 Clerks of St. Nicholas. The Inn of the 3 Barbels was formerly at Tours, the best place in the town for sumptuous fare, and the landlord, reputed the best of cooks, went to prepare wedding breakfasts as far as Châtellerault, Loches, Vendôme, and Blois. This said man, an old fox, perfect in his business, never lighted lamps in the daytime, knew how to skin flint, charged for wool, leather, and feathers, had an eye to everything, did not easily let anyone pay with chaff instead of coin, and for a penny less than his account would have affronted even a prince. For the rest, he was a good banterer, drinking and laughing with his regular customers, hat in hand always before the persons furnished with plenary indulgences entitled Sit Nomen Domini Benedictum, running them into expense, and proving to them, if need were, by sound argument, that wines were dear, and that whatever they might think, nothing was given away in Turin, everything had to be bought, and, at the same time, paid for. In short, if he could without disgrace have done so, he would have reckoned so much for the good air, and so much for the view of the country. Thus he built up a tidy fortune with other people's money, became as round as a butt, larded with fat, and was called Monsieur. At the time of the last fair 3 young fellows, who were apprentices in knavery, in whom there was more of the material that makes thieves than saints, and who knew just how far it was possible to go without catching their necks in the branches of trees, made up their minds to amuse themselves, and live well, condemning certain hawkers or others in all the expenses. Now these limbs of Satan gave the slip to their masters, under whom they had been studying the art of parchment scrawling, and came to stay at the Hotel of the Three Barbels, where they demanded the best rooms, turned the place inside out, turned up their noses at everything, bespoke all the lampreys in the market, and announced themselves as first-class merchants, who never carried their goods with them, and travelled only with their persons. The host bustled about, turned the spits, and prepared a glorious repast for these three dodgers, who had already made noise enough for 100 crowns, and who most certainly would not even have given up the copper coins which one of them was jingling in his pocket. But if they were hard up for money, they did not want for ingenuity, and all three arranged to play their parts like thieves at a fair. Theirs was a farce in which there was plenty of eating and drinking, since for 5 days they so heartily attacked every kind of provision that a party of German soldiers would have spoiled less than they obtained by fraud. These three cunning fellows made their way to the fair after breakfast, well primed, gorged, and big in the belly, and did as they liked with the greenthorns and others, robbing, filching, playing, and losing, taking down the writings and signs and changing them, putting that of the toyman over the jewellers, and that of the jewellers outside the shoemakers, turning the shops inside out, making the dogs fight, cutting the ropes of tethered horses, throwing cuts among the crowd, crying, "Stop thief!" and saying to every one they met, "Are you not Monsieur Dentifrice of Angers?" Then they hustled everyone, making holes in the sacks of flour, looking for their handkerchiefs in ladies' pockets, raising their skirts, crying, looking for a lost jewel and saying to them, "Ladies, it has fallen into a hole." They directed the little children wrongly, slapped the stomachs of those who were gaping in the air, and prowled about, fleecing and annoying every one. In short, the devil would have been a gentleman in comparison with these blackguard students, who would have been hanged rather than do an honest action, as well have expected charity from two angry litigants. They left the fair, not fatigued, but tired of ill-doing, and spent the remainder of their time over dinner until the evening, when they recommenced their pranks by torchlight. After the peddlers, they commenced operations on the ladies of the town, to whom, by 1,000 dodges, they gave only that which they received, according to the axiom of Justinian, quic jus distribuia, to every one his own juice, and afterwards jokingly said to the poor wenches, "We are in the right and you are in the wrong." At last, at supper time, having nothing else to do, they began to knock each other about, and to keep the game alive, complained of the flies to the landlord, remonstrating with him that elsewhere the innkeepers had them caught in order that gentlemen of position might not be annoyed by them. However, towards the 5th day, which is the critical day of fevers, the host not having seen, although he kept his eyes wide open, the royal surface of the crown, and knowing that if all that glittered were gold it would be cheaper, began to knit his brows and go more slowly about that which his high-class merchants required of him. Fearing that he had made a bad bargain with them, he tried to sound the depth of their pockets, perceiving which the 3 clerks ordered him with the assurance of a provost hanging his man, to serve them quickly with a good supper, as they had to depart immediately. Their merry countenances dismissed the host's suspicions. Thinking that rogues without money would certainly look grave, he prepared a supper worthy of a canon, wishing even to see them drunk, in order the more easily to clap them in jail in the event of an accident. Not knowing how to make their escape from the room, in which they were about as much at their ease as a fish upon straw, the 3 companions ate and drank immoderately, looking at the situation of the windows, waiting the moment to decamp, but not getting the opportunity. Cursing their luck, one of them wished to go and undo his waistcoat, on account of a colic, the other to fetch a doctor to the third, who did his best to faint. The cursed landlord kept dodging about from the kitchen into the room, and from the room into the kitchen, watching the nameless ones, and going a step forward to save his crowns, and going a step back to save his crown, in case they should be real gentlemen. And he acted like a brave and prudent host who likes halfpence and objects to kicks, but under pretence of properly attending to them, he always had an ear in the room, and a foot in the court, fancied he was always being called by them, came every time they laughed, showing them a face with an unsettled look upon it, and always said, "Gentlemen, what is your pleasure?" This was an interrogatory, in reply to which they would willingly have given him 10 inches of his own spit in his stomach, because he appeared as if he knew very well what would please them at this juncture, seeing that to have 20 crowns, full weight, they would each of them have sold a third of his eternity. You can imagine they sat on their seats as if they were gridirons, that their feet itched and their posteriors were rather warm. Already the host had put the pears, the cheese, and the preserves near their noses, but they, sipping their liquor, and picking at the dishes, looked at each other to see if either of them had found a good piece of roguery in his sack, and they all began to enjoy themselves rather woefully. The most cunning of the 3 clerks, who was a Burgundian, smiled and said, seeing the hour of payment arrived, "This must stand over for a week," as if they had been at the Palais de Justice. The 2 others, in spite of the danger, began to laugh. "What do we owe?" asked he who had in his belt the heretofore mentioned 12 souls, and he turned them about as though he would make them breed little ones by this excited movement. He was a native of Picardy, and very passionate, a man to take offence at anything in order that he may throw the landlord out the window in all security of conscience. Now he said these words with the air of a man of immense wealth. 6 crowns, gentlemen, replied the host, holding out his hand. "I cannot permit myself to be entertained by you alone, Viscount," said the 3rd student, who was from Anjou, and as artful as a woman in love. "Neither can I," said the Burgundian. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," replied the Picardian, "you are jesting. I am yours to command." "Sambregloi," cried he of Anjou, "you will not let us pay 3 times. Our host would not suffer it." "Well then," said the Burgundian, "whichever of us shall tell the worst tale shall justify the landlord." "Who will be the judge?" asked the Picardian, dropping his 12 souls to the bottom of his pocket. "Pardy, our host. He should be capable, seeing that he is a man of taste," said he of Anjou. "Come along, great chef, sit you down, drink, and lend us both your ears. The audience is open." Thereupon the host sat down, but not until he had poured out a gobletful of wine. "My turn first," said the Anjou man. "I commence. In our duchy of Anjou, the country people are very faithful servants to our holy of Catholic religion, and none of them will lose his portion of paradise for lack of doing penance or killing a heretic. If a professor of heresy passed that way, he quickly found himself under the grass, without knowing whence his death had proceeded. A good man of laws, returning one night from his evening prayer to the wine flasks of Pundapin, where he had left his understanding and memory, fell into a ditch full of water near his house, and found he was up to his neck. One of the neighbours, finding him shortly afterwards nearly frozen, for it was winter time, said jokingly to him, "Hulloa, what are you waiting for there?" "A thaw," said the tipsy fellow, finding himself held by the ice. Then God did not, like a good Christian, released him from his dilemma, and opened the door of the house to him, out of respect to the wine, which is lord of this country. The good man then went and got into the bed of the maidservant, who was a young and pretty wench. The old bungler, bemiddled with wine, went ploughing in the wrong land, fancying all the time it was his wife by his side, and thanking her for the youth and freshness she still retained. On hearing her husband, the wife began to cry out, and by her terrible shrieks the man was awakened to the fact that he was not in the road to salvation, which made the poor labourer sorrowful beyond expression. "Ah," said he, "God has punished me for not going to vespers at church." And he began to excuse himself as best he could, saying that the wine had muddled his understanding, and getting into his own bed he kept repeating to his good wife that for his best cow he would not have had this sin upon his conscience. "My dear," said she, "go and confess the first thing tomorrow morning, and let us say no more about it." The good man trotted to confessional, and related his case with all humility to the rector of the parish, who was a good old priest, capable of being up above the slipper of the holy foot. "An error is not a sin," said he to the penitent. "You will fast tomorrow, and be absolved." "Fast!" with pleasure, said the good man. "That does not mean go without drink." "Oh," replied the rector, "you must drink water, and eat nothing but a quarter of a loaf and an apple." Then the good man, who had no confidence in his memory, went home, repeating to himself the penance ordered. But having loyally commenced with a quarter of a loaf and an apple, he arrived at home, saying, "A quarter of apples, and a loaf." Then, to purify his soul, he set about accomplishing his fast, and his good woman having given him a loaf from the safe, and unhooked a string of apples from the beam, he set sorrowfully to work. As he heaved a sigh on taking the last mouthful of bread, hardly knowing where to put it, for he was full to the chin, his wife remonstrated with him that God did not desire the death of a sinner, and that for lack of putting a crust of bread in his belly, he would not be reproached for having put things in their wrong places. "Hold your tongue, wife," said he. "If it chokes me, I must fast. I've paid my share. It's your turn, Viscount," added he Evangeline, giving the Picardian a knowing wink. "The goblets are empty. Hi, there. More wine." "Let us drink," cried the Picardian. "Moist story slip out easier." At the same time he tossed off a glassful without leaving a drop at the bottom, and after a preliminary little cough, he related the following. "You must know that the maids of Picardy, before setting up housekeeping, are accustomed honestly to gain their linen, vessels, and chests, in short, all the needed household utensils. To accomplish this, they go into service in Peran, Abbeville, Amiens, and other towns, where they attire women, wash up glasses, clean plates, fold linen, and carry up the dinner, or anything that there is to be carried. They are all married as soon as they possess something else besides that which they naturally bring to their husbands. These women are the best housewives, because they understand the business and everything else thoroughly. One belonging to Asenville, which is the land of which I am lord by inheritance, having heard speak of Paris, where the people did not put themselves out of the way for anyone, and where one could subsist for a whole day by passing the cook's shops, and smelling the steam, so fattening was it, took it into her head to go there. She trudged bravely along the road, and arrived with a pocket full of emptiness. She fell in at the Porte Saint-Denis, with a company of soldiers, placed there for a time as vidette, for the Protestants had assumed a dangerous attitude. The sergeant, seeing this hooded linnet coming, stuck his headpiece on one side, straightened his feather, twisted his moustache, cleared his throat, rolled his eyes, put his hand on his hips, and stopped the Picardian to see if her ears were properly pierced, since it was forbidden to girls to enter otherwise into Paris. Then he asked her, by way of a joke, but with a serious face, what brought her there, he pretending to believe she had come to take the keys of Paris by assault. To which the poor innocent replied that she was in search of a good situation, and had no evil intentions, only desiring to gain something. "Very well," I will employ you," said the wag. "I am from Picardy, and will get you taken in here, where you will be treated as a queen would often like to be, and you will be able to make a good thing of it." Then he led her to the guardhouse, where he told her to sweep the floor, polish the saucepans, stir the fire, and keep a watch on everything, adding that she should have 30 souls ahead from the men if their service pleased her. Now, seeing that the squad was there for a month, she would be able to gain 10 crowns, and at their departure would find fresh arrivals who would make good arrangements with her, and by this means she would be able to take back money and presents to her people. The girl cleaned the room and prepared the meals so well, singing and humming, that this day the soldiers found in the den the look of a monk's refectory. Then, all being well content, each of them gave a sol to their handmaiden. Well satisfied, they put her into the bed of their commandant, who was in town with his lady, and they petted and caressed her after the manner of philosophical soldiers, that is, soldiers partial to that which is good. She was soon comfortably ensconced between the sheets. But to avoid quarrels and strife, my noble warriors drew lots for their turn, arranged themselves in single file, playing well at be hardy, saying not a word, but each one taking at least 26 souls worth of the girl's society. Although not accustomed to work for so many, the poor girl did her best, and by this means never closed her eyes the whole night. In the morning, seeing the soldiers were fast asleep, she rose happy at bearing no marks of the sharp skirmish, and although slightly fatigued, managed to get across the fields into the open country with her 30 souls. On the route to Picardy, she met one of her friends, who, like herself, wished to try service in Paris, and was hurrying thither, and seeing her, asked her what sort of places they were. "Ah, Perrine, do not go. You want to be made of iron, and even if you were it would soon be worn away," was the answer. "Now, Big Belly of Burgundy," said he, giving his neighbour a hearty slap, "spit out your story or pay." "By the Queen of Antlers," replied the Burgundian, "by my faith, by the saints, by God, and by the devil, I know only stories of the court of Burgundy, which are only current coin in our own land." "Vete Dieu! Are we not in the land of Baphomet?" cried the other, pointing to the empty goblets. "I will tell you, then, an adventure well known at Dijon, which happened at the time I was in command there, and was worth being written down. There was a sergeant of justice named Frank Turpin, who was an old lump of mischief, always grumbling, always fighting, stiff and starchy, and never comforting those he was leading to the hulks, with little jokes by the way, and in short, he was just the man to find lice and bald heads, and bad behaviour in the Almighty. This said Turpin, spurned by every one, shook unto himself a wife, and by chance he was blessed with one as mild as the peel of an onion, who, noticing the peculiar humour of her husband, took more pains to bring joy to his house than would another to bestow horns upon him. But although she was careful to obey him in all things, and to live at peace, would have tried to excrete gold for him, had God permitted it, this man was always surly and crabbed, and no more spared his wife blows than does a debtor promises to the bailiff's man. This unpleasant treatment continuing in spite of the carefulness and angelic behaviour of the poor woman, she being unable to accustom herself to it, was compelled to inform her relations, who thereupon came to the house. When they arrived, the husband declared to them that his wife was an idiot, that she displeased him in every possible way, and made his life almost unbearable, that she would wake him out of his first sleep, never came to the door when he knocked, but would leave him out in the rain and the cold, and that the house was always untidy. His garments were buttonless, his laces wanted tags. The linen was spoiling, the wine turning sour, the wood damp, and the bed was always creaking at unreasonable moments. In short, everything was going wrong. To this tissue of falsehoods, the wife replied by pointing to the clothes and things, all in a state of thorough repair. Then the sergeant said that he was very badly treated, that his dinner was never ready for him, or if it was, the broth was thin or the soup cold, either the wine or the glasses were forgotten, the meat was without gravy or parsley, the mustard had turned, he either found hairs in the dish or the cloth was dirty and took away his appetite. Indeed, nothing did she ever get for him that was to his liking. The wife, astonished, contented herself with stoutly denying the fault imputed to her. "Ah," said he, "you dirty hussy. You deny it, do you? Very well then, my friends, you come and dine here today. You shall be witnesses of her misconduct. And if she can for once serve me properly, I will confess myself wrong in all I have stated, and will never lift my hand against her again, but will resign to her my halberd and my breeches, and give her full authority here." "Oh, well," said she, joyfully, "I shall then henceforth be both wife and mistress." Then the husband, confident of the nature and imperfections of his wife, desired that the dinner should be served under the vine arbor, thinking that he would be able to shout at her if she did not hurry quickly enough from the table to the pantry. The good housewife set to work with a will. The plates were clean enough to see one's face in, the mustard was fresh and well made, the dinner beautifully cooked, as appetizing as stolen fruit, the glasses were clear, the wine was cool, and everything so nice, so clean and white, that the repast would have done honour to a bishop's chatterbox. Just as she was standing before the table, casting that last glance which all good housewives like to give everything, her husband knocked at the door. At that very moment a cursed hen, who had taken it into her head to get on top of the arbour to gorge herself with grapes, let fall a large lump of dirt right in the middle of the cloth. The poor woman was half dead with fright, so great was her despair. She could think of no other way of remedying the thoughtlessness of the fowl than by covering the unseemly patch with a plate in which she put the fine fruits taken at random from her pocket, losing sight altogether of the symmetry of the table. Then, in order that no one should notice it, she instantly fetched the soup, seated every one in his place, and begged them to enjoy themselves. Now, all of them, seeing everything so well arranged, uttered exclamations of pleasure, except the diabolical husband, who remained moody and sullen, knitting his brows and looking for a straw on which to hang a quarrel with his wife. Thinking it safe to give him one for himself, her relations being present, she said to him, "Here's your dinner, nice and hot, well served, the cloth is clean, the salt cellar's full, the plates clean, the wine fresh, the bread well baked. What is the lacking? What do you require? What do you desire? What else do you want?" "Oh, filth," said he, in a great rage. The good woman instantly lifted the plate, and replied, "There you are, my dear." Seeing which, the husband was dumbfounded, thinking that the devil was in league with his wife. He was immediately gravely reproached by the relations, who declared him to be in the wrong, abused him, and made more jokes at his expense than a recorder writes words in a month. From that time forward, the sergeant lived comfortably and peaceably with his wife, who at the least appearance of temper on his part, would say to him, "Do you want some filth?" "Who has told the worst now?" cried the Anjouman, giving the host a tap on the shoulder. He has," said the two others. Then they began to dispute among themselves, like the Holy Fathers in council, seeking, by creating a confusion, throwing the glasses at each other, and jumping about, a lucky chance, to make a run of it. "I'll settle the question," cried the host, seeing that whereas they had all three been ready with their own accounts, not one of them was thinking of his. They stopped terrified. "I will tell you a better one than all, then you will have to give 10 souls a head." "Silence for the landlord," said the one from Anjou. In a faubourg of Notre Dame la Riche, in which this inn is situated, there lived a beautiful girl, who besides her natural advantages, had a good round sum in her keeping. Therefore, as soon as she was old enough, and strong enough to bear the matrimonial yoke, she had as many lovers as there are souls in Street Gation's money box on the Paschal day. The girl chose one who, saving your presence, was as good a worker, night and day, as any two monks together. They were soon betrothed, and the marriage was arranged, but the joy of the first night did not draw nearer without occasioning some slight apprehensions to the lady, as she was liable, through an infirmity, to expel vapours, which came out like bombshells. Now, fearing that when thinking of something else, during the first night, she might give the reins to her eccentricities, she stated the case to her mother, whose assistance she invoked. That good lady informed her that this faculty of engineering wind was inherent in the family, that in her time she had been greatly embarrassed by it, but only in the earlier period of her life. God had been kind to her, and since the age of 7, she had evaporated nothing except on the last occasion when she had bestowed upon her dead husband a farewell blow. But, said she to her daughter, I have ever a sure specific, left to me by my mother, which brings these surplus explosions to nothing, and exhales them noiselessly. By this means these sighs become odorless, and scandal is avoided. The girl, much pleased, learned how to sail close to the wind, thanked her mother, and danced away merrily, storing up her flatulence like an organ blower waiting for the first note of mass. Entering the nuptial chamber, she determined to expel it when getting into bed, but the fantastic element was beyond control. The husband came. I leave you to imagine how love's conflict sped. In the middle of the night, the bride arose under a false pretext, and quickly returned again, but when climbing into her place, the pent-up force went off with such a loud discharge, that you would have thought with me that the curtains were split. Ha! I've missed my aim, said she. Steeth, my dear, I replied, then spare your powder. You would earn a good living in the army with that artillery. It was my wife. Ha! 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 Went the clerks. And they roared with laughter, holding their sides and complimenting their host. Did you ever hear a better story, Viscount? Ah, what a story! That is a story. A master story. The king of stories. Ha! Ha! It beats all the other stories hollow. After that I say there are no stories like the stories of our host. By the faith of a Christian, I never heard a better story in my life. Why, I can hear the report. I should like to kiss the orchestra. Ah, gentlemen, said the Burgundian, gravely, we cannot leave without seeing the hostess, and if we do not ask to kiss this famous wind instrument, it is out of respect for so good a storyteller. Thereupon they all exalted the host, his story, and his wife's trumpet so well that the old fellow, believing in these knaves' laughter and pompous eulogies, called to his wife. But as she did not come, the clerks said, not without frustrative intention, let us go to her. Thereupon they all went out of the room. The host took the candle and went upstairs first, to light them and show them the way, but seeing the street door ajar, the rascals took to their heels, and were off like shadows, leaving the host to take in settlement of his account another of his wife's offerings. The continence of King Francis I. Every one knows through what adventure King Francis, the first of that name, was taken like a silly bird and led into the town of Madrid, in Spain. There the Emperor Charles V kept him carefully locked up, like an article of great value, in one of his castles, in the which our defunct sire, of immortal memory, soon became listless and weary, seeing that he loved the open air, and his little comforts, and no more understood being shut up in a cage than a cat would folding a place. He fell into moods of such strange melancholy that his letters having been read in full council, Madame d'Angoulême, his mother, Madame Catherine, the Dauphin, Monsieur de Montmorency, and those who were at the head of affairs in France, knowing the great lechery of the king, determined after mature deliberation to send Queen Marguerite to him, from whom he would doubtless receive alleviation of his sufferings, that good lady being much loved by him, and merry, and learned in all necessary wisdom. But she, alleging that it would be dangerous for her soul, because it was impossible for her, without great danger, to be alone with the king in his cell, a sharp secretary, the Sieur de Fizes, was sent to the court of Rome, with orders to beg of the pontiff a papal brief of special indulgences, containing proper absolutions for the petty sins which, looking at their consanguinity, the said queen might commit with a view to cure the king's melancholy. At this time, Adrian Vai, the Dutchman, still wore the tiara, who, the good fellow, for the rest did not forget, in spite of the scholastic ties which united him to the emperor, that the eldest son of the Catholic Church was concerned in the affair, and was good enough to send to Spain an express legate, furnished with full powers, to attempt the salvation of the Queen's soul, and the King's body, without prejudice to God. This most urgent affair made the gentleman very uneasy, and caused an itching in the feet of the ladies, who, from great devotion to the crown, would all have offered to go to Madrid, but for the dark mistrust of Charles V, who would not grant the king's permission to any of his subjects, nor even the members of his family. It was therefore necessary to negotiate the departure of the Queen of Navarre. Then, nothing else was spoken about but this deplorable abstinence, and the lack of amorous exercise so vexatious to a prince, who was much accustomed to it. In short, from one thing to another, the women finished by thinking more of the king's condition than of the king himself. The queen was the first to say that she wished she had wings. To this Monseigneur de Chatillon replied, that she had no need of them to be an angel. One that was Madame Le Mayoral blamed God that it was not possible to send by a messenger that which the poor king so much required, and every one of the ladies would have lent it in her turn. God has done very well to fix it, said the Dauphin, quietly, for our husbands would leave us rather badly off during their absence. So much was said and so much thought upon the subject, that at her departure the Queen of all Marguerites was charged, by these good Christians, to kiss the captive heartily for all the ladies of the realm, and if it had been permissible to prepare pleasure like mustard, the Queen would have been laden with enough to sell to the 2 Castiles. While Madame Marguerite was, in spite of the snow, crossing the mountains, by relays of mule, hurrying on to these consolations as to a fire, the king found himself harder pressed by unsatisfied desire than he had ever been before, or would be again. In this reverberation of nature, he opened his heart to the Emperor Charles, in order that he might be provided with a merciful specific, urging upon him that it would be an everlasting disgrace to one king to let another die for lack of gallantry. The Castilian showed himself to be a generous man. Thinking that he would be able to recuperate himself for the favour granted out of his guest's ransom, he hinted quietly to the people commissioned to guard the prisoner, that they might gratify him in this respect. Thereupon a certain Don Hios de Lara y Lopez Barra de Pinto, a poor captain, whose pockets were empty in spite of his genealogy, and who had been for some time thinking of seeking his fortune at the court of France, fancied that by procuring his majesty a soft cataplasm of warm flesh, he would open for himself an honestly fertile door, and indeed, those who know the character of the good king and his court can decide if he deceived himself. When the above-mentioned captain came in his turn into the chamber of the French king, He asked him respectfully if it was his good pleasure to permit him an interrogation on this subject concerning which he was as curious as about papal indulgences. To which the prince, casting aside his hypochondriacal demeanour, and twisting round on the chair in which he was seated, gave a sign of consent. The captain begged him not to be offended at the license of his language, and confessed to him that he the king was said to be one of the most amorous men in France, and he would be glad to learn from him if the ladies of the court were expert in the adventures of love. The poor king, calling to mind his many adventures, gave vent to a deep-drawn sigh, and exclaimed that no woman of any country, including those of the moon, knew better than the ladies of France the secrets of this alchemy, and at the remembrance of the savoury, gracious, and vigorous fondling of one alone, he felt himself the man, were she then within his reach, to clasp her to his heart, even on a rotten plank 100 feet above a precipice. Say which, this good king, a ribald fellow, if ever there was one, shot forth so fiercely life and light from his eyes, that the captain, though a brave man, felt a quaking in his inside, so fiercely flamed the sacred majesty of royal love. But recovering his courage, he began to defend the Spanish ladies, declaring that in Castile alone was love properly understood, because it was the most religious place in Christendom, and the more fear the women had of damning themselves by yielding to a lover, the more their souls were in the affair, because they knew they must take their pleasure then against eternity. He further added that if the Lord King would wager one of the best and most profitable manors in the kingdom of France, he would give him a Spanish night of love, in which a casual queen should, unless he took care, draw his soul from his body. Done, said the king, jumping from his chair. I'll give thee, by God, the manor of Villo Dames in my province of Turin, with full privilege of chase, of high and low jurisdiction. Then, the captain, who was acquainted with the donor of the Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, requested her to smother the King of France with kindness, and demonstrate to him the great advantage of the Castilian imagination over the simple movement of the French. To which the Marchesa of Mazgai consented for the honour of Spain, and also for the pleasure of knowing of what paste God made kings, a matter in which he was ignorant, having experience only of the princes of the church. Then she became passionate as a lion that has broken out of his cage, and made the bones of the king crack in a manner that would have killed any other man. But the above-named lord was so well furnished, so greedy, and so ill-bitten, he no longer felt a bite, and from this terrible duel the Marchesa emerged abashed, believing she had the devil to confess. The captain, confident in his agent, came to salute his lord, thinking to do honour for his fief. Thereupon the king said to him, in a jocular manner, that the Spanish ladies were of a passable temperature, and their system a fair one, but that when gentleness was required they substituted frenzy, that he kept fancying each thrill was a sneeze, or a case of violence. In short, that the embrace of a French woman brought back the drinker more thirsty than ever, tiring him never, and that with the ladies of his court, love was a gentle pleasure without parallel, and not the labour of the master baker in his kneading trough. 235s. Full page image, medium size. The poor captain was strongly piqued at his language. In spite of the nice sense of honour which the king pretended to possess, he fancied that his majesty wished to bilk him like a student, stealing a slice of love at a brothel in Paris. Nevertheless, not knowing for the matter of that, if the Marchesa had not overspanished the king, he demanded his revenge from the captive, pledging him his word that he should have for certain a veritable fay, and that he would yet gain the fief. The king was too courteous and gallant a knight to refuse this request, and even made a pretty and right royal speech, intimating his desire to lose the wager. Then, after vespers, the guard passed fresh and warm into the king's chamber, a lady most dazzlingly white, most delicately wanton, with long tresses and velvet hands, filling out her dress at the least movement, for she was gracefully plump, with a laughing mouth, and eyes moist in advance, a woman to beautify hell, and whose first word had such cordial power that the king's garment was cracked by it. On the morrow, after the fair one had slipped out after the king's breakfast, the good captain came radiant and triumphant into the chamber. At sight of him the prisoner then exclaimed, "Baron de Lavillaudames, God grant you joys like to mine. I like my jail. By laddie, I will not judge between the live of our lands, but pay the wager." "I was sure of it," said the captain. "How so?" said the king. "Sire, it was my wife." This was the origin of la raid a Lavillaudames in our country, since from corruption of the names, that of Lara y Lopez finished by becoming La Ray. It was of good family, delighting in serving the kings of France, and it multiplied exceedingly. Soon after, the Queen of Navarre came in due course to the king, who, weary of Spanish customs, wished to disport himself after the fashion of the France, but remainder is not the subject of this narrative. I reserved to myself the right to relate elsewhere how the legate managed to sponge the sin of the thing off the great slate, and the delicate remark of our Queen of Marguerites, who merits a saint's niche in this collection, she who first concocted such good stories. The morality of this one is easy to understand. In the first place, kings should never let themselves be taken in battle any more than their archetype in the game of the Grecian chief Balzac. But from this, it appears the captivity of its king is a most calamitous and horrible evil to fall on the populace. If it had been a queen, or even a princess, what worse fate? But I believe the thing could not happen again, except with cannibals. Can there ever be a reason for imprisoning the flower of a realm? I think too well of Ashtaroth, Lucifer, and others, to imagine that did they reign, they would hide the joy of all the beneficent light, at which poor sufferers warmed themselves. And it was necessary that the worst of devils, Idist, a wicked old heretic woman, should find herself upon the throne, to keep our prisoner sweet Mary of Scotland, to the shame of all the knights of Christendom, who should have come without previous assignation to the foot of Fotheringay, and have left thereof no single stone. The merry tattle of the nuns of Poissy. The Abbey of Poissy has been rendered famous by old authors as a place of pleasure, where the misconduct of the nuns first began, and whence proceeded so many good stories calculated to make laymen laugh at the expense of our holy religion. The said abbey by this means became fertile in proverbs, which none of the clever folks of our day understand, although they sift and chew them in order to digest them. If you ask one of them what the olives of Poissy are, they will answer you gravely that it is a paraphrase relating to truffles, and that the way to serve them, of which one formerly spoke, when joking with these virtuous maidens, meant a peculiar kind of sauce. That's the way the scribblers hit on truth once in 100 times. To return to these good recluses, it was said, by way of a joke, of course, that they preferred finding a harlot in their chemises to a good woman. Certain other jokers reproached them with imitating the lives of the saints, in their own fashion, and said that all they admired in Mary of Egypt was her fashion of paying the boatman. From whence the raillery, to honour the saints after the fashion of Poissy. There is still the crucifix of Poissy, which kept the stomachs warm, and the matins of Poissy, which concluded with a little chorister. Finally, of a hearty jade well acquainted with the ways of love, it was said, she is a nun of Poissy. That property of a man which he can only lend, was the key of the Abbey of Poissy. What the gate of the said abbey was can easily be guessed. This gate, door, wicket, opening, or road was always half open, was easier to open than to shut, and cost much in repairs. In short, at that period, there was no fresh device in love invented, that had not its origin in the good convent of Poissy. You may be sure there is a good deal of untruth and hyperbolical emphasis in these proverbs, jests, jokes, and idle tales. The nuns of the said Poissy were good young ladies, who now this way, now that, cheated God to the profit of the devil, as many others did, which was but natural, because our nature is weak, and although they were nuns, they had their little imperfections. They found themselves barren in a certain particular, hence the evil. But the truth of the matter is, all these wickednesses were the deeds of an abbess who had 14 children, all born alive, since they had been perfected at leisure. The fantastic amours and the wild conduct of this woman, who was of royal blood, caused the convent of Poissy to become fashionable, and thereafter no pleasant adventure happened in the abbeys of France which was not credited to these poor girls, who would have been well satisfied with a tenth of them. Then the abbey was reformed, and these holy sisters were deprived of the little happiness and liberty which they had enjoyed. In an old cartulary of the abbey of Turpin, near Chinon, which in those later troublous times had found a resting place in the library of As-A, where the custodian was only too glad to receive it, I met with a fragment under the head of the Hours of Poissy, which had evidently been put together by a merry abbot of Turpin for the diversion of his neighbours of As-A, Mungega, Sachs, and other places of this province. I give them under the authority of the clerical garb, but altered to my own style, because I have been compelled to turn them from Latin into French. I commence. At Poissy the nuns were accustomed to, when Mademoiselle, the king's daughter, their abbess, had gone to bed. It was she who first called it faire la petite oie, to stick to the preliminaries of love, the prologues, prefaces, protocols, warnings, notices, introductions, summaries, prospectuses, arguments, notices, epigraphs, titles, false titles, current titles, scholia, marginal remarks, frontispieces, observations, gilt edges, bookmarks, wriglets, vignettes, tail pieces, and engravings, without once opening the merry book to read, reread, and study to apprehend and comprehend the contents. And she gathered together in a body all those extrajudicial little pleasures of that sweet language, which come indeed from the lips, yet make no noise, and practised them so well, that she died a virgin and perfect in shape. The gay science was after deeply studied by the ladies of the court, who took lovers for la petite oie, others for honour, and at times also certain ones who had over them the right of high and low jurisdiction, and were masters of everything, a state of things much preferred. But to continue, when this virtuous princess was naked and shameless between the sheets, the said girls, those whose cheeks were unwrinkled and their hearts gay, would steal noiselessly out of their cells, and hide themselves in that of one of the sisters who was much liked by all of them. That they would have cosy little chats, enlivened with sweetmeats, pasties, liqueurs, and girlish quarrels, worry their elders, imitating them grotesquely, innocently mocking them, telling stories that made them laugh till the tears came, and playing 1,000 pranks. At times they would measure their feet, to see whose were the smallest, compare the white plumpness of their arms, see whose nose had the infirmity of blushing after supper, count their freckles, tell each other where their skin marks were situated, dispute whose complexion was the clearest, whose hair the prettiest colour, and whose figure the best. You can imagine that among these figures sanctified to God there were fine ones, stout ones, lank ones, thin ones, plump ones, supple ones, shrunken ones, and figures of all kinds. Then they would quarrel amongst themselves as to who took the least to make a girdle, and she who span the least was pleased without knowing why. At times they would relate their dreams and what they had seen in them. Often one or two, at times all of them, had dreamed they had tight hold of the keys of the abbey. Then they would consult each other about their little ailments. One had scratched her finger, another had a whitlow, This one had risen in the morning with the white of her eye bloodshot. That one had put her finger out, telling her beads. All had some little thing the matter with them. "Ah, you have lied to our mother, your nails are marked with white," said one to her neighbour. "You stopped a long time at confession this morning, sister," said another. "You must have a good many little sins to confess." As there is nothing resembles a pussycat so much as a tomcat, they would swear eternal friendship, quarrel, sulk, dispute and make it up again, would be jealous, laugh and pinch, pinch and laugh, and play tricks upon the novices. At times they would say, "Suppose a gendarme came here one rainy day, where should we put him?" With Sister Ovid, his cell is so big he could get into it with his helmet on. "What do you mean?" cried Sister Ovid. "Are not all our cells alike?" Thereupon the girls burst out laughing like ripe figs. One evening they increased their council by a little novice, about 17 years of age, who appeared innocent as a newborn babe, and would have had the host without confession. This maiden's mouth had long watered for their secret confabulations, little feasts and rejoicings by which the nuns softened the holy captivity of their bodies, and had wept at not being admitted to them. "Well," said Sister Ovid to her, "have you had a good night's rest, little one?" "Oh, no," said she, "I have been bitten by fleas." "Ha! You have fleas in your cell? But you must get rid of them at once. Do you know how the rules of our order enjoin them to be driven out, so that never again during her conventional life shall a sister see so much as the tail of one?" "No," replied the novice. "Well then, I will teach you. Do you see any fleas here? Do you notice any trace of fleas? Do you smell an odor of fleas? Is there any appearance of fleas in my cell? Look." "I can't find any," said the little novice, who was Mademoiselle de Fen, "and smell no odor other than our own." "Do as I am about to tell you, and be no more bitten. Directly you feel yourself pricked, you must strip yourself, lift your chemise, and be careful not to sin while looking all over your body. Think only of the cursed flea, looking for it, in good faith, without paying attention to other things, trying only to catch the flea, which is a difficult job, as you may easily be deceived by the little black spots on your skin, which you were born with. Have you any, little one?" "Yes," cried she. "I have 2 dark freckles, one on my shoulder and one on my back, rather low down, but it is hidden in a fold of the flesh." "How did you see it?" asked Sister Perpetua. "I did not know it. It was Monsieur de Montessa who found it out." "Ha, ha," said the sister. "Is that all he saw?" "He saw everything," said she. "I was quite little. He was about 9 years old, and we were playing together." The nuns hardly being able to restrain their laughter, Sister Ovid went on. "The above-mentioned flea will jump from your legs to your eyes, will try and hide himself in apertures and crevices, will leap from valley to mountain, endeavouring to escape you, but the rules of the house order you courageously to pursue, repeating aves. Ordinarily at the 3rd ave the beast is taken." "The flea?" asked the novice. "Certainly the flea," replied Sister Ovid, "but in order to avoid the dangers of this chase, you must be careful in whatever spot you put your finger on the beast, to touch nothing else. Then, without regarding its cries, plaints, groans, efforts, and writhings, and the rebellion which frequently it attempts, you will press it under your thumb or other finger of the hand engaged in holding it, and with the other hand you will search for a veil to bind the flea's eyes and prevent it from leaping, as the beast, seeing no longer clearly, will not know where to go. Nevertheless, as it will still be able to bite you, and will be getting terribly enraged, you must gently open its mouth and delicately insert therein a twig of the blessed brush that hangs over your pillow. Thus the beast will be compelled to behave properly. But remember that the discipline of our order allows you to retain no property, and the beast cannot belong to you. You must take into consideration that it is one of God's creatures, and strive to render it more agreeable. Therefore, before all things, it is necessary to verify 3 serious things, viz., if the flea be a male, if it be female, or if it be a virgin, supposing it to be a virgin, which is extremely rare, since these beasts have no morals, are all wild hussies, and yield to the first seducer who comes. You will seize her hinder feet, and drawing them under her little gay parison, you must bind them with one of your hairs, and carry it to your superior, who will decide upon its fate after having consulted the chapter. If it be a male. How can one tell that a flea is a virgin? Asked the curious novice. First of all, replied Sister Vide, she is sad and melancholy, does not laugh like the others, does not bite so sharp, has her mouth less wide open, blushes when touched, you know where. In that case, replied the novice, I have been bitten by a male. At this the sisters burst out laughing so heartily that one of them sounded a bass note and voided a little water, and Sister Avide, pointing to it on the floor, said, You see there's never win without rain. The novice laughed herself, thinking that these chuckles were caused by the sister's exclamation. Now, went on Sister Avide, if it be a male flea, you take your scissors, or your lover's dagger, if by chance he has given you one as a souvenir, previous to your entry into the convent. In short, furnished with a cutting instrument, you carefully slit open the flanks of the flea. Expect to hear him howl, cough, spit, beg your pardon, to see him twist about, sweat, make sheep's sighs, and anything that may come into his head to put off this operation. But be not astonished. Pluck up your courage when thinking that you are acting thus to bring a perverted creature into the ways of salvation. Then you will dexterously take the reins, the liver, the heart, the gizzard, and noble parts, and dip them all several times into the holy water, washing and purifying them there, at the same time imploring the Holy Ghost to sanctify the interior of the beast. Afterwards you will replace all these intestinal things in the body of the flea, who will be anxious to get them back again. Being by this means baptized, the soul of the creature has become Catholic. Immediately you will get a needle and thread and sew up the belly of the flea with great care, with such regard and attention as is due to a fellow Christian. You will even pray for it, a kindness to which you will see it is sensible by its genuflections and the attentive glances which it will bestow upon you. In short, it will cry no more, and have no further desire to kill you, and fleas are often encountered who die from pleasure at being thus converted to our holy religion. You will do the same to all you catch, and the others perceiving it, after staring at the convert, will go away, so perverse are they, and so terrified at the idea of becoming Christians. And they are therefore wicked, said the novice. Is there any greater happiness than to be in the bosom of the Church? Certainly, answered Sister Ursula. Here we are sheltered from the dangers of the world and of love, in which there are so many. Is there any other danger than that of having a child at an unseasonable time? Asked two young sister. During the present reign, replied Ursula, raising her head, love has inherited leprosy, St. Anthony's fire, the Ardennes sickness, and the red rash, and has heaped up all the fevers, agonies, drugs and sufferings of the lot in his pretty mortar, to draw out therefrom a terrible compound, of which the devil has given the receipt, luckily for convents, because there are a great number of the frightened ladies, who become virtuous for fear of this love. Thereupon they huddled up close together, alarmed at these words, but wishing to know more. And is it enough to love, to suffer? Asked a sister. Oh, yes, cried Sister Avide. You love just for one little once, a pretty gentleman, replied Ursula, and you have the chance of seeing your teeth go one by one, your hair fall off, your cheeks grow pallid, and your eyebrows drop, and the disappearance of your prized charms will cost you many a sigh. There are poor women who have scabs come upon their noses, and others who have a horrid animal with 100 claws, which gnaws their tenderest parts. The Pope has at last been compelled to excommunicate this kind of love. Ah, how lucky I am to have had nothing of that sort, cried the novice. Hearing this souvenir of love, the sisters suspected that the little one had gone astray through the heat of a crucifix of poesy, and had been joking with the sister Provide, and drawing her out. All congratulated themselves on having so merry a jade in their company, and asked her to what adventure they were indebted for that pleasure. Ah, said she, I let myself be bitten by a big flea, who had already been baptized. At this speech, the sister of the bass note could not restrain a second sign. Ah, said Sister Vide, you are bound to give us the third. If you spoke that language in the choir, the abbess would diet you like Sister Petronille, so put a sordine in your trumpet. Is it truth that you knew in her lifetime that Sister Petronille, on whom God bestowed the gift of only going twice a year to the Bank of Deposit? Asked Sister Ursula. Yes, replied Ovid. And one evening it happened she had to remain enthroned until matins, saying, I am here by the will of God. But at the first verse, she was delivered, in order that she should not miss the office. Nevertheless, the late abbess would not allow that this was an especial favour, granted from on high, and said that God did not look so low. Here are the facts of the case. Our defunct sister, whose canonization the order are now endeavouring to obtain at the court of the Pope, and would have had it if they could have paid the proper costs of the papal brief, this Petronille, then, had an ambition to have her name included in the calendar of saints, which was in no way prejudicial to our order. She lived in prayer alone, would remain in ecstasy before the altar of the Virgin, which is on the side of the fields, and pretend so distinctly to hear the angels flying in paradise, that she was able to hem the tunes they were singing. You all know that she took from them the chanted Doremus, of which no man could have invented a note. She remained for days with her eyes fixed like the star, fasting, and putting no more nourishment into her body that I could into my eye. She had made a vow never to taste meat, either cooked or raw, and ate only a crust of bread a day, but on great feast days she would add thereto a morsel of salt fish, without any sauce. On this diet she became dreadfully thin, yellow and saffron, and dry as an old bone in a cemetery, for she was of an ardent disposition, and anyone who had had the happiness of knocking up against her would have drawn fire as from a flint. However, little as she ate, she could not escape an infirmity to which, luckily or unluckily, we are all more or less subject. If it were otherwise, we should be very much embarrassed. The affair in question is the obligation of expelling after eating, like all the other animals, matter more or less agreeable, according to constitution. Now Sister Petronille differed from all others, because she expelled matter such as is left by a deer, and these are the hardest substances that any gizzard produces, as you must know, if you have ever put your foot upon them in the forest glade, and from their hardness they are called bullets in the language of forestry. This peculiarity of Sister Petronille's was not unnatural, since long fasts kept her temperament at a permanent heat. According to the old sisters, her nature was so burning, that when water touched her, she went frisked, like a hot coal. There are sisters who have accused her of secretly cooking eggs, in the night, between her toes, in order to support her austerities. But these were scandals, invented to tarnish this great sanctity of which all the other nunneries were jealous. Our sister was piloted in the way of salvation and divine perfection by the abbot of Saint-Germain-des-Prés de Paris, a holy man, who always finished his injunctions with the last one, which was to offer to God all our troubles, and submit ourselves to his will, since nothing happened without his express commandment. This doctrine, which appears wise at first sight, has furnished matter for great controversies, and has been finally condemned on the statement of the Cardinal of Chatillon, who declared that then there would be no such thing as sin, which would considerably diminish the revenues of the Church. But Sister Petronille lived imbued with this feeling, without knowing the danger of it. After Lent, and the fasts of the Great Jubilee, for the first time for 8 months she had need to go to the little room, and to it she went. There, bravely lifting her dress, she put herself into a position to do that which we poor sinners do rather oftener. But Sister Petronille could only manage to expectorate the commencement of the thing, which kept her puffing without the remainder making up its mind to follow. In spite of every effort, pursing of the lips and squeezing of body, her guest preferred to remain in her blessed body, merely putting his head out of the window, like a frog taking the air, and felt no inclination to fall into the vale of misery among the others, alleging that he would not be there in the odour of sanctity. And his idea was a good one for a simple lump of dirt like himself. The good saint, having used all methods of coercion, having overstretched her muscles, and tried the nerves of her thin face till they bulged out, recognized the fact that no suffering in the world was so great, and her anguish attaining the apogee of sphincterial terrors, she exclaimed, "Oh, my God, to thee I offer it." At this orison, the stony matter broke off short, and fell like a flint against the wall of the privy, making a grock, grock, crook, paff. You can easily understand, my sisters, that she had no need of a torch-cull, and drew back the remainder. "Then did she see angels?" asked one. "Have they a behind?" asked another. "Certainly not," said Ursula. "Do you not know that one general meeting day, God having ordered them to be seated, they answered him that they had not the wherewithal? Thereupon they went off to bed, some alone, others nearly alone. They were good girls, who harmed only themselves. I cannot leave them without relating an adventure which took place in their house, when Reform was passing a sponge over it, and making them all saints, as before stated. At that time, there was in the episcopal chair of Paris a veritable saint, who did not brag about what he did, and cared for naught but the poor and suffering, whom the dear old bishop lodged in his heart, neglecting his own interests for theirs, and seeking out misery in order that he might heal it with words, with help, with attentions, and with money, according to the case, as ready to solace the rich in their misfortunes as the poor, patching up their souls and bringing them back to God, and tearing about hither and thither, watching his troop, the dear shepherd. Now the good man went about careless of the state of his cassocks, mantles, and breeches, so that the naked members of the church were covered. He was so charitable that he would have pawned himself to save an infidel from distress. His servants were obliged to look after him carefully. Ofttimes he would scold them when they changed and asked his tattered vestments for new, and he used to have them darned and patched, as long as they would hold together. Now this good archbishop knew that the late Sieur de Poissy had left a daughter, without a sou or a rag, after having eaten, drunk, and gambled away her inheritance. This poor young lady lived in a hovel, without fire in winter or cherries in spring, and did needlework, not wishing either to marry beneath her or sell her virtue. Awaiting the time when he should be able to find a young husband for her, the prelate took it into his head to send her the outside case of one to mend, in the person of his old breeches, a task which the young lady, in her present position, would be glad to undertake. One day that the archbishop was thinking to himself that he must go to the convent of Poissy, to see after the reformed inmates, he gave to one of his servants the oldest of his nether garments, which was sorely in need of stitches, saying, "Take this, Saintot, to the young ladies of Poissy," meaning to say, the young lady of Poissy. Thinking of affairs connected with the cloister, he did not inform his valet of the situation of the lady's house, her desperate condition having been by him discreetly kept a secret. Saintot took the breeches and went his way towards Poissy, gay as a grasshopper, stopping to chat with friends he met on the way, slaking his thirst at the wayside inns, and showing many things to the breeches during the journey that might hereafter be useful to them. At last he arrived at the convent, and informed the abbess that his master had sent him to give her these articles. When the valet departed, leaving with the Reverend Mother the garment accustomed to model in relief the archiepiscopal proportions of the continent nature of the good man, according to the fashion of the period, beside the image of those things of which the Eternal Father had deprived his angels, and which in the good prelate did not want for amplitude. Madam the abbess having informed the sisters of the precious message of the good archbishop, they came in haste, curious and hustling, as ants into whose republic a chestnut husk has fallen. When they'd undid the breeches, which gaped horribly, they shrieked out, covering their eyes with one hand, in great fear of seeing the devil come out, the abbess exclaiming, "Hide yourselves, my daughters. This is the abode of mortal sin." The mother of the novices, giving a little look between her fingers, revived the courage of the holy troop, swearing by an Ave that no living head was domiciled in the breeches. Then they all blushed at their ease, while examining this habit of it, thinking that perhaps the desire of the prelate was that they should discover therein some sage admonition or evangelical parable. Although this sight caused certain ravages in the hearts of those most virtuous maidens, they paid little attention to the flutterings of their reins, but sprinkling a little holy water in the bottom of the abyss, one touched it, another passed her finger through a hole, and grew bolder looking at it. It has even been pretended that, their first stir over, the abbess found a voice sufficiently firm to say, "What is there at the bottom of this? With what idea has our Father sent us that which consummates the ruin of women? It's 15 years, dear mother, since I have been permitted to gaze upon the demon's den." "Silence, my daughter. You prevent me thinking what is best to be done." Then so much were these archiepiscopal breeches turned and twisted about, admired and re-admired, pulled here, pulled there, and turned inside out, so much were they talked about, fought about, thought about, dreamed about, night and day, that on the morrow a little sister said, after having sung the matins, to which the convent had a verse and 2 responses, "Sisters, I have found out the parable of the archbishop. He has sent us as a mortification his garment to mend, as a holy warning to avoid idleness, the mother abbess of all the vices." Thereupon there was a scramble to get hold of the breeches, but the abbess, using her high authority, reserved to herself the meditation over this patchwork. She was occupied during 10 days, praying, and sewing the said breeches, lining them with silk, and making double hems, well sewn, and in all humility. Then the chapter being assembled, it was arranged that the convent should testify by a pretty souvenir to the said archbishop their delight that he thought of his daughters in God. Then all of them, to the very youngest, had to do some work on these blessed breeches, in order to do honour to the virtue of the good man. Meanwhile the prelate had had so much to attend to, that he had forgotten all about his garment. This is how it came about. He made the acquaintance of a noble of the court, who, having lost his wife, a she-fiend and sterile, said to the good priest, that he had a great ambition to meet with a virtuous woman, confiding in God, with whom he was not likely to quarrel, and was likely to have pretty children. Such a one he desired to hold by the hand, and have confidence in. Then the holy man drew such a picture of Mademoiselle de Poissy, that this fair one soon became Madame de Genelhac. The wedding was celebrated at the archiepiscopal palace, where was a feast of the first quality and a table bordered with ladies of the highest lineage, and the fashionable world of the court, among whom the bride appeared the most beautiful, since it is certain that she was a virgin, the archbishop guaranteeing her virtue. When the fruit, conserves, and pastry were with many ornaments arranged on the cloth, St. Odd said to the archbishop, "Monsignor, your well-beloved daughters of Poissy send you a fine dish for the centre." "Put it there," said the good man, gazing with admiration at an edifice of velvet and satin, embroidered with fine ribbon, in the shape of an ancient vase, the lid of which exhaled 1,000 superfine odours. Immediately the bride, uncovering it, found therein sweetmeats, cakes, and those delicious confections to which the ladies are so partial. But of one of them, some curious devotee, seeing a little piece of silk, pulled it towards her, and exposed to view the habitation of the human compass, to the great confusion of the prelate, for laughter rang round the table like a discharge of artillery. "Well have they made the centre dish," said the bridegroom. "These young ladies are of good understanding. Therein are all the sweets of matrimony. Can there be any better moral than that deduced by Monsieur de Genelhac? Then no other is needed." How the Château d'Azay came to be built. Jean, son of Simon Fourniers, called Simon, a citizen of Tours, originally of the village of Moulinet, near Tabuni, whence, in imitation of certain persons, he took the name when he became steward to Louis XI, had to fly one day into Languedoc with his wife, having fallen into great disgrace, and left his son Jacques penniless in Touraine. This youth, who possessed nothing in the world except his good looks, his sword, and spurs, but whom worn-out old men would have considered very well off, had in his head a firm intention to save his father, and make his fortune at the court, then holden in Touraine. At early dawn this good Tourainian left his lodging, and, enveloped in his mantle, all except his nose, which he left open to the air, and his stomach empty, walked about the town without any trouble of digestion. He entered the churches, thought them beautiful, looked into the chapels, flicked the flies from the pictures, and counted the columns all after the manner of a man who knew not what to do with his time or his money. At other times he feigned to recite his paternosters, but really made mute prayers to the ladies, offered them holy water when leaving, followed them afar off, and endeavoured by these little services to encounter some adventure, in which, at the peril of his life, he would find for himself a protector or a gracious mistress. He had in his girdle 2 doubloons which he spared far more than his skin, because that would be replaced, but the doubloons never. Each day he took from his little hoard the price of a roll and a few apples, with which he sustained life, and drank at his will and his discretion of the water of the Loire. This wholesome and prudent diet, besides being good for his doubloons, kept him frisky and light as a greyhound, gave him a clear understanding and a warm heart, for the water of the Loire is of all syrups the most strengthening, because having its course afar off it is invigorated by its long run, through many strands, before it reaches Tours. So you may be sure that the poor fellow imagined 1,001 good fortunes and lucky adventures, and what is more, almost believed them true. Oh, the good times! One evening Jacques de Buny, he kept the name although he was not Lord of Buny, was walking along the embankment, occupied in cursing his star and everything, for his last doubloon was with scant respect upon the point of quitting him, when at the corner of a little street, he nearly ran against a veiled lady, whose sweet odour gratified his amorous senses. This fair pedestrian was bravely mounted on pretty pattens, wore a beautiful dress of Italian velvet, with wide slashed satin sleeves, while as a sign of her great fortune, Through her veil a white diamond of reasonable size shone upon her forehead like the rays of the setting sun. Among her dresses, which were delicately rolled, built up, and so neat, that they must have taken her maids quite 3 hours to arrange. She walked like a lady who was only accustomed to a litter. One of her pages followed her, well armed. She was evidently some light o' love belonging to a noble of high rank or a lady of the court, since she held her dress high off the ground, and bent her back like a woman of quality. Lady or courtesan she pleased Jacques de Buny, who, far from turning up his nose at her, conceived the wild idea of attaching himself to her for life. With this in view he determined to follow her in order to ascertain whether she would lead him to paradise or to the limbo of hell, to a gibbet or to an abode of love. Anything was a gleam of hope to him in the depth of his misery. The lady strolled along the bank of the Loire towards Plessis, inhaling like a fish the fine freshness of the water, toying, sauntering like a little mouse who wishes to see and taste everything. When the page perceived that Jacques de Buny persistently followed his mistress in all her movements, stopped when she stopped, and watched her trifling in a barefaced fashion, as if he had a right so to do, he turned briskly round with a savage and threatening face, like that of a dog who says, "Stand back, sir." But the good Touranian had his wits about him. Believing that if a cat may look at king, he, a baptized Christian, might certainly look at a pretty woman, he stepped forward, and feigning to grin at the page, he strutted now behind and now before the lady. She said nothing, but looked at the sky, which was putting on its nightcap, the stars, and everything which could give her pleasure. So things went on. At last, arrived outside Portellan, she stood still, and in order to see better, cast her veil back over her shoulder, and in so doing cast upon the youth the glance of a clever woman who looks round to see if there is any danger of being robbed. I may tell you that Jacques de Buny was a thorough lady's man, could walk by the side of a princess without disgracing her, had a brave and resolute air which pleased the sex, and if he was a little browned by the sun from being so much in the open air, his skin would look quite enough under the canopy of a bed. The glance, keen as a needle, which the lady threw him, appeared to him more animated than that with which she would have honoured her prayer book. Upon it he built the hope of a windfall of love, and resolved to push the adventure to the very edge of the petticoat, risking to go still further, not only his lips, which he held of little count, but his 2 ears and something else besides. He followed into the town the laddie, who returned by the Rue des Trois Buissels, and led the gallant through a labyrinth of little streets, to the square inches which is at the present time situated the Hôtel de la Croisille. There she stopped at the door of a splendid mansion, at which the page knocked. A servant opened it, and the lady went in and closed the door, leaving the Sieur de Buny open-mouthed, stupefied, and as foolish as Monsieur Saint Denis when he was trying to pick up his head. He raised his nose in the air to see if some token of favour would be thrown to him, and saw nothing except a light which went up the stairs, through the rooms, and rested before a fine window, where probably the lady was also. You can believe that the poor lover remained melancholy and dreaming, and not knowing what to do. The window gave a sudden creak and broke his reverie. Fancying that his lady was about to call him, he looked up again, and but for the friendly shelter of the balcony, which was a helmet to him, he would have received a stream of water and the utensil which contained it, since the handle only remained in the grasp of the person who delivered the deluge. Jacques de Buny, delighted at this, did not lose the opportunity, but flung himself against the wall, crying, "I am killed," with a feeble voice. Then stretching himself upon the fragments of broken china, he lay as if dead, awaiting the issue. The servants rushed out in a state of alarm, fearing their mistress, to whom they had confessed their fault, and picked up the wounded man, who could hardly restrain his laughter at being then carried up the stairs. He is cold, said the page. He is covered with blood, said the butler, who while feeling his pulse had wetted his hand. If he revives, said the guilty one, I will pay for a mass to street-gation. Madam takes after her late father, and if she does not have thee hanged, the least mitigation of thy penalty will be that thou wilt be kicked out of her house and service, said another. Certes, he's dead enough, he is so heavy. Ah, I am in the house of a very great lady, thought Jacques. Alas, is he really dead? Demanded the author of the calamity. While with great labour the Turanian was being carried up the stairs, his doublet caught on a projection, and the dead man cried, Ah, my doublet! He groans, said the culprit, with a sigh of relief. The regent's servants, for this was the house of the regent, the daughter of King Louis XI, of virtuous memory, brought Jacques de Buny into a room, and laid him stiff and stark upon the table, not thinking for a moment that he could be saved. Run and fetch a surgeon, cried Madame de Buny. Run here, run there. The servants were down the stairs in a derrice. The good lady regent dispatched her attendants for ointment, for linen to bind the wounds, for goulad water, for so many things, that she remained alone. Gazing upon this splendid and senseless man, she cried aloud, admiring his presence and his features, handsome even in death. Ah, God wishes to punish me. Just for one little time in my life has there been born in me, and taken possession of me, a naughty idea, and my patron saint is angry, and deprives me of the sweetest gentleman I have ever seen. By the rood, and by the soul of my father, I will hang every man who has had a hand in this. Madam, cried Jacques de Buny, springing from the table, and falling at the feet of the regent, I will live to serve you, and am so little bruised that I promise you this night as many joys as there are months in the year, in imitation of the sire Hercules, a pagan baron. For the last 20 days, he went on, thinking that matters would be smothered by a little lying, I have met you again and again. I fell madly in love with you, yet dared not, by reason of my great respect for your person, make an advance. You can imagine how intoxicated I must have been with your royal beauties, to have invented the trick to which I owe the happiness of being at your feet. Thereupon he kissed her amorously, and gave her a look that would have overcome any scruples. The regent, by means of time, which respects not queens, was, as everyone knows, in her middle age. In this critical and autumnal season, women formerly virtuous and loveless desire now here, now there, to enjoy, unknown to the world, certain hours of love, in order that they may not arrive in the other world with hands and heart alike empty, through having left the fruit of the tree of knowledge untasted. The Lady of Buja, without appearing to be astonished while listening to the promises of this young man, since royal personages ought to be accustomed to having them by dozens, kept this ambitious speech in the depths of her memory or of her registry of love, which caught fire at his words. Then she raised the Turanian, who still found in his misery the courage to smile at his mistress, who had the majesty of a full-blown rose, ears like shoes, and the complexion of a sick cat, but was so well dressed, so fine in figure, so royal of foot, and so queenly in carriage, that he might still find in this affair means to gain his original object. "Who are you?" said the regent, putting on the stern look of her father. "I am your very faithful subject, Jacques de Buny, son of your steward, who has fallen into disgrace in spite of his faithful services." Well," replied the lady, "lay yourself on the table again. I hear someone coming, and it is not fit that my people should think me your accomplice in this farce and mummery." The good fellow perceived, by the soft sound of her voice, that he was pardoned the enormity of his love. He lay down upon the table again, and remembered how certain lords had ridden to court in an old stirrup, a thought which perfectly reconciled him to his present position. "Good," said the regent to her maidservants, "nothing is needed. This gentleman is better, thanks to heaven and the Holy Virgin. There will have been no murder in my house." Thus saying, she passed her hand through the locks of the lover who had fallen to her from the skies, and taking a little reviving water she bathed his temples, undid his doublet, and under pretence of aiding his recovery, verified better than an expert how soft and young was the skin on this young fellow and bold promiser of bliss, and all the bystanders, men and women, were amazed to see the regent act thus. But humanity never misbecomes those of royal blood. Jacques stood up, and appeared to come to his senses, thanked the regent most humbly, and dismissed the physicians, master surgeons, and other imps in black, saying that he had thoroughly recovered. Then he gave his name, and saluting Madame de Bouja, wished to depart, as though afraid of her on account of his father's disgrace, but no doubt horrified at his terrible vow. 255. Full page image, medium size. "I cannot permit it," said she. "Persons who come to my house should not meet with such treatment as you have encountered. The Sire de Buny will sup here," she added to her majordomo. "He who has so unduly insulted him will be at his mercy if he makes himself known immediately, otherwise I will have him found out and hanged by the provost." Hearing this, the page who had attended the lady during her promenade stepped forward. "Madam," said Jacques, "at my request pray both pardon and reward him, since to him I owe the felicity of seeing you, the favour of supping in your company, and perhaps that of getting my father re-established in the office to which it pleased your glorious father to appoint him." "Well said," replied the regent. "D'Estouteville," said she, turning towards the page, "I give thee command of a company of archers. But for the future do not throw things out of the window." Then she, delighted with de Buny, offered him her hand, and led him most gallantly into her room, where they conversed freely together while supper was being prepared. Though the Sire Jacques did not fail to exhibit his talents, justify his father, and raise himself in the estimation of the lady, who, as is well known, was like a father in disposition, and did everything at random. Jacques de Buny thought to himself that it would be rather difficult for him to remain all night with the regent. Such matters are not so easily arranged as the amours of cats, who have always a convenient refuge upon the housetops for their moments of dalliance. So he rejoiced that he was known to the regent without being compelled to fulfill his rash promise, since for this to be carried out it was necessary that the servants and others should be out of the way, and her reputation safe. Nevertheless, suspecting the powers of intrigue of the good lady, at times he would ask himself if he were equal to the task. But beneath the surface of conversation, the same thing was in the mind of the regent, who had already managed affairs quite as difficult, and she began most cleverly to arrange the means. She sent for one of her secretaries, an adept in all arts necessary for the perfect government of a kingdom, and ordered him to give her secretly a false message during the supper. Then came the repast, which the lady did not touch, since her heart had swollen like a sponge, and so diminished her stomach, for she kept thinking of this handsome and desirable man, having no appetite save for him. Jacques did not fail to make a good meal for many reasons. The messenger came. Madame began to storm, and to knit her brows after the manner of the late king, and to say, "Is there never to be peace in this land? Pasques Dieu! Can we not have one quiet evening?" Then she rose and strode about the room. "Ho there! My horse! Where is Monsieur de Villeville, my squire? Ah, he is in Picardy. D'Estouteville, you will rejoin me with my household at the Château d'Amboise." And looking at Jacques, she said, "You shall be my squire, Sire de Buny. You wish to serve the state. The occasion is a good one. Pasques Dieu. Come. There are rebels to subdue, and faithful knights are needed. In less time than an old beggar would have taken to say thank you, the horses were bridled, saddled, and ready. Madame was on her mare, and the Touranian at her side, galloping at full speed to her castle at Amboise, followed by the men-at-arms. To be brief and come to the facts without further commentary, the tabuni was lodged not 20 yards from Madame, far from prying eyes. The courtiers and the household, much astonished, ran about inquiring from what quarter the danger might be expected, but our hero, taken at his word, knew well enough where to find it. The virtue of the regent, well known in the kingdom, saved her from suspicion, since she was supposed to be as impregnable as the Chateau de Perrin. At curfew, when everything was shut, both ears and eyes, and the castle silent, Madame de Bouja sent away her handmaid, and called for her squire. The squire came. Then the lady and the adventurer sat side by side upon a velvet couch, in the shadow of a lofty fireplace, and the curious regent, with a tender voice, asked of Jacques, "Are you bruised? It was very wrong of me to make a knight, wounded by one on my servants, ride 12 miles. I was so anxious about it that I would not go to bed without having seen you. Do you suffer?" "I suffer with impatience," said he of the dozen, thinking it would not do to appear reluctant. "I see well," continued he, "my noble and beautiful mistress, that your servant has found favour in your sight." There, replied she, "did you not tell a story when you said—" "What?" said he. "Why, that you had followed me dozens of times to churches and other places to which I went." "Certainly," said he. "I am astonished," replied the regent, "never to have seen until today a noble youth whose courage is so apparent in his countenance. I am not ashamed of that which you heard me say when I believed you dead. You are agreeable to me, you please me, and you wish to do well." Then the hour of the dreaded sacrifice having struck, Jacques fell at the knees of the regent, kissed her feet, her hands, and everything, it is said, and while kissing her, previous to retirement, proved by many arguments to the aged virtue of his sovereign, that a lady bearing the burden of the state had a perfect right to enjoy herself, a theory which was not directly admitted by the regent, who determined to be forced, in order to throw the burden of this sin upon her lover. This notwithstanding, you may be sure that she had highly perfumed and elegantly attired herself for the night, and shone with desire for embraces, for desire lent her a high colour which greatly improved her complexion, and in spite of her feeble resistance she was, like a young girl, carried by assault in her royal couch, where the good lady and her young designer embraced each other. Then from play to quarrel, quarrel to riot, from riot to ribaldry, from thread to needle, the regent declared that she believed more in the virginity of the Holy Mary than in the promised dozen. Now, by chance, Jacques de Buny did not find this great lady so very old between the sheets, since everything is metamorphosed by the light of the lamps of the night. Many women of 50 by day are 20 at midnight, as others are 20 at midday and 100 after vespers. Jacques, happier at this sight than at that of the king on a hanging day, renewed his undertaking. Madame, herself astonished, promised every assistance on her part. The manor of Azay-le-Brule, with a good title thereto, she undertook to confer upon her cavalier, as well as the pardon of his father, if from this encounter she came forth vanquished. Then the clever fellows said to himself, "This is to save my father from punishment. This for the fief. This for the letting and selling. This for the forest of Azay. Item for the right of fishing. Another for the isles of the Indra. This for the meadows. I may as well release from confiscation our land of La Carte, so dearly bought by my father. Once more for a place at court. Arriving without hindrance at this point, he believed his dignity involved, and fancied that having France under him, it was a question of the honour of the crown. In short, at the cost of a vow which he made to his patron, Monsieur Street Jacques, to build him a chapel at Azay, he presented his liege homage to the regent 11 clear, clean, limpid, and genuine paraphrases. Concerning the epilogue of this slow conversation, the Touranian had the great self-confidence to wish excellently to regale the regent, keeping for her on her waking the salute of an honest man, as it was necessary for the Lord of Azay to thank his sovereign, which was wisely thought. But when nature is oppressed, she acts like a spirited horse, lays down, and will die under the whip sooner than move until it pleases her to rise reinvigorated. Thus, when in the morning the seigneur of the castle of Azay desired to salute the daughter of King Louis XI, he was constrained, in spite of his courtesy, to make the salute as royal salutes should be made, with blank cartridge only. Therefore the regent, after getting up, and while she was breakfasting with Jacques, who called himself the legitimate lord of Azay, seized the occasion of this insufficiency to contradict her esquire, and pretend that as he had not gained his wager, he had not earned the manor. That to Saint Patern. "I have been near enough," said Jacques. "But my dear lady and noble sovereign, it is not proper for either you or me to judge in this cause. The case being an allodial case, must be brought before your council, since the fief of Azay is held from the crown." "Pasque Dieu," replied the regent with a forced laugh. "I give you the place of the Sire de Villeville in my house. Don't trouble about your father. I will give you Azay, and will place you in a royal office if you can, without injury to my honour, state the case in full council. But if one word falls to the damage of my reputation as a virtuous woman, May I be hanged," said Jacques, turning the thing into a joke, because there was a shade of anger in the face of Madame de Beaujeu. In fact, the daughter of King Louis thought more of her royalty than of the roguish dozen, which she considered as nothing, since fancying she had had her night's amusement without loosening her purse strings, she preferred the difficult recital of his claim to another dozen offered her by the Touranian. "Then, my lady," replied her good companion, "I shall certainly be your squire." The captains, secretaries, and other persons holding office under the regency, astonished at the sudden departure of Madame de Beaujeu, learned the cause of her anxiety, and came in haste to the castle of Amboise to discover whence proceeded the rebellion, and were in readiness to hold a council when Her Majesty had arisen. She called them together, not to be suspected of having deceived them, and gave them certain falsehoods to consider, which they considered most wisely. At the close of the sitting, came the new squire to accompany his mistress. Seeing the councillors rising, the bold Touranian begged them to decide a point of law which concerned both himself and the property of the crown. "Listen to him," said the regent. "He speaks truly." Then Jacques de Beauny, without being nervous at the sight of this august court, spoke as follows: "Or thereabouts, noble lords, I beg you, although I am about to speak to you of walnut shells, to give your attention to this case, and pardon me the trifling nature of my language. One lord was walking with another in a fruit garden, and noticed a fine walnut tree, well planted, well grown, worth looking at, worth keeping, although a little empty, a nut tree always fresh, sweet-smelling, the tree which you would not leave if you once saw it, a tree of love which seemed the tree of good and evil, forbidden by the Lord, to which were banished our mother even the gentleman her husband. Now, my lords, this said walnut tree was the subject of a slight dispute between the two, and one of those many wagers which are occasionally made between friends. The younger boasted that he could throw 12 times through it a stick which he had in his hand at the time, as many people have who walk in a garden, and with each flight of the stick he would send a nut to the ground. That is, I believe the knotty point of the case, said Jacques, turning towards the regent. Yes, gentlemen, replied she, surprised at the craft of her squire. The other wagered to the contrary, went on the pleader. Now the first named throws his stick with such precision of aim, so gently, and so well that both derived pleasure therefrom, and by the joyous protection of the saints, who no doubt were amused spectators, with each throw there fell a nut, in fact, there fell 12. But by chance the last of the fallen nuts was empty, and had no nourishing pulp from which could have come another nut tree, had the gardener planted it. Has the man with the stick gained his wager? Judge. The thing is clear enough, said Messire Adam Fume, a Tauranian, who at the time was the keeper of the seals. There is only one thing for the other to do. What is that? Said the regent. To pay the wager, madam. He is rather too clever, said she, tapping her squire on the cheek. He will be hanged one of these days. She meant it as a joke, but these words were the real horoscope of the steward, who mounted the gallows by the ladder of royal favour, through the vengeance of another old woman, and the notorious treason of a man of Balin, his secretary, whose fortune he had made, and whose name was Brevost, and not René Gentil, as certain persons have wrongly called him. The Ganelin and bad servant gave, it is said, to Madame d'Angoulême, the receipt for the money which had been given him by Jacques de Buny, then become Baron of Saint-Blanquet, Lord of Lacart and and one of the foremost man in the state. Of his 2 sons, one was Archbishop of Tours, the other Minister of Finance and Governor of Touraine. But this is not the subject of the present history. Now that which concerns the present narrative is that Madame de Bujac, to whom the pleasure of love had come rather late in the day, well pleased with the great wisdom and knowledge of public affairs which her chance lover possessed, made him lord of the privy purse, in which office he behaved so well, and added so much to the contents of it, that his great renown procured for him one day the handling of the revenues which he superintended and controlled most admirably, and with great profit to himself, which was but fair. The good regent paid the bet, and handed over to his squire the manor of Vaisseau-le-Brule, of which the castle had long before been demolished by the first bombardiers who came from Touraine, as everyone knows. For this powdery miracle, but for the intervention of the king, the said engineers would have been condemned as heretics and abettors of Satan, by the ecclesiastical tribune of the chapter. At this time there was being built with great care by Messire Bohier, Minister of Finance, the castle of Chenonceaux, which is a curiosity and novel design, was placed right across the river Cher. Now the Baron de Saint-Blanquet, wishing to oppose the said Bohier, determined to lay the foundation of this at the bottom of the Indre, where it still stands, the gem of this fair green valley, so solidly was it placed upon the piles. It cost Jacques de Buny 30,000 crowns, not counting the work done by his vassals. You may take it for granted this castle was one of the finest, prettiest, most exquisite and most elaborate castles of our sweet Touraine, and lives itself in the Indre like a princely creature, gaily decked with pavilions and lace-curtained windows, with fine weather-beaten soldiers on her veins, turning whichever way the wind blows, as all soldiers do. But Saint-Blanquet was hanged before it was finished, and since that time no one has been found with sufficient money to complete it. Nevertheless, his master, King Francis I, was once his guest, and the royal chamber is still shown there. When the king was going to bed, Saint-Blanquet, whom the king called Old Fellow, in honour of his white hairs, hearing his royal master, to whom he was devotedly attached, remark, "Your clock has just struck 12, Old Fellow," replied, "Ah, sire, to 12 strokes of a hammer, an old one now, but years ago a good one. At this hour of the clock do I owe my lands, the money spent on this place, and honour of being in your service." The king wished to know what his minister meant by these strange words, and when his majesty was getting into bed, Jacques de Buny narrated to him the history with which you are acquainted. Now Francis I, who was partial to these spicy stories, thought the adventure a very droll one, and was the more amused thereat because at that time his mother, the Duchess d'Angoulême, in the decline of life, was pursuing the Constable of Bourbon, in order to obtain of him one of these dozens. Wicked love of a wicked woman, for therefrom proceeded the peril of the kingdom, the capture of the king, and the death, as has been before mentioned, of poor Semblançay. I have here endeavoured to relate how the Chateau d'Azay came to be built, because it is certain that thus was commenced the great fortune of that Semblançay who did so much for his natal town, which he adorned, and also spent such immense sums upon the completion of the towers of the cathedral. This lucky adventure has been handed down from father to son, and lord to lord, in the said place of Azay-le-Ridel, where the story frisks still under the curtains of the king, which have been curiously respected down to the present day. It is therefore the falsest of falsities which attributes the dozen of the Touranian to a German knight, who by this deed would have secured the domains of Austria to the house of Habsburg. The author of our days, who brought this history to light, although a learned man, has allowed himself to be deceived by certain chroniclers, since the archives of the Roman Empire make no mention of an acquisition of this kind. I am angry with him for having believed that a braguette nourished with beer could have been equal to the alchemical operations of the Chignonian braguettes, so much esteemed by Rabelais. And I have for the advantage of the country, the glory of Azay, the conscience of the castle, and renown of the house of Buny, from which sprang the Sauves and the Noirmoutiers, re-established the facts in all their veritable, historical, and admirable beauty. Should any ladies pay a visit to the castle, there are still dozens to be found in the neighbourhood, but they can only be procured retail. The false courtesan. That which certain people do not know, is of the truth concerning the decease of the Duke of Orleans, brother of King Charles VI, a death which proceeded from a great number of causes, one of which will be the subject of this narrative. This prince was for certain the most lecherous of all the royal race of Monsieur St. Louis, who was in his lifetime King of France, without even putting on one side some of the most debauched of this fine family, which was so concordant with the vices and especial qualities of our brave and pleasure-seeking nation, that you could more easily imagine hell without Satan than France without her valorous, glorious, and jovial kings. So you can laugh as loudly at those muckworms of philosophy who go about saying, our fathers were better, as at the good, philanthropical old bunglers who pretend that mankind is on the right road to perfection. These are old blind bats, who observe neither the plumage of oysters nor the shells of birds, which change no more than our ways. Hip, hip, hutzer. Then, make merry while you're young. Keep your throats wet and your eyes dry, since 100 weight of melancholy is worth less than an ounce of jollity. The wrongdoings of this lord, lover of Queen Isabella, whom he doted upon, brought about pleasant adventures, since he was a great wit, of Alsabbatical nature, and a chip off the old block. It was he who first conceived the idea of a relay of sweethearts, so that when he went from Paris to Bordeaux, every time he unsettled his nag he found ready for him a good meal and a bed with as much lace inside as out. Happy prince, who died on horseback, for he was always across something indoors and out. Of his comical jokes our most excellent King Louis XI has given a splendid sample in the book of St. Nouvel's Novels, written under his superintendence during his exile at the court of Burgundy, where, during the long evenings, in order to amuse themselves, he and his cousin Charollos would relate to each other the good tricks and jokes of the period, and when they were hard up for true stories, Each of the courtiers tried who could invent the best one. But out of respect for the royal blood, the Dauphin has credited a townsman with that which happened to the Lady of Canny. It is given under the title of La Medalla Rivers, in the collection of which it is one of the brightest jewels, and commences the 100. But now for mine. The Duke d'Orleans had in his suite a lord of the province of Picardy, named Raoul d'Hoctonville, who had taken for a wife, to the future trouble of the prince, a young lady related to the house of Burgundy, and rich in domains. But, an exception to the general run of heiresses, she was of so dazzling a beauty, that all the ladies of the court, even the Queen and Madame Valentine, were thrown into the shade. Nevertheless, this was as nothing in the Lady of Hoctonville, compared with her Burgundian consanguinity, her inheritances, her prettiness, and gentle nature, because these rare advantages received a religious lustre from her supreme innocence, sweet modesty, and chaste education. The Duke had not long gazed upon this heaven-sent flower before he was seized with the fever of love. He fell into a state of melancholy, frequented no bad places, and only with regret now and then did he take a bite at his royal and dainty German morsel Isabella. He became passionate, and swore either by sorcery, by force, by trickery, or with her consent, to enjoy the flavours of this gentle lady, who, by the sight of her sweet body, forced him to the last extremity, during his now long and weary nights. At first, he pursued her with honeyed words, but he soon knew by her untroubled air that she was determined to remain virtuous, for without appearing astonished at his proceedings, or getting angry like certain other ladies, she replied to him, "My lord, I must inform you that I do not desire to trouble myself with the love of other persons, not that I despise the joys which are therein to be experienced, as supreme they must be, since so many ladies cast into the abyss of love their homes, their honour, their future, and everything, but from the love I bear my children. Never would I be the cause of a blush upon their cheeks, for in this idea will I bring up my daughters, that in virtue alone is happiness to be found. For, my lord, if the days of our old age are more numerous than those of our youth, of them must we think. From those who brought me up I learned to properly estimate this life, and I know that everything therein is transitory, except the security of the natural affections. Thus I wish for the esteem of everyone, and above all that of my husband, who is all the world to me. Therefore do I desire to appear honest in his sight. I have finished, and I entreat you to allow me unmolested to attend to my household affairs, otherwise I will unhesitatingly refer the matter to my lord and master, who will quit your service." This brave reply rendered the king's brother more amorous than ever, and he endeavoured to ensnare this noble woman in order to possess her, dead or alive, and he never doubted a bit that he would have her in his clutches, relying upon his dexterity at this kind of sport, the most joyous of all, in which it is necessary to employ the weapons of all other kinds of sport, seeing that this sweet game is taken running, by taking aim, by torchlight, by night, by day, in the town, in the country, in the woods, by the waterside, in nets, with falcons, with a lance, with a horn, with a gun, with a decoy bird, in snares, in the toils, with a bird call, by the scent, on the wing, with a cornet, in slime, with a bait, with a lime twig, indeed, by means of all the snares invented since the banishment of Adam, and gets killed in various different ways, but generally is overridden. The artful fellow ceased to mention his desires, but had a post of honour given to the Lady of Hoctonville, in the Queen's household. Now, one day that the said Isabella went to Vincennes, to visit the sick king, and left him master of the Hotel St. Paul, he commanded the chef to have a delicate and royal supper prepared, and to serve it in the Queen's apartments. Then he sent for his obstinate lady by express command, and by one of the pages of the household. The Countess Hoctonville, believing that she was desired by Madame Isabella for some service appertaining to her post, or invited to some sudden amusement, hastened to the room. In consequence of the precautions taken by the disloyal lover, no one had been able to inform the noble dame of the princess's departure, so she hastened to the splendid chamber, which, in the Hotel St. Paul, led into the Queen's bedchamber. There she found the Duc d'Orléans alone. Suspecting some treacherous plot, she went quickly into the other room, found no Queen, but heard the Prince give vent to a hearty laugh. "I am undone," said she. Then she endeavoured to run away. But the good Lady Killer had posted about devoted attendants, who, without knowing what was going on, closed the hotel, barricaded the doors, and in this mansion, so large that it equalled a fourth of Paris, the Lady d'Hoctonville was as in a desert, with no other aid than that of her patron saint and God. Then, suspecting the truth, the poor lady trembled from head to foot and fell into a chair, and then the working of this snare, so cleverly conceived, was, with many a hearty laugh, revealed to her by her lover. Directly the Duke made the movement to approach her, this woman rose and exclaimed, arming herself first with her tongue, and flashing 1,000 maledictions from her eyes. "You will possess me, but dead. Ha! My lord, do not force me to a struggle which must become known to certain people. I may yet retire, and the Sire d'Hoctonville shall be ignorant of the sorrow with which you have forever tinged my life. Duke, you look too often in the ladies' faces to find time to study men's, and you do not therefore know your man. The Sire d'Hoctonville would let himself be hacked to pieces in your service, so devoted is he to you, in memory of your kindness to him, and also because he is partial to you. But as he loves, so does he hate, and I believe him to be the man to bring his mace down upon your head, to take his revenge, if you but compel me to utter one cry. Do you desire both my death and your own? But be assured that, as an honest woman, whatever happens to me, good or evil, I shall keep no secret. Now, will you let me go?" The bad fellow began to whistle. Hearing his whistling, the good woman went suddenly into the Queen's chamber, and took from a place known to her therein, a sharp stiletto. Then, when the Duke followed her to ascertain what this flight meant, "When you pass that line," cried she, pointing to a board, "I will kill myself." My lord, without being in the least terrified, took a chair, placed it at the very edge of the plank in question, and commenced a glowing description of certain things, hoping to influence the mind of this brave woman, and work her to that point that her brain, her heart, and everything should be at his mercy. Then he commenced to say to her, in that delicate manner to which princes are accustomed, that, in the first place, virtuous women pay dearly for their virtue, since in order to gain the uncertain blessings of the future, they lose all the sweetest joys of the present, because husbands were compelled, from motives of conjugal policy, not show them all the jewels in the shrine of love, since the said jewels would so affect their hearts, were so rapturously delicious, so titillatingly voluptuous, that a woman would no longer consent to dwell in the cold regions of domestic life, and he declared this marital abomination to be a great felony, because the least thing a man could do in recognition of the virtuous life of a good woman and her great merits, was to overwork himself, to exert, to exterminate himself, to please her in every way, with fondlings and kissings and wrestlings, and all the delicacies and sweet confectionery of love, and that, if she would taste a little of the seraphic joys of these little ways to her unknown, she would believe all the other things of life as not worth a straw, and that, if such were her wish, he would forever be as silent as the grave, and last no scandal would besmear her virtue. And the lewd fellow, perceiving that the lady did not stop her ears, commenced to describe to her, after the fashion of arabesque pictures, which at that time were much esteemed, the wanton inventions of debauchery. Then did his eyes shoot flame, his words burn, and his voice ring, and he himself took great pleasure in calling to mind the various ways of his ladies, naming them to Madame Toctonville, and even revealing to her the tricks, caresses, and amorous ways of Queen Isabella, and he made use of expression so gracious and so ardently inciting, that, fancying it caused the lady to relax her hold upon the stiletto a little, he made as if to approach her. But she, ashamed to be found buried in thought, gazed proudly at the diabolical Leviathan who tempted her, and said to him, "Fine sir, I thank you. You have caused me to love my husband all the more, for from your discourse I learn how much he esteems me by holding me in such respect that he does not dishonor his couch with the tricks of street walkers and bad women. I should think myself forever disgraced, and should be contaminated to all eternity if I put my foot in these sloughs where go these shameless hussies. A man's wife is one thing, and his mistress another." "I will wager," said the Duke, smiling, "that, nevertheless, for the future you spur the Sire Toctonville to a little sharper pace." At this the good woman trembled, and cried, "You are a wicked man. Now I both despise and abominate you. What? Unable to rob me of my honour, you attempt to poison my mind. Ah, my lord, this night's work will cost you dear. If I forget it, yet, God will not forget. And not those of verse is yours?" "Madam," said the Duke, turning pale with anger, "I can have you bound." "Oh, no. I can free myself," replied she, brandishing the stiletto. The rapscallion began to laugh. "Never mind," said he. "I have a means of plunging you into the sloughs of 3 brazen hussies, as you call them. Never, while I live. Head and heels you shall go in, with your 2 feet, 2 hands, 2 ivory breasts, and 2 other things, white as snow, your teeth, your hair, and everything. You will go of your own accord, you shall enter into it lasciviously, and in a way to crush your cavalier, as a wild horse does its rider, stamping, leaping, and snorting. I swear it by Saint Costard." Instantly he whistled for one of his pages, and when the page came, he secretly ordered him to go and seek the Sire Toctonville, Savoisy, Tanguy, Sipierre, and other members of his band, asking them to these rooms to supper, not without at the same time inviting to meet his guests a pretty petticoat or 2. Then he came and sat down in his chair again, 10 paces from the lady, off whom he had not taken his eye while giving his commands to the page in a whisper. "Raoul is jealous," said he. "Now let me give you a word of advice. In this place," he added, pointing to a secret door, "are the oils and superfine perfumes of the Queen. In this other little closet she performs her ablutions and little feminine offices. I know by much experience that each one of you gentle creatures has her own special perfume, by which she is smelt and recognized. So if, as you say, Raoul is overwhelmingly jealous with the worst of all jealousies, you will use these fast hussies' scents, because your danger approaches fast. Ah, my lord, what do you intend to do? You will know when it is necessary that you should know. I wish you no harm, and pledge you my honour, as a loyal knight, that I will almost thoroughly respect you, and be forever silent concerning my discomfiture. In short, you will know that the Duc d'Orléans has a good heart, and revenges himself nobly on ladies who treat him with disdain, by placing in their hands the key of paradise. Only keep your ears open to the joyous words that will be handed from mouth to mouth in the next room, and cough not if you love your children." Since there was no egress from the royal chamber, and the bars crossing hardly left room to put one's head through, the good prince closed the door of the room, certain of keeping the lady a safe prisoner there, and again impressed upon her the necessity of silence. Then came the merry blades in great haste, and found a good and substantial supper smiling at them from the silver plates upon the table, and the table well arranged and well lighted, loaded with fine silver cups, and cups full of royal wine. Then said their master to them, "Come, come, to your places, my good friends. I was becoming very weary. Thinking of you, I wished to arrange with you a merry feast after the ancient method, when the Greeks and Romans said their paternoster to master purpose, and the learned god called in all countries Bacchus. The feast will be proper and a right hearty one, since at a libation there will be present some pretty crows with 3 beaks, of which I know from great experience the best one to kiss." Then all of them, recognizing their master in all things, took pleasure in this discourse, except Droll Stories, who advanced and said to the prince, "My lord, I will aid you willingly in any battle but that of the petticoats, in that of spear and axe, but not of the wine flasks. My good companions here present have not wives at home. It is otherwise with me. I have a sweet wife, to whom I owe my company, and an account of all my deeds and actions." "Then, since I am a married man, I am to blame?" said the Duke. "Ah, my dear master, you are a prince, and can do as you please." These brave speeches made, as you can imagine, the heart of the lady prisoner hot and cold. "Ah, my Raoul," thought she, "thou art a noble man." "You are," said the Duke, "a man whom I love, and consider more faithful and praiseworthy than any of my people. The others," said he, looking at the 3 lords, "are wicked men. But, Raoul," he continued, "sit thee down. When the linnets come, they are linnets of high degree, you can make your way home. Steeth, I had treated thee as a virtuous man, ignorant of the extra-conjugal joys of love, and had carefully put for thee in that room the queen of raptures, a fair demon, in whom is concentrated all feminine inventions. I wished that once in thy life thou, who has never tasted the essence of love, and dreamed but of war, should know the secret marvels of the gallant amusement, since it is shameful that one of my followers should serve a fair lady badly." Thereupon the Sire Hoctenville sat down to a table in order to please his prince as far as he could lawfully do so. Then they all commenced to laugh, joke, and talk about the ladies, and according to their custom, they related to each other their good fortunes and their love adventures, sparing no woman except the queen of the house, and betraying the little habits of each one, to which followed horrible little confidences, which increased in treachery and lechery as the contents of the goblets grew less. The Duke, gay as a universal legatee, drew the guests out, telling lies himself to learn the truth from them, and his companions ate at a draught, drank at a full gallop, and their tongues rattled away faster than either. Now, listening to them, and heating his brain with wine, the Sire Hoctenville harnessed himself little by little from the reluctance. In spite of his virtues, he indulged certain desires, and became soaked in these impurities like a saint who defiles himself while saying his prayers. Perceiving which, the prince, on the alert to satisfy his ire and his bile, began to say to him, joking him, "By Saint Costard, Raoul, we are all tarred with the same brush, all discreet away from here. Go, we will say nothing to madam. By heaven, man, I wish thee to taste of the joys of paradise. There," said he, tapping the door of the room in which was Madame Hoctenville, "in there is a lady of the court and a friend of the queen, but the greatest priestess of Venus that ever was, and her equal is not to be found in any courtesan, harlot, dancer, doxy, or hussy. She was engendered at a moment when paradise was radiant with joy, when nature was procreating, when the planets were whispering vows of love, when the beasts were frisking and gaping, and everything was aglow with desire. Although the women make an altar of her bed, she is nevertheless too great a lady to allow herself to be seen, and too well known to utter any words but the sounds of love. No light will you need, for her eyes flash fire, and attempt no conversation, since she speaks only with movements and twistings more rapid than those of a deer surprised in the forest. Only, my dear Raoul, but so merry and look to your stirrups, sit light in the saddle, since with one plunge she would hurl thee to the ceiling, if you were not careful. She burns always, and is always longing for male society. Our poor dead friend, the young sire de Giac, met his death through her. She drained his marrow in one springtime. God's truth. To know such bliss as that of which she rings the bells and lights the fires, what man would not forfeit a third of his future happiness? And he who has known her once would for a second night forfeit without regret eternity. But, said Raoul, in things which should be so much alike, how is it that there is so great a difference? Ha! 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 Thereupon the company burst out laughing, and animated by the wine and a wink from their master, they all commenced relating droll and quaint conceits, laughing, shouting, and making a great noise. Now, knowing not that an innocent scholar was there, these jokers, who had drowned their sense of shame in the wine-cups, said things to make the figures on the mantel shake, the walls and the ceilings blush, and the Duke surpassed them all, saying that the lady who was in bed in the next room awaiting a gallant should be the empress of these warm imaginations, because she practiced them every night. Upon this, the flagons being empty, the Duke pushed Raoul, who let himself be pushed willingly, into the room, and by this means the prince compelled the lady to deliberate by which dagger she would live or die. At midnight the Sire d'Hoctonville came out gleefully, not without remorse at having been false to his good wife. Then the Duke d'Orleans led Madame d'Hoctonville out by a garden door, so that she gained her residence before her husband arrived here. This, said she, in the prince's ear, as she passed the postern, will cost us all dear. 1 year afterwards, in the old Rue du Temple, Raoul d'Hoctonville, who had quitted the service of the Duke for that of Jean of Burgundy, gave the king's brother a blow on the head with a club, and killed him, as everyone knows. In the same year died the Lady d'Hoctonville, having faded like a flower deprived of air and eaten by a worm. Her good husband had engraved upon her marble tomb, which is in one of the cloisters of Peran, the following inscription: Here lies Bertha de Bourgogne, the noble and comely wife of Raoul, Sire de Hoctonville. Alas! Pray not for her soul, lest hate she blossomed again in paradise the 11th day of January in the year of our Lord Mcvi, in the 23rd year of her age, leaving 2 sons and her lord spouse inconsolable. This epitaph was written in elegant Latin, but for the convenience of all it was necessary to translate it, although the word comely is feeble beside that of Formosa, which signifies beautiful in shape. The Duke of Burgundy, called the Fearless, in whom previous to his death the Sire d'Hoctonville confided the troubles cemented with lime and sand in his heart, used to say, in spite of his hard-heartedness in these matters, that this epitaph plunged him into a state of melancholy for a month, and that among all the abominations of his cousin of Orleans, there was one for which he would kill him over again if the deed had not already been done, because this wicked man had villainously defaced with vice the most divine virtue in the world, and had prostituted 2 noble hearts, the one by the other. When saying this, he would think of the Lady of Hoctonville and of his own, which portrait had been unwarrantably placed in the cabinet where his cousin placed the likeness of his wenches. The adventure was so extremely shocking, that when it was related by the Count de Charolles to the Dauphin, afterwards Louis XI, the latter would not allow his secretaries to publish it in his collection, out of respect for his great-uncle the Duke d'Orleans, and for Dunois his old comrade, the son of the same. But the person of the Lady of Hoctonville is so sublimely virtuous, so exquisitely melancholy, that in her favour the present publication of this narrative will be forgiven, in spite of the diabolical invention and vengeance of Dolians. The just death of this rascal nevertheless caused many serious rebellions, which finally Louis XI, losing all patience, put down with fire and sword. This shows us that there is a woman at the bottom of everything, in France as elsewhere, and that sooner or later we must pay for our follies. The danger of being too innocent. The Lord of Montconto was a brave soldier of Tours, who in honour of the battle gained by the Duke of Anjou, afterwards the right glorious king, caused to be built at Vouver the castle thus named, for he had borne himself most bravely in that affair, where he overcame the greatest of heretics, and from that was authorized to take the name. Now this said captain had 2 sons, good Catholics, of whom the eldest was in favour at court. After the peace, which was concluded before the stratagem arranged for St. Bartholomew's Day, the good man returned to his manor, which was not ornamented as it is at the present day. There he received the sad announcement of the death of his son, slain in a duel by the Lord of Villequier. The poor further was the more cut up at this, as he had arranged a capital marriage for the said son with a young lady of the male branch of Empoyes. Now, by this death most piteously inopportune, vanished all the future and advantages of his family, of which he wished to make a great and noble house. With this idea, he had put his other son in a monastery, under the guidance and government of a man renowned for his holiness, who brought him up in a Christian manner, according to the desire of his father, who wished from high ambition to make him a cardinal of renown. For this the good abbot kept the young man in a private house, and had to sleep by his side in his cell, allowed no evil weeds to grow in his mind, brought him up in purity of soul and true condition, as all priests should be. This said clerk, when turned 19 years, knew no other love than the love of God, no other nature than that of the angels who had not our carnal properties, in order that they may live in purity, seeing that otherwise they would make good use of them. The which the king on high, who wished to have his pages always proper, was afraid of. He has done well, because his good little people cannot drink in dram shops or riot in brothels as ours do. He is divinely served, but then remember, he is Lord of all. Now in this plight the Lord of Montconto determined to withdraw his second son from the cloister, and invest him with the purple of the soldier and courtier, in the place of the ecclesiastical purple, and determined to give him in marriage to the maiden, affianced to the dead man, which was wisely determined because wrapped round with continence and sobriety in all ways as was the little monk, the bride would be as well used and happier than she would have been with the elder, already well hauled over, upset, and spoiled by the ladies of the court. The befrocked, unfrocked, and very sheepish in his ways, followed the sacred wishes of his father, and consented to the said marriage without knowing what a wife, and, what is more curious, what a girl was. By chance, his journey having been hindered by the troubles and marches of conflicting parties, this innocent, more innocent than it is lawful for a man to be innocent, only came to the castle of Montconto evening before the wedding, which was performed with dispensations brought in by the Archbishopric of Tours. It is necessary here to describe the bride. Her mother, long time a widow, lived in the house of M. de Bragelonne, civil lieutenant of the Châtelet de Paris, whose wife lived with Lord of Liniers, to the great scandal of the period. But everyone then had so many joists in his own eye that he had no right to notice the rafters in the eyes of others. Now, in all families people go to perdition, without noticing their neighbours, some at an amble, others at a gentle trot, many at a gallop, and a small number walking, seeing that the road is all downhill. Thus, in these times the devil had many a good orgy in all things, since that misconduct was fashionable. The poor old lady Virtue had retired trembling, no one knew whither, but now here, now there, lived miserably in company with honest women. In the most noble house Amboise there still lived the Dowager of Chamont, an old woman of well-proved virtue, in whom had retired all the religion and good conduct of this fine family. The said lady had taken to her bosom, from the age of 10 years, the little maiden who is concerned in this adventure, and who had never caused Madame Amboise the least anxiety, but left her free in her movements, and she came to see her daughter once a year, when the court passed that way. In spite of this high maternal reserve, Madame Amboise was invited to her daughter's wedding, and also the Lord of Bragelonne, by the good old soldier, who knew his people. But the dear dowager came not to Montconto, because she could not obtain relief from her sciatica, her cold, nor the state of her legs, which gambled no longer. Over this the good woman cried copiously. It hurt her much to let go into the dangers of the court and of life this gentle maiden, as pretty as it was possible for a pretty girl to be, but she was obliged to give her her wings. But it was not without promising her many masses and orisons every evening for her happiness. And comforted a little, the good old lady began to think that the staff of her old age was passing into the hands of a quasi-saint, brought up to do good by the above-mentioned abbot, with whom she was acquainted, the which had aided considerably in the prompt exchange of spouses. At length, embracing her with tears, the virtuous dowager made those last recommendations to her that ladies make to young brides, as that she ought to be respectful to his mother, and obey her husband in everything. Then the maid arrived with a great noise, conducted by servants, chamberlains, grooms, gentlemen, and people of the house of Chamont, so that you would have imagined her suite to be that of a cardinal legate. So arrived the two spouses the evening before marriage. Then, the feasting over, they were married with great pomp on the Lord's Day, a mass being said at the castle by the Bishop of Blois, who was a great friend of the Lord of Montconto. In short, the feasting, the dancing, and the festivities of all sorts lasted till the morning. But on the stroke of midnight the bridesmaids went to put the bride to bed, according to the custom of Turin, and during this time they kept quarrelling with the innocent husband, to prevent him going to this innocent wife, who sided with them from ignorance. However, the good Lord of Montconto interrupted the jokers and the wits, because it was necessary that his son should occupy himself in well-doing. Then went the innocent into the chamber of his wife, whom he thought more beautiful than the Virgin Mary painted in Italian, Flemish, and other pictures, at whose feet he had said his prayers. But you may be sure he felt very much embarrassed at having so soon become a husband, because he knew nothing of his business, and saw that certain forms had to be gone through concerning which from great and modest reserve, he had no time to question even his father, who had said sharply to him, "You know what you have to do, be valiant therein." Then he saw the gentle girl who was given him, comfortably tucked up in the bedclothes, terribly curious, her head buried under, but hazarding a glance as at the point of a halberd, and saying to herself, "I must obey him." And knowing nothing, she awaited the will of this slightly ecclesiastical gentleman, to whom, in fact, she belonged. Seeing which, the Chevalier de Montconto came close to the bed, scratched his ear, and knelt down, a thing in which he was expert. "Have you said your prayers?" said he. "No," said she, "I have forgotten them. Do you wish me to say them?" Then the young couple commenced the business of a housekeeping by imploring God, which was not at all out of place. But unfortunately the devil heard, and at once replied to their requests, God being much occupied at that time with a new and abominable reformed religion. "What did they tell you to do?" said the husband. "To love you," said she, in perfect innocence. "This has not been told to me, but I love you, I am ashamed to say, better than I love God." This speech did not alarm the bride. "I should like," said the husband, to repose myself in your bed, if it will not disturb you. I will make room for you willingly because I am to submit myself to you. Well, said he, don't look at me again. I'm going to take my clothes off, and come. At this virtuous speech, the young damsel turned herself towards the wall in great expectation, seeing that it was for the very first time that she was about to find herself separated from a man by the confines of a shirt only. Then came the innocent, gliding into bed, and thus they found themselves, so to speak, united, but far from what you can imagine what. Did you ever see a monkey brought from across the seas, who for the first time is given a nut to crack? This ape, knowing by high apish imagination how delicious is the food hidden under the shell, sniffs and twists himself about in 1,000 apish ways, saying, I know not what, between his chattering jaws. Ah! With what affection he studies it, with what study he examines it, in what examination he holds it, then throws it, rolls and tosses it about with passion, and often, when it is an ape of low extraction and intelligence, leaves the nut. As much did the poor innocent who, towards the dawn, was obliged to confess to his dear wife that, not knowing how to perform his office, or what that office was, or where to obtain the said office, it would be necessary for him to inquire concerning it, and have help and aid. Yes, said she, since, unhappily, I cannot instruct you. In fact, in spite of their efforts, essay of all kinds, in spite of 1,000 things which the innocents invent, and which the wise in matters of love know nothing about, the pair dropped off to sleep, wretched at having been unable to discover the secret of marriage. But they wisely agreed to say that they had done so. When the wife got up, still a maiden, seeing that she had not been crowned, she boasted of her knight, and said she had the king of husbands, and went on with her chattering and repartee as briskly as those who know nothing of these things. Then everyone found the maiden a little too sharp, since for a two-edged joke the lady of Rochecourbeau having incited a young maiden, de Labzier, who knew nothing of such things, to ask the bride, How many loaves did your husband put in the oven? 24, she replied. Now, as the bridegroom was roaming sadly about, thereby distressing his wife, who followed him with her eyes, hoping to see his state of innocence come to an end, the ladies believed that the joy of that night had cost him dear, and that the said bride was already regretting having so quickly ruined him. And at breakfast came the bad jokes, which at that time were relished as excellent. One said that the bride had an open expression, another, that there had been some good strokes of business done that night in the castle, this one, that the oven had been burned, that one, that the two families have lost something that night that they would never find again, and 1,000 other jokes, stupidities, and double meanings that, unfortunately, the husband did not understand. But on account of the great affluence of the relations, neighbours, and others, no one had been to bed, all had danced, rollicked, and frolicked, as is the custom at noble weddings. At this was quite contented my said Sire de Bragelonne, upon whom my lady of Amboise, excited by the thought of the good things which were happening to her daughter, cast the glances of a falcon in matters of gallant assignation. The poor lieutenant civil, learned in bailiffs' men and sergeants, and who nabbed all the pickpockets and scamps of Paris, pretended not to see his good fortune, although his good lady required him to do. You may be sure this great lady's love weighed heavily upon him, so he only kept to her from a spirit of justice, because it was not seeming in a lieutenant judiciary to change his mistresses as often as a man at court, because he had under his charge morals, the police and religion. This notwithstanding his rebellion must come to an end. On the day after the wedding a great number of the guests departed, then Madame d'Amboise and Monsieur de Bragelonne could go to bed, their guests having decamped. Sitting down to supper, The lieutenant received a half-verbal summons to which it was not becoming, as in legal matters, to oppose any reasons for delay. During supper the said Lady Dumboise made more than 100 little signs in order to draw the good Bragelonne from the room where he was with the bride, but out came instead of the lieutenant the husband, to walk about in company with the mother of his sweet wife. Now, in the mind of this innocent there had sprung up like a mushroom an expedient, namely, to interrogate this good lady, whom he considered discreet, for remembering the religious precepts of his abbot, who had told him to inquire concerning all things of old people expert in the ways of life. He thought of confiding his case to the said Lady Dumboise, but he made first awkwardly and shyly certain twists and turns, finding no terms in which to unfold his case. And the lady was also perfectly silent, since she was outrageously struck with the blindness, deafness and voluntary paralysis of the Lord of Bragelonne, and said to herself, walking by the side of this delicate morsel, a young innocent of whom she did not think, little imagining that this cat so well provided with young bacon could think of old. This ho, with a beard of flies' legs, a flimsy, old, grey, ruined, shaggy beard without comprehension, beard without shame, without any feminine respect, beard which pretends neither to feel nor to hear, nor to see, a pared away beard, a beaten down, disordered, gutted beard. May the Italian sickness deliver me from this vile joker with a squashed nose, fiery nose, frozen nose, nose without religion, nose dry as a lute table, pale nose, nose without a soul, nose which is nothing but a shadow, nose which sees not, nose wrinkled like the leaf of a vine, nose that I hate, old nose, nose full of mud, dead nose. Where had my eyes been to attach myself to truffle nose, to this old hulk that no longer knows his way? I give my share to the devil of this juiceless beard, of this grey beard, of this monkey face, of these old tatters, of this old rag of a man, of this, I know not what, and I'll take a young husband who'll marry me properly, and often, every day, and well. In this wise train of thought was she when the innocent began his anthem to this woman, so warmly excited, who at the first paraphrase took fire in her understanding, like a piece of old touchwood from the carbine of a soldier, and finding it wise to try her son-in-law, said to herself, "Ah, young beard, sweet-scented. Ah, pretty new nose, fresh beard, innocent nose, virgin appeared, nose full of joyet, beard of springtime, small key of love." She kept on talking the round of the garden, which was long, and then arranged with the innocent that, night come, he should sally forth from his room and get into hers, where she engaged to render him more learned than ever was his father. And the husband was well content, and thanked Madame Dumboise, begging her to say nothing of this arrangement. During this time the good old Bragelonne had been growling and saying to himself, "Old ha, ha, old ho, ho, may the plague take thee. May a cancer eat thee! Exclamation mark. Worthless old curry comb, old slipper, too big for the foot, old arquebus, 10-year-old codfish, old spider that spins no more, old death with open eyes, old devil's cradle, violin of an old town crier too, old wretch whose look kills, old moustache of an old theatricler, old wretch to make dead men weep, old organ pedal, old sheath with 100 knives, old church porch, worn out by the knees, old poor box in which everyone has dropped. I'll give all my future to be quit of thee." As he finished with these gentle thoughts, the pretty bride, who was thinking of her young husband's great sorrow at not knowing the particulars of that essential item of marriage, and not having the slightest idea what it was, thought to save him much tribulation, shame, and labour by instructing herself, and she counted upon much astonishing and rejoicing him the next night when she should say to him, teaching him his duty, "That's the thing, my love." Brought up in great respect of old people by her dear dowager, she thought of inquiring of this good man in her sweetest manner to distill for her the sweet mysteries of the commerce. Now, the Lord of Bragelonne, ashamed of being lost in sad contemplation of this evening's work, and of saying nothing to his gay companion, put this summary interrogation to the fair bride, if she was not happy with so good a young husband. "He is very good," said she. "Too good, perhaps," said the lieutenant, smiling. To be brief, matters were so well arranged between them that the lord engaged to spare no pains to enlighten the understanding of Madame d'Amboise's daughter-in-law, who promised to come and study her lesson in his room. The said Lady d'Amboise pretended after supper to play terrible music in a high key to Monsieur Bragelonne, saying that he had no gratitude from the blessings she had brought him, her position, her wealth, her fidelity, etc. In fact, she talked for half an hour without having exhausted a quarter of her ire. From this 100 knives were drawn between them, but they kept the sheaths. Meanwhile the spouses in bed were arranging to themselves how to get away, in order to please each other. Then the innocent began to say he felt quite giddy, he knew not from what, and wanted to go into the open air. And his maiden wife told him to take a stroll in the moonlight. And then the good fellow began to pity his wife in being left alone a moment. At her desire, both of them at different times left their conjugal couch and came to their preceptors, both very impatient, as you can well believe, and good instruction was given to them. How? I cannot say, because everyone has his own method and practice, and of all sciences this is the most variable in principle. You may be sure that never did scholars receive more gaily the precepts of any language, grammar, or lessons whatsoever. And the two spouses returned to their nest, delighted at being able to communicate to each other the discoveries of their scientific peregrinations. "Ah, my dear," said the bride, "you already know more than my master." From these curious tests came their domestic joy and perfect fidelity, because immediately after their entry into the married state they found out how much better each of them was adapted for love than anyone else, their masters included. Thus for the remainder of their days they kept to the legitimate substance of their own persons, and the Lord of Montcontour said in old age to his friends, "To like me, be cutgolds in the blade, and not in the sheath," which is the true morality of the conjugal condition. The dear night of love. In that winter when commenced that first taking up of arms by those of the religion, which was called the Right of Amboise, an advocate, named Vanels, lent his house, situated in the Rue des Marmousets, for the interviews and conventions of the Huguenots, being one of them, without knowing, however, that the Prince of Conde, Larignaudi, and others, intended to carry off the king. The said of Vanels wore a nasty red beard, as shiny as a stick of licorice, and was devilishly pale, as are all the rogues who take refuge in the darkness of the law. In short, the most evil-minded advocate that has ever lived, laughing at the gallows, selling everybody, and a true Judas. According to certain authors of a great experience in subtle rogues, he was in this affair half knave, half fool, as it is abundantly proved by this narrative. This procurer had married a very lovely lady of Paris, of whom he was jealous enough to kill her for a pleat in the sheets, for which she could not account, which would have been wrong, because honest creases are often met with. But she folded her clothes very well, so there's the end of the matter. Be assured that, knowing the murderous and evil nature of this man, his wife was faithful enough to him, always ready, like a candlestick, arranged for her duty like a chest which never moves, and opens to order. Nevertheless, the advocate had placed her under the guardianship and pursuing eye of an old servant, a duenna as ugly as a pot without a handle, who had brought up the sire of Venels, and was very fond of him. His poor wife, for all pleasure in her cold domestic life, used to go to the church of Street Jean, on the Place de Grève, where, as everyone knows, the fashionable world was accustomed to meet, and while saying her paternosters to God she feasted her eyes upon all these gallants, curled, adorned, and starched, young, comely, and flitting about like true butterflies, and finished by picking out from among the lot a good gentleman, lover of the Queen Mother, and a handsome Italian, with whom she was smitten because he was in the May of his age, nobly dressed, a graceful mover, brave in mien, and was all that a lover should be to bestow a heart full of love upon an honest married woman too tightly squeezed by the bonds of matrimony, which torment her, and always excite her to unharness herself from the conjugal yoke. And you can imagine that the young gentleman grew to admire Madame, whose silent love spoke secretly to him, without either the devil or themselves knowing how. Both one and the other had a correspondence of love. At first, the advocate's wife adorned herself only to come to church, and always came in some new sumptuosity, and instead of thinking of God, she made God angry by thinking of her handsome gentleman, and leaving her prayers, she gave herself up to the fire which consumed her heart, and moistened her eyes, her lips, and everything, seeing that this fire always dissolves itself in water, and often said to herself, I would give my life for a single embrace with this pretty lover who loves me. Often, too, in place of saying her litanies to Madame the Virgin, she thought in her heart, to feel the glorious youth of this gentle lover, to have the full joys of love, to taste all in one moment, little should I mind the flames into which the heretics are thrown. Then the gentleman, gazing at the charms of this good wife, and her burning blushes when he glanced at her, came always close to her stool, and addressed to her those requests which the ladies understand so well. Then he said aside to himself, by the double horn on my father, I swear to have the woman, though it cost me my life. And when the duenna turned her head, the two lovers squeezed, pressed, breathed, ate, devoured, and kissed each other by a look which would have set light to the match of a musketeer, if the musketeer had been there. It was certain that a love so far advanced in the heart should have an end. The gentleman, dressed as a scholar of Montaigne, began to regale the clerks of the said of Venels, and to joke in the company, in order to learn the habits of the husband, his hours of absence, his journeys, and everything, watching for an opportunity to stick his horns on. And this was how, to his injury, the opportunity occurred. The advocate, obliged to follow the course of this conspiracy, and, in case of failure, intending to revenge himself upon the Guises, determined to go to Blois, where the court then was in great danger of being carried off. Knowing this, the gentleman came first to the town of Blois, and there arranged a master trap, into which the sire of Venels should fall, in spite of his cunning, and not come out until steeped in a crimson cuckoldom. The said Italian, intoxicated with love, called together all his pages and vassals, and posted them in such a manner that on the arrival of the advocate, his wife, and her duenna, it was stated to them at all the hostelries at which they wished to put up, that hostelry being full, in consequence of the sojourn of the court, they must go elsewhere. Then the gentleman made such an arrangement with the landlord of the Soul Royal, that he had the whole of the house, and occupied, without any of the usual servants of the place remaining there. For greater security, my lord sent the said master and his people into the country, and put his own in their places, so that the advocate should know nothing of this arrangement. Behold my good gentleman, who lodges his friends to come to the court in the hostelry, and for himself keeps a room situated above those in which he intends to put his lovely mistress, her advocate, and the duenna, not without first having cut a trap in the boards. And his steward being charged to play the part of the innkeeper, his pages dressed like guests, and his female servants like servants of the inn, he waited for spies to convey to him the dramatis personae of this farce, viz., wife, husband, and duenna, none of whom failed to come. Seeing the immense wealth of the great lords, merchants, warriors, members of the service, and others, brought by the sojourn of the young king, of 2 queens, the Guises, and all the court, no one had a right to be astonished or to talk of the roguish trap, or of the confusion come to the soul royal. Behold now the Sire of Venels, on his arrival, bundled about, he, his wife and the duenna from inn to inn, and thinking themselves very fortunate in being received at the soul royal, where the gallant was getting warm, and love was burning. The advocate, being lodged, the lover walked about the courtyard, watching and waiting for a glance from the lady, and he did not have to wait very long, since the fair Venels, looking soon into the court, after the custom of the ladies, there recognized not without great throbbing of the heart, her gallant and well-beloved gentleman. At that she was very happy, and if by a lucky chance both had been alone together for an ounce of time, that good gentleman would not have had to wait for his good fortune, so burning was she from head to foot. How warm it is in the rays of this lord, said she, meaning to say sun, since it was then shining fiercely. Hearing this, the advocate sprang to the window, and beheld my gentleman. "Ha! You want lords, my dear, do you?" said the advocate, dragging her by the arm, and throwing her like one of his bags onto the bed. "Remember that if I have a pencase at my side instead of a sword, I have a penknife in this pencase, and that penknife will go into your heart on the least suspicion of the conjugal impropriety. I believe I have seen the gentleman somewhere." The advocate was so terribly spiteful that the lady rose, and said to him, "Well, kill me. I am not afraid of deceiving you. Never touch me again, after having thus menaced me. And from today I shall never think of sleeping save with a lover more gentle than you are." There, my little one," said the advocate, surprised. "We have gone a little too far. Kiss me, chickabiddy, and forgive me." "I will neither kiss nor pardon you," said she. "You are a wretch." Venels, enraged, wished to take by force that which his wife denied him, and from this resulted a combat, from which the husband emerged clawed all over. But the worst of it was, that the advocate, covered with scratches, being expected by the conspirators, who were holding a council, was obliged to quit his good wife, leaving her to the care of the old woman. The knave having departed, the gentleman putting one of his servants to keep watch at the corner of the street, mounts to his blessed trap, lifts it noiselessly, and calls the laddie by a gentle sit, which was understood by the heart, which generally understands everything. The lady lifts her head, and sees her pretty love fourthly jumps above her. Upon a sign, she takes hold of 2 cords of black silk, to which were attached loops, to which she passes her arms, and in the twinkling of an eye is translated by 2 pulleys from her bed through the ceiling into the room above, and the trap closing as it has opened, left the old duenna in a state of great flabbergastation, when, turning her head, she neither saw robe nor woman, and perceived that the women had been robbed. How? By whom? In what way? Where? Presto! Fora! Magico! As much knew the alchemists at their furnaces reading Herr Tripper. Only the old woman knew well the crucible, and the great work. The one was cuckoldom, and the other the private property of Madam Advocate. She remained dumbfounded, watching for the Sire of Venels, as well say death, for in his rage he would attack everything, and the poor duenna could not run away, because with great prudence the jealous man had taken the keys with him. At first sight, Madame of Venels found a dainty supper, a good fire in the grate, but a better in the heart of her lover, who seized her, and kissed her, with tears of joy, on the eyes first of all, to thank them for their sweet glances during devotion at the church of St. John en Grieve. Nor did the glowing better half of the Loy refuse her little mouth to his love, but allowed herself to be properly pressed, adored, caressed, delighting to be properly pressed, admirably adored, and calorously caressed after the manner of eager lovers. And both agreed to be all in all to each other the whole night long, no matter what the result might be, she counting the future as a fig in comparison with the joys of this night, he relying upon his cunning and his sword to obtain many another. In short, both of them caring little for life, because at one stroke they consummated 1,000 lives, enjoyed with each other 1,000 delights, giving to each other the double of their own, believing, he and she, that they were falling into the abyss, and wishing to roll the closely clasped, hurling all the love of their souls with rage in one throw. Therein they loved each other well. Thus they knew not love, the poor citizens, who live mechanically with their good wives, since they know not the fierce beating of the heart, the hot gush of life, and the vigorous clasp as of two young lovers, closely united and glowing with passion, who embrace in face of the danger of death. Now the youthful lady and the gentleman ate little supper, but retired early to rest. Let us leave them there, since no words, except those of paradise unknown to us, would describe their delightful agonies, and agonizing delights. Meanwhile, the husband, so well cuckolded that all memory of marriage had been swept away by love, the said of Inels, found himself in a great fix. To the council of the Huguenots came the Prince of Conde, accompanied by all the chiefs and bigwigs, and there it was resolved to carry off the Queen Mother, the Guises, the young king, the young queen, and to change the government. This becoming serious, the advocate, seeing his head at stake, did not feel the ornaments being planted there, and ran to divulge the conspiracy to the Cardinal of Lorraine, who took the rogue to the Duke, his brother, and all three held a consultation, making fine promises to the Sire of Inels, whom with the greatest difficulty they allowed, towards midnight, to depart, at which hour he issued secretly from the castle. At this moment the pages of the gentleman and all his people were having a right jovial supper in honour of the fortuitous wedding of their master. Now, arriving at the height of the festivities, in the middle of the intoxication and joyous huzzas, he was assailed with jeers, jokes, and laughter that turned him sick when he came into his room. The poor servant wished to speak, but the advocate promptly planted a blow in her stomach, and by a gesture commanded her to be silent. Then he felt in his valise, and took therefrom a good poniard. While he was opening and shutting it, a frank, naive, joyous, amorous, pretty, celestial roar of laughter, followed by certain words of easy comprehension, came down through the trap. The cunning advocate, blowing out his candle, saw through the cracks in the boards caused by the shrinking of the door a light, which vaguely explained the mystery to him, for he recognized the voice of his wife, and that of the combatant. The husband took the duenna by the arm, and went softly at the stairs, searching for the door of the chamber in which were the lovers, and did not fail to find it. Fancy that, like a horrid, rude advocate, he burst open the door, and with one spring was on the bed, in which he surprised his wife, half-dressed, in the arms of the gentleman. "Ah," said she. The lover, having avoided the blow, tried to snatch the poniard from the hands of the knave, who held it firmly. Now, in this struggle of life and death, the husband, finding himself hindered by his lieutenant, who clutched him tightly with his fingers of iron, and bitten by his wife, who tore away at him with a will, gnawing him as a dog gnaws a bone, he thought instantly of a better way to gratify his rage. Then the devil, newly horned, maliciously ordered, in his patois, the servants to tie the lovers with the silken cords of the trap, and throwing the poniard away, he helped the duenna to make them fast. And the thing thus done in a moment, he ran some linen into their mouths to stop their cries, and ran to his good poniard without saying a word. At this moment there entered several officers of the Duke of Guise, whom during the struggle no one had heard, turning the house upside down, looking for the Ravenels. These soldiers, suddenly warned by the cries of the pages of the Lord, bound, gagged and half killed, threw themselves between the man with the poniard and the lovers, disarmed him, and accomplished their mission by arresting him, and marching him off to the castle prison, he, his wife, and the duenna. At the same time the people of the Guises, recognizing one of their master's friends, with whom at this moment the Queen was most anxious to consult, and whom they were enjoined to summon to the council, invited him to come with them. Then the gentleman soon untied, dressing himself, said aside to the chief of the escort, that on his account, for the love for him, he should be careful to keep the husband away from his wife, promising him his favour, good advancement, and even a few deniers, if he were careful to obey him on this point. And for greater surety he explained to him the why and the wherefore of the affair, adding that if the husband found himself within reach of this fair lady he would give her for certain a blow in the belly from which she would never recover. Finally he ordered him to place the lady in the jail of the castle, in a pleasant place level with gardens, and the advocate in a safe dungeon, not without chaining him hand and foot. The which the said office promised, and arranged matters according to the wish of the gentleman, who accompanied the lady as far as the courtyard of the castle, assuring her that this business would make her a widow, and that he would perhaps espouse her in legitimate marriage. In fact, the Ravenels was thrown into a damp dungeon, without air, and his pretty wife placed in a room above him, out of consideration for her lover, who was the Scipio Sardini, a noble of Lucca, exceedingly rich, and, as has been before stated, a friend of Queen Catherine de' Medici, who at that time did everything in concert with the Guises. Then he went up quickly to the Queen's apartments, where a great secret council was then being held, and there the Italian learned what was going on, and the danger of the court. Monsignor Sardini found the privy councillors much embarrassed and surprised at this dilemma, but he made them all agree, telling them to turn it to their own advantage, and to his advice was due the clever idea of lodging the king in the castle of Emboyes, in order to catch the heretics like foxes in a bag, and there to slay them all. Indeed, everyone knows how the Queen Mother and Guises dissimulated, and how the riot of Emboyes terminated. This is not, however, the subject of the present narrative. When in the morning everyone had quitted the chamber of the Queen Mother, where everything had been arranged, Monsignor Sardini, in no way oblivious of his love for the fair Ravenels, although he was at the time deeply smitten with the lovely Limel, a girl belonging to the Queen Mother, and her relation by the house of La Tour de Duran, asked why the good Judas had been gauged. Then the Cardinal of Lorraine told him his intention was not in any way to harm the rogue, but that fearing his repentance, and for greater security of his silence until the end of the affair, he put him out of the way, and would liberate him at the proper time. Liberate him, said the Lucanese. Never. Put him in a sack, and throw the old black gown into the Loire. In the first place I know him, he is not the man to forgive you his imprisonment, and will return to the Protestant Church. Thus this will be a work pleasant to God, to rid him of a heretic. Then no one will know your secrets, and not one of his adherents will think of asking you what has become of him, because he is a traitor. Let me procure escape of his wife and arrange the rest. I will take it off your hands. Ha, ha, said the Cardinal, you give good counsel. Now I will, before distilling your advice, have them both more securely guarded. Hi, there. Came an officer of police, who was ordered to let no person, whoever he might be, communicate with the two prisoners. Then the cardinal begged Sardini to say at his hotel that the said advocate had departed from Blois to return to his causes in Paris. The men charged with the arrest of the advocate had received a verbal order to treat him as a man of importance, so they neither stripped nor robbed him. Now the advocate had kept 30 gold crowns in his purse, and resolved to lose them all to assure his vengeance, and proved by good arguments to the jailers that it was allowable for him to see his wife, on whom he doted, and whose legitimate embrace he desired. Monsignor Sardini, fearing for his mistress the danger of the proximity of this red-learned rogue, and for her having great fear of certain evils, determined to carry her off in the night, and put her in a place of safety. Then he hired some boatmen and also their boat, placing them near the bridge, and ordered 3 of his most active servants to file the bars of the cell, seize the lady, and conduct her to the wall of the gardens where he would await her. These preparations being made, and good files bought, he obtained an interview in the morning with the Queen Mother, whose apartments were situated above the stronghold in which lay their said advocate and his wife, believing that the Queen would willingly lend herself to this flight. Presently he was received by her, and begged her not to think it wrong that, at the instigation of the Cardinal and of the Duke of Guise, he should deliver this lady, and besides this, urged her very strongly to tell the Cardinal to throw the man into the water. To which the Queen said Amen. Then the lover sent quickly to his lady a letter in a plate of cucumbers, to advise her of her approaching widowhood, and the hour of flight, with all of which was the fair citizen well content. Then at dusk the soldiers of the watch being got out of the way by the Queen, who sent them to look at a ray of the moon, which frightened her, behold the servants raised the grating, and caught the laddie, who came quickly enough, and was led through the house to Monsignor Sardini. But the postern closed, and the Italian outside with the lady, behold the lady throw aside her mantle, see the lady change into an advocate, and see my said advocate seize his cuckolder by the collar, and half strangle him, dragging him towards the water to throw him to the bottom of the Loire, and Sardini began to defend himself, to shout, and to struggle, without being able, in spite of his dagger, to shake off this devil in long robes. Then he was quiet, falling into a slough under the feet of the advocate, whom he recognized through the mists of this diabolical combat, and by the light of the moon, his face splashed with the blood of his wife. The enraged advocate quitted the Italian, believing him to be dead, and also because servants armed with torches came running up. But he had to jump into the boat and push off in great haste. Thus poor Madame of Inels died alone, since Monsignor Sardini, badly strangled, was found, and revived from this murder, and later, as everyone knows, married the fair Lima. After this sweet girl had been brought to bed in the Queen's cabinet, a great scandal, which from friendship the Queen Mother wished to conceal, and which from great love Sardini, to whom Catherine gave the splendid estate of Chamonix-sur-Loire, and also the castle, covered with marriage. But he had been so brutally used by the husband, that he did not make hold bones, and the fair Lima was left a widow in his springtime. In spite of his misdeeds, the advocate was not searched after. He was cunning enough eventually to get included in the number of those conspirators who were not prosecuted, and returned to the Huguenots, for whom he worked hard in Germany. Poor Madame of Inels, pray for her soul, for she was hurled no one knew where, and had neither the prayers of the Church nor Christian burial. Alas! Shed a tear for her, ye ladies lucky in your loves. 314s. Full page image, medium size. The Sermon of the Merry Vicar of Moudon. When, for the last time, came Master Francis Rabelais to the court of King Henry II of the name, it was in that winter when the will of nature compelled him to quit for ever his fleshly garb, and live forever in his writings, resplendent with that good philosophy to which we shall always be obliged to return. The good man had, at that time, counted as nearly as possible 70 flights of the swallow. His Homeric head was but scantily ornamented with hair, but his beard was still perfect in its flowing majesty. There was still an air of springtime in his quiet smile, and wisdom on his ample brow. He was a fine old man according to the statement of those who had the happiness to gaze upon his face, to which Socrates and Aristophanes, formerly enemies, but then become friends, contributed their features. Hearing his last hours tinkling in his ears, he determined to go and pay his respects to the King of the France, because he was having just at that time arrived in his castle of Tournelles. The good man's house, being situated in the gardens of St. Paul, was not a stone's throw distant from the court. He soon found himself in the presence of Queen Catherine, Madame Diana, whom she received from motives of policy, the king, the constable, the cardinals of Lorraine and Bellay, Messieurs de Guise, the Sire de Berg, and other Italians, who at that time stood well at court in consequence of the king's protection. The Admiral, Montgomery, the officers of the household, and certain poets, such as Melinda Street, Gelées, Philibert Delorme, and the Sire Brantôme. Perceiving the good man, the king, who knew his wit, said to him, with a smile, after a short conversation, "Hast thou ever delivered a sermon to thy parishioners of Mouton?" Master Rabelais, thinking that the king was joking, since he had never troubled himself further about his post than to collect the revenues accruing from it, replied, "Sire, my listeners are in every place, and my sermon heard throughout Christendom." Then glancing at all the courtiers, who, with the exception of Messieurs du Bellay and Chatelain, considered him to be nothing but a learned Merry Andrew, while he was really the king of all wits, and a far better king than he whose crown only the courtiers venerate, there came into the good man's head the malicious idea to philosophically pump over their heads, just as it pleased Gargantua to give the Parisians a bath from the turrets of Notre Dame. So he added, "If you are in a good humour, sire, I can regale you with a capital little sermon, always appropriate, and which I have kept under the tympanum of my left ear in order to deliver it in a fit place, by way of an aulic parable." "Gentlemen," said the king, "Master Francis Rabelais has the floor of the court, and our salvation is concerned in his speech. Be silent, I pray you, and give heed, he is fruitful in evangelical drolleries." "Sire," said the good vicar, "I commence." All the courtiers became silent, and arranged themselves into a circle, pliant as osiers before the father of Pantagruel, who unfolded to them the following tale, in words the illustrious eloquence of which it is impossible to equal. But since this tale has only been verbally handed down to us, the author will be pardoned if he write after his own fashion. In his old age Gargantua took to strange habits, which greatly astonished his household, but the which he was forgiven since he was 704 years old, in spite of the statement of Saint Clement of Alexandria in his Strimits, which makes out that at this time he was a quarter of a day less, which matters little to us. Now this paternal master, seeing that everything was going wrong in his house, and that everyone was fleecing him, conceived a great fear that he would in his last moment be stripped of everything, and resolved to invent a more perfect system of management in his domains, and he did well. In a cellar of Gargantuan abode he hid away a fine heap of red wheat, beside 20 jars of mustard and several delicacies, such as plums and Turanian rolls, articles of a dessert, olivet cheese, goat cheese, and others, well known between Langiais and Lockes, pots of butter, hare pasties, preserved ducks, pigs' trotters in bran, boatloads and pots full of crushed peas, pretty little pots of Orleans quince preserve, hogsheads of lampreys, measures of green sauce, river game, such as francolins, teal, sheldrake, heron, and flamingo, all preserved in sea salt, dried raisins, tongues smoked in the manner invented by Hapmausch, his celebrated ancestor, and sweet stuff for Gargamel on feast days, and 1,000 other things which are detailed in the records of the Rippery laws and in certain folios of the capitularies, pragmatics, royal establishments, ordinances and institutions of the period. To be brief, the good man, putting his spectacles on his nose or his nose in his spectacles, looked about for a fine flying dragon or unicorn to whom the guard of this precious treasure could be committed. With this thought in his head he strolled about the gardens. He did not desire a coquelicigrew, because the Egyptians were afraid of them, as it appeared in the hieroglyphics. He dismissed the idea of engaging the legions of coquemas, because emperors disliked them, and also the Romans, according to that sulky fellow Tacitus. He rejected the Becrocolliers in council assembled, the Magi, the Druids, the Legion or Papamania, and the Masoretes, who grew like quelch grass and overran all the land, as he had been told by his son, Pantagruel, on his return from his journey. The good man, calling to mind old stories, had no confidence in any race, and if it had been permissible would have implored the Creator for a new one, but not daring to trouble him about such trifles, did not know whom to choose, and was thinking that his wealth would be a great trouble to him, when he met in his path a pretty little shrew mouse of the noble race of shrew mice, who bear all gules on an azure ground. By the gods! Be sure that it was a splendid animal, with the finest tail of the whole family, and was strutting about in the sun like a brave shrew mouse. It was proud of having been in this world since the deluge, according to letters patent of indisputable nobility, registered by the Parliament of the Universe, since it appears from the Ecumenical Inquiry a shrew mouse was in Noah's Arkansas. Here Master Alcophobus raised his cap slightly, and said, reverently, "It was Noah, my lords, who planted the vine, and first had the honour of getting drunk upon the juice of its fruit. For it is certain," he continued, "that a shrew mouse was in the vessel from which we all came, but the men have made bad marriages, not so the mice, because they are more jealous of their coat of arms than any other animals, and would not receive a field mouse among them, even though he had the especial gift of being able to convert grains of sand to fine fresh hazelnuts. This fine gentlemanly character so pleased the good Gargantua, that he decided to give the post of watching his granaries to the shrew mouse, with the most ample of powers, of justice, committimus, missi dominusi, clergy, men-at-arms, and all. The shrew mouse promised faithfully to accomplish his task, and to do his duty as a loyal beast, on condition that he lived on a heap of grain, which Gargantua thought perfectly fair. The shrew mouse began to caper about in his domain as happy as a prince who is happy, reconnoitring his immense empire of mustard, countries of sugar, provinces of ham, duchies of raisins, counties of chitterlings, and baronies of all sorts, scrambling onto the heap of grain and frisking his tail against everything. To be brief, everywhere was the shrew mouse received with honour by the pots, which kept a respectful silence, except 2 golden tankards, which knocked against each other like the bells of a church ringing a tocsin, at which he was much pleased, and thanked them, right and left, by a nod of the head, while promenading in the rays of the sun, which were illuminating his domain. Therein so splendidly did the brown colour of his hair shine forth, that one would have thought him a northern king in his sable furs. After his twists, turns, jumps and gapers, he munched 2 grains of corn, sat upon the heap like a king in full court, and fancied himself the most illustrious of shrew mice. At this moment they came from their accustomed holes the gentlemen of the night prowling court, who scamper with their little feet across the floors, these gentlemen being the rats, mice, and other gnawing, thieving, and crafty animals, of whom the citizens and housewives complain. When they saw the shrew mouse they took fright, and all remained shyly at the threshold of their dens. Among these common people, in spite of the danger, one old infidel of the trotting, nibbling race of mice, advanced a little, and putting his nose in the air, had the courage to stare my Lord Shrew Mouse full in the face, although the latter was proudly squatted upon his rump, with his tail in the air, and he came to the conclusion that he was a devil, from whom nothing but scratches were to be gained. And from these facts, Gargantua, in order that the high authority of his lieutenant might be universally known by all of the shrew mice, cats, weasels, martins, field mice, mice, rats, and other bad characters of the same kidney, had lightly dipped his muzzle, pointed as a larding pin, in oil of musk, which all shrew mice have since inherited, because this one, in spite of the sage advice of Gargantua, rubbed himself against others of his breed. From this sprang the troubles in the Musarania, of which I will give you a good account in an historical book when I get an opportunity. Then an old mouse, or rat, the rabbis of Talmud have not yet agreed concerning the species, perceiving by this perfume that this shrew mouse was appointed to guard the grain of Gargantua, and had been sprinkled with virtues, invested with full powers, and armed at all points, was alarmed lest he should no longer be able to live, according to the custom of mice, upon the meats, morsels, crusts, crumbs, leavings, bits, atoms, and fragments of this Canaan of rats. In this dilemma the good mouse, artful as an old courtier who had lived under 2 regencies and 3 kings, resolved to try the mettle of the shrew mouse, and devote himself to the salvation of the jaws of his race. This would have been a laudable thing in a man, but it was far more so in a mouse, belonging to a tribe who live for themselves alone, barefacedly and shamelessly, and in order to gratify themselves would defile a consecrated wafer, nor a priest's stole without shame, and would drink out of a communion cup, caring nothing for God. The mouse advanced with many a bow and scrape, and the shrew mouse let him advance rather near, for, to tell the truth, these animals are naturally short-sighted. Then this Curtius of nibblers made his little speech, not the jargon of common mice, but in the polite language of shrew mice. My lord, I have heard with much concern of your glorious family, of which I am one of the most devoted slaves. I know the legend of your ancestors, who were thought much of by the ancient Egyptians, who held them in great veneration, and adored them like other sacred birds. Nevertheless, your fur robe is so royally perfumed, and its colour is so splendiferously tanned, that I am doubtful if I recognize you as belonging to this race, since I have never seen any of them so gloriously attired. However, you have swallowed the grain after the antique fashion. Your proboscis is a proboscis of sapience. You have kicked like a learned shrew mouse, but if you are a true shrew mouse, you should have in I know not what part of your ear, I know not what special auditorial channel, which I know not, what wonderful door, closes I know not how, and I know not with what movements, by your secret commands to give you, I know not why, license not to listen to I know not what things, which would be displeasing to you, on account of the special and peculiar perfection of your faculty of hearing everything, which would often pain you. True, said the shrew mouse, the door has just fallen. I hear nothing. Ah, I see, said the old rogue. And he made for the pile of corn, from which he commenced to take his store for the winter. Did you hear anything? Asked he. I hear the pit-a-pat of my heart. Quick, cried all the mice, we shall be able to hoodwink him. The shrew mouse, fancying that he had met with a faithful vassal, opened the trap of his musical orifice, and heard the noise of the grain going towards the hole. Then, without having recourse to forfeiture, the justice of commissaries, he sprang upon the old mouse and squeezed him to death. Glorious death! For the hero died in the thick of the grain, and was canonized as a martyr. The shrew mouse took him by the ears and placed him on the door of the granary, after the fashion of the Ottoman porty, where my good Panurge was within an ace of being spitted. At the cries of the dying wretch the rats, mice, and others made for their holes in great haste. When the night had fallen they came to the cellar, convoked for the purpose of holding a council to consider public affairs, to which meeting, in virtue of the Papyrian and other laws, their lawful wives were admitted. The rats wished to pass before the mice, and serious quarrels about precedence nearly spoiled everything, but a big rat gave his arm to a mouse, and the gaffer rats and gamma mice being paired off in the same way, all were soon seated on their rumps, tails in air, muzzles stretched, whiskers stiff, and their eyes brilliant as those of a falcon. Then commenced a deliberation, which finished up with insults and a confusion worthy of an ecumenical council of holy fathers. One said this and another said that, and a cat passing by took fright and ran away, hearing these strange noises: boo, boo, grew, oh, wick, wick, briff, briffnack, knack, knack, fuix, fuix, tra, 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 za, bra, bra, ra, fuix. So well blended together in a babel of sound, that a council at the Hotel de Ville could not have made a greater hubbub. During this tempest a little mouse, who was not old enough to enter Parliament, thrust through a chink her inquiring snout, the hair on which was as downy as that of all mice, too downy to be caught. As the tumult increased, by degrees her body followed her nose, until she came to the hope of a cask, against which she so dexterously squatted that she might have been mistaken for a work of art carved in antique bas-relief. Lifting his eyes to heaven to implore a remedy for the misfortunes of the state, an old rat perceived this pretty mouse, so gentle and shapely, and declared that the state might be saved by her. All the muzzles turned to this lady of good help, became silent, and agreed to let her loose upon the shrew mouse, and in spite of the anger of certain envious mice, she was triumphantly marched around the cellar, where, seeing her walk mincingly, mechanically move her tail, shake her cunning little head, twitch her diaphanous ears, and lick with her little red tongue the hairs just sprouting on her cheeks, the old rats fell in love with her and wagged their wrinkled, white-whiskered jaws with delight at the sight of her, as did formerly the old men of Troy, admiring the lovely Helen, returning from her bath. Then the maiden was conducted to the granary, with instructions to make a conquest of the shrew mouse's heart, and save the fine red grain, as did formerly the fair Hebrew, Esther, for the chosen people, with the Emperor Ahasuerus, as is written in the Master Book, for Bible comes from the Greek word biblos, as if to say the only book. The mouse promised to deliver the granaries, for by a lucky chance she was the queen of mice, a fair, plump, pretty little mouse, the most delicate little lady that ever scampered merrily across the floors, scratched between the walls, and gave utterance to little cries of joy at finding nuts, meal, and crumbs of bread in her path. A true fay, pretty and playful, with an eye clear as crystal, a little head, sleek skin, amorous body, rosy feet, and velvet tail, a high-born mouse and a polished speaker with a natural love of bed and idleness, a merry mouse, more cunning than an old doctor of Sorbonne fed on parchment, lively, white-bellied, streaked on the back, with sweet-moulded breasts, pearl-white teeth, and of a frank open nature, in fact, a true king's morsel. This portraiture was so bold, the mouse appearing to have been the living image of Madame Diana, then present, that the courtiers stood aghast. Queen Catherine smiled, but the king was in no laughing humour. But Rabelais went on without paying any attention to the winks of the Cardinal Belay and de Chatillon, who were terrified for the good man. The pretty mouse, said he, continuing, did not beat long about the bush, and from the first moment that she trotted before the shrew mouse, she had enslaved him forever by her coquetries, affectations, friskings, provocations, little refusals, piercing glances, and wiles of the maiden who desires yet dares not, amorous oglings, little caresses, preparatory tricks, pride of a mouse who knows her value, laughings and squeakings, triflings and other endearments, feminine, treacherous and captivating ways, all traps which are abundantly used by the females of all nations. When, after many wrigglings, smacks in the face, nose lickings, gallantries of amorous shrew mice, frowns, sighs, serenades, titbits, suppers and dinners on the pile of corn, and other attentions, the superintendent overcame the scruples of his beautiful mistress. He became the slave of this incestuous and illicit love, and the mouse, leading her lord by the snout, became queen of everything, nibbled his cheese, ate the sweets, and foraged everywhere. This the shrew mouse permitted to the empress of his heart, although he was ill at ease, having broken his oath made to Gargantua, and betrayed the confidence placed in him. Pursuing her advantage with the pertinacity of a woman, one night they were joking together. The mouse remembered the dear old fellow her father, and desiring that he should make his meals off the grain, she threatened to leave her lover cold and lonely in his domain if he did not allow her to indulge her filial piety. In the twinkling of a mouse's eye he had granted letters patent, sealed with a green seal, with tags of crimson silk, to his wench's father, so that the Gargantuan palace was open to him at all hours, and he was at liberty see his good, virtuous daughter, kiss her on the forehead, and eat his fill, but always in a corner. Then there arrived a venerable old rat, weighing about 25 ounces, with a white tail, marching like the president of a court of justice, wagging his head, and followed by 15 or 20 nephews, all with teeth as sharp as saws, who demonstrated to the shrew mouse by little speeches and questions of all kinds that they, his relations, would soon be loyally attached to him, and would help him to count the things committed to his charge, arrange and ticket them, in order that when Gargantua came to visit them he would find everything in perfect order. There was an air of truth about these promises. The poor shrew mouse was, however, in spite of this speech, troubled by ideas from on high, and serious pricking of shrew mouseian conscience. Seeing that he turned up his nose at everything, went about slowly and with a careworn face. One morning the mouse who was pregnant by him, conceived the idea of calming his doubts and easing his mind by a sorbonical consultation, and sent for the doctors of his tribe. During the day she introduced to him one, Sire Evergold, who had just stepped out of a cheese where he lived in perfect abstinence, an old confessor of high degree, a merry fellow of good appearance, with a fine black skin, firm as a rock, and slightly tonsured on the head by the pat of a cat's claw. He was a grave rat, with a monastical paunch, having much studied scientific authorities by nibbling at their works in parchments, papers, books and volumes of which certain fragments had remained upon his grey beard. In honour of and great reverence for his great virtue and wisdom, and his modest life, he was accompanied by a black troop of black rats, all bringing with them pretty little mice, their sweethearts, for not having adopted the canons of the Council of Chesil. It was lawful for them to have respectable women for concubines. These beneficed rats, being arranged in 2 lines, you might have fancied them a procession of the university authorities going to lend it. And they all began to sniff the victuals. When the ceremony of placing them all was complete, the old cardinal of the rats lifted up his voice, and in a good rat Latin oration pointed out to the guardian of the grain that no one but God was superior to him, and that to God alone he owed obedience, and he entertained him with many fine phrases, stuffed with evangelical quotations, to disturb the principal and fog his flock, in fact, fine argument interlarded with much sound sense. The discourse finished with a peroration full of high-sounding words in honor of shrew mice, among whom his hearer was the most illustrious and best beneath the sun, and this oration considerably bewildered the keeper of the granary. This good gentleman's head was thoroughly turned, and he installed this fine-speaking rat and his tribe in his manor, when night and day his praises and little songs in his honor were sung, not forgetting his lady, whose little paw was kissed and little tail was sniffed at by all. Finally, the mistress, knowing that certain young rats were still fasting, determined to finish her work. Then she kissed her lord tenderly, loading him with love, and performing those little endearing antics of which one alone was sufficient to send a beast to perdition, and said to the shrew mouse that he wasted the precious time due to their love by travelling about, that he was always going here or there, and that she never had her proper share of him, that when she wanted his society, he was on the lead chasing the cats, and that she wished him always to be ready to her hand like a lance, and kind as a bird. Then in her great grief she tore out a grey hair, declaring herself, weepingly, to be the most wretched little mouse in the world. The shrew mouse pointed out to her that she was the mistress of everything, and wished to resist, but after the lady had shed a torrent of tears he implored a truce and considered her request. Then instantly drying her tears, and giving him her paw to kiss, she advised him to arm some soldiers, trusty and tried rats, old warriors, who would go the rounds to keep watch. Everything was thus wisely arranged. The shrew mouse had the rest of the day to dance, play, and amuse himself, listen to the roundelays and ballads which the poets composed in his honor, play the lute and the mandor, make acrostics, eat, drink and be merry. One day his mistress, having just risen from her confinement, after having given birth to the sweetest little mouse Sorex mouse, I know not what name was given to this mongrel food of love, whom you may be sure the gentleman in the long robe would manage to legitimize, the constable of Montmorency, who had married his son to a legitimized bastard of the king's, here put his hand to his sword and clutched the handle fiercely. A grand feast was given in the granaries, to which no court festival or gala could be compared, not even that of the Field of the Cloth of Gold. In every corner mice were making merry. Everywhere there were dances, concerts, banquets, sarabands, music, joyous songs, and epithalamia. The rats had broken open the pots, and uncovered the jars, lapped the gallipots, and unpacked the stores. The mustard was strewn over the place, the hams were mangled and the corn scattered. Everything was rolling, tumbling, and falling about the floor, and the little rats dabbled in puddles of green sauce, the mice navigated oceans of sweetmeats, and the old folks carried off the pasties. There were mice astride salt tongues. Field mice were swimming in the pots, and the most cunning of them were carrying the corn into their private holes, profiting by the confusion to make ample provision for themselves. No one passed the quince confection of Orleans without saluting it with one nibble, and oftener with two. It was like a Roman carnival. In short, anyone with a sharp ear might have heard the frizzling frying pans, the cries and clamours of the kitchens, the crackling of their furnaces, the noise of the turnspits, the creaking of baskets, the haste of the confectioners, the click of the meat jacks, and the noise of the little feet scampering thick as hail over the floor. It was a bustling wedding feast, where people come and go, footmen, stablemen, cooks, musicians, buffoons, where everyone pays compliments and makes a noise. In short, so great was the delight that they kept up a general wagging of the head to celebrate this eventful night. But suddenly there was heard the horrible footfall of Gargantua, who was ascending the stairs of his house to visit the granaries, and made the planks, the beams, and everything else tremble. Certain old rats asked each other what might mean this signorial footstep, with which they were unacquainted, and some of them decamped, And they did well, for the lord and master entered suddenly. Perceiving the confusion these gentlemen had made, seeing his preserves eaten, his mustard unpacked, and everything dirtied and scratched about, he put his feet upon these lively vermin without giving them time to squeak, and thus spoiled their best clothes, satins, pearls, velvets, and rubbish, and upset the feast. "And what became of the shrew mouse?" said the king, waking from his reverie. "Sire," replied Rabelais, "herein we see the injustice of the gargantuan tribe. He was put to death, but being a gentleman he was beheaded. That was ill done, for he had been betrayed." "You go rather far, my good man," said the king. "No, sire," replied Rabelais, "but rather high. Have you not sunk a crown beneath the pulpit? You asked me for a sermon, I have given you one which is gospel." "My fine vicar," said Madame Diana, in his ear, "suppose I were spiteful?" "Madam," said Rabelais, "was it not well then of me to warn the king, your master, against the queen's Italians, who are as plentiful here as cockchafers?" "Poor preacher," said Cardinal Ed, in his ear, "go to another country." "Ah, monsieur," replied the old fellow, "ere long I shall be in another land." "God's truth, Mr. Scribbler," said the constable, whose son, as everyone knows, had treacherously deserted Mademoiselle de Pinne, to whom he was betrothed, to espouse Diana of France, daughter of the mistress of certain high personages and of the king, who made thee so bold as to slander persons of quality. Wretched poet, you like to raise yourself high. Well then, I promise to put you in a good high place." "We shall all go there, my Lord Constable," replied the old man, "but if you are friendly to the state and to the king you will thank me for having warned him against the hordes of Lorraine, who are evils that will devour everything." "My good man," whispered Cardinal Charles of Lorraine, "if you need a few gold crowns to publish your 5th book of Pantagruel you can come to me for them, because you have put the case clearly to the enemy, who has bewitched the king, and also to her pack." "Well, gentlemen," said the king, "what do you think of the sermon?" "Sire," said Melinda St. Gelais, seeing that all were well pleased, "I had never heard a better Pantagruelian prognostication. Much do we owe to him who made these leonine verses in the Abbey of Theleme. Apostrophe vaus intres, Keeler Saint Ivanga lensens agile annonces, coiquon groaned, sins ores en refuge et bastile, contillo stylere heat hand post te pass sun fo style impoisolemand. Should ye who enter here profess in jubilation our gospel of elation, then suffer doles to curse. Here refuge shall ye find, and sure circumvallation against the protestation of those whose delectation brings false abomination to blight their universe." All the courtiers having applauded their companion, each one complimented Rabelais, who took his departure accompanied with great honour by the king's pages, who, by express command held torches before him. Some persons have charged Francis Rabelais, the imperial honour of our land, with spiteful tricks and apish pranks, unworthy of his Homeric philosophy, of this prince of wisdom, of this furtherly centre, from which have issued since the rising of his subterranean light a good number of marvellous works. Out upon those who would defile this divine head. All their life long may they find grit between their teeth, those who have ignored his good and moderate nourishment. Dear drinker of pure water, faithful servant or monarchical abstinence, wisest of wise men, how would thy sides ache with laughter, how wouldst thou chuckle, if thou couldst come again for a little while to Chinon, and read the idiotic mouthings, and the maniacal babble of the fools who have interpreted, commentated, torn, disgraced, misunderstood, betrayed, defiled, adulterated and meddled with thy peerless book. As many dogs as Panurge found busy with his lady's robe at church, so many two-legged academic puppies have busied themselves with befouling the high marble pyramid in which is cemented forever the seed of all fantastic and comic inventions, besides magnificent instruction in all things. Although rare are the pilgrims who have the breath to follow thy bark in its sublime peregrination through the ocean of ideas, methods, varieties, religions, wisdom, and human trickeries, at least their worship is unalloyed, pure, and unadulterated, and thine omnipotence, omniscience, and omni-language are by them bravely recognized. Therefore has a poor son of our merry Touraine here been anxious, however unworthily, to do thee homage by magnifying thine image, and glorifying the works of eternal memory, so cherished by those who love the concentrative works wherein the universal moral is contained, wherein are found, pressed like sardines in their boxes, philosophical ideas on every subject, science, art and eloquence, as well as theatrical memories. The Succubus. Prologue. A number of persons of the noble country of Touraine, considerably edified by the warm search which the author is making into the antiquities, adventures, good jokes, and pretty tales of that blessed land, and believing for certain that he should know everything, have asked him, after drinking with him of course understood, if he had discovered the etymological reason, concerning which all the ladies of the town are so curious, and from which a certain street in Tours is called the Rue Chaude. By him it was replied, that he was much astonished to see that the ancient inhabitants had forgotten the great number of convents situated in this street, where the severe continence of the monks and nuns might have caused the walls to be made so hot that some woman of position should increase in size from walking too slowly along them till vespers. A troublesome fellow, wishing to appear learned, declared that formerly all the scandal-mongers of the neighbourhood were wont to meet in this place. Another entangled himself in the minute suffrages of science, and poured forth golden words without being understood, qualifying words, harmonizing the melodies of the ancient and modern, congregating customs, distilling verbs, alchemizing all languages since the deluge, of the Hebrew, Chaldeans, Egyptians, Greeks, Latins, and of Turnus, the ancient founder of Tours, and the good man finished by declaring that Chaude or Chalder, with the exception of the H and the L, came from Corda, and that there was a tale in the affair, but the ladies only understood the end of it. An old man observed that in this same place was formerly a source of thermal water, of which his great-great-grandfather had drunk. In short, in less time than it takes a flight to embrace its sweetheart, there had been a pocketful of etymologies, in which the truth of the matter had been less easily found than a louse in the filthy beard of a Capuchin friar. But a man well learned and well informed, through having left his footprint in many monasteries, consumed much midnight toil, and manured his brain with many a volume himself more encumbered with pieces, diptych fragments, boxes, charters, and registers concerning the history of Touraine than is a gleaner with stalks of straw in the month of August. This man, old, infirm, and gouty, who had been drinking in his corner without saying a word, smiled the smile of a wise man and knitted his brows, the said smile finally resolving itself into a pish, well articulated, which the author heard and understood it to be big with an adventure historically good, the delights of which he would be able to unfold in this sweet collection. To be brief, on the morrow this gouty old fellow said to him, by your poem, which is called The Venial Sin, you have forever gained my esteem, because everything therein is true from head to foot, which I believe to be a precious superabundance in such matters. But doubtless you do not know what became of the more placed in religion by the said knight, Brun de la Roche-Corbon. I know very well. Now if this etymology of the street harass you, and also the Egyptian nun, I will lend you a curious and antique parchment, found by me in the olm of the episcopal palace, of which the libraries were a little knocked about at a period when none of us knew if he would have the pleasure of his head's society on the morrow. Now will not this yield you a perfect contentment? Good, said the author. Then this worthy collector of truths gave certain rare and dusty parchments to the author, the which he has, not without great labour, translated into French, and which were fragments of the most ancient ecclesiastical process. He has believed that nothing would be more amusing than the actual resurrection of this antique affair, wherein shines forth the illiterate simplicity of the good old times. Now, then, give ear. This is the order in which were the manuscripts, of which the author has made use in his own fashion, because the language was devilishly difficult. I what the succubus was. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. In the year of our Lord, 1271, before me, Hierome Cornhill, Grand Inquisitor and Ecclesiastical Judge, thereto commissioned by the members of the chapter of St. Maurice, the Cathedral of Tours, having of this deliberated in the presence of our Lord Jean de Montex, Archbishop, namely, the grievances and complaints of the inhabitants of the said town, whose request is here subjoined, have appeared certain noblemen, citizens, and inhabitants of the diocese, who have stated the following facts concerning a demon suspected of having taken the features of a woman, who has much afflicted the minds of the diocese, and is at present a prisoner in the jail of the chapter, and in order to arrive at the truth of the said charge we have opened the present court, this Monday, the 11th day of December, after Mass, to communicate the evidence of each witness to the said demon, to interrogate her upon the said crimes to her imputed, and to judge her according to the laws enforced contra demonios. In this inquiry has assisted me to write the evidence therein given, Guillaume Bouch, rubrican of the chapter, a learned man. Firstly has come before us one Jean, surnamed Totbras, a citizen of Tours, keeping by license the hostelry of Lassagogne, situated on the Place du Pont, and who has sworn by the salvation of his soul, his hand upon the holy evangelists, to state no other thing than that which by himself hath been seen and heard. He hath stated as here followeth. I declare that about 2 years before the feast of Street Jean, upon which are the grand illuminations, a gentleman, at first unknown to me, but belonging without doubt to our Lord the King, and at that time returned to our country from the Holy Land, came to me with the proposition that I should let to him at rental a certain country house by me built, in the quit rent of the chapter over against the place called of Street Shine, and the which I let to him for 9 years, for the consideration of 3 basins of fine gold. In the said house was placed by the said knight a fair wench having the appearance of a woman, dressed in the strange fashion of the Saracens Mohammedans, whom he would allow by none to be seen or to be approached within about shot, but whom I have seen with mine own eyes, weird feathers upon her head, and eyes so flaming that I cannot adequately describe them, and from which gleamed forth the fire of hell. The defunct knight having threatened with death whoever should appear to spy about the said house, I have by reason of great fear left the said house, and I have until this day secretly kept to my mind certain presumptions and doubts concerning the bad appearance of the said foreigner, who was more strange than any woman, her equal not having as yet by me been seen. Many persons of all conditions having at the time believed the said knight to be dead, but kept upon his feet by virtue of the said charms, philters, spells, and diabolical sorceries of this seeming woman, who wished to settle in our country, I declare that I have always seen the said knight so ghastly pale that I can only compare his face to the wax of a Paschal candle, and to the knowledge of all the people of the hostelry of Lassagogne. This knight was interred 9 days after his first coming. According to the statement of his groom, the defunct had been chivalrously coupled with the said Moorish woman during 7 whole days shut up in my house, without coming out from her, the which I heard him horribly avow upon his deathbed. Certain persons at the present time have accused this she-devil of holding the said gentleman in her clutches by her long hair, the which was furnished with certain warm properties by means of which are communicated to Christians the flames of hell in the form of love, which work in them until their souls are by this means drawn from their bodies and possessed by Satan. But I declare that I have seen nothing of this excepting the said dead knight, powerless, emaciated, wishing, in spite of his confessor, still to go to this wench, and then he has been recognized as the Lord de Buell, who was a crusader, and who was, according to certain persons of the town, under the spell of a demon whom he had met in the Asiatic country of Damascus or elsewhere. Afterwards I have let my house to the said unknown laddie, according to the clauses of the deed of lease. The said Lord of Buell, being defunct, I had nevertheless been into my house in order to learn from the said foreign woman if she wished to remain in my dwelling, and after great trouble was led before her by a strange, half-naked black man, whose eyes were white. Then I have seen the said Moorish woman in a little room, shining with gold and jewels, lighted with strange lights, upon an Asiatic carpet, where she was seated, lightly attired, with another gentleman, who was there imperiling his soul, and I had not the heart bold enough to look upon her, seeing that her eyes would have incited me immediately to yield myself up to her, for already her voice thrilled into my very belly, filled my brain, and debauched my mind. Finding this, from the fear of God, and also of hell, I have departed with swift feet, leaving my house to her as long as she liked to retain it. So dangerous was it to behold that Moorish complexion from which radiated diabolical heats, besides a foot smaller than it was lawful in a real woman to possess, and to hear her voice, which pierced into one's heart. And from that day I have lacked the courage to enter my house from great fear of falling into hell. I have said my say. To the said Totbras we have then shown an Abyssinian, Nubian or Ethiopian, who, black from head to foot, had been found wanting in certain virile properties with which all good Christians are usually furnished, who, having persevered in his silence, after having been tormented and tortured many times, not without much moaning, has persisted in being unable to speak the language of our country. And the said Totbras has recognized the said abyss heretic as having been in his house in company with the said demoniacal spirit, and is suspected of having lent his aid to her sorcery. And the said Totbras has confessed his great faith in the Catholic religion, and declared no other things to be within his knowledge save certain rumours which were known to every one, of which he had been in no way a witness except in the hearing of them. In obedience to the citations served upon him, has appeared then Matthew, surname Cognifestu, a day labourer of Street Shine, whom, after having sworn by the holy evangelists to speak the truth, has confessed to us always to have seen a bright light in the dwelling of the said foreign woman, and heard much wild and diabolical laughter on the days and nights of feasts and fasts, notably during the days of the Holy and Christmas weeks, as if a great number of people were in the house. And he has sworn to have seen by the windows of the said dwellings, green buds of all kinds in the winter, growing as if by magic, especially roses in a time of frost, and other things for which there was a need of a great heat, but of this he was in no way astonished, seeing that the said foreigner threw out so much heat that when she walked in the evening by the side of his wall he found on the morrow his salad grown, and on certain occasions she had by the touching of her petticoats caused the trees to put forth leaves and hastened the buds. Finally, the said Cognifester has declared to us to know no more, because he worked from early morning, and went to bed at the same hour as the fowls. Afterwards the wife of the aforesaid Cognifester has by us been required to state also upon oath the things come to her cognizance in this process, and has avowed naught save praises of the said foreigner, because since her coming her man had treated her better in consequence of the neighbourhood of this good lady, who filled the air with love, as the sun did light, and other incongruous nonsense, which we have not committed to writing. To the said cognifisto and to his wife we have shown the said unknown African, who has been seen by them in the gardens of the house, and is stated by them for certain to belong to the said demon. In the third place, has advanced Harduin V, Lord of Mail, who being by us reverentially begged to enlighten the religion of the Church, has expressed his willingness so to do, and has, moreover, engaged his word, as a gallant knight, to say no other thing than that which he has seen. Then he has testified to have known in the army of the Crusades the demon in question, and in the town of Damascus to have seen the Knight of Buhl, since defunct, fight at close quarters to be her sole possessor. The above-mentioned wench, or demon, belonged at that time to the knight Geoffroy IV, Lord of Rochepose A, by whom she was said to have been brought from Turin, although she was a Saracen, concerning which the knights of France marvelled much, as well as at her beauty, which made a great noise and 1,000 scandalous ravages in the camp. During the voyage this wench was the cause of many deaths, seeing that Rochepose had already discomfited certain crusaders, who wished to keep her to themselves, because she shed, according to certain knights petted by her in secret, joys around her comparable to none others. But in the end the Knight of Buhl, having killed Geoffroy de la Rochepose A, became lord and master of this young murderess, and placed her in a convent, or harem, according to the Saracen custom. About this time one used to see her and hear her chattering as entertainment many foreign dialects, such as the Greek or the Latin Empire, Moorish, and, above all, French better than any of those who knew the language of France best in the Christian host, from which sprang the belief that she was demoniacal. The said knight Harduin has confessed to us not to have tilted for her in the Holy Land, not from fear, coldness or other cause, so much as that he believed the time had arrived for him to bear away a portion of the true cross, and also he had belonging to him a noble lady of the Greek country, who saved him from this danger in denuding him of love, morning and night, seeing that she took all of it substantially from him, leaving him none in his heart or elsewhere for others. And the said knight has assured us that the woman living in the country house of Totbras was really the said Saracen woman, come into the country from Syria, because he had been invited to a midnight feast at her house by the young lord of Groixmare, who expired the 7th day afterwards, according to the statement of the Dame de Groixmare, his mother, ruined all points by the said wench, whose commerce with him had consumed his vital spirit, and whose strange fantasies had squandered his fortune. Afterwards questioned in his quality of a man full of prudence, wisdom and authority in this country, upon the ideas entertained concerning the said woman, and summoned by us to open his conscience, seeing that it was a question of a most abominable case of Christian faith and divine justice, answer has been made by the said knight, that by certain of the host of crusaders it has been stated to him that always this she-devil was a maid to him who embraced her, and that Mammon was for certain occupied in her, making for her a new virtue for each of her lovers, and 1,000 other foolish sayings of drunken men, which were not of a nature to form a fifth gospel. But for a fact, he, an old knight on that turn of life, and knowing nothing more of the aforesaid, felt himself again a young man in that last supper with which he had been regaled by the Lord of Groixmare. Then the voice of this demon went straight to his heart before flowing into his ears, and had awakened so great a love in his body that his life was ebbing from the place whence it should flow, and that eventually, but for the assistance of Cyprus wine, which he had drunk to blind his sight, and his getting under the table in order no longer to gaze upon the fiery eyes of his diabolical hostess, and not to rend his heart from her, Without doubt he would have fought the young Droll's mare, in order to enjoy for a single moment this supernatural woman. Since then he had had absolution from his confessor from the wicked thought. Then, by advice from on high, he had carried back to his house his portion of the true cross, and had remained in his own manor, where, in spite of his Christian precautions, the said voice still at certain times tickled his brain, and in the morning often had he in remembrance this demon, warm as brimstone, and because the look of this wench was so warm that it made him burn like a young man, be half dead, and because it cost him then many transhipments of the vital spirit, the said knight has requested us not to confront him with the Empress of Love, to whom, if it were not the devil, God the Father had granted strange liberties with the minds of men. Afterwards, he retired, after reading over his statement, not without having first recognized the above-mentioned African to be the servant and page of the lady. In the fourth place, upon the faith pledged in us in the name of the chapter and of our Lord Archbishop, that he should not be tormented, tortured, nor harassed in any manner, nor further cited after his statement, in consequence of his commercial journeys, and upon the assurance that he should retire in perfect freedom, has come before us a Jew, Salomon al-Rasjid, who, in spite of the infamy of his person and his Judaism, has been heard by us to this one end, to know everything concerning the conduct of the aforesaid demon. Thus he has not been required to take any oath, this Salomon, seeing that he is beyond the pale of the church, separated from us by the blood of our Saviour, Trucidatus Salvatore Internos. Interrogated by us as to why he appeared without the green cap upon his head, and the yellow wheel in the apparent locality of the heart in his garment, according to the ecclesiastical and royal ordinances, the said Rasjid has exhibited to us letters patent of the Seneschal of Touraine and Poitou. Then the said Jew has declared to us to have done a large business for the lady dwelling in the house of the innkeeper Totbras, to have sold to her golden chandeliers, with many branches, minutely engraved, plates of red silver, cups enriched with stones, emeralds and rubies, to have brought for her from the Levant a number of rare stuffs, Persian carpets, silks, and fine linen, in fact, things so magnificent that no queen in Christendom could say she was so well furnished with jewels and household goods, and that he had for his part received from her £300,000 for the rarity of the purchases in which he had been employed, such as Indian flowers, popinjays, birds' feathers, spices, Greek wines, and diamonds. Requested by us, the judge, to say if he had furnished certain ingredients of magical conjuration, the blood of newborn children, conjuring books, and things generally and whatsoever made use of by sorcerers, giving him license to state his case without that thereupon he should be the subject to any further inquest or inquiry. The said Al-Rasjid has sworn by his Hebrew faith never to have had any such commerce, and has stated that he was involved in too high interests to give himself to such miseries, seeing that he was the agent of certain most powerful lords, such as the Marquis de Montferrat, the King of England, the King of Cyprus and Jerusalem, the Court of Provence, Lords of Venice, and many German gentlemen, to have belonging to him merchant galleys of all kinds, going into Egypt with the permission of the Sultan, and he trafficking in precious articles of silver and of gold, which took him often into the exchange of tours. Moreover, he has declared that he considered the said lady, the subject of inquiry, to be a right royal and natural woman, with the sweetest limbs, and the smallest he has ever seen. That in consequence of her renown for a diabolical spirit, pushed by a wild imagination, and also because that he was smitten with her, he had heard once that she was husbandless, proposed to her to be her gallant, to which proposition she willingly acceded. Now, although from that night he felt his bones disjointed and his bowels crushed, he had not yet experienced, as certain persons say, that who once yielded was free no more, he went to his fate as lead him to the crucible of the alchemist. Then the said Solomon, to whom we have granted his liberty according to the safe conduct, in spite of the statement, which proves abundantly his commerce with the devil, because he had been saved there where all Christians have succumbed, has admitted to us an agreement concerning the said demon, to make known that he had made an offer to the chapter of the cathedral to give for the said semblance of a woman such a ransom, if she were condemned to be burned alive, that the highest of the towers of the church of St. Maurice, at present in course of construction, could therewith be finished. The which we have noted to be deliberated upon at an opportune time by the assembled chapter. And said Solomon has taken his departure without being willing to indicate his residence, and has told us that he can be informed of the deliberation of the chapter by a Jew of the synagogue of Tours, a name Tobias Nathanaeus. The said Jew has before his departure been shown the African, and has recognized him as the page of the demon, and has stated the Saracens to have the custom of mutilating their slaves thus, to commit to them the task of guarding their women by an ancient usage, as it appears in the profane histories of Narses, General of Constantinople, and others. 333. Full page image, medium size. On the morrow after Mass has appeared before us the most noble and illustrious Lady of Croix-Mer. The same has worn her faith in the holy evangelists, and has related to us with tears how she had placed her eldest son beneath the earth, dead by reason of his extravagant amours with this female demon. There which noble gentleman was 23 years of age, of good complexion, very manly and well bearded like his defunct sire. Notwithstanding his great figure, in 90 days he had little by little withered, ruined by his commerce with the succubus of the Rue Chaude, according to the statement of the common people, and her maternal authority over the son had been powerless. Finally, in his latter days, he appeared like a poor dried-up worm, such as housekeepers meet with in a corner when they clean out the dwelling rooms. And always, so long as he had the strength to go, he went to shorten his life with this cursed woman, where, also, he emptied his cash-box. When he was in his bed, and knew his last hour had come, he swore at, cursed, and threatened and heaped upon all, his sister, his brother, and upon her his mother, 1,000 insults, rebelled in the face of the chaplain, denied God, and wished to die in damnation, at which were much afflicted the retainers of the family, who, to save his soul and pluck it from hell, have founded 2 annual masses in the cathedral. And in order to have him buried in consecrated ground, the house of Croix-Mer has undertaken to give to the chapter, during 100 years, the wax candles for the chapels and the church, upon the day of the Paschal feast. And, in conclusion, saving the wicked words heard by the reverend person, Dom Lois Pot, a nun of Malmstes, who came to assist in his last hours, the said Baron de Croix-Mer affirms never to have heard any words offered by the defunct, touching the demon who had undone him. And therewith has retired the noble and illustrious lady in deep mourning. In the 6th place has appeared before us, after adjournment, Jacquette, called viewing, a kitchen scullion, going to houses to wash dishes, residing at present in the fish market, who, after having placed her word to say nothing she did not hold to be true, has declared as here follows, namely, that one day she, being come into the kitchen of the said demon, of whom she had no fear, because she was wont to regale herself only upon males, she had the opportunity of seeing in the garden this female demon, superbly attired, walking in company with a knight, with whom she was laughing, like a natural woman. Then she had recognized in this demon the true likeness of the Moorish woman placed as a nun in the convent of Notre Dame de la Grignoles by the defunct Seneschal of Touraine and Poitou, Messire Brun, Count of Rochecorbon, the which Moorish woman had been left in the situation and place of the image of Our Lady the Virgin, the mother of our blessed Saviour, stolen by the Egyptians about 18 years since. Of this time, in consequence of the troubles come about in Turin, no record has been kept. This girl, aged about 12 years, was saved from the stake at which she would have been burned by being baptized, and the said defunct and his wife had then been godfather and godmother to this child of hell. Being at that time a laundress at the convent, she who bears witness has remembrance of the flight which the said Egyptian took 20 months after her entry into the convent, so subtilely that it has never been known how or by what means she escaped. At that time it was thought by all, that with the devil's aid she had flown away in the air, seeing that notwithstanding much search, no trace of her flight was found in the convent, where everything remained in its accustomed order. The African having been shown to the said scullion, she has declared not to have seen him before, although she was curious to do so, as he was commissioned to guard the place in which the Moorish woman combated with those whom she drained through the spigot. In the 7th place has been brought before us Hugues de Fou, son of the Sire de Bridor, who, aged 20 years, has been placed in the hands of his father, under caution of his estates, and by him is represented in this process, whom it concerns if should be duly attained and convicted of having, assisted by several unknown and bad young men, laid siege to the jail of the Archbishop and of the chapter, and of having lent himself to disturb the force of ecclesiastical justice, by causing the escape of the demon now under consideration. In spite of the evil disposition we have commanded the said Hugues de Fou to testify truly, touching the things he should know concerning the said demon, with whom he is vehemently reputed to have had commerce, pointing out to him that it was a question of his salvation and of the life of the said demon. He, after having taken the oath, he said, "I swear by my eternal salvation, and by the holy evangelists here present under my hand, to hold the woman suspected of being a demon to be an angel, a perfect woman, and even more so in mind than in body, living in all honesty, full of the myriad charms and delights of love, in no way wicked, but most generous, assisting greatly the poor and suffering. I declare that I have seen her weeping veritable tears for the death of my friend, the Knight of Groix's mare. And because on that day she had made a vow to Our Lady the Virgin no more to receive the love of young noblemen too weak in her service, she has to me constantly and with great courage denied the enjoyment of her body, and has only granted to me love, and the possession of her heart, of which she has made sovereign. Since this gracious gift, in spite of my increasing flame, I have remained alone in her dwelling, where I have spent the greater part of my days, happy in seeing and in hearing her. Oh, I would eat near her, partake of the air which entered into her lungs, of the light which shone in her sweet eyes, and found in this occupation more joy than have the lords of paradise. Elected by me to be forever my lady, chosen to be one day my dove, my wife, and only sweetheart, I, poor fool, have received from her no advances on the joys of the future, but, on the contrary, 1,000 virtuous admonitions, such as that I should acquire renown as a good knight, become a strong man and a fine one, fear nothing except God, honor the ladies, serve but one and love them in memory of that one, that when I should be strengthened by the work of war, if her heart still pleased mine, at that time only would she be mine, because she would be able to wait for me, loving me so much." So saying, the young Sire Hugues wept, and weeping, added, that thinking of this graceful and feeble woman, whose arms seemed scarcely large enough to sustain the light weight of her golden chains, he did not know how to contain himself while fancying the irons which would wound her, and the miseries with which she would traitorously be loaded, and from this cause came his rebellion, and that he had license to express his sorrow before justice, because his life was so bound up with that of his delicious mistress and sweetheart that on the day when evil came to her he would surely die. and the same young man has vociferated 1,000 other praises of the said demon, which bear witness to the vehement sorcery practiced upon him, and prove, moreover, the abominable, unalterable, and incurable life and the fraudulent witcheries to which he is at present subject, concerning which our Lord the Archbishop will judge, in order to save by exorcisms and penitences this young soul from the snares of hell, if the devil has not gained too strong a hold of it. Then we have handed back the said young nobleman into the custody of the noble lord his father, after that by the said Hughes, the African has been recognized as the servant of the accused. In the 8th place, before us, have the footguards of our Lord the Archbishop led in great state the most high and reverend Lady Jacqueline de Champclear, abbess of the convent of Notre Dame, under the invocation of Mount Carmel, to whose control has been submitted by the late Seneschal of Turin, father of Munson the Count of Rochecorbon, present advocate of the said convent, the Egyptian, named at the baptismal font Blanche Brine. To the said abbess we have shortly stated the present cause, in which is involved the Holy Church, the glory of God, and the eternal future of the people of the diocese afflicted with a demon, and also the life of a creature who it was possible might be quite innocent. Then the cause elaborated, we have requested the said noble abbess to testify that which was within her knowledge concerning the magical disappearance of her daughter in God, Blanche Brine, espoused by our Saviour under the name of Sister Clare. Then has stated the very high, very noble, and very illustrious Lady Abbess as follows. The Sister Clare, of origin to her unknown, but suspected to be of an heretic father and mother, people inimical to God, has truly been placed in religion in the convent of which the government had canonically come to her in spite of her unworthiness, that the said sister had properly concluded her novitiate, and made her vows according to the holy rule of the order. That the vows taken, she had fallen into great sadness, and had much drooped. Interrogated by her, the abbess, concerning her melancholy malady, the said sister had replied with tears that she herself did not know the cause. That 1,001 tears engendered themselves in her at feeling no more her splendid hair upon her head, that besides this she thirsted for air, and could not resist her desire to jump up into the trees, to climb and tumble about according to her wont during her open-air life, that she passed her nights in tears, dreaming of the forests under the leaves of which in other days she slept, and in remembrance of this she abhorred the quality of the air of the cloisters, which troubled her respiration, that in her inside she was troubled with evil vapours, that at times she was inwardly diverted in church by thoughts which made her lose countenance. Then I have repeated over and over again to the poor creature the holy directions of the Church, have reminded her of the eternal happiness which women without seeing enjoy in paradise, and how transitory was life here below, and certain the goodness of God, who for first certain bitter pleasures lost, kept for us a love without end. In spite of this wise maternal advice, the evil spirit has persisted in the said sister, and always would she gaze upon the leaves of the trees and grass of the meadows through the windows of the church during the offices and times of prayer, and persisted in becoming as white as linen in order that she might stay in her bed, and at certain times she would run about the cloisters like a goat broken loose from its fastening. Finally, she had grown thin, lost much of the great beauty, and shrunk away to nothing. While in this condition by us, the abbess her mother, was she placed in the sick room, we daily expecting her to die. One winter's morning the said sister had fled, without leaving any trace of her steps, without breaking the door, forcing of locks, or opening of windows, nor any sign whatever of the manner of her passage. A frightful adventure which was believed to have taken place by the aid of the demon which has annoyed and tormented her. For the rest, it was settled by the authorities of the Metropolitan Church that the mission of this daughter of hell was to divert the nuns from their holy ways, and blinded by their perfect lives, she had returned through the air on the wings of the sorcerer, who had left her for mockery of our holy religion in the place of our Virgin Mary. The which having said, the Lady Abbess was, with great honour and according to the command of our Lord the Archbishop, accompanied as far as the convent of Carmel. In the 9th place, before us has come, agreeably to the citation served upon him, Joseph, called Leshkalabia, a money-changer, living on the bridge at the sign of the Besant Door, who, after having pledged his Catholic faith to say no other thing than the truth, and that known to him, touching the process before the ecclesiastical tribunal, has testified as follows: I am a poor father, much afflicted by the sacred will of God. Before the coming of the succubus of the Rue Chaude, I had, for all good, a son as handsome as a noble, learned as a clerk, and having made more than a dozen voyages into foreign lands, for the rest a good Catholic, keeping himself on guard against the needles of love, because he avoided marriage, knowing himself to be the support of my old days, the love for my eyes, and the constant delight of my heart. He was a son of whom the King of France might have been proud, a good and courageous man, the light on my commerce, the joy of my roof, and, above all, an inestimable blessing, seeing that I am alone in the world, having had the misfortune to lose my wife, and being too old to take another. Now, Monseigneur, this treasure without equal has been taken from me, and cast into hell by the demon. Yes, my Lord Judge, directly he beheld this mischievous jade, this she-devil, in whom it is a whole workshop of perdition, a conjunction of pleasure and delectation, and whom nothing can satiate, my poor child stuck himself fast into the glued pot of love, and afterwards lived only between the columns of Venus, and that did not live long, because in that place like so great a heat that nothing can satisfy the thirst of this gulf, not even should you plunge therein the germs of the entire world. Alas! Then, my poor boy, his fortune, his generative hopes, his eternal future, his entire self, more than himself, have been engulfed in this sewer, like a grain of corn in the jaws of a bull. By this means become an old, often I, who speak, shall have no greater joy than to see burning, this demon, nourished with blood and gold. This Arachne who has drawn out and sucked more marriages, more families in the seed, more hearts, more Christians than there are lepers in all the lazar houses of Christendom. Burn, torment this fiend, this vampire who feeds on souls, this tigerish nature that drinks blood, this amorous lamp in which burns the venom of all the vipers. Glows this abyss, the bottom of which no man can find. I offer my deniers to the chapter for the stake, and my arm to light the fire. Watch well, my Lord Judge, to surely guard this devil, seeing that she has a fire more flaming than all other terrestrial fires. She has all the fire of hell in her, the strength of Samson in her hair, and the sound of celestial music in her voice. She charms to kill the body and the soul at one stroke. She smiles to bite. She kisses to devour. In short, she would wheedle an angel, and make him deny his God. My son, where is he at this hour? The flower of my life, a flower cut by this feminine needle case as with scissors. Ha, Lord! Why have I been called? Who will give me back my son, whose soul has been absorbed by a womb which gives death to all, and life to none? The devil alone copulates, and engenders not. This is my evidence, which I pray Master Tor vouch to write without omitting one iota, and to grant me a schedule, that I may tell it to God every evening in my prayer, to this end to make the blood of the innocent cry aloud into his ears, and to obtain from his infinite mercy the pardon for my son. Here followed 27 other statements, of which the transcription in their true objectivity, in all their quality of space, would be over-fastidious, would draw to a great length, and divert the thread of this curious process, a narrative which, according to ancient precepts, should go straight to the fact, like a bull to his principal office. Therefore, here is, in a few words, the substance of these testimonies. A great number of good Christians, townsmen and townswomen, inhabitants of the noble town of Tours, testified the demon to have held everyday wedding feasts and royal festivities, never to have been seen in any church, to have cursed God, to have mocked the priests, never to have crossed herself in any place, to have spoken all the languages of the earth, a gift which has only been granted by God to the blessed apostles, to have been many times met in the fields, mounted upon an unknown animal who went before the clouds, not to grow old, and to have always a youthful face, to have received the Father and the Son on the same day, saying that her door sinned not, to have visible malign influences which flowed from her, for that a pastry cook, seated on a bench at her door, having perceived her one evening, received such a gust of warm love that, going in and getting to bed, he had with great passion embraced his wife, and was found dead on the morrow, that the old men of the town went to spend the remainder of their days and of their money with her, to taste the joys of the sins of their youth, and that they died like fleas on their bellies, and that certain of them, while dying, became as black as Moors, that this demon never allowed herself to be seen neither at dinner, nor at breakfast, nor at supper, but ate alone, because she lived upon human brains, that several had seen her during the night go to the cemeteries, and there embrace the young dead men, because she was not able to assuage otherwise the devil who worked in her entrails, and there raged like a tempest, and from that came the astringent biting, nitrous shooting, precipitant and diabolical movements, squeezings and writhings of love and voluptuousness, from which several men had emerged bruised, torn, bitten, pinched and crushed, and that since the coming of our Saviour, who had imprisoned the master devil in the bellies of the swine, no malignant beast had ever been seen in any portion of the earth so mischievous, venomous and so clutching, so much so that if one threw the town of Tours into this field of Venus, she would transmute it into the grain of cities, and this demon would swallow it like a strawberry. And 1,000 other statements, sayings, and depositions, from which was evident in perfect clearness the infernal generation of this woman, daughter, sister, niece, spouse, or brother of the devil, beside abundant proofs of her evil doing, and of the calamity spread by her in all families. And if it were possible to put them here conformably with the catalogue preserved by the good man to whom he accused the discovery, it would seem like a sample of the horrible cries which the Egyptians gave forth on the day of the 7th plague. Also this examination has covered with great honour Messiah Guillaume Bouch, by whom are quoted all the memoranda. In the 10th vacation was thus closed this inquest, arriving at a maturity of proof, furnished with authentic testimony and sufficiently engrossed with the particulars, plaints, interdicts, contradictions, charges, assignments, withdrawals, confessions public and private, oaths, adjournments, appearances and controversies, to which the said demon must reply. And the townspeople say everywhere if there were really a she-devil, and furnished with internal haunts planted in her nature, with which she drank the men, and broke them, this woman might swim a long time in this sea of writing before being landed safe and sound in hell. 2. The proceedings taken relative to this female vampire. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. In the year of our Lord 1271, before us, Hiram Cornhill, Grand Penitentiary and Ecclesiastical Judge to this, canonically appointed, have appeared. The Sire Philippe Diderot, bailiff of the town and city of Tours and province of Touraine, living in his hotel in the Rue de la Rotisserie, in Chateauneuf, Master Jean Rebu, provost of the Brotherhood and Company of Drapers, residing on the Quai de Bretagne, at the image of Street Pierre S. Lyons, Messire Antoine, alderman and chief of the Brotherhood of Changers, residing in the place du Pont, at the image of Saint Mark counting £2 Master Martin Beaupetais, captain of the archers of the town residing at the castle, Jean Rabelais, a ship's painter and boat maker residing at the port at the Isle of Street, Jacques, treasurer of the Brotherhood of the Mariners of the Loire, Mark Hyrome, called Mashgiffer, hosier, at the sign of Saint Sebastian, president of the Trades Council, and Jacques, called de Villedommer, master tavern keeper and vine dresser, residing in the High Street, at the Pundapin, to the said Sire Diderot, and to the said citizens, we have read the following petition by them. Written, signed, and deliberated upon, to be brought under the notice of the Ecclesiastical Tribunal. Petition. We, the undersigned, all citizens of Tours, are come into the hotel of His Worship the Sire Diderot, bailiff of Turin, in the absence of our mayor, and have requested him to hear our plaints and statements concerning the following facts, which we intend to bring before the tribunal of the Archbishop, the judge of ecclesiastical crimes, to whom should be deferred the conduct of the cause which we here expose. A long time ago there came into this town a wicked demon in the form of a woman, who lives in the parish of St. Etienne, in the house of the innkeeper Totbras, situated in the quadrant of the chapter, and under the temporal jurisdiction of the archiepiscopal domain. The which foreigner carries on the business of a gay woman in a prodigal and abusive manner, and with such increase of infamy that she threatens to ruin the Catholic faith in this town, because those who go to her come back again with their souls lost in every way, and refuse the assistance of the Church with 1,000 scandalous discourses. Now considering that a great number of those who yielded to her are dead, and that arrived in our town with no other wealth than her beauty, she has, according to public clamour, infinite riches and right royal treasure, the acquisition of which is vehemently attributed to sorcery, or at least to robberies committed by the aid of magical attractions and her supernaturally amorous person. Considering that it is a question of the honour and security of our families, and that never before has been seen in this country a woman wild of body or a daughter of pleasure, carrying on with such mischief of vocation of light or love, and menacing so openly and bitterly the life, the savings, the morals, chastity, religion, and the everything of the inhabitants of this town. Considering that there is need of an inquiry into her person, her wealth and her deportment, in order to verify if these effects of love are legitimate, and to not proceed, as would seem indicated by her manners, from a bewitchment of Satan, who often visits Christianity under the form of a female, as appears in the holy books, in which it is stated that our blessed Saviour was carried away into a mountain, from which Lucifer or Astroth showed him the fertile plains of Judea, and that in many places have been seen succubi or demons, having the faces of women, who, not wishing to return to hell, and having with them an insatiable fire, attempt to refresh and sustain themselves by sucking in souls. Considering that in the case of the said woman 1,000 proofs of diablerie are met with, of which certain inhabitants speak openly, and that it is necessary for the repose of the said woman that the matter be sifted, in order that she shall not be attacked by certain people, ruined by the result of her wickedness. For these causes we pray that it will please you to submit to our spiritual Lord, Father of this diocese, the most noble and blessed Archbishop Jean de Montsour, the troubles of his afflicted flock, to the end that he may advise upon them. By doing so you will fulfill the duties of your office, as we do those of preservers of the security of this town, each one according to the things of which he has charge in his locality. And we have signed the present, in the year of our Lord 1271, of All Saints' Day, after Mass. Master Torbouch having finished the reading of this petition, by us, Hyrome Cornhill, has it been said to the petitioners, Gentlemen, do you, at the present time, persist in these statements? Have you proofs other than those come within your own knowledge, And do you undertake to maintain the truth of this before God, before man, and before the accused? All, with the exception of Master Jane Rabelais, have persisted in their belief, and the aforesaid Rabelais has withdrawn from the process, saying that he considered the said Moorish woman to be a natural woman and a good wench who had no other fault than that of keeping up a very high temperature of love. Then we, the judge appointed, have, after mature deliberation, found matter upon which to proceed in the petition of the aforesaid citizens, and have commanded that the woman at present in the jail of the chapter shall be proceeded against by all legal methods, as written in the canons and ordinances, contrademonios. The said ordinance, embodied in a writ, shall be published by the town crier in all parts, and with the sound of the trumpet, in order to make it known to all, and that each witness may, according to his knowledge, be confronted with the said demon, and finally the said accused to be provided with a defender, according to custom, and the interrogations, and the process to be congruously conducted. Signed, Hiram Cornhill. And, lower down, Tor Bouch. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. In the year of our Lord 1271, the 10th day of February, after Mass, by command of us, Hiram Cornhill, ecclesiastical judge, has been brought from the jail of the chapter and led before us the woman taken in the house of the innkeeper Totbras, situated in the domains of the chapter and the cathedral of St. Maurice, and are subject to the temporal and seigneurial justice of the Archbishop of Tours, besides which, in consequence of the nature of the crimes imputed to her, she is liable to the tribunal and council of ecclesiastical justice, the which we have made known to her, to the end that she should not ignore it. And after a serious reading, entirely at will understood by her, in the first place of the petition of the town, then of the statements, plaints, accusations, and proceedings which written in 24 quires by Master Tor Bouch, and are above related, we have, with the invocation and assistance of God and the Church, resolved to ascertain the truth, first by interrogatories made to the said accused. In the first interrogation we have requested the aforesaid to inform us in what land or town she had been born. By her who speaks was it answered, in Mauritania. We have then inquired, if she had a father or mother, or any relations. By her who speaks has it been replied, that she had never known them. By us requested to declare her name. By her who speaks has been replied, Zulma, in Arabian tongue. By us has it been demanded, why she spoke our language. By her who speaks has it been said, because she had come into this country. By us has it been asked, at what time? By her who speaks has it been replied, about 12 years. By us has it been asked, what age she then was. By her who speaks has it been answered, 15 years or thereabout. By us has it been said, then you acknowledge yourself to be 27 years of age. By her who speaks has it been replied, yes. By us has it been said to her, that she was then the Moorish child found in the niche of Madame the Virgin, baptized by the Archbishop, held at the font by the late Lord of Rochecorbon and the Lady of Azay, his wife, afterwards by them placed in religion at the convent of Mount Carmel, where by her had been made vows of chastity, poverty, silence, and the love of God, under the divine assistance of Street Clare. By her who speaks has been said, that is true. By us has it been asked her, if, then, she allowed to be true the declarations of the very noble and illustrious Lady the Abbess of Mount Carmel, also the statements of Jacquette, called Viewing, being kitchen scullion. By the accused has been answered, these words are true in great measure. Then by us has it been said to her, then you are a Christian. And by her who speaks had been answered, yes, my father. Then by us has she been requested to make the sign of the cross, and to take holy water from the brush placed by Master Tor Bouch in her hand, the which having been done, and by us having been witnessed, it has been admitted as an indisputable fact, that Zulma, the Moorish woman, called in our country Blanche Brine, a nun of the convent under the invocation of Mount Carmel, the named Sister Clare, and suspected to be the false appearance of a woman and a witch is concealed a demon, has in our presence made act of religion and thus recognized the justice of the ecclesiastical tribunal. Then by us have these words been said to her, My daughter, you are vehemently suspected to have had recourse to the devil from the manner in which you left the convent, which was supernatural in every way. By her who speaks has it been stated, that she at that time gained naturally the fields by the street door after vespers, enveloped in the robes of Gender Massilis, visitor of the convent, who had hidden her, the person speaking, in a little hovel belonging to him, situated in the Cupidon Lane, near a tower in the town. That there this said priest had to her then speaking, at great length, and most thoroughly taught the depths of love, of which she then speaking was before in all points ignorant, for which delights she had a great taste, finding them of great use. That the Sire d'Amboise having perceived her then speaking at the window of this retreat, had been smitten with a great love for her. That she loved him more heartily than the monk, and fled from the hovel where she was detained for profit of his pleasure by Don Marcellus. And then she had gone in great haste to Amboise, the castle of the said lord, where she had had 1,000 pastimes, hunting, and dancing, and beautiful dresses fit for a queen. One day the Sire de la Roche-Posay having been invited by the Sire d'Amboise to come and feast and enjoy himself, the Baron d'Amboise had allowed him to see her then speaking, as she came out naked from her bath. That at this sight the said Sire de la Roche-Posay having fallen violently in love with her, has on the morrow discomfited in single combat the Sire d'Amboise, and by great violence, had, despite of her tears, taken her to the Holy Land, where she who was speaking had lived the life of a woman well beloved, and had been held in great respect on account of her great beauty. That after numerous adventures, she who was speaking had returned into this country in spite of the apprehensions of misfortune, because such was the will of her lord and master, the Baron de Buhl, who was dying of grief in Asiatic lands, and desired to return to his patrimonial manor. Now he had promised her who was speaking to preserve her from peril. Now she who was speaking had faith and belief in him, the more so as she loved him very much. But on his arrival in this country, the Sire de Buhl was seized with an illness, and died deplorably, without taking any remedies, despite of the fervent requests which she who was speaking had addressed to him, but without success, because he hated physicians, master surgeons, and apothecaries, and that this was the whole truth. Then by us has it been said to the accused that she then held to be true the statements of the good Sire Hardouin and of the innkeeper Totbras. By her who speaks has it been replied, that she recognized as evidence the greater part, and also as malicious, calumnious, and imbecile certain potions. Then by us has the accused been required to declare if she had had pleasure and carnal commerce with all the men, nobles, citizens, and others as set forth in the plaints and declarations of the inhabitants. To which her who speaks has it been answered with great effrontery, pleasure, yes. Commerce, I do not know. By us has it been said to her, that all had died by her acts. By her who speaks has it been said that their deaths could not be the result of her acts, because she had always refused herself to them, and the more she fled from them the more they came and embraced her with infinite passion, and that when she who was speaking was taken by them she gave herself up to them with all her strength, by the grace of God, because she had in that more joy than in anything, and has stated, she who speaks, that she avows her secret sentiments solely because she had been requested by us to state the whole truth, and that she the speaker stood in great fear of the torments of the torturers. Then by us has she been requested to answer, under pain of torture, in what state of mind she was when a young nobleman died in consequence of his commerce with her. Then by her speaking has it been replied, that she remained quite melancholy and wished to destroy herself, and prayed God, the Virgin, and the saints to receive her into paradise, because never had she met with any but lovely and good hearts in which was no guile, and beholding them die she fell into a great sadness, fancying herself to be an evil creature or subject to an evil fate, which she communicated like the plague. Then by us has she been requested to state where she paid her orisons. By her speaking has it been said that she played in her oratory on her knees before God, who according to the evangelists, sees and hears all things and resides in all places. Then by us has it been demanded why she never frequented the churches, the offices, nor the feasts. To this by her speaking has it been answered, that those who came to love her had elected the feast days for that purpose, and that she speaking did all things to their liking. By us has it been remonstrated that, by so doing, she was submissive to man rather than to the commandments of God. Then by her speaking has it been stated, that for those who loved her well she speaking would have thrown herself into a flaming bile, never having followed in her love any course but that of nature, and that for the weight of the world in gold she would not have lent her body or her love to a king who did not love her with his heart, feet, hair, forehead, and all over. In short, and moreover the speaker had never made an act of harlotry in selling one single grain of love to a man whom she had not chosen to be hers, and that he who held her in his arms 1 hour or kissed her on the mouth a little, possessed her for the remainder of her days. Then by us has she been requested to state whence proceeded the jewels, gold plate, silver, precious stones, regal furniture, carpets, etc., worth 200,000 doubloons, according to the inventory found in her residence and placed in the custody of the treasurer of the chapter. By the speaker answer has been made, that in us she placed all her hopes, even as much as in God, but that she dare not reply to this, because it involved the sweetest things of love upon which she had always lived. And interpellated anew, the speaker has said that if the judge knew with what fervour she held him she loved, with what obedience she followed him and good or evil ways, with what study she submitted to him, with what happiness she listened to his desires, and inhaled the sacred words with which his mouth gratified her, in what adoration she held his person, even we, an old judge, would believe with her well-beloved, that no sum could pay for this great affection which all the men ran after. After the speaker has declared never from any man loved by her to have solicited any present or gift, and that she rested perfectly contented to live in their hearts, that she would curl herself up with indestructible and ineffable pleasure, finding herself richer with this heart than with anything, and thinking of no other thing than to give them more pleasure and happiness than she received from them. But in spite of the iterated refusals of the speaker, her lovers persisted in graciously rewarding her. At times one came to her with a necklace of pearls, saying, "This is to show my darling that the satin of her skin did not falsely appear to me whiter than pearls," and would put it on the speaker's neck, kissing her lovingly. The speaker would be angry at these follies, but could not refuse to keep a jewel that gave them pleasure to see it there where they placed it. Each one had a different fancy. At times another liked to tear the precious garments which the speaker wore to gratify him, another to deck out the speaker with sapphires on her arms, on her legs, on her neck, and in her hair, another to seat her on the carpet, clad in silk or black velvet, and to remain for days together in ecstasy at the perfections of the speaker, to whom the things desired by her lovers gave infinite pleasure, because these things rendered them quite happy. And the speaker has said, that as we love nothing so much as our pleasure, and wish that everything should shine in beauty and harmonize, outside as well as inside the heart, so they all wished to see the place inhabited by the speaker adorned with handsome objects, and from this idea all her lovers were pleased as much as she was in spreading thereabout gold, silks and flowers. Now seeing that these lovely things spoil nothing, the speaker had no force or commandment by which to prevent a knight, or even a rich citizen beloved by her, having his will, and thus found herself constrained to receive rare perfumes and other satisfaction with which the speaker was loaded, and that such was the source of the gold, plate, carpets, and jewels seized at her house by the officers of justice. This terminates the first interrogation made to the said Sister Claire, suspected to be a demon, because we the judge and Guillaume Bouch are greatly fatigued with having the voice of the aforesaid in our ears, and finding our understanding in every way muddled. By us the judge has the second interrogatory been appointed, 3 days from today, in order that the proofs of the possession and presence of the demon in the body of the aforesaid may be sought, and the accused, according to the order of the judge, has been taken back to the jail under the conduct of Master Guillaume Bouch. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. On the 13th day following of the said month of the February before us, Hierome Cornhill, etc., has been produced the Sister Clara above mentioned, in order to be interrogated upon the facts and deeds to her imputed, and of them to be convicted. By us, the judge, has it been said to the accused that, looking at the divers responses by her given to the preceding interrogatories, it was certain that it never had been in the power of a simple woman, even if she were authorized, if such license were allowed to lead the life of a loose woman, to give pleasure to all, to cause so many deaths, and to accomplish sorcery so perfect, without the assistance of a special demon lodged in her body, and to whom her soul had been sold by an especial compact. That it had been clearly demonstrated that under her outward appearance lies and moves a demon, the author of these evils, and that she was now called upon to declare at what age she had received the demon, to vow the agreement existing between herself and him, and to tell the truth concerning their common evil doings. By the speaker was it replied that she would answer us, man, as to God, who would be judge of all of us. Then has the speaker pretended never to have seen the demon, neither to have spoken with him, nor in any way to desire to see him, never to have led the life of a courtesan, because she, the speaker, had never practiced the various delights that love invents, other than those furnished by the pleasure which the sovereign creator has put in the thing, and to have always been incited more from the desire of being sweet and good to the dear Lord loved by her, than by an incessantly raging desire. But if such had been her inclination, the speaker begged us to bear in mind that she was a poor African girl, in whom God had placed very hot blood, and in her brain so easy an understanding of the delights of love, that if a man only looked at her she felt greatly moved in her heart. That if from desire of acquaintance an amorous gentleman touched the speaker her on any portion of the body, the passing his hand, she was, in spite of everything, under his power, because her heart failed her instantly. By this touch, the apprehension and remembrance of all the sweet joys of love woke again in her breast, and the caused an intense heat, which mounted up, flamed in her veins, and made her love and joy from head to foot. And since the day when Don Marcellus had first awakened the understanding of the speaker concerning these things, she had never had any other thought, and thenceforth recognized love to be a thing so perfectly concordant with her nature, that it had since been proved to the speaker that in default of love and natural relief she would have died, withered at the said convent. As evidence of which, the speaker affirms as a certainty, that after her flight from the said convent she had not passed a single day or one particle of time in melancholy and sadness, but always was she joyous, and thus followed the sacred will of God, which she believed to have been diverted during the time lost by her in the convent. To this was it objected by us, Hierome Cornhill, to the said demon, that in this response she has openly blasphemed against God, because we had all been made to his greater glory, and placed in the world to honor and to serve him, to have before our eyes his blessed commandments, and to live in sanctity, in order to gain eternal life, and not to be always in bed, doing that which even the beasts only do at a certain time. Then by the said sister has answer been made, that she honoured God greatly, that in all countries she had taken care of the poor and suffering, giving them both money and raiment, and that at the last judgment day she hoped to have around her a goodly company of holy works pleasant to God, which would intercede for her. That but for her humility, a fear of being reproached and of displeasing the gentlemen of the chapter, she would with joy have spent her wealth in finishing the Cathedral of St. Maurice, and there have established foundations for the welfare of her soul, would have spared therein neither her pleasure nor her person, and that with this idea she would have taken double pleasure in her nights, because each one of her amours would have added a stone to the building of this basilic. Also the more this purpose, and for the eternal welfare of the speaker, would they have right heartily given their wealth. Then by us has it been said to this demon that she could not justify the fact of her sterility, because in spite of so much commerce, no child had been born of her, the which proved the presence of a demon in her. Moreover, Esther alone, or an apostle, could speak all languages, and she spoke after the manner of all countries, the which proved the presence of the devil in her. Thereupon the speaker has asked, in what consisted the said diversity of language? That of Greek she knew nothing but a Kyrie-eleison, of which she made great use, of Latin, nothing, save Amen, which she said to God, wishing therewith to obtain her liberty. That for the rest the speaker had felt great sorrow, being without children, and if the good wives had them, she believed it was because they took so little pleasure in the business, and she, the speaker, a little too much. But that such was doubtless their will of God, who thought that from too great happiness the world would be in danger of perishing. Taking this into consideration, and 1,000 other reasons, which sufficiently establish the presence of the devil in the body of the sister, because the peculiar property of Lucifer is to always find arguments having the semblance of truth, we have ordered that in our presence the torture be applied to the said accused, and that she be well tormented in order to reduce the said demon by suffering to submit to the authority of the Church, and have requested to render us assistance one François de Hangest, Master Surgeon and Doctor to the chapter, charging him by a codicil herewritten to investigate the qualities of the feminine nature, virtutes vulvae, of the above-mentioned woman, to enlighten our religion on the methods employed by this demon to lay hold of souls in that way, and see if any article was there apparent. Then the said Moorish women had wept bitterly, tortured in advance, and in spite of her irons, has knelt down imploring with cries and clamour the revocation of this order, objecting that her limbs were in such a feeble state, and her bones so tender, that they would break like glass, and finally has offered to purchase her freedom from this by the gift all her goods to the chapter, and to quit incontinently the country. Upon this, by us has she been required to voluntarily declare herself to be, and to have always been, demon of the nature of the succubus, which is a female devil whose business it is to corrupt Christians by the blandishments and flagitious delights of love. To this the speaker has replied that the affirmation would be an abominable falsehood, seeing that she had always felt herself to be a most natural woman. Then her irons being struck off by the torturer, the aforesaid has removed her dress, and has maliciously and with evil design bewildered and attacked our understandings with the sight of her body, the which, for a fact, exercises upon a man supernatural coercion. Master Guillaume Torbouch has, by reason of nature, quitted the pen at this period, and retired, objecting that he was unable, without incredible temptations, which worked in his brain, to be a witness of this torture, because he felt the devil violently gaining his person. This finishes the second interrogatory, and as the operator and janitor of the chapter have stated Master Francois de Hangest to be in the country, the torture and interrogations are appointed for tomorrow at the hour of noon after Mass. This has been written verbally by me, Hiram, in the absence of Master Guillaume Tournebouch, on whose behalf it is signed. Hiram Cornhill Grand Penitentiary. Petition. Today, the 14th day of the month of the February, in the presence of me, Hiram Cornhill, have appeared the said Masters Ginrebu, Antoine, Martin Beaupetais, Hiram Mashkiffer, Jacques de Vildoma, and the Sire Diderot, in place of the Mayor of the City of Tours, for the time absent. All plaintiffs designated in the act of process made at the Town Hall, to whom we have, at the request of Blanche Brun, now confessing herself a nun of the convent of Mount Carmel, under the name of Sister Clare, declared the appeal made to the judgment of God by the said person accused of demoniacal possession, and her offer to pass through the ordeal of fire and water, in presence of the chapter and of the town of Tours, in order to prove her reality as a woman and her innocence. To this request have agreed for their parts the said accusers, who, on condition that the town is security for it, have engaged to prepare a suitable place and a bile, to be approved by the godparents of the accused. Then by us, the judge, has the first day of the new year been appointed for the day of the ordeal, which will be next Paschal Day, and we have indicated the hour of noon, after Mass, each of the parties having acknowledged this delay to be sufficient. And the present proclamation shall be cited, at the suit of each of them, in all the towns, boroughs, and castles of Touraine and the land of France, at their request and at their cost and suit. Hiram Cornhill. 3. What the succubus did to suck out the soul of the old judge, and what came of the diabolical delectation. This the act of extreme confession made the first day of the month of March, in the year 1271, after the coming of our blessed Saviour, by Hiram Cornhill, priest, canon of the chapter of the Cathedral of St. Maurice, Grand Penitentiary, of all acknowledging himself unworthy, who, finding his last hour to be come, and contrite of his sins, evil doings, forfeits, bad deeds, and wickednesses, has desired his avowal to be published to serve the preconization of the truth, the glory of God, the justice of the tribunal, and to be an alleviation to him of his punishment, in the other world. The said Hiram Cornhill being on his deathbed, there had been convoked to hear his declarations, Jean de la Haye, de Hago, vicar of the Church of St. Maurice, by a Trogoiad, treasurer of the chapter, appointed by our Lord Jean de Montsour, Archbishop, to write his words, and Dom Louis Pot, a monk of Maius Ministerium, Malmstia, chosen by him for a spiritual father and confessor, all three assisted by the great and illustrious Dr. Guillaume de Senseris, Roman Archdeacon, at present sent into the diocese, legatus, by our Holy Father the Pope, and, finally, in the presence of a great number of Christians come to be witnesses of the death of the said Hiram Cornhill, upon his known wish to make act of public repentance, seeing that he was fast sinking, and that his words might open the eyes of Christians about to fall into hell. And before him, Hiram, who, by reason of his great weakness could not speak, has Dom Louis Pot read the following confession to the great agitation of the said company. My brethren, until the 71st year of my age, which is the one in which I now am, with the exception of the little sins through which, all holy though he be, a Christian renders himself culpable before God, but which it is allowed to us to repurchase by penitence, I believe I led a Christian life, and merited the praise and renown bestowed upon me in this diocese, where I was raised to the high office of Grand Penitentiary, of which I am unworthy. Now, struck with the knowledge of the infinite glory of God, horrified at the agonies which await the wicked and prevaricators in hell, I have thought to lessen the enormity of my sins by the greatest penitence I can show in the extreme hour at which I am. Thus I have prayed of the Church, whom I have deceived and betrayed, whose rights and judicial renown I have sold, to grant me the opportunity of accusing myself publicly in the manner of ancient Christians. I hoped, in order to show my great repentance, to have still enough life in me to be reviled at the door of the cathedral by all my brethren, to remain there an entire day on my knees, holding a candle, a cord around my neck, and my feet naked, seeing that I had followed the way of hell with regard to the sacred instincts of the Church. But in this great shipwreck of my fragile virtue, which will be to you as a warning to fly from vice and the snares of the demon, and to take refuge in the Church, where all help is, I have been so bewitched by Lucifer that our Saviour Jesus Christ will take, by the intercession of all you whose help and prayers I request, pity on me, a poor abused Christian, whose eyes now stream with tears. So would I have another life to spend in works of penitence. Now then, listen and tremble with great fear. Elected by the assembled chapter to carry it out, instruct, and complete the process commenced against a demon, who had appeared in a feminine shape, in the person of a relapsed nun, an abominable person, denying God, and bearing the name of Zulma in the infidel country whence she comes. The witch devil is known in the diocese under that of Clare, of the convent of Mount Carmel, and has much afflicted the town by putting herself under an infinite number of men to gain their souls to Mammon, Astaroth, and Satan, princes of hell, by making them leave this world in a state of mortal sin, and causing their death where life has its source. I, the judge, fallen in my latter days into this snare, and have you lost my senses, while acquitting myself traitorously of the functions committed with great confidence by the chapter to my cold senility. Hear how settled the demon is, and stand firm against her artifices. While listening to the first response of the aforesaid succubus, I saw with horror that the irons placed upon her feet and hands left no mark there, and was astonished at her hidden strength and at her apparent weakness. Then my mind was troubled suddenly at the sight of the natural perfections with which the devil was endowed. I listened to the music of her voice, which warmed me from head to foot, and made me desire to be young, to give myself up to this demon, thinking that for an hour past in her company my eternal salvation was but poor payment for the pleasure of love tasted in those slender arms. Then I lost that firmness with which all judges should be furnished. This demon by me questioned, reasoned with me in such a manner that at the second interrogatory I was firmly persuaded I should be committing a crime in fining and torturing a poor little creature who cried like an innocent child. Then warned by a voice from on high to do my duty, and that these golden words, the music of celestial appearance, were diabolical memories, that this body, so pretty, so infatuating, would transmute itself into a bristly beast with sharp claws, those eyes so soft into flames of hell, her behind into a scaly tail, the pretty rosebud mouth and gentle lips into the jaws of a crocodile. I came back to my intention of having the said succubus tortured until she avowed her permission, as this practice had already been followed in Christianity. Now when this demon showed herself stripped to me, to be put to the torture, I was suddenly placed in her power by magical conjurations. I felt my old bones crack, my brain received a warm light, my heart transhipped young and boiling blood. I was light in myself, and by virtue of the magic philtre thrown into my eyes the snows on my forehead melted away. I lost all conscience of my Christian life and found myself a schoolboy, running about the country, escaped from class and stealing apples. I had not the power to make the sign of the cross, neither did I remember the Church, God the Father, nor the sweet Saviour of men. A prey to this design, I went about the streets thinking over the delights of that voice, the abominable, pretty body of this demon, and saying 1,000 wicked things to myself. Then, pierced and drawn by a blow of the devil's fork, who had planted himself already in my head as a serpent in an oak, I was conducted by this sharp prong towards the jail, in spite of my guardian angel, who from time to time pulled me by the arm and defended me against these temptations. But in spite of his holy advice and his assistance, I was dragged by a million claws stuck into my heart, and soon found myself in the jail. As soon as the door was opened to me, I saw no longer any appearance of a prison, because the succubus had there, with the assistance of evil genii or fays, constructed a pavilion of purple and silk, full of perfumes and flowers, where she was seated, superbly attired, with neither irons on her neck nor chains on her feet. I allowed myself to be stripped of my ecclesiastical vestments, and was put into a scent bath. Then the demon covered me with a Saracen robe, entertained me with a repast of rare viands contained in precious vases, gold cups, Asiatic wines, songs and marvelous music, and 1,000 sweet sounds that tickled my soul by means of my ears. At my side kept always the said succubus, and her sweet, delectable embrace distilled new ardour into my members. My guardian angel quitted me. Then I lived only by the terrible light of the Moorish woman's eyes, coveted the warm embraces of the delicate body, wished always to feel her red lips, that I believed natural, and had no fear of the bite of those teeth which drew me to the bottom of hell. I delighted to feel the unequalled softness of her hands without thinking that they were unnatural claws. In short, I acted like husband desiring to go to his affianced without thinking that that spouse was everlasting death. I had no thought for the things of this world nor the interests of God, dreaming only of love, of the sweet breasts of this woman who made me burn, and of the gate of hell in which I wished to cast myself. Alas, my brethren, during 3 days and 3 nights was I thus constrained to toil without being able to stop the stream which flowed from my reins, in which were plunged, like 2 pikes, the hands of the succubus, which communicated to my poor old age and to my dried-up bones, I know not what sweat of love. At first this demon, to draw me to her, caused to flow in my inside the softness of milk. Then came poignant joys which pricked like 100 needles my bones, my marrow, my brain, and my nerves. Then all this gone, all things became inflamed, my head, my blood, my nerves, my flesh, my bones, and then I burned with the real fire of hell, which caused me torments in my joints, and an incredible, intolerable, tearing voluptuousness which loosened the bonds of my life. The dresses of this demon, which enveloped my poor body, poured upon me a stream of flame, and I felt each lock like a bar of red iron. During this mortal delectation I saw the ardent face of the said succubus, who laughed and addressed to me 1,000 exciting words, such as that I was her knight, her lord, her lance, her day, her joy, her hero, her life, her good, her rider, and that she would like to clasp me even closer, wishing to be in my skin or have me in hers. Hearing which, under the prick of this tongue which sucked out my soul, I plunged and precipitated myself finally into hell without finding the bottom. And then when I had no more a drop of blood in my veins, when my heart no longer beat in my body, and I was ruined at all points, the demon, still fresh, white, rubicund, glowing, and laughing, said to me, "Poor fool, to think me a demon! Had I asked thee to sell thy soul for a kiss, wouldst thou not give it to me with all thy heart?" "Yes," said I. "And if always to act thus it were necessary for thee to nourish thyself with the blood of newborn children, in order always to have new life to spend in my arms, would you not imbibe it willingly?" "Yes," said I. "And to be always my gallant horseman, gay as a man in his prime, feeling life, drinking pleasure, plunging to the depths of joy as a swimmer into the Loire. Wouldst thou not deny God? Wouldst thou not spit in the face of Jesus? Yes, said I. Then I felt 100 sharp claws which tore my diaphragm as if the beaks of 1,000 birds that took their bellyfuls, shrieking. Then I was lifted suddenly above the earth upon the said succubus, who had spread her wings, and cried to me, "Ride, ride, my gallant rider. Hold yourself firmly on the back of thy mule, by her mane, by her neck, and ride, ride, my gallant rider, everything rides." And then I saw, as a thick fog, the cities of the earth, where by a special gift I perceived each one coupled with a female demon, and tossing about, and engendering in great concupiscence, all shrieking 1,000 words of love and exclamations of all kinds, and all toiling away with ecstasy. Then my horse with the Moorish head pointed out to me, still flying and galloping beyond the clouds, the earth coupled with the sun in a conjunction, from which proceeded the germ of stars, and there each female world was embracing a male world, but in place of the words used by creatures, the worlds were giving forth the howls of tempests, throwing up lightnings and crying thunders. Then still rising, I saw overhead the female nature of all things in love with the prince of movement. Now, by way of mockery, the succubus placed me in the center of this horrible and perpetual conflict, where I was lost as a grain of the sand in the sea. Then still cried my white mare to me, "Ride, ride, my gallant rider, all things ride." Now, thinking how little was a priest in this torment of the seed of worlds, nature always clasped together, and metals, stones, waters, airs, thunders, fish, plants, animals, men, spirits, worlds and planets, all embracing with rage, I denied the Catholic faith. Then the succubus, pointing out to me the great patch of stars seen in heavens, said to me, "That way is a drop of celestial seed escaped from great flow of the worlds in conjunction." Thereupon I instantly clasped the succubus with passion by the light of 1,000,000,000 of stars, and I wished in clasping her to feel the nature of those 1,000,000,000 creatures. Then by this great effort of love I fell impotent in every way, and heard a great infernal laugh. Then I found myself in my bed, surrounded by my servitors, who had had the courage to struggle with the demon, throwing into the bed where I was stretched a basin full of holy water, and saying reverent prayers to God. Then had I to sustain, in spite of this assistance, a horrible combat with the said succubus, whose claws still clutched my heart, causing me infinite pains. Still, while reanimated by the voice of my servitors, relations, and friends, I tried to make the sacred sign of the cross. The succubus perched on my bed, on the bolster, at the foot, everywhere, occupying herself in distracting my nerves, laughing, grimacing, putting before my eyes 1,000 obscene images, and causing me 1,000 wicked desires. Nevertheless, taking pity on me, my lord the archbishop caused the relics of Street-Gation to be brought, and the moment the shrine had touched my bed the said succubus was obliged to depart, leaving an odour of sulphur and of hell, which made the throats of my servants, friends, and others sore for a whole day. Then the celestial light of God having enlightened my soul, I knew I was, through my sins and my combat with the evil spirit, in great danger of dying. Then did I implore the especial mercy, to live just a little time to render glory to God and His Church, objecting the infinite merits of Jesus dead upon the cross for the salvation of the Christians. By this prayer I obtained the favour of recovering sufficient strength to accuse myself of my sins, and to beg of the members of the Church of St. Maurice their aid and assistance to deliver me from purgatory, where I am about to atone for my faults by infinite agonies. Finally, I declare that my proclamation, wherein the said demon appeals the judgment of God by the ordeals of holy water and of fire, is a subterfuge due to an evil design suggested by the said demon, would thus have had the power to escape the justice of the tribunal of the Archbishop and of the chapter, seeing that she secretly confessed to me, to be able to make another demon accustomed to the ordeal appear in her place. And, in conclusion, I give and bequeath to the chapter of the Church of St. Maurice my property of all kinds, to found a chapter in the said church, to build it and adorn it and put it under the invocation of Street Hierome and Street Gatian, of whom one is my patron and the other the saviour of my soul. This, heard by all the company, has been brought to the notice of the ecclesiastical tribunal by Gentile Johannes de Haga. We, Gentile Johannes de Haga, elected Grand Penitentiary of St. Maurice by the General Assembly of the chapter, according to the usage and custom of that church, and appointed to pursue afresh the trial of the demon succubus, at present in the jail of the chapter, have ordered a new inquest, at which will be heard all those of this diocese having cognizance of the facts relative thereto. We declared void the other proceedings, interrogations, and decrees, and annul them in the name of the members of the Church in general, and sovereign chapter assembled, and declare that the appeal to God, traitorously made by the demon, shall not take place, in consequence of the notorious treachery of the devil in this affair. And said judgment shall be cried by sound of trumpet in all parts of the diocese in which have been published the false edicts of the preceding month, all notoriously due to the instigation of the demon, according to the confession of the late Hierome Cornhill. Let all good Christians be of assistance to our Holy Church, and to her commandments. Jinder la hay. For how the Moorish woman of the Rue Chord twisted about so briskly that with great difficulty was she burned and cooked alive, to the great loss of the infernal regions. This was written in the month of May, of the year 1360, after the manner of a testament. My very dear and well-beloved son, when it shall be lawful for thee to read this, I shall be, I thy father, reposing in the tomb, imploring thy prayers, and supplicating thee to conduct thyself in life as it will be commanded thee in this rescript, bequeathed for the good government of thy family, thy future, and safety, for I have done this at a period when I had my senses and understanding still recently affected by the sovereign injustice of men. In my virile age I had a great ambition to raise myself in the church, and therein to obtain the highest dignities, because no life appeared to me more splendid. Now with this earnest idea, I learned to read and write, and with great trouble became in a fit condition to enter the clergy. But because I had no protection, or good advice to superintend my training, I had an idea of becoming the writer, tabelline, and rubrican of the chapter of St. Maurice, in which were the highest and richest personages of Christendom, since the King of France is only therein a simple canon. Now that I should be able better than anywhere else to find services to render to certain lords, and thus to find a master or gain patronage, and by this assistance enter into religion, and be mitred and ensconced in an archiepiscopal chair, somewhere or other. But this first vision was over-credulous, and a little too ambitious, the which God caused me clearly to perceive by the sequel. In fact, Messiah Japan de Valdoma, who afterwards became cardinal, was given this appointment, and I was rejected, discomfited. Now in this unhappy hour I received an alleviation of my troubles, by the advice of the good old Hierome Cornhill, of whom I have often spoken to you. This dear man induced me, by his kindness, to become penman to the chapter of St. Maurice and the Archbishop of Tours, the which offer I accepted with joy, since I was reputed a scrivener. At the time I was about to enter into the presbytery commenced the famous process against the devil of the Rue Chord, of which the old folk still talk, and which in its time has been recounted in every home in France. Now, believing that it would be of great advantage to my ambition, and that for this assistance the chapter would raise me to some dignity, My good master had me appointed for the purpose of writing all of that should be in this grave cause, subject to writing. At the very outset Monsignor Hiram Cornhill, a man approaching 80 years, of great sense, justice, and sound understanding, suspected some spitefulness in this cause, although he was not partial to immodest girls, and had never been involved with a woman in his life, and was holy and venerable, with a sanctity which had caused him to be selected as a judge. All this notwithstanding, as soon as the depositions were completed, and the poor wench heard, it remained clear that although this merry doxy had broken her religious vows, she was innocent of all devilry, and that her great wealth was coveted by her enemies, and other persons, whom I must not name to thee for reasons of prudence. At this time every one believed her to be so well furnished with silver and gold that she could have bought the whole county of Turin, if so it had pleased her. 1,000 falsehoods and calumnious words concerning the girl, envied by all the honest women, were circulated and believed in as gospel. At this period Master Hiram Cornhill, having ascertained that no demon other than that of love was in the girl, made her consent to remain in a convent for the remainder of her days. And having ascertained certain noble knights brave in war and rich in domains, that they would do everything to save her, he invited her secretly to demand of her accusers the judgment of God, at the same time giving her goods to the chapter, in order to silence mischievous tongues. By this means would be saved from the stake the most delicate flower that ever heaven has allowed to fall upon our earth, the which flower yielded only from excessive tenderness and amiability to the malady of love, cast by her eyes into the hearts of all her pursuers. But the real devil, under the form of a monk, mixed himself up in this affair, in this wise, great enemy of the virtue, wisdom, and sanctity of Monsignor Hiram Cornhill, named Jean de la Haye, having learned that in the jail, the poor girl was treated like a queen, wickedly accused the Grand Penitentiary of connivance with her and of being her servitor, because, said this wicked priest, she makes him young, amorous, and happy, from which the poor old man died of grief in one day, knowing by this that Jean de la Haye had worn his ruin and coveted his dignities. In fact, our Lord the Archbishop visited the jail, and found the Moorish woman in a pleasant place, reposing comfortably, and without irons, because, having placed a diamond in a place when none could have believed she could have held it, she had purchased the clemency of her jailer. At the time certain persons said that this jailer was smitten with her, and that from love, or perhaps in great fear of the young barons, lovers of this woman, he had planned her escape. The good man Cornhill being at the point of death, through the treachery of Jean de la Haye, the chapter thinking it necessary to make null and void the proceedings taken by the penitentiary, and also his decrees, the said Jean de la Haye, at that time a simple vicar of the cathedral, pointed out that to do this it would be sufficient to obtain a public confession from the good man on his deathbed. Then was the moribund tortured and tormented by the gentlemen of the chapter, those of St. Martin, those of Malmsted, by the Archbishop and also by the Pope's legate, in order that he might recant to the advantage of the Church, to which the good man would not consent. But after 1,000 dills, the public confession was prepared, at which the most noteworthy people of the town assisted, and the which spread more horror and consternation than I can describe. The churches of the diocese held public prayers for this calamity, and every one expected to see the devil tumble into his house by the chimney. But the truth of it is that the good Master Hiram had a fever, and saw cows in his room, and then was this recantation obtained of him. The access passed, the poor saint wept copiously on learning this trick from me. In fact, he died in my arms, assisted by his physicians, heartbroken at this memory, telling us that he was going to the feet of God to pray to prevent the consummation of this deplorable iniquity. The poor Moorish woman had touched him much by her tears and repentance, saying that before making her demand for the judgment of God, he had minutely confessed her, and by that means had disentangled the soul divine which was in the body, and of which he spoke as of a diamond worthy of adorning the holy crown of God, when she should have departed this life, after repenting her sins. Then, my dear son, knowing by the statements made in the town, and by the naive responses of this unhappy wretch, all the trickery of this affair, I determined by the advice of Master Francois de Hangest, physician of the chapter, to feign an illness and quit the service of the Church of St. Maurice and of the Archbishopric, in order not to dip my hands in the innocent blood, which still cries and will continue to cry aloud unto God until the day of the last judgment. Then was the jailer dismissed, and in his place was put the second son of the torturer, who threw the Moorish woman into a dungeon, and inhumanly put upon her hands and feet chains weighing 50 pounds, besides a wooden waistband, and the jail were watched by the crossbowmen of the town and the people of the archbishop. The wench was tormented and tortured, and her bones were broken. Conquered by sorrow, she made an avowal according to the wishes of Jean de la Haye, and was instantly condemned to be burned in the enclosure of Street Tichine, having been previously placed in the portals of the church, attired in a chemise of sulphur, and her goods given over to the chapter, etc. This order was the cause of great disturbances and fighting in the town, because 3 young knights of Touraine swore to die in the service of the poor girl, and to deliver her in all possible ways. Then they came into the town, accompanied by thousands of sufferers, labouring people, old soldiers, warriors, courtesans, and others, whom the said girls had succoured, saved from misfortune, from hunger and misery, and searched all the poor dwellings of the town where lay those to whom she had done good. Thus all were stirred up and called together to the plain of Mount Louis under the protection of the soldiers of the said lords. They had for companions all the scapegraces of the said 20 leagues around, and came one morning to lay siege to the prison of the archbishop, demanding that the Moorish woman should be given up to them as though they would put her to death, but in fact to set her free, and to place her secretly upon the swift horse, that she might gain the open country, seeing that she rode like a groom. Then in this frightful tempest of men have we seen between the battlements of the archiepiscopal palace and the bridges, more than 10,000 men swarming, besides those who were perched upon the roofs of the houses and climbing on all the balconies to see the sedition. In short, it was easy to hear the horrible cries of the Christians, who were terribly in earnest, and of those who surrounded the jail with the intention of setting the poor girl free. Across the Loire, the other side of Saint Simphon, the suffocation and squeezing of bodies was so great in this immense crowd, bloodthirsty for the poor creature at whose knees they would have fallen had they had the opportunity of seeing her, that 7 children, 11 women, and 8 citizens were crushed and smashed beyond all recognition, since they were like splodges of mud. In short, so wide open was the great mouth of this popular Leviathan, this horrible monster, that the clamour was heard at Montilz-les-Tours. All cried death to the succubus. Throw out the demon. Ha! I'd like a quarter. I'll have her skin. The foot for me, the mane for thee, the head for me, the something for me. Is it red? Shall we see? Will it be grilled? Death to her. Death. Each one had his say. But the cry, largesse to God, death to the succubus, was yelled at the same time by the crowd so hoarsely and so cruelly that one's ears and heart bled therefrom, and the other cries were scarcely heard in the houses. The archbishop decided, in order to calm this storm which threatened to overthrow everything, to come out with great pomp from the church, bearing the host, which would deliver the chapter from ruin, since the wicked young men and the lords had sworn to destroy and burn the cloisters and all the canons. Now by this stratagem the crowd was obliged to break up, and from lack of provisions return to their houses. Then the monks of Turin, the lords, and the citizens, in great apprehension of pillage on the morrow, held a nocturnal council, and accepted the advice of the chapter. By their efforts the men-at-arms, archers, knights, and citizens, in a large number, kept watch, and killed a party of shepherds, road menders, and vagrants, who, knowing the disturbed state of Tours, came to swell the ranks of the malcontents. The Sire Hardouin de Mail, an old nobleman, reasoned with the young knights, who were the champions of the Moorish woman, and argued sagely with them, asking them if for so small a woman they wished to put Touraine to fire and sword, that even if they were victorious they would be masters of the bad characters brought together by them, that these said freebooters, after having sacked the castles of their enemies, would turn to those of their chiefs. That the rebellion commenced had no success in the first attack, because up to that time the place was untouched, could they have any over the church, which would invoke the aid of the king, and 1,000 other arguments. To these reasons the young knights replied, that it was easy for the chapter to aid the girl's escape in the night, and that thus the cause of the sedition would be removed. To this humane and wise requests replied Monsignor de Censoris, the Pope's legate, that it was necessary that strength should remain with the religion of the Church. And thereupon the poor wench paid for all, since it was agreed that no inquiry should be made concerning this sedition. Then the chapter had full license to proceed to the penance of the girl, to which act and ecclesiastical ceremony the people came from 12 leagues around. So that on the day when, after divine satisfaction, the succubus was to be delivered up to secular justice, in order to be publicly burnt at a stake, not for a gold pound would a lord or even an abbot have been found lodging in the town of Tours. The night before many camped outside the town in tents, or slept upon straw. Provisions were lacking, and many who came with their bellies full, returned with their bellies empty, having seen nothing but the reflection of the fire in the distance. And the bad characters did good strokes of business by the way. The poor courtesan was half dead, her hair had whitened. She was, to tell the truth, nothing but a skeleton, scarcely covered with flesh, and her chains weighed more than she did. If she had of joy in her life, she paid dearly for it at this moment. Those who saw her pass say that she wept and shrieked in a way that should have earned the pity of her hardest pursuers, and in the church they were compelled to put a piece of wood in her mouth, which she bit as a lizard bites a stick. Then the executioner tied her to a stake to sustain her, since she let herself roll at times and fell for want of strength. Then she suddenly recovered a vigorous handful, because, this notwithstanding, she was able, it is said, to break her cords and escape into the church, where in remembrance of her old vocation, she climbed quickly into galleries above, flying like a bird along the little columns and small friezes. She was about to escape onto the roof when a soldier perceived her, and thrust his spear in the sole of her foot. In spite of her foot half cut through, the poor girl still ran along the church without noticing it, going along with her bones broken and her blood gushing out, so great fear had she of the flames of the stake. At last she was taken and bound, thrown into a tumbrel and led to the stake, without being afterwards heard to utter a cry. The account of her flight in the church assisted in making the common people believe that she was the devil, and some of them said that she had flown in the air. As soon as the executioner of the town threw her into the flames, she made 2 or 3 horrible leaps and fell down into the bottom of the bile, which burned day and night. On the following evening I went to see if anything remained of this gentle girl, so sweet, so loving, but I found nothing but a fragment of the os stomacal, in which, in spite of this, there still remained some moisture, and which some say still trembled like a woman does in the same place. It is impossible to tell, my dear son, the sadnesses, without number and without equal, which for about 10 years weighed upon me, Always was I thinking of this angel burnt by wicked men, and always I beheld her with her eyes full of love. In short, the supernatural gifts of this artless child were shining day and night before me, and I prayed for her in the church, where she had been martyred. At length I had neither the strength nor the courage to look without trembling upon the grand penitentiary Jean de la Haye, who died eaten up by lice. Leprosy was his punishment. Fire burned his house and his wife, and all those who had a hand in the burning had their own hands singed. This, my well-beloved son, was the cause of 1,000 ideas, which I have here put into writing to be forever the rule of conduct in our family. I quitted the service of the church, and espoused your mother, from whom I received infinite blessings, and with whom I shared my life, my goods, my soul, and all. And she agreed with me in following precepts. Firstly, that to live happily, it is necessary to keep far away from church people, to honour them much without giving them leave to enter your house, any more than to those who by right, just or unjust, are supposed to be superior to us. Secondly, to take a modest condition, and to keep oneself in it without wishing to appear in any way rich. To have a care to excite no envy, nor strike any on ever in any manner, because it is needful to be as strong as an oak, which kills the plants at its feet, to crush envious heads, and even then would one succumb, since human oaks are especially rare, and that no turnabout should flatter himself that he is one, granting that he be a turnabout. Thirdly, never to spend more than 1/4 of one's income, conceal one's wealth, hide one's goods and chattels, to undertake no office, to go to church like other people, and always keep one's thoughts to oneself, seeing that they belong to you and not to others, who twist them about, turn them after their own fashion, and make calumnies therefrom. Fourthly, always to remain in the condition of the turnabouches, who are now and forever drapers. To marry your daughters to good drapers. Send your sons to be drapers in other towns of France, furnished with these wise precepts, and to bring them up to the honour of drapery, and without leaving any dream of ambition in their minds. A draper like a turnabout should be their glory, their arms, their name, their motto, their life. Thus, by being always drapers, they will be always turnabouches, and rub on like the good little insects, who, once lodged in the beam, made their dens, and go on with security to the end of their ball of thread. Fifthly, never to speak any other language than that of drapery, and never to dispute concerning religion or government. And even though the government of the state, the province, religion, and God turn about, or have a fancy to go to the right or to the left, always in your quality of turnabout, stick to your cloth. Thus, unnoticed by the others of the town, the turnabouches will live in peace with their little turnabouches, paying the tithes and taxes, and all that they are required by force to give, be it to God, or to the king, to the town, or to the parish, with all of whom it is unwise to struggle. Also it is necessary to keep the patrimonial treasure, to have peace and to buy peace, never to owe anything, to have corn in the house, and enjoy yourselves with the doors and windows shut. By this means none will take from the turnabouches, neither the state, nor the church, nor the lords, to whom should the case be that force is employed. You will lend a few crowns without cherishing the idea of ever seeing him again, I mean the crowns. Thus, in all seasons people will love the turnabouches, will mock the turnabouches as poor people, as the slow turnabouches, as turnabouches of no understanding. Let the know-nothings say on. The turnabouches will neither be burned nor hanged, to the advantage of king or church, or other people, and the wise turnabouches will have secretly money in their pockets, and joy in their houses, hidden from all. Now, my dear son, follow this the counsel of a modest and middle-class life. Maintain this in thy family as a county charter, and when you die, let your successor maintain it as the sacred gospel of the turnabouches, until God wills it that there be no longer tournbouches in this world. This letter has been found at the time of the inventory made in the house of Francois Tournbouch, Lord of Eretz, Chancellor to Mons the Dauphin, and condemned at the time of the rebellion of the said Lord against the king to lose his head, and have all his goods confiscated by order of the Parliament of Paris. The said letter has been handed to the Governor of Touraine as an historical curiosity, and joined to the pieces of the process in the Archbishopric of Tours, by me, Pierre Gautier, Sheriff, President of the Trades Council. The author having finished the transcription and deciphering of these parchments, translating them from their strange language into French, the donor of them declared that the Rouge Ord at Tours was so called, according to certain people, because the sun remained the longer than in all other parts. But in spite of this version, people of lofty understanding will find, in the warm way of the said succubus, the real origin of the said name, in which acquiesces the author. This teaches us not to abuse our body, but use it wisely in view of our salvation. Despair in love. At the time when King Charles VIII took it into his head to decorate the castle of Amboise, they came with him certain workmen, master sculptors, good painters, and masons, or architects, who ornamented the galleries with splendid works, which, through neglect, have since been much spoiled. At that time the court was staying in this beautiful locality, and, as everyone knows, the king took great pleasure in watching his people work out their ideas. Among these foreign gentlemen was an Italian, named Angelo Caparra, a most worthy young man, and, in spite of his age, a better sculptor and engraver than any of them, and it astonished many to see one in the April of his life so clever. Indeed, there had scarcely sprouted upon his visage the hair which imprints upon a man virile majesty. To this Angelo the ladies took a great fancy because he was charming as a dream, and as melancholy as a dove left solitary in its nest by the death of its mate. And this was the reason thereof. This sculptor knew the curse of poverty, which mars and troubles all the actions of life. He lived miserably, eating little, ashamed of his pennilessness, and made use of his talents only through great despair, wishing by any means to win that idle life which is the best all for those whose minds are occupied. The Florentine, out of bravado, came to the court gallantly attired, and from the timidity of youth and misfortune dared not ask his money from the king, who, seeing him thus dressed, believed him well with everything. The courtiers and the ladies used all to admire his beautiful works, and also their author, but of money he got none. All, and the ladies above all, finding him rich by nature, esteemed him well off with his youth, his long black hair, and bright eyes, and did not give a thought to lucre, while thinking of these things and the rest. Indeed, they were quite right, since these advantages gave to many a rascal of the court, lands, money, and all. In spite of his youthful appearance, Master Angelo was 20 years of age, and no fool, had a large heart, a head full of poetry, and more than that, was a man of lofty imaginings. But although he had little confidence in himself, like all poor and unfortunate people, he was astonished at the success of the ignorant. He fancied that he was ill-fashioned, either in body or mind, and kept his thoughts to himself. I am wrong, for he told them in the clear starlight nights, to the shadows, to God, to the devil, and everything about him. At such times he would lament his fate in having a heart so warm, that doubtless the ladies avoided him as they would a red-hot iron. Then he would say to himself how he would worship a beautiful mistress, how all his life long he would honour her, and with what fidelity he would attach himself to her, with what affection serve her, how studiously obey her commands, with what sports he would dispel the light clouds of her melancholy sadness on the days when the skies should be overcast. Fashioning himself one out of his imagination, He would throw himself at her feet, kiss, fondle, caress, bite, and clasp her with as much reality as a prisoner scampers over the grass when he sees the green fields through the bars of his cell. Thus he would appeal to her mercy, overcome with his feelings, would stop her breath with his embraces, would become daring in spite of his respect, and passionately bite the clothes of his bed, seeking this celestial laddie, full of courage went by himself, but abashed on the morrow if he passed one by. Nevertheless, inflamed by these amorous advances, he would hammer away anew at his marble figures, would carve beautiful breasts, to bring the water into one's mouth at the sight of those sweet fruits of love, without counting the other things that he raised, carved, and caressed with the chisels, smothered down with his file, and fashioned in a manner that would make their use intelligible to the mind of a greenhorn, and stain his verdure in a single day. The ladies would criticize these beauties, and all of them were smitten with the youthful Capara. And the youthful Capara would eye them up and down, swearing that the day one of them gave him her little finger to kiss, he would have his desire. Among these high-born laddies there came one day one by herself to the young Florentine, asking him why he was so shy, and if none of the court ladies could make him sociable. Then she graciously invited him to come to her house that evening. Master Angelo perfumes himself, purchases a velvet mantle with a double fringe of satin, borrows from a friend a cloak with wide sleeves, a slashed doublet, and silken hose, arrives at the house, and ascends the stairs with hasty feet, hope beaming from his eyes, knowing not what to do with his heart, which leapt and bounded like a goat, and, to sum up, so much over head and ears in love, that the perspiration trickled down his back. You may be sure the laddie was a beautiful, and Master Capara was the more aware of it, since in his profession he had studied the mouldings of the arms, the lines of the body, the secret surroundings of the sex, and other mysteries. Now this lady satisfied the especial rules of art, and besides being fair and slender, she had a voice to disturb life in its source, to stir fire of a heart, brain, and everything. In short, she put into one's imagination delicious images of love without thinking of it, which is the characteristic of these cursed women. The sculptor found her seated by the fire in a high chair, and the lady immediately commenced to converse at her ease, although Angelo could find no other replies than yes and no, could get no other words from his throat nor idea in his brain, and would have beaten his head against the fireplace but for the happiness of gazing at and listening to his lovely mistress, who was playing the like a young fly in the sunshine. Because, which this mute admiration, both remained until the middle of the night, wandering slowly down the flowery path of love, the good sculptor went away radiant with happiness. On the road, he concluded in his own mind, that if her noble lady kept him rather close to her skirts during 4 hours of the night, it would not matter a straw if she kept him for the remainder. Drawing from these premises certain corollaries, he resolved to ask her favours as a simple woman. Then he determined to kill everybody, the husband, the wife, or himself, rather than lose the distaff whereon to spin 1 hour of joy. Indeed, he was so mad with love, that he believed life to be but a small stake in the game of love, since 1 single day of it was worth 1,000 lives. The Florentine chiselled away at his statues, thinking of his evening, and thus spoiled many a nose thinking of something else. Noticing this, he left his work, perfumed himself, and went to listen to the sweet words of his lady, with a hope of turning them into deeds. But when he was in the presence of his sovereign, her feminine majesty made itself felt, and poor Capara, such a lion in street, looked sheepish when gazing at his victim. This notwithstanding, towards the hour when desire becomes heated, he was almost in the laddie's lap and held her tightly clasped. He had obtained a kiss, had taken it, much to his delight, for, when they give it, the ladies retain the right of refusal, but when they left it to be taken, the love may take 1,000. This is the reason why all of them are accustomed to let it be taken. The Florentine has stolen a great number, and things were going on admirably, when the laddie, who had been thrifty with her favours, cried, "My husband!" And, in fact, my lord had just returned from playing tennis, and the sculptor had to leave the place, but not without receiving a warm glance from the lady interrupted in her pleasure. This was all his substance, pittance and enjoyment during a whole month, since on the brink of his joy always came the said husband, and he always arrived wisely between a point-blank refusal and those little sweet caresses with which women always season their refusals, little things which reanimate love and render it all the stronger. And when the sculptor, out of patience, commenced, immediately upon his arrival, the skirmish of the skirt, in order that victory might arrive before the husband, to whom, no doubt, these disturbances were not without profit, his fine laddie, seeing desire written in the eyes of her sculptor, commenced endless quarrels and altercations. At first she pretended to be jealous in order to rail against love, then appeased the anger of the little one with the moisture of a kiss, then kept the conversation to herself, and kept on saying that her lover should be good, obedient to her will, otherwise she would not yield to him her life and soul, that a desire was a small thing to offer a mistress, that she was more courageous, because loving more she sacrificed more, and to his propositions she would exclaim, "Silence, sir," with the air of a queen, and at times she would put on an angry look to reply to the reproaches of Caparra, "If you are not as I wish you to be, I will no longer love you." The poor Italian saw, when it was too late, that this was not a noble love, one of those which does not mete out joy as a miser his crowns, and that this lady took delight in letting him jump about outside the hedge and be master of everything, provided he touched not the garden of love. At this business Caparra became a savage enough to kill anyone, and took with him trusty companions, his friends, to whom he gave the task of attacking the husband while walking home to bed after his game of tennis with the king. He came to his lady at the accustomed hour when the sweet sports of love were in full swing, which sports were long, lasting kisses, hair twisted and untwisted, hand bitten with passion, ears as well, indeed, the whole business, with the exception of that especial thing which good authors rightly find abominable. The Florentine exclaims between two hearty kisses, "Sweet one, do you love me more than anything?" "Yes," said she, "because words never cost anything." "Well then," replied the lover, "be mine indeed as in word." "But," said she, "my husband will be here directly." "Is that the only reason?" said he. "Yes. I have friends who will cross him, and will not let him go unless I show a torch at this window. If he complain to the king, my friends will say, they thought they were playing a joke on one of their own set." "Ah, my dear," said she, "let me see if everyone in the house is gone to bed." She rose, and held the light to the window, seeing which Caparra blew out the candle, seized his sword, and placing himself in front of the woman, whose scorn and evil mind he recognized. "I will not kill you, madam," said he, "but I will mark your face in such a manner you will never again coquette with young lovers whose lives you waste. You have deceived me shamefully, and are not a respectable woman. You must know that a kiss will never sustain life in a true lover, and that a kissed mouth needs the rest. You have made my life forever dull and wretched. Now I will make you remember forever my death, which you have caused. You shall never again behold yourself in a glass without seeing there my face also." Then he raised his arm, and held the sword ready to cut off a good slice of the fresh fair cheek, where still all the traces of his kiss remained. And the lady exclaimed, "You wretch! Hold your tongue," said he, "you told me that you loved me better than anything. Now you say otherwise, Each evening have you raised me a little nearer to heaven, with one blow you cast me into hell, and you think that your petticoat can save you from a lover's wrath. No. Ah, my Angelo, I am thine, said she, marvelling at this man glaring with rage. But he, stepping 3 paces back, replied, Ah, woman of the court and wicked heart, thou lovest, then, thy face better than thy lover. She turned pale, and humbly held up her face, for she understood that at this moment her past perfidy wronged her present love. With a single blow Angelo slashed her face, then left her house, and quitted the country. The husband not having been stopped by reason of that light which was seen by the Florentines, found his wife minus her left cheek. But she spoke not a word in spite of her agony. She loved her Caparra more than life itself. Nevertheless, the husband wished to know whence proceeded this wound. No one having been there except the Florentine, he complained to the king, who had his workmen hastily pursued, and ordered him to be hanged at Blois. On the day of execution a noble lady was seized with a desire to save this courageous man, whom she believed to be a lover of the right sort. She begged the king to give him to her, which he did willingly. But Caparra declaring that he belonged entirely to his lady, the memory of whom he could not banish entirely, entered the church, became a cardinal and a great savant, and used to say in his old age that he had existed upon the remembrance of the joys tasted in those poor hours of anguish, in which he was, at the same time, both very well and very badly treated by his lady. There are authors saying afterwards he succeeded better with his old sweetheart, whose cheek healed, but I cannot believe this, because he was a man of heart, who had a high opinion of the holy joys of love. This teaches us nothing worth knowing, unless it be that there are unlucky meetings in life, since this tale is in every way true. If in other places the author has overshot the truth, this one will gain for him the indulgence of the conclave or lovers. Epilogue. This second series comes in the merry month of June, when all is green and gay, because the poor muse, whose slave the author is, has been more capricious than the love of a queen, and has mysteriously wished to bring forth her fruit in the time of flowers. No one can boast himself master of this fay. At times, when grave thoughts occupy the mind and grieve the brain, comes the jade whispering her merry tales in the author's ear, tickling her lips with her feathers, dancing sarabands, and making the house echo with her laughter. If by chance the writer, abandoning science for pleasure, says to her, "Wait a moment, little one, till I come," and runs in great haste to play with the madcap, she has disappeared. She has gone into her hole, hides herself rolls herself up, and retires. Take the poker, take a staff, a cudgel, a cane, raise them, strike the wench, and rave at her, she moans. Strap her, she moans. Caress her, fondle her, she moans. Kiss her, say to her, "Here, little one," she moans. Now she's cold, now she is going to die. Adieu to love, adieu to laughter, adieu to merriment, adieu to good stories. We're mourning for her, weep and fancy her dead, groan. Then she raises her head, her merry laugh rings out again. She spreads her white wings, flies one knows not whither, turns in the air, gapers, shows her impish tail, her woman's breasts, her strong loins, and her angelic face, shakes her perfumed dresses, gambols in the rays of the sun, shines forth in all her beauty, changes her colours like the breast of a dove, laughs until she cries, casts the tears of her eyes into the sea, where the fishermen find them transmuted into pretty pearls, which are gathered to adorn the foreheads of queens. She twists about like a colt broken loose, exposing her virgin charms, and 1,000 things so fair that a pope would beryl his salvation for her at the mere sight of them. During these wild pranks of the ungovernable beast you meet fools and friends, who say to the poor poet, "Where are your tales?" Where are your new volumes? You are a pagan prognosticator. Oh, yes, you are known. You go to fetes and feasts, and do nothing between your meals. Where's your work? Although I am by nature partial to kindness, I should like to see one of these people impaled in the Turkish fashion, and thus equipped, sent on the love chase. Here endeth the second series. Make the devil give it a lift with his horns, and it will be well received by a smiling Christendom. Volume 3. The Third 10 Tales. Prologue. Certain persons have interrogated the author as to why there was such a demand for these tales that no year passes without his giving an installment of them, and why he has lately taken to writing commas mixed up with bad syllables, at which the ladies publicly knit their brows, and have put to him other questions of a like character. The author declares that these treacherous words, cast like pebbles in his path, have touched him in the very depths of his heart, and he is sufficiently cognizant of his duty not to fail to give to his special audience in this prologue certain reasons other than the preceding ones, because it is always necessary to reason with children until they are grown up, understand things, and hold their tongues, and because he perceives many mischievous fellows among the crowd of noisy people, who ignore at pleasure the real object of these volumes. In the first place, know that if certain virtuous ladies, I say virtuous because common and low-class women do not read these stories, preferring those that are never published, on the contrary, other citizens' wives and ladies, of high respectability and godliness, although doubtless disgusted with the subject matter, read them piously to satisfy an evil spirit, and thus keep themselves virtuous. Do you understand, my good reapers of horns? It is better to be deceived by the tale of a book than cuckolded through the story of a gentleman. You are saved the damage by this, poor fools. Besides which, often your lady becomes enamoured, is seized with fecund agitations to your advantage, raised in her by the present book. Therefore do these volumes assist to populate the land and maintain it in mirth, honour and health. I say mirth, because much is to be derived from these tales. I say honour, because you save your nest from the claws of that youthful demon named cuckoldom in the language of the Celts. I say health, because this book incites that which was prescribed by the Church of Salerno, for the avoidance of cerebral plethora. Can you derive a like proof in any other typographically blackened portfolios? Ha! Ha! Where are the books that make children think? Nowhere. But you will find a glut of children making books which beget nothing but weariness. But to continue, now be it known that when ladies, of the virtuous nature and talkative turn of mind, converse publicly on the subject of these volumes, a great number of them, far from reprimanding the author, confess that they like him very much, esteem him a valiant man, worthy to be a monk in the Abbey of Theleme. For as many reasons as there are stars in the heavens, he does not drop the style which he has adopted in these said tales, but lets himself be vituperated, and keeps steadily on his way, because noble France is a woman who refuses to yield, crying, twisting about, and saying, "No, no, never. Oh, sir, what are you going to do? I won't let you, you'll rumple me." And when the volume is done and finished, all smiles, she exclaims, "Oh, master, are there any more to come?" You may take it for granted that the author is a merry fellow, who troubles himself little about the cries, tears and tricks of the lady you call glory, fashion, or public favour, for he knows her to be a wanton who would put up with any violence. He knows that in France her war cry is Mountjoy. A fine cry indeed, but one which certain writers have disfigured, and which signifies, "Joy it is not of the earth, it is there, seize it, otherwise goodbye." The author has this interpretation from Rabelais, who told it to him. If you search history, has France ever breathed a word when she was joyous mounted, bravely mounted, passionately mounted, mounted and out of breath? She goes furiously at everything, and likes this exercise better than drinking. Now, do you not see that these volumes are French, joyfully French, wildly French, French before, French behind, French to the backbone? Back then, curs. Strike up the music, silence, bigots. Advance, my merry wags, my little pages, put your soft hands into the ladies' hands and tickle them in the middle of the hand, of course. Ha! Ha! These are high-sounding and peripatetic reasons, or the author knows nothing of sound and the philosophy of Aristotle. He has on his side the crown of France and the oriflamme of the king and Monsieur Saint Denis, who, having lost his head, said, "Mount my joy." Do you mean to say, you quadrupeds, that the word is wrong? No. It was certainly heard by a great many people at the time, but in these days of deep wretchedness you believe nothing concerning the good old saints. The author has not finished yet. Know all ye who read these tales with eye and hand, feel them in the head alone, and love them for the joy they bring you, and which goes to your heart. Know that the author, having in an evil hour let his ideas, his inheritance, go astray, and being unable to get them together again, found himself in a state of mental nudity. Then he cried like the woodcutter in the prologue of the book of his dear master Rabelais, in order to make himself heard by the gentleman on high, Lord Paramount of all things, and obtain from him fresh ideas. This said Most High, still busy with the congress of the time, threw to him through Mercury an inkstand with 2 cups, on which was engraved, after the manner of a motto, these 3 letters, Avenue. Then the poor fellow, perceiving no other help, took great care to turn over this said inkstand to find out the hidden meaning of it, thinking over the mysterious words and trying to find a key to them. First, he saw that God was polite, like the great Lord as he is, because the world is his, and he holds the title of it from no one. But since, in thinking over the days of his youth, he remembered no great service rendered to God, the author was in doubt concerning this hollow civility, and pondered long without finding out the real substance of the celestial utensil. By reason of turning it and twisting it about, studying it, looking at it, feeling it, emptying it, knocking it in an interrogatory manner, smacking it down, standing it up straight, standing it on one side, and turning it upside down, he read backwards Eva. Who is Eva, if not all women in one? Therefore by the voice divine was it said to the author, think of women, woman will heal thy wound, stop the waste hole in thy bag of the tricks. Woman is thy wealth, have but one woman, dress, undress, and fondle that women, make use of the woman, woman is everything, woman has an inkstand of her own, dip thy pen in that bottomless inkpot. Women like love, make love to her with the pen only, tickle her fantasies, and sketch merrily for her 1,000 pictures of love in 1,000 pretty ways. Woman is generous, and all for one, or one for all, must pay the painter, and furnish the hairs of the brush. Now, muse upon that which is written here. Ave, hail, Eva, woman, or Eva, woman, Ave, hail. Yes, she makes and unmakes. Hey, then, for the inkstand. What does woman like best? What does she desire? All the special things of love, and woman is right. To have children, to produce an imitation of nature, which is always in labor. Come to me, then, woman ! Come to me, Eva. With this the author began to dip into that fertile inkpot, where there was a brain fluid, concocted by virtues from on high in a talismanic fashion. From one cup there came serious things, which wrote themselves in brown ink, and from the other trifling things, which merely gave roseate hue to the pages of the manuscript. The poor author has often, from carelessness, mixed the inks, now here, now there, but as soon as the heavy sentences, difficult to smooth, polish, and brighten up, of some work suitable to the taste of the day are finished, the author, eager to amuse himself, in spite of the small amount of merry ink remaining in the left cap, steals and bears eagerly therefrom few penfuls with great delight. These said penfuls are, indeed, these same droll tales, the authority on which is above suspicion, because it flows from a divine source, as is shown in this the author's naive confession. Certain evil-disposed people will still cry out at this, but can you find a man perfectly contented on this lump of mud? Is it not a shame? In this the author has wisely comported himself in imitation of a higher power, and he proves it by it qui. Listen. Is it not most clearly demonstrated to the learned that the sovereign Lord of worlds has made an infinite number of heavy, weighty, and serious machines with great wheels, large chains, terrible notches, and frightfully complicated screws and weights like the roasting jack, but also has amused himself with little trifles and grotesque things light as zephyrs, and has made also naive and pleasant creations, at which you laugh directly you see them? Is it not so? Then in all eccentric works, such as the very spacious edifice undertaken by the author, in order to model himself upon the laws of the above-named Lord, it is necessary to fashion certain delicate flowers, pleasant insects, fine dragons well twisted, imbricated, and coloured, nay, even gilt, although he is often short of gold, and throw them at the feet of his snow-clad mountains, piles of rocks, and other cloud-capped philosophers, long and terrible works, marble columns, real thoughts carved in porphyry. Ah! Unclean beasts, who despise and repudiate the figures, fantasies, harmonies, and roulades of the fair muse of drollery, will you not pare your claws, so that you may never again scratch her white skin, all azure with veins, her amorous reins, her flanks of surpassing elegance, her feet that stay modestly in bed, her satin face, her lustrous features, her heart devoid of bitterness? Ah, wooden heads, what will you say when you find that this merry lass springs from the heart of France, agrees with all that is womanly in nature, has been saluted with a polite Ave by the angels in the person of their spokesman, Mercury, and finally, is the clearest quintessence of art. In this work are to be met with necessity, virtue, whim, the desire of a woman, the votive offering of a stout pantagruelist, all are here. Hold your peace, then, drink to the author, and let his inkstand with a double cup endow the gay science with 100 glorious droll tales. Stand back then, curs, strike up the music. Silence, bigots, out of the way, dunces. Step forward, my merry wags! ! My little pages. Give your soft hand to the ladies, and tickle theirs in the centre in a pretty manner, saying to them, read to laugh. Afterwards you can tell them some mere jest to make them roar, since when they are laughing their lips are apart, and they make but a faint resistance to love. Perseverance in love. During the first years of the 13th century after the coming of our divine Saviour, there happened in the city of Paris an amorous adventure through the deed of a man of Tours, of which the town and even the king's court was never tired of speaking. As to the clergy, you will see by that which is related the part they played in this history, the testimony of which was by them preserved. This said man, called the Tourainian by the common people, because he had been born in our merry Touraine, had for his true name that of Vance. In his latter days the good man returned into his own country and was mayor of Saint Martin, according to the chronicles of the abbey of the town, but at Paris he was a great silversmith. But now in his prime, by his great honesty, his labours, and so forth, he became a citizen of Paris and subject of the king, whose protection he bought, according to the custom of the period. He had a house built for him free of all quit rent, close the church of Streetley in the Rue Saint-Denis, where his forge was well known by those in want of fine jewels. Although he was a Touranian, and had plenty of spirit and animation, he kept himself virtuous as a true saint, in spite of the blandishments of the city, and had passed the days of his green season without once dragging his good name through the mire. Many will say this passes the bounds of that faculty of belief which God has placed in us to aid that faith due to the mysteries of our holy religion, so it is needful to demonstrate abundantly the secret cause of the silversmith's chastity. And, first remember that he came into the town on foot, poor as Job, according to the old saying, and unlike all the inhabitants of our part of the country, who have but one passion, he had a character of iron, and persevered in the path he had chosen as steadily as a monk in vengeance. As a workman, he laboured from morn to night, become a master, he laboured still, always learning new secrets, seeking new receipts, and in seeking, meeting with inventions of all kinds. Late idlers, watchmen, and vagrants saw always a modest lamp shining through the silversmith's window, and the good man dapping, sculpting, rounding, distilling, modelling, and finishing, with his apprentices, his door closed and his ears open. Poverty engendered hard work engendered his wonderful virtue, and his virtue engendered his great wealth. Take this to heart, ye children of Cain who eat doubloons and micturate water. If the good silversmith felt himself possessed with wild desires, which now in one way, now another, seize upon an unhappy bachelor when the devil tries to get hold of him, making the sign of the cross, the Touranian hammered away at his metal, drove out the rebellious spirits from his brain by bending down over the exquisite works of art, little engravings, figures of gold and silver forms, with which he appeased the anger of his Venus. Add to this that this Touranian was an artless man, of simple understanding, fearing God above all things, then robbers, next to that of nobles, and more than all, a disturbance. Although if he had 2 hands, he never did more than one thing at a time. His voice was as gentle as that of a bridegroom before marriage. Although the clergy, the military, and others gave him no reputation for knowledge, he knew well his mother's Latin, and spoke it correctly without waiting to be asked. Latterly the Parisians had taught him to walk uprightly, not to beat the bush for others, to measure his passions by the rule of his revenues, not to let them take his leather to make others' shoes, to trust no one farther than he could see them, never to say what he did, and always to do what he said, never to spill anything but water, to have a better memory than flies usually have, to keep his hands to himself, to do the same with his purse, to avoid a crowd at the corner of a street, and sell his jewels for more than they cost him, all things, the sage observance of which gave him as much wisdom as he had need of to do business comfortably and pleasantly. And so he did, without troubling anyone else. And watching this good little man unobserved, many said, "By my faith, I should like to be this jeweller, even were I obliged to splash myself up to the eyes with the mud of Paris during 100 years for it." They might just as well have wished to be king of the France, seeing that the silversmith had great powerful nervous arms, so wonderfully strong that when he closed his fist the cleverest trick of the roughest fellow could not open it, from which you may be sure that whatever he got hold of he stuck to. More than this, he had teeth fit to masticate iron, a stomach to dissolve it, a duodenum to digest it, a sphincter to let it out again without tearing, and shoulders that would bear a universe upon them, like that pagan gentleman to whom the job was confided, and whom the timely arrival of Jesus Christ discharged from the duty. He was, in fact, a man made with one stroke, and they are the best, for those who have to be touched are worth nothing, being patched up and finished at odd times. In short, Master Ants was a thorough man, with a lion's face, and under his eyebrows a glance that would melt his gold if the fire of his forge had gone out, but a limpid water placed in his eyes by the great moderator of all things tempered this great ardour, without which he would have burnt up everything. Was he not a splendid specimen of a man? With such a sample of his cardinal virtues, some persist in asking why the good silversmith remained as unmarried as an oyster, seeing that these properties of nature are no good use in all places. But these opinionated critics, do they know what it is to love? Ho, ho, easy. The vocation of a lover is to go, to come, to listen, to watch, to hold his tongue, to talk, to stick in a corner, to make himself big, to make himself little, to agree, to play music, to drudge, to go to the devil wherever he may be, to count the grapees in the dovecote, to find flowers under the snow, to say paternosters to the moon, to pat the cat and pat the dog, to salute the friends, to flatter the gout or the cold of the aunt, to say to her at opportune moments you have good looks, and will yet write the epitaph of the human race, to please all the relations, to tread on no one's corns, to break no glasses, to waste no breath, to talk nonsense, to hold ice in his hand, to say, "This is good," or, "Really, madam, you are very beautiful so," and to vary that in 100 different ways, to keep himself cool, to bear himself like a nobleman, to have a free tongue and a modest one, to endure with a smile all the evils the devil may invent on his behalf, to smother his anger, to hold nature in control, to have the finger of God and the tail of the devil, to reward the mother, the cousin, the servant, in fact, to put a good face on everything, in default of which the female escapes and leaves you in a fix, without giving a single Christian reason. In fact, the lover of the most gentle maid that God ever created in a good-tempered moment, had he talked like a book, jumped like a flea, turned about like dice, played like King David, and built for the aforesaid woman the Corinthian order of the columns of the devil, if he failed in the essential and hidden thing which pleases his lady above all others, which often she does not know herself and which he has need to know, the lass leaves him like a red leper. She is quite right. No one can blame her for so doing. When this happens, some men become ill-tempered, cross, and more wretched than you can possibly imagine. Have not many of them killed themselves through this petticoat tyranny? In this matter the man distinguishes himself from the beast, seeing that no animal ever yet lost his senses through blighted love, which proves abundantly that animals have no souls. The employment of a lover is that of a mountebank, of a soldier, of a quack, of a buffoon, of a prince, of a ninny, of a king, of an idler, of a monk, of a dupe, of a blackguard, of a liar, of a braggart, of a sycophant, of a numbskull, of a frivolous fool, of a blockhead, of a know-nothing, of a knave. An employment from which Jesus abstained, in imitation of whom folks of great understanding likewise disdain it. It is a vocation in which a man of worth is required to spend above all things his time, his life, his blood, his best words, besides his heart, his soul, and his brain, things to which the women are cruelly partial, because directly their tongues begin to go, they say among themselves that if they have not the whole of a man they have none of him. Be sure, also, that there are cats, who, knitting their eyebrows, complain that a man does but 100 things for them, for the purpose of finding out if there be 100, at first seeing that in everything they desire the most thorough spirit of conquest and tyranny. And this high jurisprudence has always flourished among the customs of Paris, where the women receive more wit at their baptism than in any other place in the world, and thus are mischievous by birth. But our silversmith, always busy at his work, burnishing gold and melting silver, had no time to warm his love or to burnish and make shine his fantasies, nor to show off, gad about, waste his time in mischief, or to run after she-males. Now seeing that in Paris virgins do not fall into the beds of young men any more than roast pheasants into the streets, not even when the young men are royal silversmiths, the Turanian had the advantage of having, as I have before observed, a continent member in his shirt. However, the good man could not close his eyes to the advantage of nature with which was so amply furnished the ladies with whom he dilated upon the value of his jewels. So it was that, after listening to the gentle discourse of the ladies, who tried to wheedle and to fondle him to obtain a favour from him, the good Turanian would return to his home, dreamy as a poet, wretched as a restless cuckoo, and would say to himself, I must take to myself a wife. She would keep the house tidy, keep the plates hot for me, fold the clothes for me, sew my buttons on, sing merrily about the house, tease me to do everything according to her taste, would say to me as they all say to their husbands when they want a jewel, oh, my own pet, look at this, is it not pretty? Apostrophe. And every one in the quarter will think of my wife and then of me, and say there's a happy man. Then the getting married, the bridal festivities, to fondle Madame Silversmith, to dress her superbly, give her a fine gold chain, to worship her from crown to toe, to give her the whole management of the house, except the cash, to give her a nice little room upstairs, with good windows, pretty, and hung around with tapestry, with a wonderful chest in it, and a fine large bed, with twisted columns and curtains of yellow silk. He would buy her beautiful mirrors, and there would always be a dozen or so of children, his and hers, when he came home to greet him. Then wife and children would vanish into the clouds. He transferred his melancholy imaginings to fantastic designs, fashioned his amorous thoughts into grotesque jewels that pleased their buyers well, they not knowing how many wives and children were lost in the productions of the good man, who, the more talent he threw into his art, the more disordered he became. Now if God had not had pity upon him, he would have quitted this world without knowing what love was, but would have known it in the other without that metamorphosis of the flesh which spares it, according to Monsieur Plato, a man of some authority, but who, not being a Christian, was wrong. But, there. These preparatory digressions are the idle digressions and fastidious commentaries which certain unbelievers compel a man to wind about a tale, swaddling clothes about an infant when it should run about stark naked. May the great devil give them a clyster with his red-hot three-pronged fork. I am going on with my story now without further circumlocution. This is what happened to the silversmith in the 41st year of his age. One Sabbath day, while walking on the left bank of the Seine, led by an idle fancy, he ventured as far as that meadow which has since been called the Pré-aux-Clercs, and which at that time was in the domain of the Abbey of St. Germain, and not in that of the University. There, still strolling on, the Turanian found himself in the open fields, and there met a poor young girl who, seeing that he was well dressed, curtsied to him, saying, Heaven preserve you, Monseigneur. In saying this her voice had such sympathetic sweetness that the silversmith felt his soul ravished by this feminine melody, and conceived an affection for the girl, the more so as, tormented with ideas of marriage as he was, everything was favourable thereto. Nevertheless, as he had passed the wench by, he dared not go back, because he was as timid as a young maid who would die in her petticoats rather than raise them for her pleasure. But when he was a bowshot off, he bethought him that he was a man who for 10 years had been a master silversmith, had become a citizen, and was a man of mark, and could look a woman in the face if his fancy so led him, the more so as his imagination had great power over him. So he turned suddenly back, as if he had changed the direction of his stroll, and came upon the girl, who held by an old cord her poor cow, who was munching grass that had grown on the border of a ditch at the side of the road. Ah, my pretty one, said he, you are not overburdened with the goods of this world that you thus work with your hands upon the Lord's day. Are you not afraid of being cast into prison? Monsieur, replied the maid, casting down her eyes, I have nothing to fear, because I belong to the abbey. The Lord Abbot has given me leave to exercise the cow after vespers. You love your cow, then, more than the salvation of your soul? Monsieur, our beast is almost the half of our poor lives. I am astonished, my girl, to see you poor and in rags, clothed like a fagot, running barefoot about the fields on the Sabbath, when you carry about you more treasures than you could dig up in the grounds of the abbey. Do not the townspeople pursue and torment you with love? Oh, never, Monsieur. I belong to the abbey, replied she, showing the jeweller a collar on her left arm like those that the beasts of the field have, but without the little bell, and at the same time casting such a deplorable glance at our townsman that he was stricken quite sad, for by the eyes are communicated contagions of the heart when they are strong. And what does this mean? He said, wishing to hear all about it. And he touched the collar, upon which was engraved the arms of the abbey very distinctly, but which he did not wish to see. Monsieur, I am the daughter of an homme de cour, thus whoever unites himself to me by marriage, will become a bondsman, even if he were a citizen of Paris, and would belong body and goods to the abbey. If he loved me otherwise, his children would still belong to the domain. For this reason I am neglected by everyone, abandoned like a poor beast of the field. But what makes me most unhappy is, that according to the pleasure of Monsieur the Abbot, I shall be coupled at some time with a bondsman. And if I were less ugly than I am, at the sight of my collar the most amorous would flee from me as from the black plague. So saying, she pulled her cow by the cord to make it follow her. And how old are you? Asked the silversmith. I do not know, Monsieur, but our master, the abbot, has kept account. This great misery touched the heart of the good man, who had in his day eaten the bread of sorrow. He regulated his pace to the gills, and they went together towards the water in painful silence. The good man gazed at the fine forehead, the round red arms, the queen's waist, the feet dusty, but made like those of a Virgin Mary, and the sweet physiognomy of this girl, who was the living image of street Genevieve, the patroness of Paris, and the maidens who live in the fields. And make sure that this Joseph suspected the pretty white of this sweet girl's breasts, which were by a modest grace carefully covered with an old rag, and looked at them as a schoolboy looks at a rosy apple on a hot day. Also, may you depend upon it that these little hillocks of nature denoted a wench fashioned with delicious perfection, like everything that the monks possess. Now, the more it was forbidden our silversmith to touch them, the more his mouth watered for these fruits of love, and his heart leapt almost into his mouth. You have a fine cow, said he. Would you like a little milk? Replied she. It is so warm these early days of May. You are far from the town. In truth, the sky was a cloudless blue, and glared like a forge. Everything was radiant with youth, the leaves, the air, the girls, the lads, everything was burning, was green, and smelt like balm. This naive offer, made without the hope of recompense, though a Byzant would not have paid for the special grace of this speech, and the modesty of the gesture with which the poor girl turned to him gained the heart of the jeweller, who would have liked to be able to put this bondswoman into the skin of a queen, and Paris at her feet. Nay, my child, I thirst not for milk, but for you, whom I would have leave to liberate. That cannot be, and I shall die the property of the abbey. For years we have lived so, from father to son, from mother to daughter. Like my ancestors, I shall pass my days on this land, as will also my children, because the abbot cannot legally let us go. What? Said the Tauranian, has no gallant been tempted by your bright eyes to buy your liberty, as I bought mine from the king? It would cost too dear, thus it is those whom at first sight I please, go as they came. And you have never thought of gaining another country in company of a lover on horseback on a fleet courser? Oh, yes. But, Munson, if I were caught I should be hanged at least, and my gallant, even were he a lord, would lose more than one domain over it, besides other things. I am not worth so much. Besides, the abbey has arms longer than my feet at Swift. So I live on in perfect obedience to God, who has placed me in this plight. What is your father? He tends the vines in the gardens of the abbey. And your mother? She is a washerwoman. And what is your name? I have no name, dear sir. My father was baptized Eshine, my mother is Eshine, and I am Shiennet, at your service. Sweetheart, said the jeweller, never has woman pleased me as you please me, and I believe that your heart contains a wealth of goodness. Now, since you offered yourself to my eyes at the moment when I was firmly deliberating upon taking a companion, I believe that I see in you a sign from heaven. And if I am not displeasing to you, I beg you to accept me as your friend. Immediately the maid lowered her eyes. These words were uttered in such a way, in so grave a tone, so penetrating a manner, that the said Shiennet burst into tears. No, Munson, I should be the cause of 1,000 unpleasantnesses, and of your misfortune. For a poor bondsmaid, the conversation has gone far enough. Ho! Cried Ants, you do not know, my child, the man you are dealing with? The Turanian crossed himself, joined his hands, and said, I make a vow to Monsieur the Saint Eloi, under whose invocation are the silversmiths, to fashion 2 images of pure silver, with the best workmanship I am able to perform. One shall be a statue of Madame the Virgin, to this end, to thank her for the liberty of my dear wife, and the other for my said patron, if I am successful in my undertaking to liberate the bondswoman Shiennet here present, and for which I rely upon his assistance. Moreover, I swear by my eternal salvation, to persevere with courage in this affair, to spend therein all I possess, and only to quit it with my life. God has heard me, said he. And you, little one, he added, turning towards the maid. Ha! Munson, look! My cow is running about the fields, cried she, sobbing at the good man's knees. I will love you all my life, but withdraw your vow. Let us to look after the cow, said the silversmith, raising her, without daring yet to kiss her, although the maid was well disposed to it. Yes, said she, for I shall be beaten. And behold now the silversmith, scampering after the cursed cow, who gave no heed to the ramors. She was taken by the horns, and held in the grip of the Turanian, who for a trifle would have thrown her in the air like a straw. Adieu, my sweet one. If you go into the town, come to my house, over against Hestila's church. I am called Master Ants, and am silversmith to the King of the France, at the sign of Street Eloi. Make me a promise to be in this field the next Lord's Day. Fail not to come, even should it rain halberds. Yes, dear sir. For this I would leap the walls, and, in gratitude, would I be yours without mischief, and cause you no sorrow, at the price of my everlasting future. Awaiting the happy moment, I will pray God for you with all my heart. And then she remained standing like a stone saint, moving not, until she could see the good citizen no longer, and he went away with lagging steps, turning from time to time further to gaze upon her. And when he was far off, and out of her sight, she stayed on, until nightfall, lost in meditation, knowing not if she had dreamed that which had happened to her. Then she went back to the house, where she was beaten for staying out, but felt not the blows. The good silversmith could neither eat nor drink, but closed his workshop, possessed of this girl, thinking of nothing but this girl, seeing everywhere the girl, everything to him being to possess this girl. Now when the morrow was come, He went with great apprehension towards the abbey to speak to the Lord Abbot. On the road, however, he suddenly thought of putting himself under the protection of one of the king's people, and with this idea returned to the court, which was then held in the town. Being esteemed by all for his prudence, and loved for his little works and kindnesses, the king's chamberlain, for whom he had once made, for a present to a lady of the court, a golden casket set with precious stones and unique of its kind, promised him assistance, had a horse saddled for himself, and a hack for the silversmith, with whom he set out for the abbey, and asked to see the abbot, who was Monsieur Hugon the Senector, aged 93. Being come into the room with the silversmith, waiting nervously to receive his sentence, the chamberlain begged the abbot to sell him in advance a thing which was easy for him to sell, and which would be pleasant to him. 405s. Full page image, medium size. To which the abbot replied, looking at the chamberlain, that the canons inhibited and forbade him thus to engage his word. Behold, my dear father, said the chamberlain, the jeweller of the court who has conceived a great love for a bondswoman belonging to your abbey, and I request you, in consideration of my obliging you in any such desire as you may wish to see accomplished, to emancipate this maid. Which is she? Asked the abbot of the citizen. Her name is Chiennette, answered the silversmith, timidly. Ho, ho, said the good old Hugon, smiling. The angler has caught us a good fish. This is a grave business, and I know not how to decide by myself. No, my father, what those words mean, said the chamberlain, knitting his brows. Fine sir, said the abbot, know you what this maid is worth? The abbot ordered Chiennette to be fetched, telling his clerk to dress her in her finest clothes, and to make her look as nice as possible. Your love is in danger, said the chamberlain to the silversmith, pulling him on one side. Dismiss this fantasy. You can meet anywhere, even at court, with women of wealth, young and pretty, who would willingly marry you. For this, if need be, the king would assist you by giving you some title, which in course of time would enable you to found a good family. Are you sufficiently well furnished with crowns to become the founder of a noble line? I know not, Monsieur, replied Anse. I have put money by. Then see if you cannot buy the manumission of this maid. I know the monks. With them money does everything. Monsieur, said the silversmith to the abbot, coming towards him, you have the charge and office representing here below the goodness of God, who is often clement towards us, and has infinite treasures of mercy for our sorrows. Now, I will remember you each evening and each morning in my prayers, and never forget that I received my happiness at your hands, if you aid me to gain this maid in lawful wedlock, without keeping in servitude the children born of this union. And for this I will make you a receptacle for the Holy Eucharist, so elaborate, so rich with gold, precious stones and winged angels, that no other shall be like it in all Christendom. It shall remain unique, it shall dazzle your eyesight, and shall be so far the glory of your altar, that the people of the towns and foreign nobles shall rush to it, so magnificent shall it be. My son, replied the abbot, have you lost your senses? If you are so resolved to have this wench for a legal wife, your goods and your person belong to the chapter of the abbey. Yes, Monsieur, I am passionately in love with this girl, and more touched with her misery and her Christian heart than even with her perfections, but I am, said he, with tears in his eyes, still more astonished at your harshness, and I say it although I know that my fate is in your hands. Yes, Monsieur, I know the law, and if my goods fall to your domain, if I become a bondsman, if I lose my house and my citizenship, I will still keep that engine, gained by my labours and my studies, on which lies there, cried he, striking his forehead in a place of which no one, save God, can be Lord but myself. And your whole abbey could not pay for the special creations which proceed therefrom. You may have my body, my wife, my children, but nothing shall get you my engine, nay, not even torture, seeing that I am stronger than iron is hard, and more patient than sorrow is great. So saying, the silversmith, enraged by the calmness of the abbot, who seemed resolved to acquire for the abbey the good man's doubloons, brought down his fist upon an oaken chair and shivered it into fragments, for it split as under the blow of a mace. Behold, Munson, what kind of servant you will have, and of an artificer of things divine you will make a mere cart-horse. My son, replied the abbot, you have wrongfully broken my chair, and lightly judged my mind. This wench belongs to the abbey and not to me. I am the faithful servant of the rites and customs of this glorious monastery. Although I might grant this woman license to bear 3 children, I am responsible for this to God and to the abbey. Now, since there was here an altar, bondsmen and monks, idist, from time immemorial, there has never occurred the case of a citizen becoming the property of the abbey by marriage with the bondswoman. Now, therefore, is the need to exercise the right, and to make use of it so that it would not be lost, weakened, worn out, or fallen into disuse, which would occasion 1,000 difficulties. And this is of a higher advantage to the state and to the abbey than your stones, however beautiful they be, seeing that we have treasure wherewith to buy red jewels, and that no treasure can establish customs and laws. I call upon the King's Chamberlain to bear witness to the infinite pains which His Majesty takes every day to fight for the establishment of his orders. That is to close my mouth, said the Chamberlain. The silversmith, who was not a great scholar, remained thoughtful. Then came Jeanette, clean as a new pin, her hair raised up, dressed in a robe of white wool with a blue sash, with tiny shoes and white stockings, in fact, so royally beautiful, so noble in her bearing was she, that the silversmith was petrified with ecstasy, and the chamberlain confessed he had never seen so perfect a creature. Thinking there was too much danger in this sight for the poor jeweller, he led him into the town, and begged him to think no further of the affair, since the abbey was not likely to liberate so good a bait for the citizens and nobles of the Parisian stream. In fact, the chapter let the poor lover know that if he married this girl he must resolve to yield up his goods and his house to the abbey, consider himself a bondsman, both he and the children of the aforesaid marriage, although, by a special grace, the abbey would let him his house on the condition of his giving an inventory of his furniture and paying a yearly rent, and coming during 8 days to live in a shed adjoining the domain, thus performing an act of service. The silversmith, to whom everyone spoke of the cupidity of the monks, saw clearly that the abbot would incommutably maintain this order, and his soul was filled with despair. At one time he determined to burn down the monastery. At another, he proposed to lure the abbot into a place where he could torment him until he had signed a charter for Jeanette's liberation. In fact, 1,000 ideas possessed his brain, and as quickly evaporated. But after much lamentation he determined to carry off the girl, and fly with her into her a shore place from which nothing could draw him, and made his preparations accordingly, for once out of the kingdom, his friends or the king could better tackle the monks and bring them to reason. The good man counted, however, without his abbot, for going to the meadows. He found Jeanette no more there, and learned that she was confined in the abbey, and with much rigour, that to get at her it would be necessary to lay siege to the monastery. Then Master Ants passed his time in tears, complaints, and lamentations, and all the city, the townspeople, and housewives, talked of his adventure, the noise of which was so great, that the king sent for the old abbot to court, and demanded of him why he did not yield under the circumstances to the great love of the silversmith, and why he did not put into practice Christian charity. Because, Monsieur, replied the priest, all rights are knit together like the pieces of a coat of mail, and if one makes default, all fail. If this girl was taken from us against our wish, and if the custom were not observed, your subjects would soon take off your crown, and raise up in various places violence and sedition, in order to abolish the taxes and imposts that weigh upon the populace. The king's mouth was closed. Everyone was eager to know the end of this adventure. So great was the curiosity that certain lords wagered that the Turanian would desist from his love, and the ladies wagered to the contrary. The silversmith having complained to the queen that the monks had hidden his well-beloved from his sight, she found the deed detestable and horrible, and in consequence of her commands to the Lord Abbot it was permitted to the Turanian to go every day into the parlour of the abbey, where came Annette, but under the control of an old monk, and she always came attired in great splendour like a lady. The two lovers had no other licence than to see each other, and to speak to each other, without being able to snatch the smallest atom of pleasure, and always grew their love more powerful. One day Annette discoursed thus with her lover: "My dear lord, I have determined to make you a gift of my life, in order to relieve your suffering, and in this wise, in informing myself concerning everything, I have found a means to set aside the rights of the abbey, and to give you all the joy you hope for from my fruition. The ecclesiastical judge has ruled that as you become a bondsman only by accession, and because you were not born a bondsman, your servitude will cease with the cause that makes you a serf. Now, if you love me more than all else, lose your goods to purchase our happiness, and espouse me. Then when you have had your will of me, when you have hugged me and embraced me to your heart's content, before I have offspring will I voluntarily kill myself, and thus you become free again. At least you will have the king on your side, who, it is said, wishes you well. And without doubt, God will pardon me that I cause my own death, in order to deliver my lord's spouse." "My dear Annette," cried the jeweller, "it is finished. I will be a bondsman, and thou wilt live to make my happiness as long as my days. In thy company, the hardest chains will weigh but lightly, and little shall I reck the want of gold, when all my riches are in thy heart, and my only pleasure in thy sweet body. I place myself in the hands of street Eloi, will deign in this misery to look upon us with pitying eyes, and guard us from all evils. Now I shall go hence to a scrivener to have the deeds and contracts drawn up. At least, dear flower of my days, thou shalt be gorgeously attired, well housed, and served like a queen during thy lifetime, since the Lord Abbot leaves me the earnings of my profession." Annette, crying and laughing, tried to put off her good fortune and wished to die, rather than reduce to slavery a free man. But the good aunts whispered such soft words to her, and threatened so firmly to follow her to the tomb, that she agreed to the said marriage, thinking that she could always free herself after having tasted the pleasures of love. When the submission of the Turanian became known in the town, and that for his sweetheart he yielded up his wealth and his liberty, everyone wished to see him. The ladies of the court encumbered themselves with jewels, in order to speak with him, and there fell upon him as from the clouds women enough to make up for the time he had been without them, but if any of them approached Annette in beauty, none had her heart. To be brief, when the hour of slavery and love was at hand, Ansari moulded all of his gold into a royal crown, in which he fixed all his pearls and diamonds, and went secretly to the queen, and gave it to her, saying, "Madam, I know not how to dispose of my fortune, which you here behold. Tomorrow everything that is found in my house will be the property of the cursed monks, who have had no pity on me. Then deign, madam, to accept this. It is a slight return for the joy which, through you, I have experienced in seeing her I love, for no sum of money is worth one of her glances. I do not know what will become of me, but if one day my children are delivered, I rely upon your queenly generosity. "Well said, good man," cried the king. "The abbey will one day need my aid, and I will not lose the remembrance of this." There was a vast crowd at the abbey for the nuptials of Sienette, to whom the queen presented the bridal dress, and to whom the king granted a license to wear everyday golden rings in her ears. When the charming pair came from the abbey to the house of Anse, now serf, over against Streetlet, there were torches at the windows to see them pass, and a double line in the streets, as though it were a royal entry. The poor husband had made himself a collar of gold, which he wore on his left arm in token of his belonging to the Abbey of St. Germain. But in spite of his servitude, the people cried out, "Noel! Noel!" as to a new crowned king. And the good man bowed to them gracefully, happy as a lover, and joyful at the homage which every one rendered to the grace and modesty of Sienette. Then the good Turanian found green boughs and violets in crowns in his honour, and the principal inhabitants of the quarter were all there, who as a great honour played music to him, and cried to him, "You will always be a nobleman in spite of the abbey." You may be sure that the happy pair indulged an amorous conflict to their heart's content, that the good man's blows were vigorous, and that his sweetheart, like a good country maiden, was of a nature to return them. Thus they lived together a whole month, happy as the doves, who in springtime build their nest twig by twig. Sienette was delighted with the beautiful house and the customers, who came and went away astonished at her. This month of flowers past, there came one day, with great pomp, the good old Abbot Hugon, their lord and master, who entered the house, which then belonged not to the jeweller but to the chapter, and said to the two spouses, "My children, you are released, free and quit of everything, and I should tell you that from the first I was much struck with the love which united you one to the other. The rights of the abbey once recognized, I was, so far as I was concerned, determined to restore you to perfect enjoyment, after having proved your loyalty by the test of God. And this manumission will cost you nothing." Having thus said, he gave them each a little tap with his hand on the cheek, and they fell about his knees weeping tears of joy for such good reasons. The Turanian informed the people of the neighbourhood, who picked up in the street the largesse, and received the predictions of the good Abbot Hugon. Then it was with great honour, Master Anse held the reins of his mule, so far as the gate of Bussy. During the journey the jeweller, who had taken a bag of silver, threw the pieces to the poor and suffering, crying, "Largesse, largesse to God! God save and guard the abbot! Long live the good Lord Hugon!" And returning to his house he regaled his friends, and had fresh wedding festivities, which lasted a fortnight. You can imagine that the abbot was reproached by the chapter for his clemency in opening the door for such good prey to escape, so that when a year after the good man Hugon fell ill, his prior told him that it was a punishment from heaven because he had neglected the sacred interests of the chapter and of God. "If I have judged that man aright," said the abbot, "he will not forget what he owes us." In fact, this day happening by chance to be the anniversary of the marriage, a monk came to announce that the silversmith supplicated his benefactor to receive him. Soon he entered the room where the abbot was, and spread out before him two marvellous shrines, which since that time no workman has surpassed in any portion of the Christian world, and which were named vow of a steadfast love. These two treasures are, as everyone knows, placed on the principal altar of the church, and are esteemed as an inestimable work, for the silversmith had spent therein all his wealth. Nevertheless, this wealth, far from emptying his purse, filled it full to overflowing, because so rapidly increased his fame and his fortune that he was able to buy a patent of nobility and lands, and he founded the house of Anse, which has since been held in great honour in fair Touraine. This teaches us to have always recourse to God and the saints in all the undertakings of life, to be steadfast in all things, and, above all, that a great love triumphs over everything, which is an old sentence, but the author has rewritten it because it is a most pleasant one. Concerning a provost, whodid not recognize things. In the good town of Budges, at the time when that lord the king disported himself, who afterwards abandoned his search after pleasure to conquer the kingdom, and did indeed conquer it, lived there a provost, entrusted by him with the maintenance of order, and called the Provost Royal, from which came, under the glorious son of the said king, the office of provost of the hotel, in which behaved rather harshly my Lord Tristan of Mere, of whom these tales oft make mention, although he was by no means a merry fellow. I give this information to the friends who pilfer from old manuscripts to manufacture new ones, and I show thereby how learned these tales really are, without appearing to be so. Very well, then, this provost was named Picawarpa called, of which some made Picotin, Picota, and Picaree, by some Pitot or Pitout, from which comes Pitance, by others in Languedoc, Picot, from which comes nothing comes worth knowing, by these Petiot or Petiot, by those Petitot and Petinault, or Petiniord, which was the Masonic appellation, but at Budges he was called Betty, a name which was eventually adopted by the family, which has multiplied exceedingly, for everywhere you find de Petty, and so he will be called Petty in this narrative. I have given this etymology in order to throw a light on our language, and show how our citizens have finished by acquiring names. But enough of science. This said provost, who had as many names as there were provinces into which the court went, was in reality a little bit of a man, whose mother had given him so strange a hide, that when he wanted to laugh he used to stretch his cheeks like a cow making water, and this smile at court was called the provost's smile. One day the king, hearing this proverbial expression used by certain lords, said jokingly, "You are in error, gentlemen, Petty does not laugh, he's short of skin below the mouth." But with his forced laugh Petty was all the more suited to his occupation of watching and catching evildoers. In fact, he was worth what he cost. For all malice, he was a bit of a cuckold; for all vice, he went to vespers; for all wisdom, he obeyed God, when it was convenient; for all joy, he had a wife in his house; and for all change in his joy, he looked for a man to hang, and when he was asked to find one, he never failed to meet him, but when he was between the sheets, he never troubled himself about thieves. Can you find in all Christendom a more virtuous provost? No. All provosts hang too little, or too much, while this one just hanged as much as was necessary to be a provost. This good fellow had for his wife in legitimate marriage, and much to the astonishment of everyone, the prettiest little woman in Budges. So it was that often, while on his road to the execution, he would ask God the same question as several others in the town did, namely, why he, Betty, he the sheriff, he the provost royal, had to himself, Petty, provost royal and sheriff, a wife so exquisitely shapely, said dowered with charms, that a donkey seeing her pass by would bray with delight. To this God vouchsafed no reply, and doubtless had his reasons. But the slanderous tongues of the town replied for him, that the young lady was by no means a maiden when she became the wife of Petty. Others said she did not keep her affections solely for him. The wags answered, that donkeys often get into fine stables. Everyone had taunts ready which would have made a nice little collection had anyone gathered them together. From them, however, it is necessary to take nearly 4/4, seeing that Petty's wife was a virtuous woman, who had a lover for pleasure and a husband for duty. How many were there in the town as careful of their hearts and mouths? If you can point out one to me, I'll give you a kick or a halfpenny, whichever you like. You will find some who have neither husband nor lover. Certain females have a lover and no husband. Ugly women have a husband and no lover. But to meet with a woman who, having one husband and one lover, keeps to the deuce without trying for the three. There is the miracle, you see, you greenhorns, blockheads, and dolts. Now then, put the true character of this virtuous woman on the tablets of your memory, go your ways, and let me go mine. The good Madame Petty was not one of those ladies who are always on the move, running hither and thither, can't keep still a moment, but trot about, worrying, hurrying, chattering, and clattering, and had nothing in them to keep them steady, but are so light that they run after a gastric zephyr as after the quintessence. No, on the contrary, she was a good housewife, always sitting in her chair or sleeping in her bed, ready as a candlestick, waiting for her lover when her husband went out, receiving the husband when the lover had gone. This dear woman never thought of dressing herself only to annoy and make other wives jealous. Pish! She had found a better use for the merry time of youth, and put life into her joints in order to make the best use of it. Now you know the provost and his good wife. The provost's lieutenant in duties matrimonial, duties which are so heavy that it takes 2 men to execute them, was a noble lord, the landowner, who disliked the king exceedingly. You must bear this in mind, because it is one of the principal points of the story. The constable, who was a thorough Scotch gentleman, had seen by chance Betty's wife, and wished to have a little conversation with her comfortably, towards the morning, just the time to tell his beads, which was Christianly honest, or honestly Christian, in order to argue with her concerning the things of science or the science of things. Thinking herself quite learned enough, Madame Petty, who was, as has been stated, a virtuous, wise, and honest wife, refused to listen to the said constable. After certain arguments, reasonings, tricks, and messages, which were of no avail, he swore by his great black cockadoo that he would trip up the gallant although he was a man of mark. But he swore nothing about the lady. This denotes a good Frenchman, for in such a dilemma there are certain offended persons who would upset the whole business of 3 persons by killing 4. The constable wagered his big black cockadoo before the king and the lady of Sorrel, who were playing cards before supper, and his majesty was well pleased, because he would be relieved of this noble that displeased him, and that without costing him a thank you. And how will you manage the affair? Said Madame de Sorrel to him, with a smile. Oh, replied the constable. You may be sure, madam, I do not wish to lose my big black cockadoo. What was, then, this great cockadoo? Ha! This point is shrouded in darkness to a degree that would make you ruin your eyes in ancient books, but it was certainly something of great importance. Nevertheless, let us put on our spectacles, and search it out. Duel signifies in Brittany, a girl, and cock means a cook's frying pan. From this word has come into France that of coquin, a knave who eats, licks, laps, sucks, and fritters his money away, and gets into stews, is always in hot water, and eats up everything, leads an idle life, and doing this, becomes wicked, becomes poor, and that incites him to steal or beg. From this it may be concluded by the learned that the great cockadoo was a household utensil in the shape of a kettle used for cooking things. Well, continued the constable, who was the sire of Richmond, I will have the husband ordered to go into the country for a day and a night, to arrest certain peasants suspected of plotting treacherously with the English. Thereupon my 2 pigeons, believing their man absent, will be as merry as soldiers off duty, and, if a certain thing takes place, I will let loose the provost, sending him, in the king's name, to search the house where the couple will be, in order that he may slay our friend, who pretends to have this good Cordelia all to himself. What does this mean? Said the lady of Bute. Friar, an equivoc, answered the king, smiling. Come to supper, said Madame Agnes. You are bad men, who with one word insult both the citizens' wives and a holy order. Now, for a long time, Madame Petty had longed to have a night of liberty, during which she might visit the house of the said noble, where she could make as much noise as she liked, without waking the neighbours, because at the provost's house she was afraid of being overheard, and had to content herself well with the pilferings of love, little tastes, and nibbles, daring at the most only to trot, while what she desired was a smart gallop. On the morrow, therefore, the lady's maid went off about midday to the young lord's house, and told the lover, from whom she received many presents, and therefore in no way disliked him, that he might make his preparations for pleasure, and for supper, for that he might rely upon the provost's better half being with him in the evening both hungry and thirsty. "Good," said he. "Tell your mistress I will not stint her in anything she desires." The pages of the cunning constable, who were watching the house, seeing the gallant prepare for his gallantries, and set out the flagons and the meats, went and informed their master that everything had happened as he wished. Hearing this, the good constable rubbed his hands, thinking how nicely the provost would catch the bear. He instantly sent word to him, that by the king's express commands he was to return to town, in order that he might seize at the said lord's house an English nobleman, with whom he was vehemently suspected to be arranging a plot of diabolical darkness. But before he put this order into execution, he was to come to the king's hotel, in order that he might understand the courtesy to be exercised in this case. The provost, joyous at the chance of speaking to the king, used such diligence that he was in town just at that time when the two lovers were singing the first note of their evening hymn. The lord of Cuckoldom and its surrounding lands, who is a strange lord, managed things so well that Madame was only conversing with her lord lover at the time that her lord spouse was talking to the constable and the king, at which he was pleased, and so was his wife, a case of concord rare in matrimony. "I was saying to Munson," said the constable to the provost, as he entered the king's apartment, "that every man in the kingdom has a right to kill his wife and her lover if he finds them in an act of infidelity. But his majesty, who is clement, argues that he has only a right to kill the man, and not the woman. Now what would you do, Mr. Provost, if by chance you found a gentleman taking a stroll in that fair meadow of which laws, human and divine, enjoin you alone to cultivate the verdure?" "I would kill everything," said the provost. "I would scrunch the 500,000 devils of nature, flower and seed, and send them flying, the pips and apples, the grass and the meadow, the woman and the man." "You would be in the wrong," said the king. "That is contrary to the laws of the church and of the state, because you might deprive me of a subject, of the church, because you would be sending an innocent to limbo and shriven. Sire, I admire your profound wisdom, and I clearly perceive you to be the centre of all justice." "We can then only kill the knight." "Amen," said Constable. "Kill the horseman. Now go quickly to the house of the suspected lord, but without letting yourself be bamboozled. Do not forget what is due to his position." The provost, believing he would certainly be Chancellor of France if he properly acquitted himself of the task, went from the castle into the town, shook his men, arrived at the nobleman's residence, arranged his people outside, placed guards at all the doors, opened noiselessly by order of the king, climbs the stairs, asks the servants in which room their master is, puts them under arrest, goes up alone, and knocks at the door of the room where the two lovers are tilting in love's tournament, and says to them, "Open, in the name of our lord the king." The lady recognized her husband's voice, and could not repress a smile, thinking that she had not waited from the king's orders to do what she had done. But after laughter came terror. Her lover took his cloak, threw it over him, and came to the door. There, not knowing that his life was in peril, He declared that he belonged to the court and to the king's household. "Bah," said the provost. "I have a strict order from the king, and under pain of being treated as a rebel, you are bound instantly to receive me." Then the lord went out to him, still holding the door. "What do you want here?" "An enemy of our lord the king, whom we command you to deliver into our hands, otherwise you must follow me with him to the castle." This, thought the lover, is a piece of treachery on the part of the constable, whose proposition my dear mistress treated with scorn. We must get out of this scrape in some way. Then turning towards the provost, he went double or quits on the risk, reasoning thus with a cuckold. "My friend, you know that I consider you but as gallant a man as it is possible for a provost to be in the discharge of his duty. Now, can I have confidence in you? I have here with me the fairest lady of the court. As for Englishmen, I have not sufficient of one to make the breakfast of the constable, de Richmond, who sends you here. This is, to be candid with you, the result of a bet made between myself and the constable, who shares it with the king. Both have wagered that they know who is the lady of my heart, and I have wagered to the contrary. No one more than myself hates the English, who took my estates in Piccadilly. Is it not a knavish trick to put justice in motion against me? Ho, ho. My Lord Constable, a chamberlain is worth 2 of you, and I will beat you yet. My dear Petty, I give you permission to search by night and by day every nook and cranny of my house. But come in here alone, search my room, turn the bed over, do what you like. Only allow me to cover with a cloth or a handkerchief this fair lady, who is at present in the costume of an archangel, in order that you may not know to what husband she belongs." "Willingly," said the provost. "But I am an old bird, not easily caught with chaff, and would like to be sure that it is really a lady of the court, and not an Englishman, for these English have flesh as white and soft as women, and I know it well, because I've hanged so many of them." "Well then," said the lord, "seeing of what crime I am suspected, from which I am bound to free myself, I will go and ask my lady love to consent for a moment to abandon her modesty. She is too fond of me to refuse to save me from reproach. I will beg her to turn herself over and show you a physiognomy, which will in no way compromise her, and will be sufficient to enable you to recognize a noble woman, although she will be in a sense upside down." "All right," said the provost. The lady, having heard every word, had folded up all her clothes, and put them under the bolster, had taken off her chemise, that her husband should not recognize it, had twisted her head up in a sheet, and had brought to light the carnal convexities which commenced where her spine finished. "Come in, my friend," said the lord. The provost looked up the chimney, opened the cupboard, the clothes chest, felt under the bed, in the sheets, and everywhere. Then he began to study what was on the bed. "My lord," said he, regarding his legitimate appurtenances, "I have seen young English lads with backs like that. You must forgive me doing my duty, but I must see otherwise." "What do you call otherwise?" said the lord. "Well, the other physiognomy, or, if you prefer it, the physiognomy of the other." "Then you will allow madam to cover herself and arrange only to show you sufficient to convince you," said the lover, knowing that the lady had a mark or too easy to recognize. "Turn your back a moment, so that my dear lady may satisfy propriety." The wife smiled at her lover, kissed him for his dexterity, arranging herself cunningly, and the husband, seeing in full that which the jade had never let him see before, was quite convinced that no English person could be thus fashioned without being a charming Englishwoman. "Yes, my lord," he whispered in the ear of his lieutenant, "this is certainly a lady of the court, because the town's women are neither so well formed nor so charming." Then, the house being thoroughly searched, and no Englishman found, the provost returned, as the constable had told him, to the king's residence. "Is he slain?" said the constable. "Who?" "He who grafted horns upon your forehead. I only saw a lady in his couch, who seemed to be greatly enjoying herself with him. You, with your own eyes, saw this woman, cursed cuckold, and you did not kill your rival? It was not a common woman, but a lady of the court. You saw her, and verified her in both cases." "What do you mean by those words?" cried the king, who was bursting with laughter. "I say, with all the respect due to your majesty, that I have verified the over and the under. You do not, then, know the physiognomies of your own wife, you old fool without memory? You deserve to be hanged. I hold those features of my wife in too great respect to gaze upon them. Besides, she is so modest that she would die rather than expose an atom of her body." "True," said the king, "it was not made to be shown." "Old cocky-doodle, that was your wife," said the constable. "My lord constable, she is asleep, poor girl. Quick, quick, then, to horse. Let us be off, and if she be in your house, I'll forgive you." Then the constable, followed by the provost, went to the latter's house in less time than it would have taken a beggar to empty the poor box. "Hello, there, hi." Hearing the noise made by the men, which threatened to bring the walls about their ears, the maid-servant opened the door, yawning and stretching her arms. The constable and the provost rushed into the room, where, with great difficulty, they succeeded in waking the lady, who pretended to be terrified, and was so soundly asleep that her eyes were full of gum. At this the provost was in great glee, saying to the constable that someone had certainly deceived him, that his wife was a virtuous woman, and was more astonished than any of them at these proceedings. The constable turned on his heel and departed. The good provost began directly to undress to get to bed early, since this adventure had brought his good wife to his memory. When he was harnessing himself, and was knocking off his nether garments, Madam, still astonished, said to him, "Oh, my dear husband, what is the meaning of all this uproar, this constable and his pages, and why did he come to see if I was asleep? Is it to be henceforward part of a constable's duty to look after our—" "I do not know," said the provost, interrupting her, to tell her that had happened to him. "And you saw without my permission a lady of the court. Ha, 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 ha." Then she began to moan, to weep, and to cry in such a deplorable manner and so loudly, that her lord was quite aghast. "What's the matter, my darling? What is it? What do you want? Ah, you won't love me any more after seeing how beautiful court ladies are." "Nonsense, my child. They are great ladies. I don't mind telling you in confidence. They are great ladies in every respect." "Well," said she, "am I nicer?" "Are," said he, in a great measure. "Yes." "They have, then, great happiness," said she, sighing, "when I have so much with so little beauty." Thereupon the provost tried a better argument to argue with his good wife, and argued so well that she finished by allowing herself to be convinced that heaven has ordained that much pleasure may be obtained from small things. This shows us that nothing here below can prevail against the Church of Cuckolds. 529. Full page image, medium size. About the monk Commodore W.H.O. was a glorious abbot of Turpin. One day that it was drizzling with rain, a time when the ladies remain gleefully at home because they love the damp, and can have at their apron strings the men who are not disagreeable to them, the queen was in her chamber, at the castle of Amboise, against the window curtains. There, seated in her chair, she was working at a piece of tapestry to amuse herself, but was using her needle heedlessly, watching the rain fall into the Loire, and was lost in thought, where her ladies were following her example. The king was arguing with those of his court who had accompanied him from the chapel, for it was a question of returning to Dominical Vespers. His arguments, statements, and reasonings finished, he looked at the queen, saw that she was melancholy, saw that the ladies were melancholy also, and noted the fact that they were all acquainted with the mysteries of matrimony. "Did I not see the abbot of Turpin here just now?" said he. Hearing these words, there advanced towards the king the monk, who, by his constant petitions, rendered himself so obnoxious to Louis XI that monarch seriously commanded his provost royal to remove him from his sight, and it had been related in the first volume of these tales, how the monk was saved through the mistake of Sire Tristan. The monk was at this time a man whose qualities had grown rapidly, so much so that his wit had communicated a jovial hue to his face. He was a great favourite with the ladies, who crammed him with wine, confectionaries, and dainty dishes at the dinners, suppers, and merry-makings, to which they invited him, because every host likes those cheerful guests of God with nimble jaws, who say as many words as they put away titbits. This abbot was a pernicious fellow, who would relate to the ladies many a merry tale, at which they were only offended when they had heard them, since, to judge them, things must be heard. "My reverend father," said the king, "behold the twilight hour, in which ears feminine may be regaled with certain pleasant stories, for the ladies can laugh without blushing, or blush without laughing, as it suits them best. Give us a good story, a regular monk's story. I shall listen to it, faith, with pleasure, because I want to be amused, and so do the ladies." "We only submit to this, in order to please your lordship," said the queen, "because our good friend the abbot goes a little too far." "Then," replied the king, turning towards the monk, "read us some Christian admonition, Holy Father, to amuse madam." "Sire, my sight is weak, and the day is closing." "Give us a story, then, that stops at the girdle." Sire," said the monk, smiling, "the one I am thinking of stops there, but it commences at the feet." The lords present made such gallant remonstrances and supplications to the queen and her ladies, that, like the good Breton that she was, she gave the monk a gentle smile, and said, "As you will, my father, but you must answer to God for our sins." "Willingly, madam, if it be your pleasure to take mine, you will be a gainer." Everyone laughed, and so did queen. The king went and sat by his dear wife, well beloved by him, as everyone knows. The courtiers received permission to be seated. The old courtiers, of course, understood, for the young ones stood, by the ladies' permission, beside their chairs, to laugh at the same time as they did. Then the abbot of Turpin gracefully delivered himself of the following tale, the risky passages of which he gave in a low, soft, flute-like voice. About 100 years ago at the least, there occurred great quarrels in Christendom because there were two popes at Rome, each one pretending to be legitimately elected, which caused great annoyance to the monasteries, abbeys, and bishoprics, since, in order to be recognized by as many as possible, each of the two popes granted titles and rights to each adherent, the which made double owners everywhere. Under these circumstances, the monasteries and abbeys that were at war with their neighbours would not recognize both the popes, and found themselves much embarrassed by the other, who always gave the verdict to the enemies of the chapter. This wicked schism brought about considerable mischief, and proved abundantly that error is worse in Christianity than the adultery of the Church. Now at this time, when the devil was making havoc among our possessions, the most illustrious abbey of Turpin, of which I am a represent the unworthy ruler, had a heavy trial on concerning the settlements of certain rights with the redoubtable Sire Decand, an idolatrous infidel, a relapsed heretic, and most wicked lord. This devil, sent upon earth in the shape of a nobleman, was, to tell the truth, a good soldier, well received at court, and a friend of the Sire Bureau de la Riviere, who was a person to whom the king was exceedingly partial, King Charles V, of glorious memory. Beneath the shelter of the favour of this Sire de la Riviere, Lord of Conde did exactly as he pleased in the valley of the Indre, where he used to be master of everything, from Montbazon to us. You may be sure that his neighbours were terribly afraid of him, and to save their skulls let him have his way. They would, however, have preferred him under the ground to above it, and heartily wished him bad luck, but he troubled himself little about that. In the whole valley the noble abbey alone showed fight to this demon, for it has always been a doctrine of the Church to take into her lap the weak and suffering, and use every effort to protect the oppressed, especially those whose rights and privileges are menaced. For this reason this rough warrior hated monks exceedingly, especially those of Turpin, who would not allow themselves to be robbed of their rights either by force or stratagem. He was well pleased at the ecclesiastical schism, and waited the decision of our abbey, concerning which pope they should choose, to pillage them, being quite ready to recognize the one to whom the abbot of Turpin should refuse his obedience. Since his return to his castle, it was his custom to torment and annoy the priests whom he encountered upon his domains in such a manner, that a poor monk, surprised by him on his private road, which was by the water's side, perceived no other method of safety than to throw himself into the river, where, by a special miracle of the Almighty, whom the good man reverently invoked, his gown floated him on the Indre, and he made his way comfortably to the other side, which he attained in full view of the Lord of Conde, who was not ashamed to enjoy the terrors of a servant of God. Now you see of what stuff this horrid man was made. The abbot, to whom at that time the care of our glorious abbey was committed, led a most holy life, and prayed to God with devotion, that he would have saved his own soul 10 times, of such good quality was his religion, before finding a chance to save the abbey itself from the clutches of this wretch. Although he was very perplexed, and saw the evil hour at hand, he relied upon God for succor, saying that he would never allow the property of the Church to be touched, and that he who had raised up the Princess Judith from the Hebrews, and Queen Lucretia for the Romans, would keep his most illustrious abbey of Turpin, and indulged in other equally sapient remarks. But his monks, who, to our shame I confess it, were unbelievers, reproached him with his happy-go-lucky way of looking at things, and declared that, to bring the chariot of Providence to the rescue in time, all the oxen in the province would have to be yoked at, that the trumpets of Jericho were no longer made in any portion of the world, that God was disgusted with his creation, and would have nothing more to do with it. In short, 1,001 things that were doubts and contumelies against God. At this desperate juncture there rose up a monk named Amadov. This name had been given him by way of a joke, since his person offered a perfect portrait of the false god Egipan. He was like him, strong in the stomach, like him, had crooked legs, arms hairy as those of a saddler, a back made to carry a wallet, a face as red as the fizz of a drunkard, glistening eyes, a tangled beard, was hairy-faced, and so puffed out with fat and meat that you would have fancied him in an interesting condition. You may be sure that he sung his matins on the steps of the wine cellar, and said his vespers in the vineyards of Lord. He was as fond of his bed as a beggar with sores, and would go about the valley faddling, blessing the bridles, plucking the grapes, and giving them to the girls to taste, in spite of the prohibition of the abbot. In fact, he was a pilferer, a loiterer, and a bad soldier of the ecclesiastical militia, of whom nobody in the abbey took any notice, but let him do as he liked from motives of Christian charity, thinking him mad. Amador, knowing that it was a question of the ruin of the abbey, in which he was as snug as a bug in a rug, put up his bristles, took notice of this and of that, went into each of the cells, listened in the refectory, shivered in his shoes, and declared that he would attempt to save the abbey. He took cognizance of the contested points, received from the abbot permission to postpone the case, and was promised by the whole chapter the office of sub-prior if he succeeded in putting an end to the litigation. Then he set off across the country, heedless of the cruelty and ill-treatment of the Sierdekand, saying that he had that within his gown which would subdue him. He went his way with nothing but the said gown for his viaticum, but then in it was enough fat to feed a dwarf. He selected to go to the chateau, a day when it rained hard enough to fill the tubs of all the housewives, and arrived without meeting a soul, in sight of Kand, and looking like a drowned dog, stepped bravely into the courtyard, and took shelter under a sty roof to wait until the fury of the elements had calmed down, and placed himself boldly in front of the room where the owner of the chateau should be. A servant, perceiving him while laying the supper, took pity on him, and told him to make himself scarce, otherwise his master would give him a horse whipping, just to open the conversation, and asked him what made him so bold as to enter a house where monks were hated more than a red leper. "Ah," said Amador, "I am on my way to Tours, sent thither by my lord abbot. If the Lord of Kant were not so bitter against the poor servant of God, I should not be kept during such a deluge in the courtyard, but in the house. I hope that he will find mercy in his hour of need." The servant reported these words to his master, who at first wished to have the monk thrown into the big trough of the castle among the other filth. But the lady of Kant, who had great authority over her spouse, and was respected by him, because through her he expected a large inheritance, and because she was a little tyrannical, reprimanded him, saying that it was possible this monk was a Christian, that in such weather thieves would succour an officer of justice, that, besides, it was necessary to treat him well to find out to what decision the brethren of Turpin had come with regard to the schism business, and that her advice was put an end by kindness and not by force to the difficulties arisen between the abbey and the domain of Kant, because no lord since the coming of Christ had ever been stronger than the church, and that sooner or later the abbey would ruin the castle. Finally, she gave utterance to 1,000 wise arguments, such as ladies use in the height of the storms of life, when they have had about enough of them. Amador's face was so piteous, his appearance so wretched, and so open to banter, that the lord, saddened by the weather, conceived the idea of enjoying a joke at his expense, tormenting him, playing tricks on him, and of giving him a lively recollection of his reception at the chateau. Then this gentleman, who had secret relations with his wife's maid, sent this girl, who was called Perrot, to put an end to his ill will towards the luckless Amador. As soon as the plot had been arranged between them, the wench, who hated monks, in order to please her master, went to the monk, who was standing under the pigsty, assuming a courteous demeanour in order the better to please him, said, "Holy Father, the master of the house is ashamed to see a servant of God out in the rain when there is room for him indoors, a good fire in the chimney, and a table spread. I invite you, in his name and that of the lady of the house, to step in. I thank the lady and lord, not for their hospitality, which is a Christian thing, but for having sent as an ambassador to me, a poor sinner, an angel of such delicate beauty that I fancy I see the Virgin over our altar." Saying which, Amador raised his nose in the air, and saluted with the 2 flakes of fire that sparkled in his bright eyes the pretty maid servant, who thought him neither so ugly nor so foul, nor so bestial, when, following Perrot up the steps, Amador received on the nose, cheeks, and other portions of his face a slash of the whip, which made him see all the lights of the Magnificat. So well was the dose administered by the Sierdekand, who, busy chastening his greyhounds, pretended not see the monk. he requested Amador to pardon him this accident, and ran after the dogs who had caused the mischief to his guest. The laughing servant, who knew what was coming, had dexterously kept out of the way. Noticing this business, Amador suspected the relations of Perrot and the Chevalier, concerning whom it is possible that the lasses of the valley had already whispered something into his ear. Of the people who were then in the room, not one made room for the man of God, who remained right in the draught between the door and the window, where he stood freezing him till the moment when the Sire Decand, his wife, and his aged sister, Mademoiselle Decand, who had the charge of the young heiress of the house, aged about 16 years, came and sat in their chairs at the head of the table, far from the common people, according to the old custom usual among the lords of the period, much to their discredit. The Sire Decand, paying no attention to the monk, let him sit at the extreme end of the table, in a corner, where two mischievous lads has orders to squeeze and elbow him. Indeed, these fellows were at his feet, his body, and his arms like real torturers, poured white wine into his goblet for water, in order to fuddle him, and the better to amuse themselves with him, but they made him drink 7 large jugfuls without making belch, break wind, sweat or snort, which horrified them exceedingly, especially as his eye remained as clear as crystal. Encouraged, however, by a glance from their lord, they still kept throwing, while bowing to him, gravy into his beard, and wiping it dry in a manner to tear every hair of it out. The valet who served a caudle baptized his head with it, and took care to let the burning liquor trickle down poor Amador's backbone. All this agony he endured with meekness, because the Spirit of God was in him, and also the hope of finishing the litigation by holding out in the castle. Nevertheless, the mischievous lot burst out into such roars of laughter at the warm baptism given by the cook's lad to the soaked monk, even the butler making jokes at his expense, that the Lady of Cond was compelled to notice what was going on at the end of the table. Then she perceived Amador, who had a look of sublime resignation upon his face, and was endeavouring to get something out of the big beef bones that had been put upon his pewter platter. At this moment the poor monk, who had administered a dexterous blow of the knife to a big ugly bone, took it into his hairy hands, snapped it in two, sucked the warm marrow out of it, and found it good. Truly, said she to herself, God has put great strength into this monk. At the same time she seriously forbade the pages, servants, and others to torment the poor man, to whom out of mockery they had just given some rotten apples and maggoty nuts. He, perceiving that the old lady and her charge, the lady and the servants had seen him manoeuvring the bone, pushed back his sleeve, showed the powerful muscles of his arm, placed nuts near his wrist on the bifurcation of the veins, and crushed them one by pressing them with the palm of his hand so vigorously that they appeared like ripe medlars. He also crunched them between his teeth, white as the teeth of a dog, husk, shell, fruit, and all, of which he made in a second a mash which he swallowed like honey. He crushed them between 2 fingers, which he used like scissors to cut them in two without a moment's hesitation. You may be sure that the women were silent, that the men believed the devil to be in the monk, and had it not been for his wife and the darkness of the night, the Sire Decand, having the fear of God before his eyes, would have kicked him out of the house. Everyone declared that the monk was a man capable of throwing the castle into the moat. Therefore, as soon as everyone had wiped his mouth, my lord took care to imprison this devil, whose strength was terrible to behold, and had him conducted to a wretched little closet where Perrot had arranged her machine in order to annoy him during the night. The tomcats of the neighbourhood had been requested to come and confess to him, invited to tell him their sins in embryo towards the tabbies who attracted their affections, and also the little pigs for whom fine lumps of tripe had been placed under the bed in order to prevent them becoming monks, of which they were very desirous. by disgusting them with the style of libera, which the monk would sing to them. At every movement of poor Amador, who would find short horsehair in the sheets, he would bring down cold water on to the bed, and 1,000 other tricks were arranged, such are usually practiced in castles. Everyone went to bed in expectation of the nocturnal revels of the monk, certain that they would not be disappointed, since he had been lodged under the tiles at the top of a little tower, the guard of the door of which was committed to dogs who howled for a bit of him. In order to ascertain what language the conversations with the cats and pigs would be carried on, the sire came to stay with his dear Perrot, who slept in the next room. As soon as he found himself thus treated, Amador drew from his bag a knife, and dexterously extricated himself. Then he began to listen in order to find out the ways of the place, and heard the master of the house laughing with his maid-servant. Suspecting their manoeuvres, he waited till the moment when the lady of the house should be alone in bed, and made his way into her room with bare feet, in order that his sandals should not be in his secrets. He appeared to her by the light of the lamp, in the manner in which monks generally appear during the night, that is, in a marvellous state, which the laity find it difficult long to sustain, and the thing is an effect of the frock, which magnifies everything. Then, having let her see that he was all a monk, he made the following little speech. "Know, madam, that I am sent by Jesus and the Virgin Mary to warn you to put an end to the improper perversities which are taking place, to the injury of your virtue, which is treacherously deprived of your husband's best attention, which he lavishes upon your maid. What is the use of being a lady if the seigneurial dues are received elsewhere? According to this, your servant is the lady and you are the servant, and not all the joys bestowed upon her due to you. You will find them all amassed in our holy church, which is the consolation of the afflicted. Behold in me the messenger, ready to pay these debts if you do not renounce them." Saying this, the good monk gently loosened his girdle in which he was incommoded, so much did he appear affected by the sight of those beauties which the Sire counterstained. "If you speak truly, my father, I will submit to your guidance," said she, springing lightly out of bed. "You are, for sure, a messenger of God, because you have been in a single day that which I had not noticed here for a long time." Then she went, accompanied by Amador, whose holy robe she did not fail to run her hand over, and was so struck when she found it real, that she hoped to find her husband guilty, and indeed she heard him talking about the monk in her servant's bed. Perceiving this felony, she went into a furious rage and opened her mouth to resolve it into words, which is the usual method of women, and wished to kick up the devil's delight before handing the girl over to justice. But Amador told her that it would be more sensible to avenge herself first, and cry out afterwards. "Avenge me quickly, then, my father," said she, "that I may begin to cry out." Thereupon the monk avenged her most monastically with a good and ample vengeance, that she indulged in as a drunkard who puts his lips to the bunghole of a barrel. For when a lady avenges herself, she should get drunk with vengeance, or not taste it at all. And the chatelaine was revenged to that degree that she could not move, since nothing agitates, takes away the breath, and exhausts, like anger and vengeance. But although she were revenged, and doubly and trebly avenged, yet would she not forgive, in order that she might reserve the right of avenging herself with a monk, now here, now there. Perceiving this love for vengeance, Amador promised to aid her in it as long as her ire lasted, for he informed her that he knew in his quality of a monk, constrained to meditate long on the nature of things, an infinite number of modes, methods, and manners of practicing revenge. Then he pointed out to her canonically what a Christian thing it is to revenge oneself, because all through the Holy Scriptures God declares himself, above all things, to be a God of vengeance, and moreover, demonstrates to us, by his establishment in the infernal regions, how royally divine a thing vengeance is, since his vengeance is eternal. From which it followed, that women with monks sought to revenge themselves, under pain of not being Christians and faithful servants of celestial doctrines. This dogma pleased the lady much, and she confessed that she had never understood the commandments of the Church, and invited her well-beloved monk to enlighten her thoroughly concerning them. Then the châtelaine, whose vital spirits had been excited by the vengeance which had refreshed them, went into the room where the jade was amusing herself, and by chance found her with her hand where she, the châtelaine, often had her eye, like the merchants have on their most precious articles, in order to see that they were not stolen. They were, according to President Lycett, when he was in a merry mood, a couple taken in flagrant delectation, and looked dumbfounded, sheepish and foolish. The sight that met her eyes displeased the lady beyond the power of words to express, as it appeared by her discourse, of which the roughness was similar to that of the water of a big pond when the sluice gates were opened. It was a sermon in 3 heads, accompanied with music of a high gamut, varied in tones, with many sharps among the keys. Out upon virtue. My lord, I've had my share of it. You have shown me that religion in conjugal faith is an abuse. This is then the reason that I have no son. How many children have you consigned to this common oven, this poor box, this bottomless purse, this leper's porringer, the true cemetery of the house of Cand? I will know if I am childless from a constitutional defect, or through your fault. I will have handsome cavaliers, in order that I may have an heir. You can get the bastards, I the legitimate children. My dear, said the bewildered lord, don't shout so. But, replied the lady, I will shout, and shout to make myself heard by the archbishop, heard by the legate, by the king, by my brothers, who will avenge this infamy for me. Do not dishonor your husband. This is dishonor then? You are right, but, my lord, it is not brought about by you, but by this hussy, whom I will have sewn up in a sack, and thrown into the Indra. Thus your dishonor will be washed away. Hi! There, she called out. Silence, madam, said the sire, as shamefaced as a blind man's dog, because this great warrior, so ready to kill others, was like a child in the hands of his wife, a state of affairs to which soldiers are accustomed, because in them lies the strength and is found all the dull carnality of matter, while, on the contrary, in woman is a subtle spirit and a scintillation of perfumed flame that lights up paradise and dazzles the male. This is the reason that certain women govern their husbands, because mind is the master of matter. At this the ladies began to laugh, as did also the king. I will not be silent, said the lady of Cand, said the abbot, continuing his tale. I have been too grossly outraged. This, then, is the reward of the wealth that I brought you, and of my virtuous conduct. Did I ever refuse to obey you even during Lent, and on fast days? Am I so cold as to freeze the sun? Do you think that I embrace by force, from duty, or pure kindness of heart? Am I too hallowed for you to touch? Am I a holy shrine? Was there need of a papal brief to kiss me? God's truth. Have you had so much of me that you are tired? Am I not to your taste? Do charming wenches know more than laddies? Ha! Perhaps it is so, since she has let you work in the field without sewing. Teach me the business. I will practice it with those whom I take into my service, for it is settled that I am free. That is, and we should be. Your society was wearisome, and the little pleasure I derived from it cost me too dear. Thank God. I am quit of you and your whims, because I intend to retire to a monastery. She meant to say a convent, but this avenging monk had perverted her tongue. And I shall be more comfortable in this monastery with my daughter than in this place of abominable wickedness. You can inherit from your wench. Ha, Ha! The fine lady of Kent. Look at her. What is the matter? Said Amador, appearing suddenly upon the scene. The matter is, my father, replied she, that my wrongs cry aloud for vengeance. To begin with, I shall have this Drollop thrown into the river, sewn up in a sack, for having diverted the seed of the house of Kent from its proper channel. It will be saving the hangman a job. For the rest I will. Abandon your anger, my daughter, said the monk. It is commanded us by the church to forgive those who trespass against us, if we would find favor in the sight of heaven, because you pardon those who also pardon others. God avenges himself eternally on those who have avenged themselves, but keeps in his paradise those who have pardoned. From that comes the Jubilee, which is a day of great rejoicing, because all debts and offences are forgiven. Thus it is a source of happiness to pardon. 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 To pardon is a most holy work. Pardon Monseigneur, who will bless you for your gracious clemency, and will henceforth love you much. This forgiveness will restore to you the flower of youth, and believe, my dear sweet young lady, that forgiveness is in certain cases the best means of vengeance. Pardon your maidservant, who will pray heaven for you. Thus God, supplicated by all, will have you in his keeping, and will bless you with male lineage for this pardon. Thus saying, the monk took the hand of the sire, placed it in that of the lady, and added, Go and talk over the pardon. And then he whispered into the husband's ears this sage advice. My lord, use your best argument, and you will silence her with it, because a woman's mouth is only full of words when she is empty elsewhere. Argue continually, and thus you will always have the upper hand of your wife. By the body of the Jupiter, there's good in this monk after all, said the seigneur, as he went out. As soon as Amador found himself alone with Perrot, he spoke to her as follows. You are to blame, my dear, for having wished to torment a poor servant of God. Therefore are you now the object of celestial wrath, which will fall upon you. To whatever place you fly it will always follow you, will seize upon you in every limb, even after your death, and will cook you like a pasty in the oven of hell, where you will simmer eternally, and every day you will receive 700,000 million lashes of the whip, for the one I received through you. Ah, Holy Father, said the wench, casting herself at the monk's feet, you alone can save me, for in your gown I should be sheltered from the anger of God. Saying this, she raised the rope to place herself beneath it, and exclaimed, By my faith, monks are better than knights. By the sulphur of the devil, you are not acquainted with the monks? No, said Perrot. And you don't know the service that monks sing without saying a word? No. Thereupon the monk went through this said service for her, as it is sung on great feast days, with all the grand effects used in monasteries, the psalms well chanted in F major, the flaming tapers, and the choristers, and explained to her the introit, and also the ite missa est, and departed, leaving her so sanctified that the wrath of heaven would have great difficulty in discovering any portion of the girl that was not thoroughly monasticated. By his orders, Perrot conducted him to Mademoiselle Decand, the Lord's sister, to whom he went in order to learn if it was her desire to confess to him, because monks came so rarely to the castle. The lady was delighted, as would any good Christian have been, at such a chance of clearing out her conscience. Amador requested her to show him her conscience, and she having allowed him to see that which he considered the conscience of old maids, he found it in a bad state, and told her that the sins of women were accomplished there, that to be for the future without sin it was necessary to have the conscience corked up by a monk's indulgence. The poor ignorant lady having replied that she did not know where these indulgences were to be had, the monk informed her that he had a relic with him which enabled him to grant one, that nothing was more indulgent than this relic, because without saying a word it produced infinite pleasures, which is the true, eternal and primary character of an indulgence. The poor lady was so pleased with this relic, the virtue of which she tried in various ways, that her brain became muddled, and she had so much faith in it that she indulged as devoutly in indulgences as the Lady of Kant had indulged in vengeances. This business of confession woke up the younger Demoiselle de Kant, who came to watch the proceedings. You may imagine that the monk had hoped for this occurrence, since his mouth had watered at the sight of this fair blossom, whom he also confessed, because the elder lady could not hinder him from bestowing upon the younger one, who wished it, what remained of the indulgences. But, remember, this pleasure was due to him for the trouble he had taken. The morning having dawned, the pigs having eaten their tripe, and the cats having become disenchanted with love, and having watered all the places rubbed with herbs, Amador went to rest himself in his bed, which Perrot had put straight again. Every one slept, thanks to the monk, so long, that no one in the castle was up before noon, which was the dinner hour. The servants all believed the monk to be a devil who had carried off the cats, the pigs, and also their masters. In spite of these ideas, however, every one was in the room at mealtime. "Come, my father," said the chatelaine, giving her arm to the monk, whom she put at her side in the baron's chair, to the great astonishment of the attendants, because the sire of Cannes said not a word. "Page, give some of this to Father Amador," said Madame. "Father Amador has need of so and so," said the Demoiselle de Kant. "Fill up Father Amador's goblet," said the sire. "Father Amador has no bread," said the little lady. "What do you require, Father Amador?" said Perrot. It was Father Amador here, and Father Amador there. He was regaled like a little maiden on her wedding night. "Eat, father," said Madame, "you made such a bad meal yesterday." "Drink, father," said the sire. "You are, Splud, the finest monk I have ever set eyes on." "Father Amador is a handsome monk," said Perrot. "An indulgent monk," said the demoiselle. "A beneficent monk," said the little one. "A great monk," said the lady. "A monk who well deserves his name," said the clerk of the castle. Amador munched and chewed, tried all the dishes, lapped up the hypocras, licked his choppers, sneezed, blew himself out, strutted and stamped about like a bull in a field. The others regarded him with great fear, believing him to be a magician. Dinner over, the Lady of Kant, the demoiselle, and the little one besought the sire of Kant with 1,000 fine arguments to terminate the litigation. A great deal was said to him by Madame, who pointed out to him how useful a monk was in a castle, by Mademoiselle, who wished for the future to polish up her conscience every day, by the little one, who pulled her father's beard, and asked that this monk might always be at Kant. If ever the difference were arranged, it would be by the monk. The monk was of a good understanding, gentle and virtuous as a saint. It was a misfortune to be at enmity with a monastery containing such monks. If all the monks were like him, the abbey would always have everywhere the advantage of the castle, and would ruin it, because this monk was very strong. Finally, they gave utterance to 1,000 reasons, which were like a deluge of words, and were so pluvially showered down that the sire yielded, saying that there would never be a moment's peace in the house until matters were settled to the satisfaction of the women. Then he sent for the clerk, who wrote down for him, and also for the monk. Then Amador surprised them exceedingly by showing them the charters and the letters of credit, which would prevent the sire and his clerk delaying this agreement. When the Lady of Kant saw them about to put an end to this old case, she went to the linen chest to get some fine cloth to make a new gown for her dear Amador. Every one in the house had noticed how this old gown was worn, and it would have been a great shame to leave such a treasure in such a worn-out case. Everyone was eager to work at the gown. Madame cut it, the servant put the hood on, the demoiselle sewed it, and the little demoiselle worked at the sleeves. And all set so heartily to work to adorn the monk, that the robe was ready by supper time, as was also the charter of agreement prepared and sealed by the Sire de Conde. "Ah, my father," said the laddie, "if you love us, you will refresh yourself after your merry labour by washing yourself in a bath that I have had heated by Perrot." Amador was then bathed in scented water. When he came out he found a new robe of fine linen and lovely sandals ready for him, which made him appear the most glorious monk in the world. Meanwhile the monks of Turpin, fearing for Amador, had ordered 2 of their number to spy about the castle. These spies came round by the moat, just as Perrot threw Amador's greasy old gown, with other rubbish, into it. Seeing which, they thought that it was all over with the poor madman. They therefore returned, and announced that it was certain Amador had suffered martyrdom in the service of the abbey. Hearing which the abbot ordered them to assemble in the chapel and pray to God, in order to assist this devoted servant in his torments. The monk, having supped, put his charter into his girdle, and wished to return to Turpin. Then he found at the foot of the steps Madame's mare, bridled and saddled, and held ready for him by a groom. The Lord had ordered his men-at-arms to accompany the good monk, so that no accident might befall him. Seeing which, Amador pardoned the tricks of the night before, and bestowed his benediction upon every one before taking his departure from this converted place. Madame followed him with her eyes, and proclaimed him a splendid rider. Perrot declared that for a monk he held himself more upright in the saddle than any of the men-at-arms. Mademoiselle de Conde sighed. The little one wished to have him for her confessor. "He has sanctified the castle," said they, when they were in the room again. When Amador and his suite came to the gates of the abbey, a scene of terror ensued, since the guardian thought that the Sire de Conde had had his appetite for monks whetted by the blood of poor Amador, and wished to sack the abbey. But Amador shouted with his fine bass voice, and was recognized and admitted into the courtyard, and when he dismounted from Madame's mare there was enough uproar to make the monks as wild as April moons. They gave vent to shouts of joy in the refectory, and all came to congratulate Amador, who waved the charter over his head. The men-at-arms were regaled with the best wine in the cellars, which was a present made to the monks of Turpin by those of Malmesbury, to whom belonged the lands of Over. The good abbot, having had the document of the Sire de Conde read, went about saying, "On these divine occasions there always appears the finger of God, to whom we should render thanks." As the good abbot kept on at the finger of God, when thanking Amador, the monk, annoyed to see the instrument of their delivery thus diminished, said to him, "Well, say that it is the arm, my father," and dropped the subject. The termination of the trial between the Sire de Conde and the Abbey of Turpin was followed by a blessing which rendered him devoted to the church, because 9 months after he had a son. 2 years afterwards Amador was chosen as abbot by the monks, who reckoned upon a merry government with a madcap. But Amador, become an abbot, became steady and austere, because he had conquered his evil desires by his labours, and recast his nature of the female forge, in which is that fire which is the most perfecting, persevering, persistent, perdurable, permanent, perennial, and permeating fire that there ever was in the world. It is a fire to ruin everything, and it ruined so well the evil that was in Amador, that it left only that which it could not eat, that is, his wit, which was as clear as a diamond, which is, as everyone knows, a residue of the great fire by which our globe was formerly carbonized. Amador was then the instrument chosen by Providence to reform our illustrious abbey, since he put everything right there, watched night and day over his monks, made them all rise at the hours appointed for prayers, counted them in chapel as a shepherd counts his sheep, kept them well in hand, and punished their faults severely, that he made them most virtuous brethren. This teaches us to look upon womankind more as the instruments of our salvation than of our pleasure. Besides which, this narrative teaches us that we should never attempt to struggle with the churchmen. The king and the queen had found this tale in the best taste. The courtiers confessed that they had never heard a better, and the ladies would all willingly have been the heroines of it. Bertha the Penitent. How Bertha remained a maiden in the married state. About the time of the first flight of the Dauphin, which threw our good sire, Charles the Victorious, into a state of great dejection, there happened a great misfortune to a noble house of Turin, since extinct in every branch, and it is owing to this fact that this most deplorable history may now be safely brought to light. To aid him in this work, the author calls to his assistance the holy confessors, martyrs, and other celestial dominations, who, by the commandments of God, were the promoters of good in this affair. From some defect in his character, the Sire Imbert de Bastenay, one of the most landed lords in our land of Turin, had no confidence in the mind of the female of man, whom he considered much too animated, on account of her numerous vagaries, and it may be he was right. In consequence of this idea he reached his old age without a companion, which was certainly not to his advantage. Always leading a solitary life, this said man had no idea of making himself agreeable to others, having only been mixed up with wars and the orgies of bachelors, with whom he did not put himself out of the way. Thus he remained stale in his garments, sweaty in his accoutrements, with dirty hands and an apish face. In short, he looked the ugliest man in Christendom, as far as regards his person only, though, since so far as his heart, his head, and other secret places were concerned, he had properties which rendered him most praiseworthy. An angel, pray believe this, would have walked a long way without meeting an old warrior firmer at his post, a lord with more spotless scutcheon, of shorter speech, and more perfect loyalty. Certain people have stated, they have heard that he gave sound advice, and was a good and profitable man to consult. Was it not a strange freak on the part of God, who plays sometimes jokes on us, to have granted so many perfections to a man so badly apparelled? When he was 60 in appearance, although only 50 in years, he determined to take unto himself a wife, in order to obtain lineage. Then, while foraging about for a place where he might be able to find a lady to his liking, he heard much vaunted the great merits and perfections of a daughter of the illustrious house of Rowan, which at that time had some property in the province. The young lady in question was called Bertha, that being her pet name. Imbert, having been to see her at the castle of Montbazon, was, in consequence of the prettiness and innocent virtue of the said Bertha de Rowan, seized with so great a desire to possess her, that he determined to make her his wife, believing that never could a girl of such lofty descent fail in her duty. This marriage was soon celebrated, because the Sire de Rowan had 7 daughters, and hardly knew how to provide for them all, at a time when people were just recovering from the late wars, and patching up their unsettled affairs. Now the good man Bastenay happily found Bertha really a maiden, which fact bore witness to her proper bringing up and perfect maternal correction. So immediately the night arrived when it should be lawful for him to embrace her, he got her with the child so roughly that he had proof of the result 2 months after marriage, which rendered the Sire Imbert joyful to a degree. In order that we may here finish with this portion of the story, let us at once state that from this legitimate grain was born the Sire de Bastenay, who was Duke by the grace of Louis XI, his Chamberlain, and more than that, his ambassador in the countries of Europe, and well beloved of this most redoubtable lord, to whom he was never faithless. His loyalty was an heritage from his father, who from his early youth was much attached to the Dauphin, whose fortunes he followed, even in the rebellions, since he was a man to put Christ on the cross again if it had been required by him to do so, which is the flower of friendship rarely to be found encompassing princes and great people. At first, the fair lady of Bastonnais comported herself so loyally that her society caused those thick vapours and black clouds to vanish, which obscured the mind of this great man, the brightness of the feminine glory. Now, according to the custom of unbelievers, he passed from suspicion to confidence so thoroughly that he yielded up the government of his house to the said Bertha, made her mistress of his deeds and actions, queen of his honour, guardian of his grey hairs, and would have slaughtered without a contest anyone who had said an evil word concerning this mirror of virtue, on whom no breath had fallen save the breath issued from his conjugal and marital lips, cold and withered as they were. To speak truly on all points, it should be explained that to this virtuous behaviour considerably aided the little boy, who during 6 years occupied day and night the attention of his pretty mother, who first nourished him with her milk, and made of him a lover's lieutenant, yielding to him her sweet breasts, which he gnawed at, hungry, as often as he would, and was, like a lover, always there. This good mother knew no other pleasures than those of his rosy lips, had no other caresses than those of his tiny little hands, which ran about her like the feet of playful mice, read no other book than that in his clear baby eyes, in which the blue sky was reflected, and listened to no other music than his cries, which sounded in her ears as angels' whispers. You may be sure that she was always fondling him, had a desire to kiss him at dawn of day, kissed him in the evening, would rise in the night to eat him up with kisses, made herself a child as he was a child, educated him in the perfect religion of maternity, finally, behaved as the best and happiest mother that ever lived, without disparagement to Our Lady the Virgin, who could have had little trouble in bringing up our Saviour, since he was God. This employment and the little taste which Bertha had for the blisses of matrimony much delighted the old man, since he would have been unable to return the affection of a too amorous wife, and desired to practice economy, to have the wherewithal for a second child. After 6 years had passed away, the mother was compelled to give her son into the hands of the grooms and other persons to whom Messire de Bastonnais committed the task to mould him properly, in order that his heir should have an heritage of the virtues, qualities and courage of the house, as well as the domains and the name. Then did Bertha shed many tears, her happiness being gone. For the great heart of this mother it was nothing to have this well-beloved son after others, and during only certain short fleeting hours. Therefore she became sad and melancholy. Noticing her grief, the good man wished to bestow upon her another child and could not, and the poor lady was displeased thereat, because she declared that the making of a child wearied her much and cost her dear. And this is true, or no doctrine is true, and you must burn the Gospels as a pack of stories if you have not faith in this innocent remark. This, nevertheless, to certain ladies, I did not mention men, since they have a smattering of the science, will still seem an untruth. The writer has taken care here to give the mute reasons for this strange antipathy, I mean the distastes of Bertha, because I love the ladies above all things, knowing that for want of the pleasure of love, my face would grow old and my heart torment me. Did you ever meet a scribe so complacent and so fond of the ladies as I am? No, of course not. Therefore, do I love them devotedly, but not so often as I could wish, since I have oftener in my hands my goose quill than I have the barbs with which one tickles their lips to make them laugh and be merry in all innocence. I understand them, and in this way. The good man Bastonnais was not a smart young fellow of an amorous nature, and acquainted with the pranks of the thing. He did not trouble himself much about the fashion in which he killed a soldier so long as he killed him, that he would have killed him in all ways without saying a word in battle, is, of course, understood. The perfect heedlessness in the matter of death was in accordance with the nonchalance in the matter of life, the birth and manner of begetting a child, and the ceremonies thereto appertaining. The good sire was ignorant of the many litigious, dilatory, interlocutory and proprietary exploits, and the little humourings of the little faggots placed in the oven to heat it, of the sweet perfumed branches gathered little by little in the forests of love, fondlings, coddlings, huggings, nursing, the bites at the cherry, the cat-licking, and other little tricks and traffic of love which ruffians know, which lovers preserve, and which the ladies love better than their salvation, because there is more of the cat than the woman in them. This shines forth in perfect evidence in their feminine ways. If you think it worthwhile watching them, examine them attentively while they eat. Not one of them, I am speaking of women, noble and well educated, puts her knife in the eatables and thrusts it into her mouth, as do brutally the males. No, they turn over their food, pick the pieces that please them as they would grey peas in a dovecote. They suck the sauces by mouthfuls, play with their knife and spoon as if they are only yet in consequence of a judge's order. So much do they dislike to go straight to the point, and make free use of variations, finesse, and little tricks in everything, which is the especial attribute of these creatures, and the reason that the sons of Adam delight in them, since they do everything differently to themselves, and they do well. You think so too. Good. I love you. Now then, Imbert de Bastonnais, an old soldier, ignorant of the tricks of love, entered into the sweet garden of Venus as he would into a place taken by assault, without giving any heed to the cries of the poor inhabitants in tears, and placed the child as he would an arrow in the dark. Although the gentle Bertha was not used to such treatment, poor child, she was but 15, she believed in her virgin faith that the happiness of becoming a mother demanded this terrible, dreadful bruising and nasty business. So during his painful task she would pray to God to assist her, and recite aves to Our Lady, esteeming her lucky in only having the Holy Ghost to endure. By this means, never having experienced anything but pain in marriage, she never troubled her husband to go through the ceremony again. Now seeing that the old fellow was scarcely equal to it, as has been before stated, she lived in perfect solitude, like a nun. She hated the society of men, and never suspected that the author of the world had put so much joy in that from which she had only received infinite misery. But she loved all the more her little one, who had cost her so much before he was born. Do not be astonished, therefore, that she held aloof from that gallant tourney in which it is the mare who governs her cavalier, guides him, fatigues him, and abuses him, if he stumbles. This is the true history of certain unhappy unions, according to the statement of the old men and women, and the certain reason of the follies committed by certain women, who too late perceive, I know not how, that they have been deceived, and attempt to crowd into a day more time than it will hold, to have their proper share of life. That is philosophical, my friends. Therefore study well this page, in order that you may wisely look to the proper government of your wives, your sweethearts, and all females generally, and particularly those who by chance may be under your care, from which God preserve you. Thus, a virgin indeed, although a mother, Bertha was in her 21st year a castle flower, the glory of her good man, and the honour of the province. The said Bastonnais took great pleasure in beholding this child come, go, and frisk about like a willow switch, as lively as an eel, as innocent as her little one, and still most sensible and of sound understanding, so much so that he never undertook any project without consulting her about it, seeing that if the minds of these angels have not been disturbed in their purity, they give a sound answer to everything one asks of them. At this time Bertha lived near the town of Loches, in the castle of her lord, and there resided, with no desire to do anything but look after her household duties, after the old custom of the good housewives, from which the ladies of France were led away when Queen Catherine and the Italians came with their balls and merry-makings. To these practices Francis I and his successors, whose easy ways did as much harm to the state of France as the goings-on of the Protestants lent their aid. This, however, has nothing to do with my story. About this time the Lord and Lady of Bastonnais were invited by the king to come to his town of Loches, where for the present he was with his court, in which the beauty of the Lady of Bastonnais had made a great noise. Bertha came to Loches, received many kind praises from the king, was the centre of the homage of all the young nobles, who feasted their eyes on this apple of love, and of the old ones, who warmed themselves at this sun. But you may be sure that all of them, old and young, would have suffered death 1,000 times over to have at their service this instrument of joy, which dazzled their eyes and muddled their brains. Bertha was more talked about in Loches than either God or the Gospels, which enraged a great many ladies who were not so bountifully endowed with charms, and would have given all that was left of their honour to have sent back to her castle this fair gatherer of smiles. A young lady, having early perceived that one of her lovers was smitten with Bertha, took such a hatred to her that from it arose all the misfortunes of the Lady of Bastonnais, but also from the same source came her happiness, and her discovery of the gentle land of love, of which she was ignorant. This wicked lady had relation who had confessed to her, directly he saw Bertha, that to be her lover he would be willing to die after a month's happiness with her. Bear in mind that this cousin was as handsome as a girl is beautiful, had no hair on his chin, would have gained his enemies' forgiveness by asking for it, so melodious was his young voice, and was scarcely 20 years of age. "Dear cousin," said she to him, "leave the room, and go to your house. I will endeavour to give you this joy. But do not let yourself be seen by her, nor by that old baboon face by an error of nature on a Christian's body, and to whom belongs this beauteous fay." The young gentleman out of the way, the lady came rubbing her treacherous nose against Bertha's, and called her my friend, my treasure, my star of beauty, trying every way to be agreeable to her, to make her vengeance more certain on the poor child who, all unwittingly, had caused her lover's heart to be faithless, which, for women ambitious in love, is the worst of infidelities. After a little conversation, the plotting lady suspected that poor Bertha was a maiden in matters of love, when she saw her eyes full of limpid water, no marks on the temples, no little black speck on the point of her little nose, white as snow, where usually the marks of the amusement are visible, no wrinkle on her brow, in short, no habit of pleasure apparent on her face, clear as the face of an innocent maiden. Then this traitress put certain women's questions to her, and was perfectly assured by the replies of Bertha, that if she had had the profit of being a mother, the pleasures of love had been denied to her. At this she rejoiced greatly on her cousin's behalf, like the good woman she was. Then she told her that in the town of Loches there lived a young and noble laddie of the family of a Rowan, who at that time had need of the assistance of a lady of position to be reconciled with Sire Louis de Rowan, that if she had as much goodness as God had given her beauty, she would take her with her to the castle, ascertain for herself the sanctity of her life, and bring about a reconciliation with the Sire de Rowan, who refused to receive her. To this Bertha consented without hesitation, because the misfortunes of this girl were known to her, but not the poor young lady herself, whose name was Sylvia, and whom she had believed to be in a foreign land. It is here necessary to state why the king had given this invitation to the Sire de Bastonnais. He had a suspicion of the first flight of his son the Dauphin into Burgundy, and wished to deprive him of so good a counsellor as was the said Bastonnais. But the veteran, faithful to young Louis, had already, without saying a word, made up his mind. Therefore he took Bertha back to his castle, But before they set out she told him she had taken a companion and introduced her to him. It was the young lord, disguised as a girl, with the assistance of his cousin, who was jealous of Bertha, and annoyed at her virtue. Imbat drew back a little when he learned that it was Sylvia de Rowan, but was also much affected at the kindness of Bertha, whom he thanked for her attempt to bring the little wandering lamb back to the fold. He made much of his wife, when his last night at home came, left men-at-arms about his castle, and then set out with the Dauphin for Burgundy, having a cruel enemy in his bosom without suspecting it. The face of the young lad was unknown to him, because he was a young page come to see the king's court, and who had been brought up by the Cardinal de Noailles, in whose service he was a knight bachelor. The old lord, believing that he was a girl, thought him very modest and timid, because the lad, doubting the language of his eyes, kept them always cast down, and when Bertha kissed him on the mouth, he trembled lest his petticoat might be indiscreet, and would walk away to the window, so fearful was he of being recognized as a man by Bastonnais, and killed before he had made love to the lady. Therefore he was as joyful as any lover would have been in his place, when the portcullis was lowered, and the old lord galloped away across the country. He had been in such suspense that he made a vow to build a pillar at his own expense in the cathedral at Tours, because he had escaped the danger of his mad scheme. He gave, indeed, 50 gold marks to pay God for his delight. But by chance he had to pay for it over again to the devil, as it appears from the following facts, if the tale pleases you well enough to induce you to follow the narrative, which will be succinct, as all good speeches should be. 2. How Bertha behaved, knowing the business of love. This bachelor was the young Sire de Saches, cousin of the Sire de Montmorency, to whom, by the death of the said Jean, the fiefs of Saches and other places would return, according to the deed of tenure. He was 20 years of age and glowed like a burning coal, therefore you may be sure that he had a hard job to get through the first day. While old Imbert was galloping across the fields, the two cousins perched themselves under the lantern of the portcullis, in order to keep him the longer in view, and waved him signals of farewells. When the clouds of dust raised by the heels of the horses were no longer visible upon the horizon, they came down and went into the great room of the castle. "What shall we do, dear cousin?" said Bertha to the false Sylvia. "Do you like music? We will play together. Let us sing the lay of some sweet ancient bard. Eh? What do you say? Come to my organ, come along. As you love me, sing." Then she took Jean by the hand and led him to the keyboard of the organ, at which the young fellow seated himself prettily, after the manner of women. "Ah, sweet gods," cried Bertha, as soon as the first notes dried. The lad turned his head towards her, in order that they might sing together. "Ah, sweet cause, you have a wonderful glance in your eye, you move I know not what in my heart." "Ah, cousin," replied the false Sylvia, "that it is which has been my ruin. A sweet milord of the land across the sea told me so often that I had fine eyes, and kissed them so well, that I yielded, so much pleasure did I feel in letting them be kissed." "Cousin, does love then commence in the eyes?" "In them is the forge of Cupid's bolts, my dear Bertha," said the lover, casting fire and flame at her. "Let us go on with our singing." They then sang, by Jean's desire, a lay of Christine de Pizan, every word of which breathed love. "Ah, cousin, what a deep and powerful voice you have. It seems to pierce me." "Where?" said the impudent Sylvia. "There," replied Bertha, touching her little diaphragm, "where the sounds of love are understood better than by the ears, but the diaphragm lies nearer the heart, and that which is undoubtedly the first brain, the second heart, and the third ear of the ladies. I say this, with all respect and with all honour, for physical reasons and for no others." "Let us leave off singing," said Bertha, It has too great an effect upon me. Come to the window, we can do needlework until the evening. Ah, dear cousin of my soul, I don't know how to hold the needle in my fingers, having been accustomed, to my perdition, to do something else with them. What did you do then all day long? Ah, I yielded to the current of love, which makes days seem instants, months seem days, and years months, and if it could last, would gulp down eternity like a strawberry, seeing that it is all youth and fragrance, sweetness and endless joy. Then the youth dropped his beautiful eyelids over his eyes, and remained as melancholy as a poor lady who has been abandoned by her lover, who weeps for him, wishes to kiss him, and would pardon his perfidy, if he would but seek once again the sweet path to his once loved fold. Cousin, does love blossom in the married state? Oh, no, said Sylvia, because in the married state everything is duty, but in love everything is done in perfect freedom of heart. This difference communicates an indescribable soft balm to those caresses which are the flowers of love. Cousin, let us change the conversation. It affects me more than did the music. She called hastily to a servant to bring her boy to her, who came, and when Sylvia saw him, she exclaimed, "Ah, the little dear, he is as beautiful as love." Then she kissed him heartily upon the forehead. "Come, my little one," said the mother, as the child clambered into her lap. "Thou art thy mother's blessing, her unclouded joy, the delight of her every hour, her crown, her jewel, her own pure pearl, her spotless soul, her treasure, her morning and evening star, her only flame, and her heart's darling. Give me thy hands, that I may eat them, give me thine ears, that I may bite them, give me thy head, that I may kiss thy curls. Be happy, sweet flower of my body, that I may be happy too." "Ah, cousin," said Sylvia, "you were speaking the language of love to him." "Love is a child then?" "Yes, cousin, therefore the heathen always portrayed him as a little boy." And with many other remarks fertile in the imagery of love, the two pretty cousins amused themselves until supper time, playing with the child. "Would you like to have another?" whispered John, at an opportune moment, into his cousin's ear, which he touched with his warm lips. "Ah, Sylvia, for that I would insure 100 years of purgatory, if it would only please God to give me that joy. But in spite of the work, labour, and industry of my spouse, which causes me much pain, my waist does not vary in size. Alas, it is nothing to have but one child. If I hear the sound of a cry in the castle, my heart beats ready to burst. I fear man and beast alike for this innocent darling. I dread vaults, passes, and manual exercises. In fact, I dread everything. I live not in myself, but in him alone. And, alas, I like to endure these miseries, because when I fidget and tremble, it is a sign that my offspring is safe and sound. To be brief, for I am never weary of talking on this subject, I believe that my breath is in him, and not in myself." With these words she hugged him to her breasts, as only mothers know how to hug children, with a spiritual force that is felt only in their hearts. If you doubt this, watch a cat carrying her kittens in her mouth. Not one of them gives a single mew. The youthful gallant, who had certain fears about watering this fair and fertile plain, was reassured by this speech. He thought then that it would only be following the commandments of God to win this saint to love, and he thought right. At night Bertha asked her cousin, according to the old custom, to which the ladies of our day object, to keep her company in her big seigneurial bed, to which request Sylvia replied, in order to keep up the role of a well-born maiden, that nothing would give her greater pleasure. The curfew rang, and found the two cousins in a chamber richly ornamented with carpeting, fringes, and royal tapestries, and Bertha began gracefully to disarray herself, assisted by her women. You can imagine that her companion modestly declined their services, and told her cousin, with a little blush, that she was accustomed to undress herself ever since she had lost the services of her dearly beloved, who had put her out of conceit with feminine fingers by his gentle ways, that these preparations brought back the pretty speeches he used to make, and his merry pranks while playing the lady's maid, and that to her injury, the memory of all these things brought the water into her mouth. This discourse considerably astonished the Lady Bertha, who let her cousin say her prayers, and make other preparations for the night beneath the curtains of the bed, into which my lord, enflamed with desire, soon tumbled, happy at being able to catch an occasional glimpse of the wondrous charms of the chatelaine, which were in no way injured. Bertha, believing herself to be with an experienced girl, did not omit any of the usual practices. She washed her feet, not minding whether she raised them a little or much, exposed her delicate little shoulders, and did as all the ladies do when they are retiring to rest. At last she came to bed, and settled herself comfortably in it, kissing her cousin on the lips, which she found remarkably warm. "Are you unwell, Sylvia, that you burn so?" said she. "I always burn like that when I go to bed," replied her companion, "because at that time there comes back to my memory the pretty little tricks that he invented to please me, and which make me burn still more." "Ah, cousin, tell me all about this. Tell all the sweets of love to me, who live beneath the shadow of a hoary head, of which the snows keep me from such warm feelings. Tell me all, you are cured. It will be a good warning to me, and then your misfortunes will have been a salutary lesson to two poor weak women." "I do not know I ought to obey you, sweet cousin," said the youth. "Tell me, why not?" "Ah, deeds are better than words," said the false maiden, heaving a deep sigh as the ut of an organ. "But I am afraid that this my lord has encumbered me with so much joy that you may get a little of it, which would be enough to give you a daughter, since the power of engendering is weakened in me." "But," said Bertha, "between us, would it be a sin?" "It would be, on the contrary, a joy both here and in heaven. The angels would shed their fragrance around you, and make sweet music in the ears." "Tell me quickly, then," said Bertha. "Well, then, this is how my dear lord made my heart rejoice." With these words Jin took Bertha in his arms, and strained her hungering to his heart, for in the soft light of the lamp, and clothed with the spotless linen, she was in this tempting bed, like the pretty petals of a lily at the bottom of the virgin calyx. "When he held me as I hold thee, he said to me, with a voice far sweeter than mine, 'Ah, Bertha, thou art my eternal love, my priceless treasure, my joy by day and my joy by night. Thou art fairer than the day is day. There is naught so pretty as thou art. I love thee more than God, and would endure 1,000 deaths for the happiness I ask of thee.' Then he would kiss me, not after the manner of husbands, which is rough, but in a peculiar dove-like fashion. To show her there and then how much better was the method of lovers, he sucked all the honey from Bertha's lips, and taught her how, with her pretty tongue, small and rosy as that of a cat, she could speak to the heart without saying a single word. And becoming exhausted at this game, Jin spread the fire of his kisses from the mouth to the neck, from the neck to the sweetest forms that ever a woman gave her child to slake its thirst upon. And whoever had been in his place would have thought himself a wicked man not to imitate him. "Ah," said Bertha, fast bound in love without knowing it, "this is better.